Chapter 1. He doesn't like you that much. Do you recall that saying? If someone doesn't reach out to you, it signifies a genuine lack of desire to do so. If a person appears indifferent, they truly are, without exception. On the other end of the line, my friend Yang Xingxin's tone gradually grew somber. So, Bai Zhi, face the reality. Your boyfriend hasn't contacted you for an entire week. What are you still hoping for? A farewell ceremony between you two? Please, in the realm of adulthood, silence is the most definitive goodbye. He simply doesn't care for you that much anymore. Though Bai Zhi held the phone, her heart sank deeper with each word. She knew well that Yang Xingxin spoke the unvarnished truth, yet her heart resisted accepting such a conclusion. Before she realized it, tears had moistened her cheeks, and her slender shoulders trembled as she exerted every ounce of strength to stifle her sobs. She muttered a few half-hearted responses before hanging up. At that moment, she sat alone on the beach, gazing at the boundless ocean before her. The waves shimmered with golden hues under the sunset, crashing against the rocks along the shore, reminiscent of a symphony of fate filled with enchantment. Bai Zhi stared vacantly at the sea for what felt like an eternity. Her eyes, once vibrant, now reflected only emptiness and confusion. Gradually, a wave of drowsiness washed over her, as if her strength had been entirely drained, causing her to slowly succumb to the ground. Where am I? Bai Zhi was unaware of how long she had slept and slowly opened her eyes, an unfamiliar sensation rising within her. She rose cautiously, scanning her surroundings swiftly. It was a thatched cottage, so low that her already modest height nearly brushed against the eaves. Its age was evident. It resembled a frail, hunchbacked elder, teetering on the brink of collapse. Several planks of the door had rotted away, and the two small windows in the mud walls were stuffed with tattered mats and wild grass. Oh my, what place is this? Bai Zhi instantly became alert, propelled by an adrenaline rush. Leaping from the dilapidated bed, she twisted her foot. She nearly lost her balance, but her quick reflexes allowed her to grasp the edge of the bed for support. What on earth happened? She murmured to herself, forcing her mind to regain composure. Yet every attempt to delve into her memories was met with a piercing pain. It felt as if something was adamantly trying to prevent her from recalling the events. Wasn't I just arguing with my boyfriend, contemplating a breakup, and then I went to the beach to clear my mind? How did it come to this? What on earth happened? Bai Zhi repeatedly struck her head, attempting to jog her memory. Yet the scene before her filled her with an inexplicable unease. Miss, you're awake? A clear, youthful voice interrupted her thoughts. She looked up abruptly to find a young man, his enchanting almond-shaped eyes adding an allure. Yet he remained undeniably youthful, with an innate charm. And you are? Miss, you fainted by the riverbank. That Akati was my master who saved you. The youthful visage of the boy radiated a spark of excitement as he had just responded to Bai Zhi, then exuberantly shouted outside, Young master. Young master, this young lady has awakened. The man outside, upon hearing the call, pushed the door open. His smooth countenance contrasted sharply against his dark attire, exuding an aura of striking handsomeness. His deep, obsidian eyes shimmered with an enchanting hue. With thick brows, a prominent nose, and exquisitely shaped lips, every feature heralded elegance. He was truly captivating. Bai Zhi seemed to momentarily forget her physical discomfort, her gaze unwaveringly fixed on the handsome figure who had just entered. Pardon my boldness, young lady. May I inquire your esteemed name? Where you hail from? What circumstances led to your fainting on the shore? The man in black, accustomed to ignoring the intensity of Bai Zhi's gaze, asked softly. Bai Zhi found herself momentarily at a loss for which question to answer. Observing the two men clad in traditional garb, a wave of confusion washed over her, and her mind brimmed with chaotic thoughts. Am I not traversing through time? And who are these two individuals? Are they friend or foe? Should I trust them? Thus, her instincts sharpened. Having once struggled with profound insecurity, she maintained a distance from others, even if they were strikingly handsome. I cannot recall. Bai Zhi ultimately decided to conceal the truth. She lowered her head, her demeanor shy, reminiscent of a late-blooming flower timidly hiding behind verdant leaves. Upon bowing her head, she abruptly noticed that she was clad in unfamiliar garments, her form soiled. However, it was evident that the attire was a fine, silken, exquisite pale, yellow dress adorned with pink ribbons. Have you truly forgotten your own name? The boy's face registered astonishment. Yais, Bai Zhi admitted, feeling a twinge of guilt as she averted her gaze, pretending to rub her head only to be met with waves of dizziness. Min Shun, do not be rude, the man in black admonished. Yes, Min Shun acknowledges his fault, the boy replied, bowing his head. Min Shun? What a melodious name, Bai Zhi mused inwardly. It is quite all right. Thank you for rescuing me. Even the smallest kindness deserves a great return. Should you require anything from me in the future, do not hesitate to ask. I would not shy away from traversing mountains of blades or seas of fire for you. Huh! The man in black chuckled softly, a blend of exasperation and a hint of disdain apparent in his expression. Observing this, Min Shun crossed his arms, pouting as he quipped, Young lady, you cannot even remember your own name. What does it matter? A name is merely a designation, is it not? One can simply create a new one. Bai Zhi retorted defiantly, turning to the man in black. Young master, please bestow upon me a name. The man in black did not refuse, surveying the surroundings. Noticing the herbs on the table, most of which were associated with Bai Zhi, he contemplated, let's call you Bai Zhi. Bai Zhi? Bai Zhi's eyes widened in disbelief. What an uncanny coincidence, for her very name was indeed Bai Zhi. She gazed at the striking figure before her, marveling at his beauty, which would undoubtedly render him a celebrity in the modern world. His features are sharply defined, embodying one of the types that Bai Zhi finds appealing. Although he dons simple attire, his noble demeanor sets him apart from the mundane. In stark contrast, I find myself clad in decent fabric, yet it has succumbed to the ravages of water. My attire is besmirched with mud, and it is evident that I must appear disheveled and unkempt, with a bare face exposed to the world. This comparison forces the unwelcome specter of inferiority to claw its way from the depths of my heart, uninvitedly occupying my thoughts. Chapter 2. Brother Zijin, does the young lady not favor this name? Observing Bai Zhi's continued silence and her state of deep contemplation, Chu Yanqing furrowed his brows slightly and spoke softly to disrupt the heavy silence enveloping them. If she were displeased, he could always bestow upon her another name. This gentle yet faintly resonant voice pulled Bai Zhi from a reverie. Oh, not all. I truly like it. Thank you, young master, for the name, from now on. I shall be called Bai Zhi. A radiant smile instantly adorned Bai Zhi's face, showcasing an impressive display of transformation akin to a masterful performance. As for Bai Zhi's appearance, she was petite and delicate, with flowing long hair, fair skin, and refined features. Her rosy lips and pearly teeth evoking an ethereal charm, akin to a modern-day beauty. Yet, for reasons unknown, she perpetually harbored dissatisfaction with herself, lacking confidence. At critical junctures, she often faltered, be it in romantic entanglements or her professional endeavors. Consequently, she now found herself not only heartbroken, but also unemployed. As the saying goes, in matters of the heart, one may falter, yet fortune may smile in other realms. However, another adage warns, fortune seldom comes in pairs, while misfortunes rarely arrive alone. It was evident that Bai Zhi fell into the latter category. Do you recognize this item, Miss Bai Zhi? Ming Chun suddenly extended a jade pendant shaped like a coiled dragon. Bai Zhi took the pendant, running her fingers over it and inspecting it closely. Her pupils widened in astonishment. The jade was of exquisite quality, made of mutton fat jade, surely worth a considerable sum. Did Zhi recognize this jade pendant? The man in black astutely observed the shift in Bai Zhi's gaze and promptly posed the question. Zhi? Bai Zhi exhibited a fleeting look of confusion, casting a quick glance at the man before retracting her gaze. She could not fathom why he addressed her in such an intimate manner. Nevertheless, she quickly regained her composure and shook her head, replying, I do not recognize it. What is this? It originally belonged to you. Do you truly not remember? Ming Chen's disappointment was palpable as he regarded Bai Zhi. He had anticipated that she would not divulge any useful information. Bai Zhi's body stiffened momentarily, her grip on the jade pendant wavering as a wave of joy surged within her. No one could have anticipated the thoughts swirling in her mind. She was assessing the pendant's worth, calculating how much it could be sold for, and how long it could sustain her in this unfamiliar place. There's a saying, money cannot buy everything, but without it, one cannot achieve anything. Possessing this jade pendant felt akin to receiving a golden opportunity. This belongs to a Zhi. It should be returned to her. Though the man in black felt a twinge of disappointment, he turned to Ming Chen and issued a command. Young master. Ming Chen's tone noticeably rose, laden with reluctance. To Bai Zhi. This exclamation indicated that the young master had also taken a liking to the jade pendant. Internally, she felt a pang of regret. Yet after a moment's reflection, she gritted her teeth and declared, "It's all right. Since it was the young master who saved me, I shall gift this jade pendant to you." Sacrificing something dear was the least she could do for someone who had rescued her. At the same time, she understood a profound truth. When the heavens send someone into your life, it is either to aid you or to challenge you. This time, she silently hoped it was the former, praying earnestly that her gamble would yield a favorable outcome. Is that so? Now was the man in black who appeared somewhat incredulous. He observed Bai Zhi with keen interest, yet his pitch-black eyes revealed no trace of emotion. Indeed, it was true, but first, you must acquiesce to one of my requests. Bai Zhi was about to articulate her desire when he swiftly regained his composure. It seemed that when there was a demand, the situation would proceed along the right path. What request? Bai Zhi glanced around awkwardly. The desolate surroundings filled her with despair, and she wished to leave this place immediately. Kind sir, please take me away from here, to anywhere. Having arrived in this unfamiliar world, she knew nothing and believed it prudent to seek refuge with someone strong. After all, her life had been saved by him, and she sensed an indescribable nobility about this gentleman, far from ordinary. Following him could only be beneficial. At the very least, she would have food to eat and avoid starvation. Naturally, the man in black paid little heed to Bai Zhi's slight movements and readily acquiesced to her request. Very well. How shall I address you, my lord? Bai Zhi's anxious heart finally found solace. It was a casual inquiry. Chu Yanqing paused momentarily before responding. Chu Zijin. Brother Zijin. Bai Zhi smiled brightly at the man in black, calling him affectionately. Though she appeared quite disheveled, her youthful face was tinged with a rosy hue. A few strands of hair cascading alongside her cheeks, and her enchanting eyes sparkled with mirth, making her quite captivating. Chu Yanqing smiled slightly in return, feeling genuinely intrigued. He had encountered countless beauties, some as stunning as celestial beings, others bold and daring, yet he had never seen a woman so spirited and whimsical. Not only did he feel a sense of delight, but he also instinctively accepted the endearing title. More importantly, she had gifted him a remarkable jade pendant, one bestowed upon the Lord of Jinling by the founding emperor of the Liuyun dynasty. Possessing this pendant could summon an army of 100,000 troops left behind by the Liuyun emperor in Jinling. Now, as the Liuyun dynasty wanes and the world fractures into chaos, each lord amassing their own troops, the legitimacy of such power remains tenuous. Whoever obtains this army would undoubtedly gain a significant advantage. Brother Zijin, we won't have to remain here indefinitely, will we? Bai Zhi pointed at the dilapidated thatched hut, her voice dwindling. She hesitated to voice her concerns, yet the environment was truly disheartening. The air was thick with a stench of decay that nearly induced nausea. How is your health, Zhi? Chu Yanqing suddenly shifted the topic. I am much better, but I do have a slight headache, Bai Zhi responded, unconsciously placing her hand on her forehead as she felt a twinge of pain. She suspected that her head might be clouded. Well, we can't find a doctor in this desolate wilderness. Ming Chen, let's pack up and head to Qinlu to find a physician for Zhi. Chu Yanqing reverted to his somewhat aloof tone. Yes. Ming Chen promptly took his orders. The three of them exited the dilapidated hut. Before them lay yet another challenging predicament. Outside the thatched house, two sleek black horses grazed leisurely, their glossy coats gleaming under the sunlight, their manes billowing gently in the breeze. Observing this scene, the trio fell into deep contemplation, particularly Bai Zhi, who, despite being adept at driving and riding a bicycle, had never learned to ride a horse. Miss Bai Zhi, do you know how to ride a horse? Ming Chen had already formed an answer in his heart, yet he still earnestly inquired. Upon receiving a positive response, he closed his eyes in disappointment. Just as he was about to ask Chu Yanqing what to do next, he heard His Highness declare, "No problem. Bai Zhi shall accompany me." With that, He approached the steed, mounted gracefully, and with a flick of the reins. The horse whinnied before bringing Chu Yanqing to Bai Zhi's side. He extended his hand towards her, intending to assist her onto the horse. Bai Zhi gazed at him in a daze, the golden light perfectly illuminating his ruggedly handsome face. The scene was so exquisite it seemed frozen in time, reminiscent of elegant orchids and jade trees, capturing the essence of poetry and artistry. Noticing Bai Zhi lost in her thoughts, Chu Yanqing couldn't help but smile faintly. Leaning forward, he gently supported the delicate curve of her waist, applying a slight pressure, and soon Bai Zhi found herself securely on the horse, inadvertently falling into his embrace. With a startled gasp, she instinctively clung to him, paralyzed by the suddenness of it all. Yet, Chu Yanqing did not halt. Instead, he urged the horse forward. Observing this, Ming Chun swiftly mounted another horse and galloped to catch up. Their riding, though reckless, was executed with remarkable skill, the horses moving with a steady rhythm that offered Bai Zhi a sense of unfettered freedom. Gradually, her fear dissipated, replaced by an unexpected fondness for this exhilarating experience. Spring breezes and swift hooves, in a single glance, I behold the blossoms of Chang'an. If given the opportunity, she resolved to learn horseback riding. Envisioning herself galloping alone across an endless expanse of wilderness, relishing the sheer thrill of it all. The youthful spirit of a gallant rider, though she had long outgrown her youth in reality, was of no consequence. As long as the heart remains vibrant, one remains eternally young. They slowed their pace as they approached Chunlu, advancing leisurely. Throughout the journey, Chu Yanqing spoke little, which only served to enhance his noble presence. Bai Zhi found herself inexplicably lacking the courage to engage him in conversation, whereas Ming Chun appeared notably more amiable. Thus, she endeavored to draw him into dialogue, soon uncovering the nature of this world. Now, she could ascertain that she was in an alternate realm. The ruling dynasty was the Great Yuan, yet its emperors were increasingly inept, leading various feudal lords to amass power and establish their own dominions. Among the more formidable were Linjiang, Yingwei, and Mabei. Additionally, several smaller cities had declared independence, such as Qi and Sui. Currently, she resided in Jinling City, which, although merely a city within the Great Yuan, was an exception. Though modest in size, it served as the economic lifeblood of the realm, wealthy enough to rival nations. This land was originally bestowed upon the Murong family by the founding emperor of the Great Yuan, and through generations of diligent stewardship, it flourished splendidly. This was easily understandable, akin to the modern metropolis of Shanghai, a directly governed city. Bai Zhi reflected on this, occasionally nodding in dawning comprehension. Within the illustrious city of Jinling lies the renowned Qixia Villa, founded by the esteemed Jiang family. Through generations of transformation and growth, Qixia Villa has truly earned its reputation as the finest estate in the realm. The previous lord of Jinling, Murong Jin, wed Jiang Shirlan, the sole daughter of the Jiang family. Their marriage flourished with harmony and mutual respect, resulting in the birth of 2 sons. It was initially intended for the eldest son to inherit the lordship. Consequently, the younger son, Murong Feng, was adopted by Qixia Villa to assume the role of its master. However, as fate would have it, the elder son succumbed to illness at a young age, leaving the lordship to the younger son. Yet, Lord Murong has demonstrated through his capabilities that he can adeptly fulfill both the lordship and the stewardship of the villa, silencing any dissent over the years. The most skilled practitioners of martial arts predominantly hail from Qixia Villa, with 3 masters among the top 10 on the spiritual power ranking originating from this esteemed establishment. Each year, they recruit disciples, drawing aspiring students from across the nation to partake in their enrollment ceremonies. Ming Chun spoke with increasing enthusiasm, his excitement palpable, as he yearned to engage in learning and sparring. Spiritual power? Bai Zhi exclaimed, her eyes widening. Is this akin to internal energy? Could it be that this world is one of cultivation and fantasy? Additionally, there exists the Jinling Academy, which attracts numerous esteemed scholars from far and wide. Upon graduation from these 2 prestigious institutions, envoys from various nations flock to Jinling to recruit exceptional talents. However, Bai Zhi was no longer attentive to Ming Chen's further elaborations. her mind fixated on the notion of spiritual power. Pray, tell me about the spiritual power rankings. Ming Chen chuckled at Bai Zhi's starry-eyed expression. You are unaware of this? How amusing. He then patiently began to explain. 10th on the list is Ling Yin, with a spiritual power level of 90, serving as the general of Inhua Kingdom. 9th is Mo Wei, also at 90, who is the general of Linjiang Kingdom. He reached this level before General Ling, thus securing the higher rank. 8th is Boyan, with a level of 91, who is the personal guard of the current Lord Morong. This individual is exceptionally talented, both scholarly and martial, and is highly sought after by various kings, yet he has graciously declined all offers, having grown up alongside Lord Morong under the tutelage of the current elder of Qixia Villa, remaining fiercely loyal to him. Admiration flickered across Ming Chen's face, his infatuation drawing a smile from Bai Zhi. And 7th? She inquired eagerly. 7th is Nangong Yin, at level 92, serving the Nangong family in Inhua Kingdom. It is said that she is an unparalleled beauty. At the mention of beauty, Bai Zhi's interest peaked. Moreover, this beauty is a formidable expert, and her lifelong admiration for elegance was a habit she could not shake. Have you seen her? Alas, my humble status precludes such encounters. Stop. Let us return to the main point. Bai Zhi interjected, eager to bypass any idle chatter. Who is 6th? The 6th is the leader of Lingjiu Palace, Chao Yin. Also of the 92nd level, this individual stands neither black nor white, beyond the jurisdiction of any nation, independent within the realm, wielding control over all information in the world. As long as one possesses sufficient wealth, there exists no secret beyond their grasp, nor any person they cannot eliminate. It is evident that Ming Chen's emotions grew somewhat despondent as he spoke, for he had encountered members of Lingjiu Palace numerous times, most often returning in failure. Were it not for his exceptional lightness of foot, he could scarcely count how many times he might have perished. He could not help but cast a worried glance at their prince, born into a tumultuous royal family amidst a chaotic era where currents of unrest swirl. Countless dangers lie ahead, and he could no longer recall how many assassination attempts they had faced. Although the prince and he had managed to escape time and again, the brothers around him had changed repeatedly, causing him immense distress. Chapter 4. Spiritual Power Rankings 2, Another Exquisite Beauty? Bai Zhi had strayed significantly off topic, but as soon as she uttered her words, she regretted them, having precisely captured the sorrow in Ming Chen's eyes, which left her perplexed. Weren't they discussing the spiritual power rankings? Just moments ago, everything was going well. Why the sudden shift? Ming Chen, unwilling to engage, continued. The 5th position belongs to Yelv Hao, the leader of the Juli tribe from the Northern Desert Kingdom, also at level 93, with his signature weapon being the solitary moonblade. The Northern Desert Kingdom has a history of severe internal strife. It is said that over a decade ago, the great king employed ruthless measures to suppress the various tribes. Yet, peace lasted barely 20 years. Now, the great king's health declines, having lost a son in earlier years, and the leaders across the lands are restless. Who holds the 4th position? Bai Zhi found herself disinterested in the distant Northern Desert Kingdom, thinking she would never encounter them in her lifetime. Much later, whenever Bai Zhi recalled this day, she would wish to slap herself, for indeed, the tone of fate is one of contradiction. Thus, in this world, aside from life and death, what is not trivial? What can one truly control? It is the current 2nd elder of the Xixia Mountain Villa in Jinling City, Elder Meng, also at level 93. He excels in the art of blade techniques, with the blade being the commander of all weapons, the spear the king, the sword the sovereign, and the staff the ancestor of all. Elder Meng's blade technique is unparalleled, implying that no one in the current world wields the blade better than he. Bai Zhi thoughtfully summarized for him. Though her words were coarse, the logic was sound. And Ming Chen nodded, continuing. The 3rd ranking belongs to the city lord of Jinling, Morong Feng. His spiritual power has reached level 94, yet he has not been able to break through to level 95. For everyone, surpassing level 95 is akin to scaling the heavens, aside from the esteemed elder Zhuang Mengli. For the average person, attaining level 85 in a lifetime is already considered an accomplishment. While Ming Chun continued passionately narrating, Bai Zhi felt as though the world was spinning, rendering her unable to absorb any more information. More on phone, I despise you. I loathe you. A vision of a strikingly beautiful woman clad in pale yellow attire screamed in anguish within her mind. Bai Zhi sensed that the fury was erupting from the depths of her heart, and she began to shake her head frantically. Zhi, what is wrong with you? Chu Yanqing keenly perceived her distress, instinctively placing his hands upon her forehead. As the voice resonated, the surge of anger dissipated without a trace. I'm fine. Me fine. Bai Zhi awkwardly smiled back at him. What weapon does he wield? She attempted to shift the topic. Ming Chun pondered for a moment, scratching his head, seemingly unable to recall the weapon used by Murong Feng. It's a sword, Chu Yanqing interjected, but he rarely presents it openly. Bai Zhi tilted her head, raising an eyebrow. What is the reason for that? Ming Chun seemed to recall something. The city lord typically employs his folding fan. Chu Yanqing nodded slightly in agreement. Huh. Bai Zhi seemed eager to divert the conversation, unable to suppress her laughter. How can a fan serve as a weapon? Does it conceal hidden weapons within? Such a master still needing hidden weapons is truly dull. Hearing this, Chu Yanqing affectionately stroked Bai Zhi's long, raven-black hair. Zhi, you are mistaken. With his level of cultivation, he requires no hidden weapons. He can manifest lethal intent using his spiritual energy. Wherever the fan goes, it can kill invisibly. Bai Zhi suddenly comprehended. No wonder he seldom carries a sword. It turns out he is simply lazy. If I possessed such abilities, I too would forego carrying one. How much easier it would be to wield a fan daily, appearing both elegant and charming. Plus, it could be used to flirt with beauties. What a trifecta of benefits. Ming Chun was evidently taken aback by Bai Zhi's audacious remarks. If the city lord were to hear you, he would surely have you torn to pieces. Bai Zhi, unperturbed, retorted, what are you afraid of? Does the renowned city lord truly intend to hold a grudge against a mere girl like me? Besides, you would be there to shield me, allowing ample time for my escape. Ming Chun, exasperated, countered loudly, I would never shield you. Abandon that notion. If Ming Chun were to know that one day he would nearly perish while saving Bai Zhi, he would surely be at a loss for words. Bai Zhi let out a cold snort, not wishing to tease him further, and turned to Chu Yanqing, Brother Zijing. Do you agree with me? She blinked her large, watery eyes, assuming a pitiful demeanor, gazing at him innocently with a soft voice. Chu Yanqing felt an inexplicable stir in his heart. Despite countless women having acted coyly before him, he had never experienced such feelings. Suppressing the strange sensation within, he overlooked Bai Zhi's inquiry and began to express his thoughts. Perhaps the reason he does not carry a sword is that he feels no one is worthy to match him. No one in this world is deserving of wielding a sword alongside him. Bai Zhi sensed a flicker of envy, even jealousy, in Chu Yanqing's eyes. This was not difficult to understand, as in this era where strength reigns supreme, spiritual energy is revered, and formidable power symbolizes status. Everyone takes pride in their ability to cultivate spiritual energy. Those with talent often progress further along the path of cultivation. And it is evident that those who rise to the rankings possess extraordinary gifts. How could this not evoke envy? In an attempt to alleviate the subtle melancholy, Bai Zhi deliberately cleared her throat, reminding, what about the two most formidable figures? The second is the current Grand Elder of Qixia Mountain Villa, Elder Jin, Murong City Lord and Boyan's Master. However, his spiritual power has remained at level 94 for over 20 years without any breakthrough, sighed Mingchen as he expressed his regret. Is the esteemed Elder Zhuang Mengli, whom you mentioned, the one ranked first? Indeed, it is said that Elder Zhuang Mengli's spiritual power has surpassed level 100. Yet he has been wandering the world for nearly a decade without a trace. Previously, he resided at Qixia Mountain Villa and was the former Grand Elder there. I understand the situation now, but I feel that the difference in spiritual power among these individuals is not substantial. Can't they surpass one another at any moment? Bai Zhi could not help but voice her confusion. Not at all. It is important to note that even a slight elevation in spiritual power can result in a vast disparity, not to mention the differences in techniques and weapons. For instance, if Boyan were to rely solely on his spiritual power, he may not be able to completely defeat General Mo Wei. who wields the Overlord spear along with his spiritual energy. I see. Bai Zhi's expression indicated her realization. So, this Murong City Lord dares to be so arrogant without wielding a weapon. What confidence he possesses. The more Bai Zhi pondered, the more she felt something was amiss. She could not fathom why she harbored such animosity towards Murong Feng. They had never crossed paths. Chapter 5. Each with their own thoughts, Bai Zhi's unease grew, as she could not comprehend her persistent hostility towards Murong Feng, someone with whom she had no prior connection. In fact, she felt he was undeserving of the term confidence. Ultimately unable to resist her inner thoughts, she forcefully replaced confidence with arrogance, which brought her some comfort. My lord, we are nearing our destination. Mingchen indicated towards the faintly visible city walls in the distance, addressing Chu Yanqing. Chu Yanqing nodded slightly. Oh, has the journey passed so swiftly? I didn't realize how much time had flown by while engrossed in conversation with Mingchen. By the way, Mingchen, what level is your spiritual power? Bai Zhi had been holding on to this question for quite some time, as she had fully grasped that this was a world where survival depended on strength, where the strong reigned supreme. Therefore, knowing Mingchen's spiritual power would reveal whether he was a formidable ally. Mingchen appeared momentarily bewildered, then looked towards Chu Yanqing in surprise. Chu Yanqing offered him a slight nod, prompting him to relax and feel somewhat embarrassed. I'm only at level 78. Given his response and expression, Bai Zhi could hardly shake the impression that he was being modest. Nevertheless, she sincerely complimented him. Impressive. Mingchen, you are remarkable. Level 78 is already very high. You could easily defeat most people in this world. After all, the average person caps out at level 85. Hee, I was born with level 5 spiritual power. Mingchen blushed even more. Is it possible to be born with spiritual power? What about me? Where can I measure it? Zhi, you do not possess spiritual power. Chu Yanqing, who had been silent for a while, suddenly spoke. Bai Zhi's heart sank. What? She instinctively displayed a disappointed expression, realizing that it was not surprising, as she did not belong to this world. But rest assured, I will protect you throughout this journey. The impact of this statement was akin to a missile launched by a prosperous nation, shattering the serene silence of the surroundings. Even the two horses sensed the strange atmosphere and instinctively slowed their pace. The expressions of Bai Zhi and Mingchen were remarkably aligned. Bai Zhi thought to herself that this rustic confession of love was simply intoxicating. Meanwhile, Mingchen pondered, how could our young master behave in such a manner? Having followed him since childhood, I have never witnessed him show interest in any woman, let alone make such a promise. Furthermore, why would His Highness permit anyone to ride alongside him, especially this unsophisticated girl who seemed utterly unaware of propriety? The three remained silent. As Chu Yanqing appeared to have anticipated this outcome, his demeanor unchanged. At that moment, Bai Zhi's stomach audibly protested, breaking the peculiar tension. Ha ha ha, she chuckled awkwardly, lowering her head in embarrassment. Help, she thought, I am utterly mortified. Let us find an inn and have something to eat, Chu Yanqing suggested with a slight smile. Yes, Mingchen replied promptly. Delicious, truly delicious. Bai Zhi sat at the dining table, ravenously consuming her meal, leaving Chu Yanqing and Mingchen in astonishment. Even the well-traveled Chu Yanqing had never witnessed a woman so unabashedly disregard her image in public. Out of a sense of decorum, he gently advised, Zhi, do take your time. It's fine, don't mind me, Bai Zhi replied, her hunger overwhelming her. With one hand clutching a chicken leg and the other continuously scooping vegetables into her mouth, she was oblivious to the world around her. Heaven knows how long it had been since she last had a meal. She had intended to take a leisurely stroll by the seaside today, without eating anything until now. However, at this rate, she would soon be full. Her usual appetite was quite modest, particularly as she controlled her caloric intake to maintain her weight, indulging in 12 cheat meals each week, making this instance a complete anomaly. Once satiated, her negative emotions began to resurface. She could still recall the sorrow she felt before her transmigration, yet in this entirely unfamiliar place, she had no time for nostalgia. Perhaps I should have more, she mused. But Chu Yanqing's concerned inquiry interrupted her thoughts. No, thank you, I'm full, she replied, savoring the flavors of her meal. Regrettably, it was rather bland. Having grown accustomed to the spicy delights of hot pot, fried chicken, and various culinary indulgences, she found it hard to enjoy such simplicity. This isn't tasty. Next time, I'll prepare something delicious for you. At this, Chu Yanqing and Ming Chun felt a wave of embarrassment wash over them. Who was it that had just praised the meal? Such remarks were akin to burning bridges after crossing them, or abandoning someone once their usefulness had expired. After finishing her meal, a young attendant led Bai Zhi to her room. Upon entering, she was greeted by a bathing tub filled with warm water prepared just for her. Though devoid of floral embellishments, it was enough to bring her to the brink of tears. Swiftly, she shed her soiled garments and gracefully slipped into the tub. The water was pleasantly warm, with droplets cascading along her curves, shimmering like gentle sprites dancing upon her skin. Her hair floated delicately in the water, resembling blossoms swaying in a gentle breeze. At this moment, she felt entirely relaxed, gradually organizing her thoughts. She could not comprehend why Chu Yanqing had agreed to take her along, nor could she decipher his ambiguous attitude towards her. Did he genuinely feel pity for her homelessness, or was it merely a matter of desire? Yet, she remained acutely aware that individuals of his stature, particularly in this era, were unlikely to possess any sense of compassion. There were countless homeless souls in this world. Why should he choose to shelter her? She recognized that, while her appearance could not be deemed unattractive, it certainly did not possess the allure of extraordinary beauty. The notion of love at first sight was far beyond her reach. But who exactly was he? Was it due to that jade pendant? Yet, she had no recollection of any details regarding it. In that sea, he had rescued her by the shore. If she were to return, would she need to leap into those waters once more? A cascade of questions sent Bai Zhi's mind into a frenzy. Clearly, her little head could not bear such an overwhelming burden. In her confusion, she could only convince herself to refrain from overthinking and to retire for the night. For tomorrow would require her to be on the move. In another room, Ming Chun, having helped his master remove his outer garments, proceeded to brew a pot of tea, presenting it respectfully before him. Chu Yanqing, with a tranquil expression, accepted the tea but did not drink. He glanced at Ming Chun and, with a playful smile, remarked, "You wish to inquire why I have taken in that girl?" Ming Chun, scratching his head sheepishly, replied with a grin, "Indeed, nothing escapes your notice, your highness." Chapter 6. Murong Feng and Shangguan Liuyun. Upon hearing this, Chu Yanqing lowered his gaze, his expression darkening slightly as he refrained from immediate response. He gently swirled the cup, as if pondering something deeply. After a moment, he took a small sip of tea and handed the cup back to Ming Chun, who eagerly accepted it, his hands trembling with anticipation. Chu Yanqing then stated, "She is not an ordinary woman." Ming Chun pondered briefly. Indeed, she was no typical woman. Ordinary women did not exhibit such eccentricity. Moreover, she carried that Panshur dragon jade pendant, which was inextricably linked to Jinling City. Until her identity was thoroughly investigated, it was prudent to keep her close. Chu Yanqing toyed with the jade pendant in his hand. Heaven knew how long he had yearned for it. To be precise, how many individuals across the realm coveted it. He had even fantasized about presenting it to his father one day, wondering if that would lead his father to appoint him as the heir of Linjiang. Yet now, this very pendant lay firmly in his grasp, igniting within him an overwhelming desire to claim it as his own. Meanwhile, in the study of the Jinling City Lord's mansion, Murong Feng's voice was laced with disdain as he inquired, "Is there still no news of the lady?" His dark eyes glowed with a blood-red hue, reminiscent of raging flames, exuding an aura of deep-seated danger. Jiang Ning knelt on one knee, trembling in fear, feeling the oppressive force of the city lord's presence. "I shall ensure that we search with all our might," he vowed. "Useless!" Murong Feng exclaimed in frustration, overturning the table. The items on the table were shattered into disarray, producing a crisp sound that echoed throughout the expansive room, leaving the servants present in a state of shock. Jiang Ning immediately crawled over to gather the scattered belongings, only to be forcefully kicked to the ground by Murong Feng. 3 days had passed, yet there was still no news. "I am guilty. Please punish me, my lord," Jiang Ning implored, kneeling once more, feeling a chilling intent directed at him. He was acutely aware of his lord's ruthless methods, and a wave of despair surged within him. Beside him, Boyan, witnessing the tense situation, urgently interjected, "My lord, please quell your anger. It has been a long time without news. The lady may still be alive." This statement promptly pulled Murong Feng back to his senses. Indeed, they had searched along the cliffs for 3 days and nights, turning the entire city of Jinling upside down. If Shangguan Liuyun had truly met with misfortune, there would have been news by now. Even if that news were unbearable, it was preferable to the current state of uncertainty. There was no one in this world whom Murong Feng could not find. "Get out quickly!" His voice, laced with fury, seemed poised to tear through the air. Upon hearing this, Jiangning hastily scrambled away, continuing his search for the lady. Once he vanished from sight, Murong Feng instructed Boyan to summon Chao Yan. Yes, Chao Yan, the master of Lingjiu Palace, an organization he had established himself. However, in the interest of safety and secrecy, the position of master had been entrusted to one of his shadow guards, Chao Yan. Before Boyan departed, he hesitated for a moment, then mustered the courage to say, "My lord, you have not rested properly for 3 days." Upon hearing this, Murong Feng merely scoffed, waving his hand to dismiss Boyan. The latter, feeling disheartened, clenched his fists silently before turning to leave. At this moment, the room was left with Murong Feng alone. He gazed at the trembling servants as they tidied up the mess, a cold smile creeping upon his lips. Memories, long sealed away, surged forth like a tide, conjuring the image of a radiant face adorned with bright eyes and a blossoming smile. The reason Murong Feng had wed Shangguan Liuyun was due to the betrothal arranged between them since childhood. Shangguan Liuyun's father, Shangguan Cheng, had once saved a young Murong Feng's life, and in gratitude, the then-Lord Murong Jin, with the encouragement of Elder Zhuang, had arranged their union. Years later, Murong Jin, following Elder Zhuang Mengli on travels, appointed the barely 18-year-old Murong Feng as the new lord and entrusted him with Qixia Villa. Subsequently, Murong Feng bore immense pressure, striving to develop his family's enterprises through sheer effort. When he turned 23, he received a letter from Shangguan Cheng, mentioning the childhood betrothal and enclosing a marriage contract, at which point Shangguan Liuyun was blooming at the age of 18. However, intelligence from his spies revealed that Shangguan Cheng had secretly allied with the Yingyue kingdom, and the purpose of sending his daughter for marriage was likely to steal the treasured Panlong jade pendant, Longquan tiger talisman, and the defense map of Jinling City. His guiding principle had always been, "If one does not offend me, I shall not offend them. If they offend me, even from afar, they shall face retribution." Even though the individual in question was his betrothed wife, he devised a cunning plan, driven by his bloodthirsty instincts, eagerly anticipating the commencement of this game. He indeed married Shangguan Liuyun as promised, yet on their wedding night, he chose to summon 2 courtesans from the manor to indulge in revelry rather than consummate their union. This act diminished Shangguan Liuyun's standing within the lord's residence to a significant degree. He noticed how the courtesans, and even the maidservants, would occasionally mock her, belittle her, and create trouble for her, but he turned a blind eye to their jibes. Remarkably, she never sought his sympathy or support. Each time he encountered her, she adorned herself in splendid attire, her makeup meticulously applied, perpetually retaining an air of nobility and grace. However, on one occasion, when she fell gravely ill, perhaps moved by a flicker of compassion, he went to visit her, intending to leave shortly after, having scarcely spent the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. That day, she unexpectedly grasped his sleeve, unwilling to let him depart. It marked her first earnest plea to him, yet he callously rejected her. Ultimately, she revealed her true colors by stealing the tiger talisman. Captured and imprisoned in the dungeon, she endured considerable suffering despite not being tortured. The final scene was her departure from him. Standing at the edge of a cliff, she wept inconsolably, crying out, "Murong Feng, I hate you. I hate you." In that moment, he, still oblivious to the truth, felt a surge of emotion. However, before he could utter a word, Shangguan Liuyun had already plunged into the abyss. The sight of that vivid yellow garment drove him to the brink of madness. In that instant, he instinctively followed her leap, but was forcibly restrained by Boyan and a group of guards. Ignoring Murong Feng's furious demeanor, Boyan clung to his leg, preventing him from advancing. Everyone descend and search. A living person must be seen, a corpse must be found. He vividly recalled nearly losing control. Despite his disdain for this woman, he did not wish for her demise. Lord, the son of the wealthiest family in Diyuan, Song Zhufeng, rushed in, exclaiming, "You have wronged the lady. You have wronged the lady. She is not the biological daughter of Shangguan Cheng." Chapter 7. The one who seeks your life, you have wronged the lady. You have wronged the lady. She is not the biological daughter of Shangguan Cheng. Song Zhu, fearing time was of the essence, disregarded propriety and loudly proclaimed the findings of his investigation. However, upon witnessing the expressions of those present, he realized it was already too late. Within the study of the Lord's residence, after Song Zhu's revelations, Murong Feng grasped the magnitude of his grave error. Shangguan Liuyun was not the biological daughter of Shangguan Cheng, but rather an adopted child who had been subjected to relentless bullying throughout her childhood. Indeed, she had been instructed to steal the tiger talisman and gather intelligence. Yet having endured such torment, she was unwilling to assist Shangguan Cheng, thus disseminating numerous falsehoods. However, Shangguan Cheng was not easily deceived and soon uncovered the truth. Consequently, when Shangguan Liuyun returned home for a family visit, she was punished by being made to kneel in the courtyard, enduring a night of rain. Is that why she fell ill upon her return? Murong Feng incredulously inquired. Was it during that time she wished for me to stay with her? Indeed, my lady suffered from a severe cold during that incident. Boyan sighed deeply, adding his confirmation. Murong Feng's heart was pierced with anguish. Given his capabilities, he could have unraveled this information long ago, yet he had allowed his preconceived notions to cloud his judgment. As for how the lady ultimately acquired the tiger talisman, that remains an enigma to me. Song Zhu sighed, speculating that perhaps someone had intentionally guided the lady's actions. Who could it be but the two favored dancers, Ning Shui and Ning Wu? Only they would possess the audacity to do so. Ning Shui and Ning Wu were a pair of enchanting sisters who had been by Murong Feng's side long before the arrival of Shangguan Liuyun. With their alluring figures, striking beauty, captivating dance skills, eloquence, and a touch of agility, they stood out among the many women, winning his affection. Bolstered by Murong Feng's favor, they reigned with impunity within the household, while he chose to turn a blind eye to their excesses. The following day, Ning Shui and Ning Wu, having exchanged a few menacing words with Bo Yin, confessed to their scheme against the lady, even before facing any torture. Upon reviewing their confession, Murong Feng ordered their execution. At dawn, a maid gently knocked on Bai Zhi's door, presenting her with a new outfit, claiming to be sent by young Master Chu to assist in her grooming. Bai Zhi, yawning, nodded and allowed the maid to style her hair and dress her in the new attire. As she blearily gazed into the mirror, she was taken aback by her reflection. Her hair was elegantly styled, her eyes sparkled like autumn waters, and her lips were adorned with a delicate hue. When she spoke, her teeth gleamed like porcelain, and her graceful demeanor was enchanting. This was not merely her face, although it bore some resemblance. It was exponentially more beautiful than her modern visage, truly the epitome of her contemporary features. Such beauty, paired with ancient makeup and adornments, transformed her into a breathtaking figure with minimal effort. Most importantly, she finally grasped the reality that she had transmigrated. The magnitude of this revelation was overwhelming and utterly unexpected. Come with me to the main hall. Young Master Chu is awaiting your arrival. The maid smiled warmly after completing Bai Zhi's preparations. Suddenly, Bai Zhi recalled what Chu Yanqing had told her the previous day, that they were to conduct business in Yuzhou, to avoid delaying their schedule. She thanked the maid and hurried downstairs, lifting her skirt as she went. Zijin Gij. Her voice was as melodious as a songbird, fading gently with the breeze. Chu Yanqing turned slowly, his gaze brightening noticeably. Yet, being accustomed to grand affairs, he quickly regained his composure. After breakfast, they prepared to set off. Ming Chun, resourceful as ever, had procured a carriage that awaited them at the inn's entrance. Bai Zhi, come ride with me, he beckoned. Certainly, Bai Zhi eagerly agreed. and without waiting for the servant to bring a stool, she gracefully leaped onto the carriage. This action, however, seemed incongruous with her elegant attire, drawing the curious gazes of passers-by. Yet, Ming Chun and Chu Yanqing appeared unfazed, accustomed to such attention. The carriage rolled smoothly forward, traversing into a dense forest. The woodland was eerily silent, devoid of wind, flowing water, or even the chirping of birds. The trees, adorned with thick foliage, obscured much of the sunlight. A flicker of unease coursed through Bai Zhi's heart. She had always been a sensitive child, acutely attuned to the atmosphere surrounding her. Zijin Gij. She instinctively tugged at Chu Yanqing's sleeve, hesitating to voice her concerns. It seemed that Chu Yanqing sensed her trepidation, for he grasped her hand and offered her a reassuring gaze. "Intruders, remain vigilant," Ming Chun suddenly shouted from outside the carriage, prompting the attendants to draw their blades in an instant, yet it was already too late. A flurry of silver needles shot forth from the depths of the forest. Apart from Ming Chun, everyone else succumbed to the assault. At that moment, several shadowy figures emerged from their concealment, and the leader, clad in black, removed his mask, exuding an air of arrogance. "Second Prince, I trust you are well," he taunted. "Who are you?" Ming Chun demanded loudly. "Your executioner," the black-clad man succinctly replied, brandishing his weapon and lunging toward Ming Chun. Witnessing this scene, Chu Yanqing's expression turned sharp, his slightly reddened eyes betraying a fierce glare, imbued with a palpable aura of lethal intent. He swiftly drew his sword and charged out of the carriage, leaving behind a command: "Stay inside and do not venture out." Bai Zhi's eyes brimmed with confusion. She clearly struggled to grasp the gravity of the situation. Were they under assassination? Second Prince? What on earth is happening? She cautiously lifted a corner of the curtain to peer outside. One after another, the black-clad assailants fell, yet their numbers were overwhelming, and their martial prowess formidable. Soon, Chu Yanqing and Ming Chun found themselves at a disadvantage. At this moment, the realization struck her, and her breath caught in her throat. Trembling, her legs weakened. "Second Prince, surrender the Feng Shun pill, and you may keep your life." The leader of the black-clad men remained unrepentantly arrogant. Chu Yanqing, however, remained unfazed. His gaze, no longer filled with bloodlust as before, now bore an air of calm. The black-clad assailants surged forth in wave after wave, ultimately surrounding the two, preparing for a final confrontation. Back to back, Chu Yanqing and Ming Chun gripped their swords, vigilantly surveying the circle of adversaries to anticipate any sudden movements. "Your Highness, I will carve a path through their ranks. You must flee." Both men bore wounds, with Ming Chun particularly battered, crimson blood seeping from his injuries, causing Bai Zhi's heart to ache. Were they truly destined to meet their end here? Yet Chu Yanqing did not acquiesce, merely uttering softly, "You are no match for them." Chapter 8. Surviving the Crisis, Your Highness. Ming Chen's voice trembled, his eyes wide with uncertainty. The leader of the black-clad men, observing Chu Yanqing's demeanor, turned ashen, commanding his subordinates to dismember him. Just as fate hung by a thread, a clear, melodious female voice rang out, "Stop!" All eyes turned to Bai Zhi, whose face shone like a silver plate, her eyes deep as autumn waters, her skin luminous. Standing beside the carriage, her autumnal gaze resolute, she exhibited none of her usual timidity. A glimmer of astonishment flickered in the eyes of the black-clad leader. He had not anticipated such an unexpected turn of events during this outing. The scene was vibrant and alive, igniting a restless desire within him. It was perfect: eliminate Chu Yanqing to fulfill his task, and then claim his woman as his own. Surely, the master would not take offense. Indeed, the world's beauties were all grasped tightly in the hands of these detestable nobles. He instinctively assumed that Bai Zhi belonged to Chu Yanqing, which sparked a desire to tease her. Sheathing his sword, he stepped forward slightly. "My dear, wait a moment. Your brother will come to cherish you soon. Ha ha ha." Bai Zhi gazed at his lewd expression and winced at his jarring laughter, feeling a wave of nausea wash over her. Yet, her countenance turned serious as she coldly declared, "I have the wind spirit pill." The man in black abruptly halted his laughter, his expression freezing, ready to speak, but Bai Zhi interjected, "Release them. Whatever you desire, I shall provide." Her voice, though gentle, was unyielding, clear, and pure, yet it felt incongruous with her words, creating an impression of absurdity. Chu Yanqing was utterly perplexed by her actions. How could she claim to possess the wind spirit pill? Was she not courting her own demise? He could not bear the thought of her losing her life today, nor could he tolerate even the slightest harm coming to her. He was at a loss to explain the emotions stirring within him. He had always been a detached individual, viewing human life as insignificant as that of an ant. "Stop this nonsense. Hurry and leave. This girl is merely someone I picked up along the way. She has nothing to do with me. Our grievances should not involve the innocent. Let her go." The first part of the statement was directed at Bai Zhi, while the latter addressed the men in black. Bai Zhi sensed Chu Yanqing's anger. Yet, just moments ago, he had remained composed even in peril. But now, after she had uttered but 2 sentences, he was so enraged. Did he truly not believe that these men in black would spare her after slaughtering them? The leader of the men in black erupted into laughter, dismissing Chu Yanqing's words. What weight did the words of a dying man carry? He then fixed his gaze on Bai Zhi, his pupils narrowing, akin to a beast of the forest locking onto its prey. The wind spirit pill was invaluable, exceedingly rare. How dare this little woman claim to have as many as she wanted? Was she mocking him? "Bring this young lady here and take her back," he ordered, laughter echoing in the air. Bai Zhi shot the man in black a disdainful glance, muttering under her breath, "Lascivious fool. Do you not see what this is?" She produced a wind spirit pill from her hand, shaking it slightly. Now, it was the black-clad man who fell silent. He motioned for his subordinates to approach. But Bai Zhi halted them. "Such an important item. Shouldn't you come to collect it yourself?" Her voice held an almost enchanting quality, persuading the black-clad leader to acquiesce. Sheathed sword in hand, he stepped forward to accept the wind spirit pill from Bai Zhi, examining it closely. Indeed, this is the wind spirit pill. After confirming its authenticity, he tucked the precious pill into his pocket, his expression shifting abruptly as he ordered the execution of Chu Yanqing and Ming Chun. Bai Zhi could not help but curse under her breath once more, "Bastard. Wait, hold on." She interjected again, forcing a laugh. "Brother, having obtained such a treasure, will you not consume it now? I could never eat what is meant for the master." It was perhaps due to the perceived harmlessness of Bai Zhi that, gazing upon her radiant smile, his heart softened, prompting him to answer her inquiry. "Very well then, I have another one here. Shall I gift it to you, dear brother?" Bai Zhi continued to press, her doe-like eyes casting a pitiful glance at the man before her. The allure of the wind spirit pill was simply too enticing, and this declaration swiftly swayed the leader in black. Without hesitation, Bai Zhi produced another pill and handed it to the dark-clad chief. "Quickly consume it, or, by the time you return, it may no longer belong to you." The chief, acting on impulse, swallowed the pill, but mere seconds later, he was seized by dizziness. Realizing something was amiss, he swiftly drew his sword and lunged at Bai Zhi. In a moment that felt fleeting, Bai Zhi deftly evaded the blade, spinning around to strike at the man's back with a dagger, causing him to collapse, blood spilling from his mouth. The other cloaked figures were thrown into disarray. Chu Yanqing immediately recognized the opportunity at hand. With lightning speed, he brandished his sword and struck at the nearest black-clad assailant. Witnessing their leader fall, the remaining henchmen lost their will to fight, flailing aimlessly before fleeing in terror. Once the remnants of the enemy were dealt with, Chu Yanqing hurried to Bai Zhi's side. "Are you unharmed, Bai Zhi?" He checked her for wounds, relieved to find none. Meanwhile, Ming Chun was hastily tending to his own injuries. Yet at that moment, Bai Zhi had collapsed onto the ground, overwhelmed by a wave of trepidation, her mind too clouded to prevent Chu Yanqing's reckless actions. She merely stared at him as he bustled around her, then suddenly murmured, "The wind spirit pill is still in his pocket," before falling silent. Chu Yanqing grasped her meaning, retrieved the wind spirit pill, and carried Bai Zhi back to the carriage. "We must not linger here." Ming Chun swiftly approached to drive the carriage towards Yuzhou. "So, you had coated my counterfeit wind spirit pill with poison for him to ingest?" Upon hearing Bai Zhi's line of reasoning, Chu Yanqing could not help but admire her intelligence and courage, qualities he had never encountered in women before. It became clear to him why he felt an instant fondness for her upon their first meeting. Moreover, she had saved both his and Ming Chen's lives, deepening his affection for her. Indeed, in that moment, I had no alternative. When I departed, I noticed you had concealed this package in the carriage, leading me to suspect it was no ordinary item. In a moment of desperation, I opened it to find pills and surmised it was the wind spirit pill, alongside a box containing similar ones and that vial of poison you had warned me about in the morning, advising caution. Thus, I resorted to this underhanded tactic. I never intended to cause his demise. I merely wished to impair his spiritual energy, giving us a chance of victory. I had not anticipated the drug's effects would manifest so swiftly. As Bai Zhi spoke, her voice grew softer. She felt no thrill of survival, only a profound discomfort. Chapter 9. Mutual Redemption. Bai Zhi, you truly are astute. Chu Yanqing could not help but praise. However, Brother Zijin, Bai Zhi seemed to realize that her address was inappropriate, and she quickly corrected herself. Your Highness, I ultimately took a life. Her voice grew softer, and her head lowered further. As a modern individual, she understood the preciousness of a single life. Yet, within just a few days of her crossing over, she had taken a life, her hands stained with blood so soon. A wave of guilt surged within Bai Zhi, and gradually, tears began to fill her eyes. Chu Yanqing, however, found it difficult to empathize with Bai Zhi's sentiments. If one were to feel guilt for killing, then he himself would already be overwhelmed by the countless lives he had taken. Would he not be consumed by his own remorse? Nevertheless, seeing Bai Zhi in such distress stirred a pang of compassion within him, and he gently enveloped her in his embrace, whispering words of comfort. Ah Zhi, if you hadn't killed him, it would have been me who died. Bai Zhi found some logic in his words, yet she could not shake off the heavy burden weighing on her heart. Knowing so many truths, yet still struggling to live a good life, is perhaps the essence of this feeling. She gently extricated herself from Chu Yanqing's embrace, nodding slightly as she turned her head aside, seeking to process her thoughts alone. Time is the best healer. She hoped it could mend all wounds. However, Chu Yanqing still sensed her despondent mood and, unable to bear her sorrow, added, Do you truly wish for that person to live while I perish? No. How could that be? Bai Zhi exclaimed in shock, turning back to him, her bright eyes glistening with tears of grievance. Meeting his gaze, gentle yet inscrutable. She struggled to articulate her feelings when Chu Yanqing pulled her into his arms again, his strong arm encircling her waist. After a moment, she heard his voice, slightly muffled. I'm sorry. It's my failure to protect you. Those words struck a tender chord deep within Bai Zhi. Being held by him, she felt a flicker of safety that she desperately wished to grasp. She buried her head against his chest, feeling a profound sorrow. This is not your Highness's fault. With that, she buried her head even deeper. Chu Yanqing inhaled a faint scent reminiscent of iris flowers and momentarily lost himself in thought. I shall strive to enhance my spiritual strength. He realized he was still insufficiently strong. His life was destined to be fraught with peril, compelling him to continuously strive for improvement. One day, I shall stand atop the pinnacle and gaze down upon all the mountains. He envisioned a day when he would occupy that position, achieving all he desired. Furthermore, he now had someone he wished to protect. He glanced at the person in his embrace, aware that her identity was far from simple, and he harbored unspoken suspicions. Yet fate had brought them together, and she had lost her memory. Perhaps this was a gift from the heavens. He did not wish to lose her or send her away. In his life, there were few opportunities to follow his heart. Thus, he thought it rare to indulge in a moment of willfulness and keep her by his side. At the very least, she could occasionally illuminate the dark expanse of his life. Bai Zhi was unaware of Chu Yanqing's inner thoughts, but his words successfully diverted the topic. Your Highness, what level is your spiritual power now? It has been over 80 for more than 80 years. For reasons unknown, he found himself unable to make a breakthrough. Yet, it mattered not. The prince merely required a singular opportunity. Bai Zhi, ever perceptive, offered him an encouraging and affirming glance, secretly envious within her heart. How she longed to possess spiritual power. Who could truly understand her plight? Why do you no longer call me Brother Zijin? In response to Chu Yanqing's unexpected inquiry, Bai Zhi felt overwhelmed. After a moment of contemplation, she managed to articulate, I was unaware of your princely status and may have been disrespectful. Although her worldview embraced the notion of equality among all, this was indeed another realm where one must adhere to its rules. More importantly, she wished to seek favor with him and dared not act recklessly. Chu Yanqing, listening to her, found himself both amused and baffled, as her reasoning left him without retort. However, he preferred to hear her refer to him as Brother Zijin. In over 20 years, no woman had ever managed to penetrate his heart in such a way. From their first encounter, he felt an affinity towards her. As he later witnessed her audacious behavior and her selfless attempts to rescue him, he realized he had developed feelings for her, an experience entirely foreign to him. Then, when we are alone, would you still call me Brother Zijin? Very well. Bai Zhi, aware of her own affections for the prince, smiled shyly into his deep, dark eyes, a wave of bashfulness washing over her as she lowered her gaze. Was this the sensation of love, or merely the bridge effect? She could not discern. The tumult of reality left her little time to ponder such matters. The most pressing concern was to ascertain her identity in this world. By the way, Brother Zijin, which realm do you hail from? Linjiang Kingdom. Mingshan once mentioned that the two most powerful principalities are Linjiang and Ingwe. Oh dear, Brother Zijin, your wound is still bleeding. Bai Zhi suddenly noticed the injury on his arm and exclaimed, allow me to bandage it. Without waiting for a response, she retrieved medicine from the carriage and, without hesitation, removed Chu Yanqing's outer garment. In that moment, Bai Zhi was blissfully unaware of Murong Feng's frantic search for her, solely focused on clinging to the sturdy tree that was Chu Yanqing. He understood that Bai Zhi often acted unpredictably, but being forcibly stripped of his clothing was an experience unlike any he had encountered before. A sense of strangeness settled in his heart, yet he felt no revulsion. It matters not. We shall tend to the wound once we arrive in Yuzhou. After much deliberation, he declined her kind offer. Bai Zhi sensed his reluctance and instantly grasped the meaning of propriety between the sexes in this era. However, she then recalled, wait, we have embraced countless times. Why was there no hint of resistance when you held me? She gazed at Chu Yanqing in confusion, only to see a bittersweet smile upon his lips, blood seeping from the wound and gradually staining his sleeve. This was a classic case of neglecting proper wound care. She could not allow this to persist. This cannot continue. I must stop the bleeding first. By the time we reach Yuzhou, it will be too late. Bai Zhi uttered phrases that left Chu Yanqing bewildered and disregarding his objections. She skillfully applied medicine and bandaged his injury. Chu Yanqing could not resist her any longer and ultimately surrendered. However, as he observed her deft application of medicine, he was left in a state of astonishment. How many secrets did she possess that he remained oblivious to? What woman, not a physician, could administer medicine with such skill? Chapter 10. To supervise the state or to claim the throne, does Bai Zhi also comprehend pharmacology? He inquired cautiously. What of it? Bai Zhi replied casually, her hands never pausing in their work. In her earlier days as a caregiver and volunteer, she had frequented hospitals and even assisted her physician sister. So as long as it wasn't a complex ailment, she could manage the basics. What else can Bai Zhi do? He continued to probe, unwilling to relent. As for Bai Zhi's capabilities, I'm not entirely sure. Would offering advice count? She mused, bursting into laughter, noticing Chu Yanqing's momentary daze. She felt compelled to explain. In your terms, I can strategize for you. He could not help but chuckle, shaking his head in resignation while watching Bai Zhi diligently bandaging his wounds, her smile warm and inviting. Do you not believe me? Observing his expression, Bai Zhi grew irritated. Pouting as she raised her voice, if you don't believe me, then test me. Perhaps it was her excessive confidence that stirred something within Chu Yanqing. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. I do have a vexing matter I wish to share with you. Bai Zhi's interest piqued immediately. Do tell. She promptly settled beside him, playfully shaking his arm. A subtle smile graced his lips, forming a beautiful arc and his obsidian-like eyes exhibited a rare tenderness. I have 5 brothers, and I am the second eldest. My elder brother and I are sons of the late king's consort, while the third and fifth are born of the current queen. The fourth is the favored son of our father's beloved concubine, and it seems that this affection extends to him as well. As my father ages, he has yet to designate an heir. Then what? Bai Zhi thought this backstory was rather typical of most palace intrigue tales. My elder brother, having suffered misfortune in childhood, is afflicted with a leg ailment and has long ceased to aspire to the throne. He has placed all his hopes upon me. I see. Your rivals are not your elder brother, but your younger siblings. Yet, each of them possesses superior qualities, leading you to feel inadequate in comparison. Indeed, Chu Yanqing's gaze dimmed slightly. In a little over a month, my father will journey to Dawasi to pray, a tradition of the Linjiang kingdom, held annually, requiring the king's personal participation to honor ancestors and pray for the populace. Before departing, he must select a young lord to supervise the state. So, you wish to be that supervising lord? Bai Zhi now fully comprehended. At this critical juncture, the choice made by the king regarding who would oversee the state would significantly indicate which young lord he favored. This role would also serve as a platform to showcase one's capabilities, and as long as no major blunders occurred during this time, the position of heir would be within easy reach. Thus, these 5 young lords shall undoubtedly exert their utmost efforts to vie for the power of regency. Chu Yanqing responded with a resonant and unwavering tone, steadfastly gazing at Bai Zhi. Do you possess any clever strategies? Bai Zhi longed to retort with a simple none, yet she restrained herself. In truth, her mind was brimming with ideas, but she feared that the person before her might struggle to accept her advanced line of thinking. Gradually, her expression grew more focused and grave, her brows knitting together slightly, as she occasionally caressed her temples, seemingly recalling some significant points. After a considerable pause, she finally uttered a few words. Before that, I need to clarify a few questions. Chu Yanqing nodded in affirmation. Ask away. He exhibited boundless patience towards Bai Zhi. The first question, what is your assessment of your brother's abilities? Please respond individually. The second question, how do you perceive your own abilities in comparison to your brother's? The third question, if possible, I would also like to know the nature of the relationship between your mother and the current queen. Chu Yanqing pondered momentarily before responding. My third brother, Chu Piyu, possesses immense strength. He has practiced martial arts since childhood, shunning scholarly pursuits. His nature is fierce and brutal, having achieved remarkable military feats alongside our father, and his spiritual power, akin to mine, has reached level 80. His aptitude for spiritual power is exceedingly high, given time. He will undoubtedly surpass me. However, when it comes to managing state affairs, he is quite ill-suited for such responsibilities. My fifth brother, Chu Yuning, follows closely in his footsteps. My fourth brother, Chu Qinxian, has enjoyed our father's favor since childhood, receiving preferential treatment in all matters. He excels in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Yet his spiritual power is somewhat lacking, having only recently surpassed level 30 this year. As for myself, I have diligently studied poetry and sacred texts since youth, honing my martial skills, and I possess some military achievements. Regrettably, due to the significant discord between my mother and father during her lifetime, after her passing, my father rarely inquired about me or my elder brother outside of state affairs. I am only aware that the relationship between my mother and the current queen was not particularly harmonious during their lifetimes. Other details I am unwilling to divulge. What kind of chaos can arise among the women of the harem? It is merely a matter of scheming and intrigue for favor, where you harm me, and I harm you. When will this cycle of vengeance cease? Bai Zhi, oblivious to the changes in Chu Yanqing's expression, silently analyzed the information she had gleaned. Ultimately, her true rivals were the third and fourth young lords. The third young lord possessed a simplistic mind and robust physique. He was nothing but a fool. Although the fourth young lord enjoyed the king's favor, his mother's lowly status and the weakness of her family rendered his chances of attaining significant responsibilities exceedingly slim. Even if an opportunity arose, with the current queen's cunning, she could easily suppress him. Lost in thought, she became momentarily entranced, failing to respond for an extended period. Bai Zhi, Chu Yanqing gently rubbed her furrowed brow, caused by her deep contemplation. If there truly is no solution, it is of no consequence. The advisors in this palace have no strategies for this matter either. My father's moods are unpredictable. No one can fathom his thoughts. Indeed, how could such matters be understood by a young girl like Bai Zhi? Chu Yanqing even felt as though he had exhausted his own wits, resorting to questioning a mere girl. What was he truly anticipating? I have some thoughts. Bai Zhi suddenly turned to Chu Yanqing, resolutely deciding to lay everything bare, regardless of whether he could accept it. However, she first needed to inquire whether His Highness aspired to seize the regency or ultimately attain the throne. Chu Yanqing was momentarily taken aback by Bai Zhi's boldness, swiftly covering her mouth and admonishing her sternly. Bai Zhi, you must not speak so recklessly in the future. At present, with only the two of them, he could afford to be indulgent. Yet, should such words reach the ears of the malicious in Ruyan City, it would not only jeopardize Bai Zhi, but also implicate him and those within his household. Chapter 11. A Proposal. Oh, Brother Zijin, I understand. There are no outsiders here, Bai Zhi exclaimed, then leaped into Chu Yanqing's embrace, her face adopting an expression of pitiful innocence. I merely wish to know. I promise this is the last time. I must grasp your true intentions to assist you in strategizing, as I need to align my goals with yours. Chu Yanqing was momentarily speechless, comprehending her implication, and resignedly embraced her, replying, naturally, it is the latter. That makes it easier. I indeed have a plan, but you must grant me immunity before I can share it. Bai Zhi teased while reclining in his arms. Grant you immunity? Pray, enlighten me, he replied, his expectations low, agreeing purely out of curiosity. Let your younger brothers contend for the regency. They may have a greater chance of success. However, there is also the risk of miscalculation. This matter is of great significance. Brother Zijin, so ponder it carefully. I cannot bear the consequences. Bai Zhi's eyes sparkled mischievously in Chu Yanqing's embrace. Though he was astonished, he maintained a composed facade and inquired with a calm smile, and why is that? Bai Zhi immediately sat up straight, articulating her thoughts smoothly. Although the king may not be a good father, he is undeniably a capable ruler. This regency is also an opportunity for the king to assess a young man's true abilities. If you take a step back and allow your two younger brothers to compete, letting them engage in internal strife, when they ultimately exhaust each other, the king will naturally discern who possesses the greatest capability. Only then might you truly have chance. Otherwise, if you strive for the regency, it would merely prompt them to form an alliance against you, laying traps at every turn. And you could very well become the first sacrifice. Once she finished speaking, a heavy silence enveloped them. Bai Zhi observed Chu Yanqing's incredulous expression and felt a surge of joy within, knowing he had absorbed her words. What then should this prince do? Chu Yanqing unexpectedly posed this question. Bai Zhi had not anticipated such an inquiry. After a moment of contemplation, she replied without hesitation, naturally, accompany the king to offer sacrifices and pray for blessings, fulfilling your filial duty. Her words were decisive, devoid of any wavering. Then why inquire about the relationship between the current queen and the late queen? Chu Yanqing unexpectedly threw out another question. Nothing much, simply to observe the current queen's methods. Bai Zhi replied, but Brother Zijin, you have concealed much from me. It is truly difficult for me to gauge the situation. No matter. When you fully trust me in the future, you may share it with me then, she said with understanding. Chu Yanqing responded, falling silent thereafter. Bai Zhi recognized he was still processing her earlier remarks and chose not to intrude further. One person discreetly lifted the curtain to gaze at the scenery outside. The carriage had emerged from the dense forest, and at this moment, a gentle breeze caressed her face, bringing with it a refreshing aura, accompanied by an alluring fragrance of unknown flowers that was truly enchanting. Bai Zhi cherished this sensation immensely. Such a scene was rare in the modern world, and she held it dear. Gradually, she closed her eyes, allowing her body and spirit to embrace this marvelous encounter. Perhaps due to her profound relaxation, drowsiness soon enveloped her. With her eyes gently shut, her slender eyelashes resembled delicate fans, casting a subtle shadow that was utterly captivating. Chu Yanqing silently observed her, unable to resist the urge to tenderly draw her into his embrace. His expression remained serene, yet it could not conceal the adoration glimmering in his eyes. His fingers gently traced the ends of her hair, a gesture filled with affection and reluctance, ultimately entwining a lock of her inky tresses. However, the carriage could never rival the comfort of a bed at home. With a creaking sound, the carriage jolted violently. The young lady nestled in his arms let out a soft, displeased murmur, opening her dreamy eyes to behold the handsome face so close to her. Though she was somewhat prepared, a sense of bewilderment still washed over her. Simultaneously, Chu Yanqing feigned nonchalance, loosening his hold on her hair. After a moment of hesitation, he stammered an explanation. "I merely wish for you to rest more comfortably." He rarely experienced such timidity. "I know," Brother Zijing Bai Zhi interjected, interrupting him and shattering the awkward atmosphere. She was, in fact, quite unconcerned about sleeping in the arms of a man she held affection for. As a modern individual, she was untroubled by such conventions. Yet, Chu Yanqing was different. He hailed from ancient times. Did he not understand the principles of self-restraint and propriety? Did he not grasp the boundaries of intimacy between men and women? Or had she perhaps traversed into a more liberal era? The two lapsed into silence until the carriage entered Yuzhou City. "Your Highness, we have arrived in Yuzhou City." Ming Chen's melodious voice broke through the air, dispelling the tension between them. I know. Bai Zhi peered out with her charming little head, her lively demeanor restored. She then returned to her seat within the carriage. "What brings us to Yuzhou City?" She had been eager to ask this question throughout the journey, but the previous troubling events had postponed her inquiry. Chu Yanqing had no intention of withholding information from Bai Zhi. "The military commander, Zhao Li in Yuzhou City, is my trusted confidant." Ming Chen was surprised by how much the prince now trusted Bai Zhi, and he couldn't help but feel a mix of admiration and concern. "But is it not too conspicuous for us to meet General Zhao so openly?" Bai Zhi's curiosity was insatiable, bombarding him with questions. Ming Chen patiently explained, "Miss Bai Zhi, you may not be aware, but we are here on the king's orders to recruit troops in Jinling City. Recently, the Triennial Martial Arts Conference was held at Qixia Mountain Villa in Jinling City. Heroes and renowned figures from all corners of the world gathered there, and nobles from various kingdoms sent their heirs or envoys to seek capable individuals to serve them. It was during that time that His Highness rescued you by the Hechuan River." Finally, everything became clear to her. "But why do you refer to that body of water as Chuan? Who named it?" Alas, it appears that Bai Zhi, enmeshed in the intricacies of daily life, has inadvertently arrived at Yuzhou City unnoticed by anyone. "Your Highness, what a brilliant strategy!" Bai Zhi exclaimed, flattering him. Yet, upon further reflection, she found the notion troubling. Who, then, were those who had ambushed them in the dense forest? How could they have possibly known it was the prince? At this juncture, Ming Chen's temper flared. Had it not been for the need to maintain secrecy, the prince would not have brought along a mere dozen guards, leading them to this precarious situation. It must surely be the people from Lingzhou Palace, Ming Chen asserted with unwavering confidence. Lingzhou Palace, Zhao Yan? Bai Zhi thought, feeling overwhelmed. How had she become entangled with such extraordinary masters? Surely, she had not dispatched them. She would never send such incompetence. If it were truly her doing, this day would mark her demise. Bai Zhi bit her lip, pondering the formidable skills of those cloaked figures. Could they truly be deemed incompetent? What about herself? Best not to dwell on that. Chapter 12. Yuzhou City. The assassins of Lingzhou Palace are categorized into two tiers. Elite assassins above level 80, overseen by Zhao Yan, while the remainder fall under the jurisdiction of the palace's holy maiden, Yu Linglong. Today's attackers, however, lacked the requisite prowess, all below level 70, relying solely on their numbers. Since Zhao Yan established Lingzhou Palace, her assassins had never failed a mission. Chu Yanqing continued to elucidate for Bai Zhi, who, though somewhat bewildered, managed to grasp the gist. Conversely, if the aim were merely to eliminate ordinary individuals, there would be no need for Zhao Yan's intervention, as the Holy Maiden could effortlessly handle it. Upon finishing, She even gestured as if performing the act of elimination. Chu Yanqing, resigned, nodded slightly with a smile, though the mirth did not reach his eyes. To the Lingzhou palace, he was merely an ordinary man, yet it was this very ordinariness that had spared his life. Was this fortune or misfortune? However, Lingzhou Palace would not dispatch individuals to kill him without a request from a client who had paid a retainer. Who might this client be? Bai Zhi pondered this question, recognizing the necessity of uncovering the puppet master behind the scenes. Who else could it be? Ming Chen began, but was abruptly interrupted by Chu Yanqing, too wary to continue. Bai Zhi smiled sheepishly, realizing that he was already aware of the situation. What then? Was there to worry about? She chose not to pursue the matter further. We have arrived. As soon as they settled into the residence prepared for them by General Zhao, Bai Zhi eagerly expressed her desire to explore. Chu Yanqing initially vehemently opposed, yet could not withstand Bai Zhi's persistent entreaties, ultimately conceding. He assigned Ming Chen to accompany her, stipulating that they must return within the hour. Bai Zhi readily agreed, repeatedly affirming her compliance. Chu Yanqing, having compromised, watched as she left the residence. Shortly thereafter, General Zhao, dressed in casual attire, came to pay a visit. Bai Zhi, exhilarated by her outing, reveled in the novelty of her first shopping experience in this world. She indulged in the sights and sounds, and upon passing a pastry shop, found herself unable to resist entering. Ming Chen, ever perceptive, purchased a pastry for her, moving Bai Zhi to tears of gratitude. The main district of Yuzhou City was indeed modest, and within less than an hour, they had completed their exploration. On their way back, Bai Zhi could not help but voice her frustration to Ming Chen about the stark economic disparity between Yuzhou City and nearby Jinling City. Including the infrastructure and the attire of the populace, none can rival the grandeur of Jinling City. Yuzhou City, a modest town of Linjiang Kingdom, pales in comparison. Jinling City is, without a doubt, the most prosperous place under the heavens. There are no beggars within its walls. Merchants congregate there, each wealthier than the last, amassing gold and jade, spending money as if it were dirt. The land is the most fertile in the world, not to mention the abundance of gold mines. Bai Zhi listened to Ming Chen for quite a while, but found little of value in his words. Did Yuzhou lack fertile land? Were there no mountains rich in resources? Perhaps they simply remained undeveloped. Thus, she pressed on. If Jinling City is so affluent, why do the Linjiang Kingdom and the Yingyue Kingdom not send troops to conquer it for themselves? Miss Bai Zhi, Ming Chen, albeit slightly vexed, responded, because Jinling City serves as a border town between the two nations. If either country were to attack, it would inevitably lead to conflict with the other, resulting in a situation where neither side would gain anything. Indeed, Bai Zhi nodded thoughtfully. Ming Chen had made a valid point. Furthermore, do not underestimate the size of Jinling City. It is home to heroes and elites from all over the world, including noble sons sent by both kingdoms to study at Qixiao Villa. The master of Qixiao Villa is also the lord of Jinling City and ranks third on the spiritual power leaderboard. How could it be easily conquered? Have you heard of Lord Murong's Golden 12 Guards? Ming Chen asked with an air of pride. Bai Zhi chuckled at his words, replying, no, what is that? You truly are uninformed. After spending several days together, Ming Chen and Bai Zhi had grown more familiar, speaking with greater candor. Bai Zhi did not mind. She appreciated Ming Chen's straightforwardness, as it spared her the trouble of guessing. Despite outwardly feigning disdain, he patiently explained, the Golden 12 Guards are Lord Murong's elite bodyguards. Each commander oversees at least 20,000 elite soldiers. Along with the 100,000 troops left by Emperor Liuyun, there are over 300,000 soldiers in total. Our Linjiang Kingdom has only 60,000 troops, many of whom are stationed in various cities. How could we possibly mount an attack? Ha! This is reminiscent of the Three Kingdoms. Bai Zhi couldn't help but smile. Lord Murong is indeed clever. He does not establish an independent nation, but merely presents himself as a city lord. In reality, he enjoys the privileges of a king, allowing the Linjiang and Yingyue kingdoms to engage in conflict while he remains aloof, discreetly developing the economy of his city. Yet, why did every mention of Lord Murong cause her mind to feel as if it were exploding, with a profound sense of grievance surfacing from within, leaving her utterly distressed. Bai Zhi keenly sensed her discomfort. "Enough. Let us return," she said, suppressing her unease as she followed Ming Chun back to the residence. In the residence, General Zhao had yet to depart, but Bai Zhi paid him no mind and proceeded directly to her chamber. In the Jinling City Lord's Manor, Chao Yin was quietly savoring tea in a secret chamber, awaiting the arrival of Murong Feng. She appeared in a striking crimson silk dress, the neckline slightly plunging, revealing a long, graceful neck beneath which a delicate bosom, akin to jade, was subtly concealed. Her enchanting eyes, more captivating than peach blossoms, were irresistibly alluring. Her raven hair was elegantly styled into the fashionable beauty bun of the time, while her long, slender legs were faintly exposed, exuding an unparalleled charm. Within less than the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, Murong Feng and Bo Yin entered the secret chamber. He strode directly into the hall and lifted the hem of his garment before taking a seat at the main position, his gaze icy and fierce. Chao Yin rose gracefully, slowly bowing to Murong Feng, while playfully greeting Bo Yin. Bo Yin halted beside Chao Yin, casting her a complex glance as they stood together at the lower end. Chao Yin recounted in detail the failure of the assassination attempt on Chu Yanqing to Murong Feng. With each word, Bo Yin's frown deepened. Unable to restrain himself, he inquired why a third-rate individual like Chun Lu was dispatched to assassinate the leader of the black-clad men targeting Chu Yanqing. To be frank, he was somewhat apprehensive about Chao Yin facing the monarch's wrath. Ever since Madame Shangguan Liuyun had vanished after jumping from a cliff, the city of Jinling had been engulfed in turmoil. Now, Chao Yin had faltered during her mission, landing herself in a perilous situation. Chapter 13. Another maiden of Jinling, deceived, he glanced nervously at Chao Yin and Murong Feng, but their expressions remained unchanged, particularly Chao Yin, who appeared serene and at ease, seemingly untouched by the events. What was the background of that woman? Murong Feng seized on the crucial point. His subordinate speculated that her intimate demeanor with Chu Yanqing suggested she might be his woman. Without hesitation, Chao Yin responded. Yet the subordinate recalled that Chu Yanqing had not brought any woman with him prior to arriving in Jinling. Seeing that no one addressed his query, Bo Yin, adhering to decorum, refrained from pressing further. Gathering his thoughts, he expressed his perspective. Chao Yin, upon hearing this, smiled alluringly and alluringly remarked that what man could resist the charms of the maidens of Jinling? To claim that the maidens of Jinling are the most beautiful in the world would not be an exaggeration. This place is replete with natural beauty and gifted individuals, with an open culture. The maidens here are diverse in style, some fiery and seductive, others cool and aloof, and many delicate beauties. Even a number of exotic mixed-blood beauties are born here, each more lovely than the last, evoking affection. Naturally, this attracts many noble young men to seek romantic encounters. Once here, it is illogical to bring women along. Yet, regrettably, another maiden from Jinling has fallen victim to deception. Chao Yin concluded with a genuinely wistful expression. Murong Feng had initially shown little interest in Chao Yin's words, but upon hearing that a maiden from Jinling had been deceived, his expression momentarily faltered. A thought crossed his mind, one he deemed implausible, yet he did not wish to miss any information and continued to inquire. Is there a portrait of that maiden? Chao Yin was taken aback, never having anticipated that Murong Feng would care so much for such an inconsequential woman. However, one could only respond truthfully. There is no portrait available at present, but it is said that she possesses extraordinary beauty, a rare gem indeed. Upon hearing this, Murong Feng's sharp gaze narrowed, and his unease deepened. Do we have any news of the lady? Once these words were uttered, the two below could guess what their master was pondering. Yet, such a scenario seemed utterly impossible. Bo Yin wore a dejected expression. There is still no news of the lady. Our men have searched the cliffs and the city at least 10 times. If she is still alive, she must have left Jinling City. Chao Yin chimed in, clasping his hands in salute. Lingzhou Palace has already disseminated information across various locations in search of the lady. However, there are very few portraits of her, and we are urgently working on producing and distributing them to various points. May I take a copy of the lady's portrait today for identification by those who failed in their mission? Murong Feng nodded slightly, and Bo Yin immediately retrieved the latest portrait to hand over to Chao Yin. As Chao Yin departed, Bo Yin followed Murong Feng out of the secret chamber. Along the way, he could not help but voice his curiosity. Why spare Chu Yanqing? If he were to die, the kingdom of Lingjiang would fall into the hands of Chu Qinxian. A single remark from Murong Feng illuminated his understanding. Indeed, if Chu Yanqing were to perish so easily, how could the dim-witted Chu Peiyu contend against the cunning Chu Qinxian? It would be a grave error for the kingdom of Lingjiang to be handed over to Chu Qinxian without first experiencing any disintegration. Hence, when Chao Yin received word of an assassination attempt on Chu Yanqing, he promptly informed Murong Feng, and they ultimately decided to dispatch lower-tier assassins. This way, they could afford Chu Yanqing a chance to escape while also providing the buyer with an explanation. But what if Chu Yanqing were to truly die? At that moment, Chao Yin expressed his concern regarding this question, for even lower-tier assassins capable of entering Lingjiao Palace should not be underestimated. Murong Feng scoffed at the thought, remarking that if he were to truly perish, it would be fate. Indeed, if he cannot even survive this, it speaks volumes about his capabilities. Such inadequacy in a palace rife with treachery would render his lifespan inconsequential, whether he met his end sooner or later. As they reached the main hall, Jiang Ning had been waiting for quite some time. "My lord, the person has arrived." With a grand wave of his hand, a middle-aged man with graying hair was pushed forward by the guards. Murong Feng cast a disdainful glance at the man, who appeared to have never encountered such pressure before, and nearly fainted, trembling on the ground. Bow before the city lord. Speak of what you have witnessed in Hechuan." Song Zhu used a fierce tone to interrogate him. The man, trembling with fear, managed to stammer out, I saw a lady who had fallen into the water, rescued by two young masters. Where are they now? Murong Feng's languid voice, heavy with authority, silenced the room. The man stammered, I do not know. The two young masters appeared of noble status, and I dared not overstep. After speaking, he immediately began to bow, pleading with the city lord to spare him from punishment for his ignorance. A glimmer of satisfaction flickered in Murong Feng's keen eyes. He had a premonition that Shangguan Liuyun was still alive. With a swift backward turn, he disregarded the individuals below and leapt over them. A low command reached her through the wind. Take them away for their reward. Night had quietly descended, and Bai Zhi glanced at the dimly lit chamber, where the extinguished candles cast shadows, while the faint moonlight filtered through the window near the courtyard. Restless and devoid of sleep, she slipped out of bed, her sheer jade-colored gown grazing her ankles, subtly revealing her snow-white lotus feet. Approaching the window, she gently pushed open the delicate, cicada wing-like shutters. A gentle floral fragrance wafted in. The crescent moon hung resplendently, casting its silvery glow across the entire courtyard. Unable to resist, she reached out to caress a pot of flowers whose variety she did not recognize, her slender fingers teasing the buds. Suddenly, a peculiar sound echoed from the courtyard. Is someone there? She immediately became alert. As the figure drew nearer, she slowly discerned his features. It was Chu Yanqing. A heart that had been hanging in suspense gradually eased. Yet she felt a strange curiosity. What could he possibly be doing here at such an hour? Chu Yanqing seemed equally surprised to find Bai Zhi still awake. Not only awake, but also perched by the window, gazing at the scenery. Their eyes met, and his face flushed slightly, a hint of embarrassment crossing his features. Fortunately concealed by the moonlight, his gaze flickered, evading hers, as if he found every direction inappropriate, unsure of how to navigate the awkward situation. Bai Zhi sensed something unusual but felt no shyness. Instead, she gazed at him with curiosity, anticipating his words, as if her heart held a certain expectation. I was just wandering and happened to pass by. He finally offered a reasonable explanation. Bai Zhi couldn't help but smile, responding with a casual Soon, they fell into another silence. Chapter 14. Conversations under the moon. Would you like to drink? As Chu Yanqing pondered what to say to alleviate the awkwardness, he heard her proposal. Without a moment's thought, he looked up to see Bai Zhi proudly brandishing a bottle of wine. His heart stirred, and he nodded in agreement. Delighted by his prompt acceptance, Bai Zhi eagerly thrust the wine into his embrace. Using the wooden bench by the window, she lightly leaped down from the windowsill, resembling a nimble little kitten. Chu Yanqing's expression momentarily froze. He wanted to reprimand her for such a reckless leap into potential danger. Yet, the words caught in his throat as he noticed her delicate fingers pointing at the rooftop, urging him to take her up. With a resigned sigh, he lost count of how many times he had sighed since meeting Bai Zhi. Ultimately, he wrapped his arms around her slender waist and ascended to the rooftop. Bai Zhi appeared exhilarated. The night enveloped them. The stars twinkled like diamonds in the vast sky, an exquisite beauty she had never experienced in her life. Ignoring Chu Yanqing, she stood atop the roof, boldly uncorking the bottle. Instantly, the fragrance of osmanthus wafted through the air, enchanting in its allure. This was, in fact, her favorite osmanthus wine, and Bai Zhi felt a surge of delight. Sipping lightly, the sweet taste melted in her mouth, a refreshing aroma lingering, soft and delicate, with only its fragrance remaining in the air. At this moment, she found herself enveloped by a sense of romance and happiness, a feeling so long absent that it was utterly intoxicating. Yet, Chu Yanqing felt quite the opposite, his blood racing. He could not tear his gaze away. Captivated by her delicate feet, slender ankles, and rosy toes, resembling a work of art, he longed to caution Bai Zhi, yet found himself at a loss for words. Instead, he followed her lead, downing his drink in an attempt to mask the turmoil within. He too was sipping osmanthus wine, a beverage he typically eschewed in favor of richer wines. Silence enveloped them, each lost in their own thoughts. What do you plan to do in the future? Chu Yanqing finally broke the stillness. Bai Zhi's heart skipped a beat at the question. She truly had no idea what lay ahead. She simply wished to return home. She glanced around, her mind racing. Meeting Chu Yanqing's inquisitive gaze, she smiled alluringly and declared, "Wherever Brother Zijin goes, I shall follow. Whatever Brother Zijin wishes of me, I shall comply." After saying this, she took a sip of osmanthus wine to mask her slight unease. "Is that so?" Chu Yanqing was clearly pleased by her answer, feeling a wave of comfort wash over him. "Of course, it is as true as pearls. You must promise me, Brother Zijin, that you will never abandon me." With that, she shook the wine bottle at him. "Come, let us toast to this vow, with no turning back." Before Chu Yanqing could respond, she leaned in, clinking her bottle against his, and then took an eager swig. Chu Yanqing remained momentarily stunned, repeatedly mulling over Bai Zhi's words, before breaking into a gentle smile. He emulated her, taking a hearty drink in response. "Come, let's drink again," wishing for Brother Zijin's dreams to come true. Bai Zhi continued to paint grand visions for Chu Yanqing, offering emotional support. After all, if one were to cling to the powerful, one must do so with conviction. Chu Yanqing found himself somewhat overwhelmed by Bai Zhi's fervor. Having grown accustomed to flattery since childhood, he could easily discern genuine compliments from insincere ones. Did they truly understand their own feelings? However, he could not decipher Bai Zhi's sincerity, as she was so innocent, bold, and imbued with a hint of cunning. It was precisely these contradictory traits that ensnared him, leaving him enchanted. He gazed at her. She leaned slightly, a tipsy smile gracing her lips. Her eyes hazy yet imbued with an inexplicable allure. He recognized her inebriation and contemplated escorting her downstairs to her room. Suddenly, she stood up, her gaze unfocused, staggering as she pointed at him. "I know what you desire." Chu Yanqing dismissed her words, attributing them to her drunken state. "You wish to become the sovereign of the world." "Ha ha ha." Her clear, melodious laughter rang out, striking him like a thunderclap, shattering his composure. Just as he was about to respond, Bai Zhi appeared genuinely intoxicated, her footing faltering as she accidentally stepped off balance. In a split second, it seemed she was about to tumble off the rooftop. With a sudden scream, he sprang to his feet, grasping her slender wrist and gently pulling her into his embrace. His heart raced, still haunted by the recent events. "Ah Zhi, you are intoxicated," he said, his voice strained. Yet, it was unclear whether Bai Zhi was genuinely drunk or merely pretending. She forcefully wriggled free from Chu Yanqing's hold, insisting, I'm not drunk, I am not. Given the earlier incident, Chu Yanqing was determined not to let her act recklessly. He attempted to lead her down from the rooftop. Brother Zijing, look, a shooting star? Bai Zhi exclaimed, attempting once more to break free, pointing towards the sky. He glanced up to see a shooting star trailing a beautiful arc behind it. The beauty of the shooting star was not as resplendent as that of the sun, nor as bright as the moon, and it lacked the eternal charm of the stars. Its allure stemmed from a fleeting moment of brilliance. Brother Zijing, make a wish, Bai Zhi urged, her excitement apparent as she finally freed herself from Chu Yanqing's grasp. She clasped her hands together, closed her eyes, and earnestly whispered, "May I find a heart that belongs to me, never to part in old age." Yet, her true wish echoed in her heart. "I want to go back. I want to go home. Please, please." The following day, Ming Chun organized a troop of cavalry to accompany Chu Yanqing back to the capital of Linjiang, Ruan. Perhaps due to the events of the previous night, the relationship between the two had grown subtly complex. This time, Chu Yanqing refrained from taking the carriage, leaving Bai Zhi alone inside. "Ah Zhi, we have delayed for some time. We must hasten our return," he instructed before mounting his horse and setting off. Along the way, they rode swiftly, and to prevent motion sickness, Bai Zhi could only gaze at the scenery passing by, lamenting repeatedly about the poor state of ancient transportation. During a break, Bai Zhi alighted from the carriage to take a leisurely stroll. She noticed Ming Chun nearby, feeding his horse, and joyfully trotted over. Upon hearing her approach, Ming Chun paused his task and called out to her, "Miss, be careful. Your hasty movements might startle the horses." Bai Zhi slowed her pace and gently approached him. Watching him feed the horse with bundles of hay, she felt a sense of wonder. Chapter 15. A humbling experience. As she observed him, she decided to mimic Ming Chun, casually taking some hay and offering it to the horse. The animal munched contentedly, and she felt a deep satisfaction. "By the way, miss, where do you plan to go next?" Ming Chun inquired, momentarily pausing in his feeding. Surprised that their questions mirrored each other, Bai Zhi, sensing her own insecurity, instinctively assumed they were subtly advising her not to cling to them. A wave of bitterness began to rise within her, yet her expression remained unchanged. "Where else could I go? I will just go with the flow. The world is vast. Surely there's a place for me." "Ha!" Ming Chun chuckled as he finished feeding the horse and began to groom its coat. "In my opinion, if you have no destination, you might as well accompany His Highness. With your beauty that could rival the grace of fish and the charm of swans, you are sure to earn His Highness's favor and protection." This passage raises a question of comprehension. When Ming Chun expressed her thoughts in the first half of her sentence, she believed that following referred merely to companionship, akin to the bonds of friendship that exist currently. However, upon hearing the latter part of the sentence, an inexplicable discomfort arose within her. "Furthermore, my esteemed lord has already been bestowed the title of the Marquis of Yong'an and possesses his own estate, living far more freely than other princes." The information provided by Ming Chun was somewhat overwhelming, and Bai Zhi took a moment to digest it. Just as she was about to voice her lingering uncertainties, she heard Chu Yanqing issue the order to continue their journey. Ming Chun cast her a resolute glance and led her horse away. Bai Zhi found herself increasingly perplexed by Ming Chen's intentions, standing in a daze as she watched him depart. It was not until Chu Yanqing rode up beside her that she snapped back to reality. She looked up at him. He towered above her, handsome in appearance, as flecks of sunlight danced upon the corners of his eyes, softening his visage. His gaze was unguarded and direct, a stark contrast to the previous evasiveness he had displayed. At that moment, it bore a hint of scrutiny. "Are you fatigued from the carriage ride, Zhi? Would you prefer to ride?" His tone was low, yet exuded warmth. Yet, within Bai Zhi's heart, a flicker of unease stirred. No, I prefer the carriage." She instinctively declined, her heart racing like a startled deer as she dashed toward the carriage. Thus, 3 days passed, and they finally arrived at the capital, Ruan, at the gates of the Marquis of Yong'an's residence. As Chu Yanqing dismounted, a servant approached to take the horse to the stables. He did not enter immediately, but moved toward the carriage, intending to assist Bai Zhi, only to witness her leap gracefully from the carriage. He smiled inwardly. Having anticipated this moment, and said nothing further as he led her into the estate. However, upon entering, Bai Zhi was utterly taken aback. "Greetings, Your Highness." Upon entrance, a large group had already knelt before them. At the forefront stood a woman clad in a long gown of moonlight white and red silk, her sleeves intricately embroidered with pale yellow floral patterns. Her wrists, like jade, adorned with two golden bangles that chimed melodiously as she moved. Though her beauty did not dazzle, it certainly conveyed an air of nobility. As Bai Zhi pondered who this woman might be, she heard Ming Chun performing a respectful greeting. "I pay my respects to the lady." "Lady?" Bai Zhi felt as if struck by lightning, staring blankly at Chu Yanqing, who exhibited no reaction. Compared to a few days prior, his demeanor now reflected a calmness and indifference. No need for formalities rise. His voice was flat and devoid of emotion. "Thank you, Your Highness." The assembled crowd seemed accustomed to such scenes, rising in reverent unison. After a swift glance around, Bai Zhi noticed that behind this lady were three other striking women, whose attire clearly indicated they were not mere maidservants. At this point, she was rendered speechless. Even the most naive would grasp the gravity of the situation. Her previous fantasies were shattering, causing her heart to ache as if pierced by a knife. If this continued, she would surely suffer emotional trauma. How foolish and naive she had been. Chu Yanqing, as the second prince of Linjiang Kingdom, in his early 20s, could never forego marriage and concubinage. To marry a noble lady is tantamount to securing the influence of her family. Who would be foolish enough to decline such an advantageous union? She couldn't help but smile bitterly to herself. Yet, how much genuine affection truly exists in these political marriages? When a man is surrounded by numerous women, whom does he genuinely love? Bai Zhi found herself sympathizing with these women, but then reflected on her own plight. Was she not also a pitiable figure? The lady accompanying His Highness approached, her gaze soft as she regarded Bai Zhi, this younger sister. "This lady is a confidant summoned from Jinling by His Highness." "I pay my respects, madam." Bai Zhi interjected suddenly, her tone leaving no room for refusal. She deftly performed a curtsy to the lady. Instantly, all eyes turned towards her, and she felt the weight of their varying gazes, some incredulous, some disdainful, others envious, and still others imbued with an indescribable sentiment. Regardless, she must never acknowledge her connection with Chu Yanqing, especially since he had never declared any affections for her. Although their recent interactions had been decidedly ambiguous, what did that truly signify? In any relationship, should a woman be expected to take the initiative? Furthermore, given the current circumstances, Chu Yanqing had already. What a cad. He had deceived her feelings. Bai Zhi nearly ground her silver teeth in anger, silently cursing him. Zhu Danqing, accustomed to Bai Zhi's startling remarks, did not object. He then instructed the steward, "Take Ah Zhi to the Linglong courtyard for some rest." The mention of Linglong courtyard caused a stir among the crowd. That was the closest accommodation to His Highness's study, and until now, no one had ever resided there. "Yes." The steward, Yin Fu, promptly replied with utmost respect, "Miss, please follow me." Bai Zhi realized that she was now like a fish on the chopping board, powerless to resist. Thus, she momentarily suppressed her sorrow and followed the steward without looking back. As Bai Zhi departed, Lady Lin Wanjun respectfully remarked, "Your Highness, you have suffered these past days. I have prepared everything for you. There is no need for concern, my lady. I have matters to attend to," he replied, leading Ming Chun toward the study with an air of cold detachment. Lin Wanjun, seemingly accustomed to his indifference, still harbored a lingering sense of dissatisfaction within her heart. From a young age, she had been enamored with the second prince. To win his heart, she had labored for 18 years, mastering the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Ultimately, it was her uncle, a general, who secured a marriage decree from the king, allowing her to marry him. Yet, having gained his body, she found herself unable to touch his heart. Chapter 16. The newlywed's laughter drowns out the old one's tears. No matter her efforts, they proved futile. During her 3 years in the royal residence, he had shown no regard for her feelings, continuously bringing home one woman after another. Now, he had returned with this Bai Zhi. When would this torment cease? The newlyweds laugh, while the old ones weep. Do not fret, my lady. Ju, go investigate the origins of that young lady, consoled the side consort Yu. Indeed, where did this vixen come from? Tempting his highness and harming the confidant. What woman could possibly serve as a confidant? Chimed in the side consort Jean. Se, do not be rude. Lin Wanjun scolded sharply, acknowledging that while this matter was tacitly understood, bringing it to light was altogether unseemly. Should it reach the ears of a malicious individual and be reported to His Highness, she would find herself facing charges of dereliction of duty. Who says women cannot serve as advisors? You, a simpleton, are unaware that women in the kingdom of Inue are now permitted to participate in the imperial examinations and hold official positions. The second madam, Nan Yin, indignantly remarked, for she was a sworn enemy of Lin Wanjun. As the saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Everything that Lin Wanjun detested, she embraced. Enough. Nan Yin refrained from speaking further. Lin Wanjun interjected. How rude. Nan Yin shot Lin Wanjun a disdainful glance before turning to leave. Goodness, how impolite. The madam was about to chastise her, but was halted by Lin Wanjun. In her heart, she understood that although Nan Yan's lineage was not as illustrious as her own, she was a rising star, favored by the king. Moreover, compared to herself, His Highness showed greater affection for Nan Yan, a fact that was truly difficult to accept. If this continued, her position as the legitimate wife would soon be in jeopardy. Lin Wanjun lamented inwardly. Xinglu, let us depart. In the courtyard, the peach blossoms were in full bloom, yet Bai Zhi felt no inclination to appreciate them. Listening to the maid, Xiao Lu recount various matters concerning the Marquis's residence, she was mentally prepared, but still trembled, nearly collapsing beneath the peach tree. The dazzling spring flower spun before her eyes. Miss, are you unwell? Xiao Lu anxiously inquired as she rushed to support her. I'm fine. Bai Zhi took a deep breath to steady herself. Please continue. The more detailed, the better. As Xiao Lu candidly divulged information, Bai Zhi gradually grasped the interpersonal dynamics within the household. Madame Lin Wanjun, the daughter of General Lin Taiwei, and the niece of General Mo. She hails from a distinguished family and has been in the residence for 3 years, yet remains childless. Concubine, second Madame Shun Ninyan, the daughter of the esteemed Minister Shun. Though born into a humble family, her father enjoys significant favor with the king. She has been in the residence for 2 years, also without offspring. Concubine Aunt Yu. Her birth name is Yu Hong, the daughter of the former steward. A few years prior, the steward tragically perished while protecting Chu Yanqing and entrusted his only daughter to him. Chu Yanqing accepted her as a concubine, and they now have a son who is nearing his first birthday, the only child in the household. Concubine Aunt Jean. Her birth name is Jean Se. A renowned performer from the Tianxiang Pavilion, she was purchased by the 5th prince and given to Chu Yanqing. Having been in the residence for 2 years, her charms are remarkable. However, she became unexpectedly pregnant and was made a concubine, also bearing a son. Tragically, the child passed away before reaching 1 year, with rumors suggesting that it was the machination of second Madame Nan Yan. Aunt Jean harbors a deep-seated hatred for the second Madame, yet lacks the evidence to bring her down. Bai Zhi's worldview was shattered. She could not comprehend why she had previously harbored feelings for such a man, so sentimental. He was akin to a central air conditioning system. This was the very trait she abhorred the most. Unable to restrain herself, she posed a foolish question. Which madam does His Highness favor the most? His Highness is most fond of the second madam, Xiao Lu candidly replied. How intriguing that the second Madame Nan Yan, after 2 years in the royal residence, remains without children. Bai Zhi could not help but glance at Xiao Lu. This young girl, approximately 15 years of age, possessed a round, egg-shaped face with dark eyes and rosy cheeks, exuding a vibrant aura of youthfulness. Dressed in a delicate light blue palace gown, the gentle breeze caressed her form, imbuing her with a subtle elegance. Untouched by any cosmetic embellishments, she resembled a charming beauty, and Bai Zhi pondered silently, her eyes narrowing slightly. Yet, in the eyes of the fawn-like girl, she became a figure of irresistible allure. Forgive me, young lady. In her flustered state, the girl hastily knelt down, startling Bai Zhi. What are you doing, Xiao Lu? Please rise. I spoke words I should not have, causing displeasure to the young lady. I beg for your forgiveness, Xiao Lu replied, remaining on her knees, her tone still reverent. Oh no, Xiao Lu, you have misunderstood. Please, get up, Bai Zhi chuckled awkwardly, resolving to exercise restraint and manage her expressions better in the future, determined to treat this pitiful girl kindly. Upon hearing this, Xiao Lu slowly stood, her eyes still filled with trepidation, stirring a pang of guilt within Bai Zhi. Xiao Lu, I'm not like others. I will not hold it against you. Xiao Lu repeatedly affirmed this, only to kneel once more. Bai Zhi was left utterly speechless at this sight. Fortunately, the arrival of the steward nearby helped to dissipate the awkwardness. Miss Bai, His Highness requests your presence for dinner. Reluctant to go, she hastily concocted an excuse. As I am new here, I seem to be feeling unwell and would prefer to rest rather than disturb His Highness. Upon hearing this, the steward's expression grew serious. His Highness was known for his solitary nature, rarely dining with the ladies except during festive occasions. Today, he had specially invited Miss Bai. How could she refuse? Moreover, the steward, being astute, could not discern any signs of illness in Bai Zhi. He only noted that she had begun to reprimand his maidservants shortly after her arrival, leaving a rather unfavorable impression. Though perplexed, he approached with a bow, his demeanor more respectful, yet his words carried an air of authority. Please, miss, have mercy on this old servant. Do not place me in a difficult position. His Highness has just returned to the estate, and if he cannot manage such trivial matters, how can he maintain his dignity here? Bai Zhi, thinking from a modern perspective, felt it inappropriate to make things difficult for the steward. She had always harbored a fear of troubling others or inadvertently affecting them with her actions. With a sigh, she contemplated that attending a meal should not pose a significant issue. After a moment's hesitation, she nodded in agreement. Very well, I understand. Miss, allow me to assist you with your attire, Xiao Lu offered, displaying her keen sense of observation as she began to unveil some jewelry sent earlier by Chu Yanqing. Do you have a preferred style, miss? Not necessary. It is getting late. Let us proceed directly, Bai Zhi replied, waving her hand to signal the steward to lead the way. This took both the steward and Xiao Lu by surprise. What woman would not strive to adorn herself for the chance to be alone with His Highness? Chapter 17. A strenuous journey. While it was true that Miss Bai possessed a certain charm, her simple attire did not render her a beauty in this grand estate. Nevertheless, the steward understood his duty and, maintaining his composure, gestured for Bai Zhi to proceed. Without further thought, she followed suit, with Xiao Lu respectfully trailing behind. Before long, they arrived at the dining hall. Upon pushing open the door, they beheld Ming Chun standing rigidly beside his sword, while Chu Yanqing sat at the table, engrossed in a book. His expression was tranquil, and the serenity of his brow bore the calmness of one who had weathered the vicissitudes of life. Hearing the commotion, he promptly lifted his gaze to see Bai Zhi, a flicker of surprise mingled with a hint of joy illuminating his features. Bai Zhi, you have come so swiftly, steward. Please instruct the kitchen to serve the meal. Yes, Your Highness, the steward replied with a slight bow before withdrawing. Ming Chun, standing nearby, pondered silently. How is this swift? I wonder what has compelled His Highness to arrive early at the dining hall. In the past, he would only come once everyone else had gathered. Bai Zhi, come here and sit. Chu Yanqing beckoned, momentarily forgetting his princely status. Yes, Your Highness. Bai Zhi complied, bowing respectfully before settling into a seat a considerable distance from him. Even the straightforward Chu Yanqing began to sense something amiss. Why was Bai Zhi so distant from him? Why this estrangement? Do you not realize the reason? Bai Zhi could not help but roll her eyes inwardly, chastising herself for her thoughts. Yet, he truly remained oblivious. The sudden emergence of this notion startled her. Indeed, in this world, akin to ancient China, it was commonplace for men to have multiple wives and concubines. A significant cultural phenomenon in ancient times was the preference for sons over daughters, rooted in the necessity for labor in agrarian societies where machinery was not yet advanced. Thus, males were needed as laborers to tend to the fields and perform arduous tasks. Furthermore, lineage was tied to the male surname. Having sons meant the continuation of the family name, leading to profound cultural trauma in the form of son preference. Lost in her musings, Bai Zhi shuddered involuntarily. But what grievance have you suffered in the manor? Chu Yanqing, noticing her silence, pressed on anxiously, fearing the cause might be distress. He resolved to stand up for her and properly reprimand any servants who had offended her. No, no. Bai Zhi hastily shook her head, aware that remaining silent would implicate innocence. I merely need time to adapt to my new surroundings. A brief respite outside would be delightful. Understanding Bai Zhi's playful nature, Chu Yanqing genuinely believed she was merely bored within the confines of the manor. Very well, Bai Zhi. If you wish to go out, then do so. Really? Bai Zhi's demeanor brightened slightly. At the very least, Chu Yanqing did not restrict her freedom, which signified myriad possibilities. Her immediate concern was to devise a means of survival and subsequently depart from this place. As she contemplated her plans, she overheard Chu Yanqing instructing Ming Chun, assign Qing Feng to guard Linglong courtyard, ensuring Bai Zhi's safety. Understood, Ming Chun replied promptly. Bai Zhi was perplexed. Was it truly necessary? Must it be so complicated? The table was already laden with an array of dishes, including longan and honey oranges. The pastries were exquisite, accompanied by abalone with bones. The dishes included a medley of seafood delicacies, a floral-themed duck rice, and an assortment of chilled duck, all of which were treasures of culinary art. Chu Yanqing paid no heed to Bai Zhi, instead persistently serving her more dishes. Do try this, Bai Zhi. Do you find anything to your liking? I shall instruct the kitchen to prepare more tomorrow. However, Bai Zhi, undeterred, continued to inquire, does this mean wherever I go, they will follow? Chu Yanqing remained noncommittal, continuing to place a piece of pastry before her. After a moment, he conceded, yes, they shall accompany you, and this king shall rest easy. Oh heavens! A herd of grass-mud horses galloped over Bai Zhi's heart. How could she attract such attention with a retinue like this? It was utterly mortifying. Throughout the meal, Bai Zhi repeatedly implored Chu Yanqing to retract his command, but her pleas were met with firm refusals. Ultimately, he declared, if you promise to remain within the estate, I shall disband the guard. This statement utterly silenced Bai Zhi. With a hard bite of her chicken leg, she let out a cold huff. In contrast, Chu Yanqing was in remarkably high spirits. In the days that followed, Bai Zhi unexpectedly found herself quite leisurely. It was said that Chu Yanqing was engrossed in governmental affairs, either attending court or working in his study, with no one permitted to disturb him. This news was monumental for Bai Zhi. She wished fervently for him to be so occupied that he would forget her entirely. When she ventured out, although the entourage followed, they maintained a respectful distance, which brought Bai Zhi some comfort. As she strolled aimlessly along the street, her thoughts wandered far afield. Despite her efforts to accept the rules of this world, she could not endure the thought of Chu Yanqing being surrounded by so many women. The idea of sharing her husband with others was intolerable. She understood that one day she would have to part from him, but the question of how to survive after that weighed heavily on her mind. Moreover, what was the nature of the unique spiritual energy in this world? Qing Feng, she called out, and upon hearing her, Qing Feng approached promptly. Miss, how may I assist you? Qing Feng, what level is your spiritual energy? Bai Zhi asked abruptly, leaving the nearby deer astonished. I possess spiritual energy at level 69, Qing Feng replied, neither servile nor overbearing. What exactly is spiritual energy? Enlighten me. Bai Zhi resolved to uncover the truth about spiritual energy today. I'm also unable to precisely define spiritual energy. It is a type of true qi within the human body, which can be harnessed to exert immense influence, Qing Feng explained. Upon hearing the term true qi, Bai Zhi grasped the concept of spiritual energy, likening it to the internal martial arts found in novels. But why do some possess spiritual energy while others do not? Spiritual energy arises naturally. One either has it at birth or does not. If one is born without it, they cannot cultivate spiritual energy, Qing Feng clarified. Do the spiritual energies of parents affect their children? Bai Zhi sought to ascertain whether this trait was hereditary. This was crucial, if true, in a world that revered the powerful. Those with high spiritual energy would inevitably acquire more resources, while individuals like herself, lacking such energy, would face increasingly daunting challenges in the future. Chapter 18. The Enchantress of Serpents and Scorpions. A clear answer from Qing Feng plunged Bai Zhi's heart into despair. However, the inheritance of spiritual power is a peculiar phenomenon, its laws remaining unsolved to this day. The prevailing theory suggests that if one parent possesses a spiritual level exceeding 85, the child will inevitably inherit spiritual energy. Conversely, if neither parent exceeds this threshold, the closer their spiritual levels are, the greater the likelihood that their offspring will possess spiritual capabilities. Thus, it is not uncommon for parents devoid of spiritual power to bear children endowed with such gifts. As for the strength of a child's spiritual energy and their aptitude for cultivation, these remain entirely unpredictable. Bai Zhi marveled at the Creator's design, which allowed parents without spiritual abilities to produce children who possess them. This notion injects a glimmer of hope into a world rife with despair. In the absence of personal strength, one might resort to procreation, gambling on the odds in the hopes of nurturing a dragon or phoenix from their offspring. Should one attain enlightenment, even the lowliest of creatures may ascend. Yet, what fate awaits those children born without spiritual prowess? Such uncertainties remain shrouded in mystery. Alas, for someone like me, I may as well be deemed worthless, having reached the age of 17 or 18 without awakening any spiritual abilities. Bai Zhi could not suppress her lamentation. Not so, my dear, Qing Feng interjected, sensing Bai Zhi's discontent. If one lacks spiritual power, one might try consuming a wind god pill. Some individuals who initially lacked spiritual abilities may find themselves endowed with them. Wind god pill. Bai Zhi suddenly recalled the assassination attempt she had endured in the woods not long ago, during which the assailant had demanded that Xu Yanqing surrender the wind god pill. Indeed, the pill's effects extend beyond mere awakening. Should one encounter a plateau in their cultivation, consuming a wind god pill significantly increases the chances of breaking through. For instance, I have been stuck at level 69 without progress. Bai Zhi nodded in sudden realization. The wind god pill is worth its weight in gold. Exceedingly rare and unattainable for the average person. Your Highness possesses some, Bai Zhi teased. To her surprise, Qing Feng replied, I understand, and I shall do my utmost to serve your Highness, pledging my loyalty as fervently as Mingchen. Bai Zhi looked at the youthful figure before her, an expression of envy crossing her face. Reflecting on her own life in the modern world, though not yet 30, she felt a profound sense of failure. Having achieved nothing at all, the vigor that once characterized her youth seemed to have long since faded. Now, fate has played its hand, casting her into this new world. What do I truly possess? What can I still accomplish? Meanwhile, in Lingjiu Palace, Chaoyan fixated intently on the portrait of Shangguan Liuyun before her. Below, 5 figures clad in black knelt in silence. Indeed, they were the same assassins who had narrowly escaped death during their previous attempt on Xu Yanqing's life. They exchanged glances, uncertain why their mistress sought to ascertain whether the woman they encountered was the one depicted in the portrait. Upon receiving confirmation, Chaoyan fell silent. Her gaze locked on the image as she sank into deep contemplation. The room was so quiet that a falling needle could be heard. Without their mistress's command, the black-clad figures dared not rise, remaining in their kneeling position. Chaoyan pondered for a long time, wrestling with her thoughts. Ultimately, she seized the portrait with fierce determination, crumpling it in her grip as she summoned her spiritual energy. The paper in her hand turned to ash and scattered into the wind. Why had she not perished? This was her foremost thought. As one of Murong Feng's secret guards, she was acutely aware of his desires. His wife should be a woman of noble birth, a princess, or at the very least, a distinguished lady from one of the 4 great families. Only such a woman could aid her master in achieving greatness. What use could the daughter of a mere merchant, Shangguan Liuyun, possibly serve? She could not comprehend why Murong Feng had chosen to marry her. A trivial engagement could simply be annulled. It should have been an effortless decision for him. As for the desire to seize Shangguan Cheng's leverage, there was no need for haste. To use her own marriage as a bargaining chip was a grave miscalculation. Her nature was inherently ruthless and composed, mirroring that of her master. However, His mind was resolute, and she found herself powerless to alter his course. Fortunately, he had not shown interest in her thereafter, nor had they ever consummated their union. This brought her a modicum of solace, as she imagined he would soon conjure an excuse to cast her aside once his affairs were concluded. Little did she anticipate that events would escalate to this extent. Her master was desperately seeking her. Had he truly developed feelings for Shangguan Liuyun? The thought was unbearable. That wretched woman was nothing but a source of trouble. Glancing at the subordinates kneeling before her, her eyes suddenly ignited with a fierce glimmer. With a discreet wave of her hand, those who knelt silently collapsed, their breaths fading into nothingness. She exuded an enchanting allure, her long hair flowing gracefully. Clad in a crimson gown, she sat upon the throne, radiating an undeniable aura of dominance. Soon, several servants entered to remove the still warm bodies from the grand hall, their movements practiced and seamless. Shangguan Liuyun, I shall see if you are always so fortunate. Anyone who stands in the way of my master must perish. This was her unwavering conviction, unalterable by any force. Having made her decision, she commanded her trusted confidants to alter Shangguan Liuyun's portrait. What once bore an 89% resemblance was now reduced to a mere 56% likeness. Once the changes were made, the modified images were distributed to every location. She also dispatched a team of elite assassins to Ruanan with orders to eliminate Shangguan Liuyun. Furthermore, she sent a letter to Murong Feng, informing him that her subordinates had identified the woman who had been with Chu Yanqing that day as not being Shangguan Liuyun. This was her first lie to Murong Feng. Perhaps a twinge of anxiety prompted her to choose the written form. Fortunately, her reports to him were typically conveyed through cryptic letters. Upon reading this confidential message, Murong Feng did not exhibit the anticipated fury, but instead appeared somewhat tranquil. Beside him, Boyan was at a loss, resorting to gentle persuasion, insisting, "Master, she must still be alive. Even if she has left Jinling City with the Lingjiu Palace, there will come a day when she can be found." Murong Feng scoffed at this, shaking his head in disbelief. "Perhaps she and I are simply not meant to be. She must despise me intensely, to hide away and refuse to return." He pondered for a moment and concluded, "Very well, continue the search until she is found. I must be certain she still lives. As for her desires, let her be." He was acutely aware that it was his guilt that propelled him to frantically search for her. Had it not been for his machinations, how could her innocence have led her to such a dire fate? Now, having surmised that she was most likely still alive, the anxiety within him had lessened considerably. He recognized that she must harbor a profound hatred for him. Yet, upon further reflection, he realized that even if he were to find her now, he would be at a loss as to how to confront her. Perhaps it would be best to grant her freedom. Therefore, as long as he could locate her and ensure her safety, this farce might as well come to an end. Chapter 19. Swearing brotherhood with Nan Yin should she wish to return, he would welcome her back as his wife. He vowed that he would never again neglect her as he had in the past, even though she was not the woman he cherished above all. They would treat each other with mutual respect and courtesy, ensuring she would not suffer any further indignities. If she chose not to return, he would offer her some form of compensation, thus allowing them to part ways amicably and find happiness separately. At this moment, he had more pressing matters to attend to. It is said that in the grand scheme of the world, what has long been divided must eventually unite, and what has long been united must eventually divide. Presently, although the surface appeared tranquil, the reality was one of turmoil, with the winds of change swirling ominously, and the hearts of men growing disillusioned. As a catalyst of disruption, he indeed needed to take action. Bai Zhi was still wandering the streets, contemplating what kind of shop she could open, employing modern products and operational knowledge. Would she not be able to overwhelm her ancient counterparts in mere moments? It would be akin to a dimensional strike. Just as she basked in her thoughts, she spotted the butler hurrying towards her, looking quite disheveled. Miss Bai, His Highness is looking for you. You must return to the residence at once." She understood that if Chu Yanqing did not have an urgent matter, he would never seek her out without cause. Without delay, she boarded the carriage, and the driver hastened back to the manor. "Your Highness, have you summoned me?" Upon entering Chu Yanqing's study, she immediately regretted her words, for she found two other individuals seated within. Both turned their gazes upon her in unison. One was an elderly gentleman, likely in his 50s, with graying hair yet a rosy complexion, exuding vitality, his eyes sparkling with sharpness. The other was a young woman, adorned in a verdant garment, her flowing skirt reminiscent of misty green grass. A modest ring graced her left pinky, which, though not crafted from jade or crystal, shimmered with an undeniable brilliance. Bai Zhi recalled this woman, having seen her standing behind the lady the previous day. She must be one of Chu Yanqing's consorts. A pang of bitterness surged uncontrollably within her. "Miss Bai, you have returned." Nan Yin was the first to rise, approaching Bai Zhi and linking her arm with hers. "Cool, let me introduce you. This is my father, Lord Shun." "Lord Shun?" Bai Zhi suddenly recognized their identities and took a half-step back, offering a respectful bow. "I pay my respects to Lord Shun and to the second madam." Too kind, Lord Shun responded, immediately rising. How could this young lady not have paid her respects to His Highness before honoring him? Having risen from humble beginnings to the position of Lord Shun, he possessed keen insight into people. It was evident that this young woman had a deep connection with His Highness and would eventually be welcomed into the manor. "Please, take your seats." With Chu Yanqing's words, everyone settled down. "It is I who wish to meet you, young lady." Shun Xiaofu straightforwardly inquired. "I have heard that it was the young lady who advised His Highness to withdraw from this election for the regent." Upon hearing this, Bai Zhi felt as though she had been betrayed by Chu Yanqing, leaving her in a precarious position, uncertain of the man's true intentions. She could only muster the courage to respond, "Yes, it was I. I merely offered His Highness a suggestion for consideration," her voice dwindling to a whisper, betraying her lack of conviction. "The young lady's strategy is indeed remarkable. I had the same thought. It is surprising that someone so young as yourself possesses such insight to discern the situation. Truly admirable." Shun Xiaofu laughed heartily, his hand unconsciously stroking his beard. "Oh, not at all," Bai Zhi replied awkwardly, her toes nearly digging into the floor. "There is no need for modesty, my dear. We are all in service to His Highness. This is my daughter, Nan Yin. I hope you and Nan Yin can become sworn sisters, serving His Highness together." Bai Zhi felt as if her mind had exploded. Her thoughts scattered. She glanced unintentionally at Chu Yanqing, who remained composed and unruffled. How infuriating! "Yes, I shall heed my father's advice, and from now on, I will refer to Bai Zhi as my sister," Nan Yin said cheerfully, in stark contrast to Bai Zhi's turmoil. Following this declaration, she turned her beaming gaze toward Bai Zhi. All eyes in the room were now upon Bai Zhi, eagerly awaiting her response, particularly Chu Yanqing, whose expression carried a hint of mockery. "Very well, Sister Nan Yin," Bai Zhi relented at last. "One must bow their head beneath the eaves." Shun Xiaofu nodded in satisfaction, then took his leave, bidding farewell to Chu Yanqing before returning home. Nan Yin was also instructed by Chu Yanqing to see her father off. Once everyone had departed, only Chu Yanqing and Bai Zhi remained. He shed his aloof demeanor, approaching her and enveloping her in his embrace. "Ah Zhi, it has been several days since I last saw you." Bai Zhi instinctively attempted to break free, but his hold was too tight, leaving her no choice but to relent. What role was he playing today? Chu Yanqing, already aware that Bai Zhi would seek clarity, revealed, "It was Shun Xiaofu who wished to see you. He meets with everyone around me, especially since it has been a long while since I last laid eyes on you, and I have missed you dearly." With that, he gently pressed a kiss to her forehead. There was another unspoken intention behind Chu Yanqing's actions. He was inclined to have Shun Xiaofu adopt Bai Zhi as a goddaughter, thereby granting her a plausible identity, though this was not urgent. In that moment, as Bai Zhi perceived his intentions, her eyes widened in shock and she struggled fervently, finally breaking free from his embrace. "What are you doing, Your Highness?" Normally, a mere embrace would be tolerable, but a kiss was entirely unacceptable. No, she could no longer accept even the embraces. She had resolutely decided against pursuing a relationship with him and had gradually retracted her feelings over the past few days. Why then was he pushing further? Reflecting on the evolution of their relationship, she concluded, each time she advanced, he retreated. Yet now, having taken a step back, He was encroaching upon her once more. This tug-of-war hardly resembled genuine love. It felt more akin to a game of emotional manipulation. She glared fiercely at Chu Yanqing, imploring him for an explanation, even if he were to confess his feelings for her today. Then she would refuse him, breaking this stalemate once and for all. Having lingered in this era for some time, she exchanged some of her least favorite jewelry for a modest sum of money, which she saved. Although these possessions belonged to Chu Yanqing, she had once saved him, and thus regarded this as a form of compensation. However, to Chu Yanqing, despite her anger, her cheeks were slightly flushed, her eyes sparkled with vitality, and her slender shoulders trembled ever so slightly, resembling a wounded creature seeking solace. He pondered whether he had indeed acted too hastily and resolved to take a more measured approach. He yearned to hold Bai Zhi close and offer her comfort, yet feared that such a forward gesture might provoke her annoyance once more. "My father has granted my request. Would you accompany me to the sacrificial rites, Zhi?" He attempted to divert the topic. "Your Highness should reasonably have your wife accompany you," Bai Zhi replied, diligently managing her emotions. Lowering her gaze to smooth her slightly disheveled attire, deliberately avoiding his eyes. Chu Yanqing wished to express more, but Bai Zhi provided him no opportunity. "The greater good must prevail. My presence would be inappropriate," she added. She understood that without this clarification, Chu Yanqing would not relent. Indeed, faced with Bai Zhi's resolute stance, he found himself at a loss for words. She had a point, and thus he conceded. He was, after all, a person who discerned matters clearly. "During my absence, Qingfeng will accompany you. You must wait patiently for my return." Bai Zhi responded somewhat perfunctorily. "In the meantime, I will request Sister Ninian to teach me the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. I also wish to learn horseback riding from Qingfeng." The latter statement was sincere. She genuinely wished to seize this opportunity to acquire new skills. "Very well," Chu Yanqing said with an affectionate gaze. "You may learn horseback riding from Ninian. Her equestrian skills are commendable." Bai Zhi was slightly taken aback, but nodded in agreement. "And no, it's nothing. I shall take my leave now." Bai Zhi offered a slight bow, disregarding Chu Yanqing's further remarks as she withdrew. With a heavy sigh, Chu Yanqing noted the peculiar behavior Bai Zhi had exhibited since her return to the residence. Although he had intended to inquire further, the pressing nature of recent affairs left him little choice but to postpone until the priest's return. In the following days, Bai Zhi secluded herself within Linglong Garden, feeling as though she was ensnaring herself. She resolved that once Chu Yanqing departed for the sacrificial rites, she would seize the opportunity to slip away. While she acknowledged her previous feelings for him, she found herself unable to overcome the emotional barrier within. Linglong Garden remained eerily quiet until the arrival of Lady Lin Wanjun. Bai Zhi felt a pang of anxiety, uncertain of the lady's intentions. At this critical juncture, she was loath to stir up trouble. Lady Lin Wanjun presented a small box of jewelry before Bai Zhi, smiling as she said, "I have come to express my gratitude, dear sister." "Gratitude for me?" Bai Zhi was somewhat perplexed. "Minchin informed me that it was you who persuaded the prince to invite me to the sacrificial rites. Without your intervention, how could I have had such an opportunity?" Bai Zhi nearly choked on her tea upon hearing this revelation. Is that even permissible? Initially intending to feign politeness, her eyes involuntarily sparkled at the sight of the jewelry presented by the princess, who has caused her to be so financially constrained at this stage. One cannot blame her for being opportunistic. In the future, will presenting His Highness to the lady always guarantee her rewards? Lin Wanjun found herself momentarily taken aback, her eyes reflecting confusion, entirely unprepared for Bai Zhi's response. The Linglong courtyard has always been under stringent guard, and the individuals sent by Chu Yanqing to Bai Zhi possess remarkably tight lips. After a considerable duration, not even a trace of useful information could be gleaned. She was already restless, and today was merely an opportunity to probe the truth behind this matter. Observing that Bai Zhi's attire consisted of only 2 understated colors, Lin Wanjun mused that such simplicity could easily render an ordinary person forgettable. Yet, Bai Zhi's beauty transformed even the most mundane blue cloth and white skirt into a vision of elegance, making her presence all the more unforgettable. Lin Wanjun found herself utterly perplexed by His Highness's intentions. Logically speaking, Bai Zhi had resided in the estate for some time. If she were favored, one would expect His Highness to take her as a concubine, yet there had been no indication of such a desire. Conversely, if she were not favored, why had the Linglong courtyard been allocated to her? Was she truly in the estate merely as an aide? Unthinkable. Her intuition as a woman vehemently disagreed. After a moment of silence, Lin Wanjun regained her composure, revealing a congenial smile befitting a lady of high standing. That is only natural. Very well, it's settled, but you must not deceive me. Bai Zhi responded with a lively smile, her heart brimming with joy. Had she not just secured a financial opportunity? The burdens that weighed upon her seemed to lift. What significance do men hold? Acquiring wealth is the true path. During Chu Yanqing's absence for rituals, Nanyan appeared to be in a frenzy, clinging to Bai Zhi daily. She insisted on sharing a bed with Bai Zhi each night, claiming that she felt an instant bond with her sister Bai Zhi and had many secrets to share. This left Bai Zhi with no time to venture out in search of shops and residences. Whenever she considered stepping outside, Nan Yin would concoct some distraction to keep her occupied, whether it was the parrot she raised that had failed to converse with her that day, leaving her in low spirits and in need of Bai Zhi's comfort, or presenting her with some newfound amusement for appraisal. Bai Zhi found herself unable to refuse. With both Chu Yanqing and Lin Wanjun absent, Nan Yin held the position of the highest authority in the estate, and Bai Zhi truly wished to avoid offending her, especially since Nan Yin was genuinely sincere towards her. Thus, she had no choice but to indulge her whims. Unbeknownst to Bai Zhi, assassins dispatched by Chao Yin had already arrived in Ruyan. They had loitered outside the Marquis's residence for several days, waiting to confirm the presence of the woman depicted in their portrait. Once she was identified within the estate, they intended to infiltrate the Marquis's residence at night and eliminate her. However, during this period, Bai Zhi had not ventured a single step outside the Marquis's front door due to Nan Yan's insistence. The assassins, having waited for half a month without laying eyes on the woman, resolved to stealthily enter the estate to ascertain the truth. The Marquis's residence had once belonged to a royal prince, its structure grand and its courtyards intricate. In the wake of the royal family's decline, the estate had fallen into disrepair and, embroiled in various scandals, had been seized by the court of Linjiang, only to be granted to Chu Yanqing later. Alas, the Linglong courtyard was located in the heart of the Marquis's residence, fortified by exceedingly strict guards. Though the assassins were skilled in martial arts, having infiltrated the mansion for 3 consecutive days without alerting the guards, they ultimately failed to locate their target and had to abandon their mission. One of the assassins suddenly recalled that Chu Yanqing was currently accompanying the Prince of Linjiang at the Dahua Temple for a ritual, pondering whether Bai Zhi had accompanied him. The leader of the assassins deemed this notion plausible and dispatched someone to the temple. Clearly, after several days of waiting at Dahua Temple, they had yet to encounter Bai Zhi and conveyed this information to Chao Yan. Although she felt perplexed, her loyal and skilled assassins would never deceive her. They had been away on a mission for over a month, and now she received a new assignment. To avoid raising suspicion, she had no choice but to temporarily recall them to undertake a different task. Time flew by. Although Nan Yin had been acting strangely during this period, she was earnest in teaching Bai Zhi the Guqin. Under Nan Yan's meticulous guidance, Bai Zhi's proficiency in the Guqin sword, even showing signs of surpassing her teacher. In her past life, she had already established a foundation in Guqin, making her learning process seamless. Her sister displayed remarkable talent and understanding of the instrument, proving to be a promising student. Nan Yin generously praised her, genuinely delighted from the bottom of her heart. However, Bai Zhi's laughter sounded dry and awkward, betraying a certain unnaturalness. Would Nan Yin still commend her, so, if she knew that Bai Zhi had been studying the Guqin for over 20 years? Chapter 21. Do you not wish to see me? Allow me to play a piece for you, dear sister. You have surely never heard it before. With that, she began to play Zhang Liangying's Hua Xian, an instrumental piece devoid of lyrics, with the Guqin's melodious tones lingering in the air. She remembered loving this piece in her previous life, repeatedly contemplating its meaning. How does one paint the heart? I gaze upon your silhouette, yet cannot capture your essence. I love you, but cannot depict you. Your gaze is lonelier than the moonlight, isolated in the dark night. Some matters are destined to become stories. Just as some individuals are fated to become distant memories, no need for longing or attachment, just the occasional recollection suffices. As the final notes faded, Bai Zhi glanced at Nan Yin and found her lost in thought, seemingly savoring the moment. Unconsciously, her fingers returned to the guqin, and she played the piece once more, this time with lyrics. What has bewitched your heart? Watching you embrace me, your gaze lonelier than the moonlight, letting you find joy in another's arms. Loving you feels like a heartbeat that cannot be touched, attempting to depict you, yet failing to capture your essence. Once again, Nan Yin remained oblivious, possibly due to the lyrics being in modern vernacular, which she found difficult to comprehend. Ah, what does it matter? A familiar voice echoed. What piece is this? Bai Zhi turned to see Chu Yanqing standing at the door, his gaze deep and tranquil as it met her cool, star-like eyes. Time seemed to pause for a moment. She instinctively tilted her head away. How a month passed so swiftly. It felt as though she had accomplished nothing. Your Highness. It was Nan Yin who first regained her composure, prompting Bai Zhi to snap back to reality and rise alongside her to bow. You may rise. The man's voice, serene and enigmatic, left much to ponder. Your Highness has returned. I trust all went smoothly? I heard that the third prince faced reprimand from the king and was sent home for reflection due to his unsatisfactory governance. Likely the result of the fourth prince's malicious interference. Nan Yin chuckled. This time, they have all suffered considerable losses. Everything went smoothly, Chu Yanqing replied succinctly, his expression remaining one of equanimity, untouched by external circumstances. Bai Zhi had intended to contribute to the conversation, yet found herself at a loss for words. Finally, it was Nan Yin who spoke. Ah Zhi, you are truly clever, devising a scheme that led them to mutual destruction. If only you were a man, you would surely be a pillar of the nation. Bai Zhi had long since abandoned any desire to reap the benefits of that idea. Initially, she had merely offered a suggestion to Chu Yanqing, never expecting it to be accepted, as it was not entirely her original thought. However, not wanting the atmosphere to grow stagnant, she jested, if I were a man, I would carry your sister, Nan Yin, on a grand sedan chair and seek her hand in marriage, leaving no room for your Highness. Deep down, she still harbored some fanciful notions, but fully recognized their impossibility. Nan Yin interpreted this as mere banter and could not help but chuckle. The two exchanged glances, sharing light laughter, inadvertently sidelining Chu Yanqing. Realizing her oversight, Nan Yin quickly added, Your Highness, Zhi possesses remarkable talent. In just a month, her skills with the guqin have nearly surpassed mine. Bai Zhi, momentarily overwhelmed with guilt, thought, how can this be? I have studied for nearly 20 years in my past life, and you are still under 20. While Nan Yan's guqin proficiency was not exceptional, it certainly stood out among the noble ladies. Upon hearing this, Chu Yanqing was visibly moved. Ah Zhi, would you be so kind as to play that piece again for me? Yes, yes. Ah Zhi, your earlier performance was so novel. I have never heard such melodies before. Yet they are so melodious and lingering, leaving one in deep contemplation. Your Highness, sister, I am weary and wish to return for a rest. Tomorrow, sister, please remember to teach me horseback riding, Bai Zhi declared, eager to conclude the evening. She was uncertain if the two had grasped the lyrics she had sung. Should they inquire further about them, she would be at a loss for explanations. At that moment, she regretted her display of skill. It had indeed become a complication. Thus, she hastily sought an excuse to depart, as she needed to refine her horseback riding skills, a crucial ability in this world and era. Nan Yin, not only adept in the arts, but also proficient in equestrianism, truly embodied the qualities of both intellect and martial prowess, making her a uniquely cherished figure in the household. Chu Yanqing, narrowing his eyes, ceased to press the matter further. Then allow me to escort you home. Without waiting for Bai Zhi's response, he firmly grasped her hand and led her away. In that moment, Bai Zhi felt akin to a marionette, attempting to shake off his hold, yet to no avail. In silence, they made their way to the garden, where Chu Yanqing dismissed the attendants. Have you missed me during this time? Chu Yanqing broke the silence and posed the first question. Bai Zhi felt a wave of awkwardness wash over her, as if an invisible iceberg weighed heavily upon her heart, rendering her breathless. She was reluctant to answer the inquiry, deliberately sidestepping it. When did your highness return? It seems you arrived a few days early. Just arrived. Though it was a light remark, what Bai Zhi did not realize was that immediately after the ceremony concluded, he had hastened his journey, riding day and night to reunite with her without pausing for rest, nearly going 2 nights without sleep. He tidied himself briefly upon reaching home before seeking her out. Your Highness, you must be exhausted from your travels. Go rest. There's no need to see me off. Bai Zhi was unaware of the lengths Chu Yanqing had gone to. She merely sensed the tension in their relationship and wished to minimize their encounters. Bai Zhi. Chu Yanqing's voice was tinged with irritation. Do you not wish to see me? How could that be? Your Highness, you are burdened with so many affairs. I would not dare disturb you. Bai Zhi longed to admit her true feelings, but feared Chu Yanqing's potential reactions. Thus she continued to feign indifference. Then why do you treat me this way? Why this veiled animosity? Chu Yanqing was on the verge of erupting, gripping Bai Zhi's arms and forcing her to meet his gaze. With no one around, he was determined to uncover the truth. God knows how much he had missed her over the past month. As Bai Zhi beheld the tempestuous Chu Yanqing, she resolved to drop her facade. It is because you have so many women. I cannot accept it. Chu Yanqing was momentarily taken aback, confusion and disbelief flickering in his eyes. He had anticipated many responses, yet never this one. Noticing his prolonged silence, Bai Zhi inhaled deeply and continued to explain, I understand that men may have multiple wives and concubines, but in my view, there should be only one husband and one wife. Your actions cause me great pain. You wouldn't understand, she lamented. Chu Yanqing remained silent, and Bai Zhi couldn't help but glance at him, noticing that the hostility in his eyes had gradually faded. Ah Zhi, are you feeling jealous? Bai Zhi felt a sharp pang, as if her vulnerability had been laid bare, and the words she desperately wanted to unleash were swallowed back down. All her myriad thoughts coalesced into a single utterance. You wouldn't understand. Then you do have feelings for me, don't you? Chu Yanqing dropped another bombshell. Upon hearing this, Bai Zhi felt a wave of indignation, her nose tinged with emotion as tears brimmed in her eyes. After a moment, she nodded slightly, her gaze shimmering with unshed tears. Seeing her response, a surge of joy swept through Chu Yanqing. He began to patiently explain, Ah Zhi, my wives and concubines are not within my control. I granted them status and must take responsibility for them, unless they err. However, I can assure you that from now on, I shall cherish you alone. Yet Bai Zhi remained unmoved. That is still unacceptable. I have my own principles. With a gentle sigh, Chu Yanqing continued. Lin Wanjun was bestowed upon me by my father and is my legitimate wife. She has always been virtuous and self-disciplined. How could I cast her aside so easily? Her character is such that if I were to do so, it might lead to her tragic end. In addition to Nan Yin and Yu Hong, I am well acquainted with them. They have always been perceptive and would never impose any hardship upon you. Chu Yanqing continuously elucidated, yet Bai Zhi was impervious to his words. His reasoning was undeniably sound. Viewed from his perspective, there appeared to be no issue at all. However, Bai Zhi was not so accommodating. She had always been a refined egoist, thus unable to acquiesce to his views. Your Highness speaks persuasively, yet I too possess my own convictions. Hence our fates are destined to diverge. Are they not? Chu Yanqing was left confounded, unable to grasp Bai Zhi's reasoning. One might wonder how many noble women in the entirety of Ruan City would desire to marry him. You harbor feelings for me, and I reciprocate. Why then can we not be together? Why must you concern yourself with titles? Upon hearing these words, Bai Zhi was rendered momentarily speechless. A wave of helplessness washing over her, her eyes glistening with unshed tears akin to autumn waters. She could scarcely believe the man before her. Her spirit deflated like a puncture balloon. The most significant distance between individuals is not the physical space that separates them, but rather the chasm of understanding. He had finally confessed his affection, yet urged her to disregard societal labels. How could that be possible? She had no intention of becoming entangled with him. Ultimately, Bai Zhi resolved to articulate her thoughts further, leaving it to him whether he chose to heed her words. Your Highness, your status is exalted, while I am merely an obscure woman of humble origin. We are fundamentally mismatched. Should I foolishly accept the role of your concubine, it would only invite ridicule. My lowly station and simple mind may one day cause displeasure to you or your esteemed wife. If that time comes, whether I am met with death or sold off, it will be my just deserts. Upon hearing this, Chu Yanqing's expression shifted dramatically, his gaze becoming fixed. After a moment of contemplation, he retorted, "How could I ever treat you in such a manner? I have cherished you dearly since your arrival in my household over a month ago. Have you suffered even a modicum of distress? I have already instructed my wife to treat you with the utmost respect." She slowly raised her head, meeting his fervent gaze with unwavering resolve. Suddenly, a smile graced her lips, yet it bore a hint of sarcasm. "Your Highness, your affection for me is evident now. But what if I were to displease you in the future? Would you still treat me with such kindness?" "Of course, I will always treat you thus." Chu Yanqing blurted out, "Your status is insufficient, yet I have already entrusted the Minister of the Interior to adopt you as my goddaughter, elevating you to the position of a secondary consort, akin to Nan Yan, rather than a mere concubine. I shall cherish you alone, and you shall bear my heirs. If a son, you will be the heir to the Duke of Yong'an." Indeed, he did not comprehend the depth of his yearning to create a shared legacy with her. Should a son be born, he would inherit all that he possessed. Should a daughter arrive, he could scarcely fathom the love he would bestow upon her. Bai Zhi was utterly unprepared for Chu Yanqing's long-term aspirations. She acknowledged a flicker of emotion within her. She understood that eliciting such promises from him was no trivial feat, yet her inherent sense of insecurity and the harsh realities of life led her to dismiss these aspirations as mere illusions. Is it truly possible for the child of a concubine to become the heir? How absurd! As long as you are willing, I shall arrange everything for you." Chu Yanqing added earnestly. Bai Zhi could sense the sincerity in Chu Yanqing's affections, yet she could not help but shake her head. "I have said it is unacceptable, and it remains so. I cannot bear to share my husband with another woman. I believe it is best for me to leave this place." With that, she attempted to pull away from Chu Yanqing. "No." Chu Yanqing forcibly drew her back into his embrace, his lips no longer restrained. He pressed a fervent kiss upon her trembling, delicate lips, their sweetness surpassing even his wildest dreams, enchanting him in that moment. Bai Zhi felt a thunderous ringing in her ears, the weighty warmth of a man's breath enveloping her face, entwining her with an intensity that bordered on madness. In an instant, she pushed him away in a frenzy. When Bai Zhi awoke, it was already the next day. Rising to rub the sleep from her eyes, she realized she had returned to Linglong Courtyard, where Xiao Lu was waiting by her bedside. "When did I come back?" "His Highness returned you last evening," Xiao Lu replied. After a moment of silence and awkwardness, the maid tentatively suggested, "Shall I assist you with your morning routine and breakfast?" "There is no need. I wish to sleep a while longer," Bai Zhi said, lying back down. Xiao Lu kindly tucked her in with a blanket. Unexpectedly, after several days of slumber, Bai Zhi longed to leave this place, yet her body felt devoid of strength and energy. Linglong Courtyard remained eerily quiet until Nan Yan's arrival shattered the stillness. Bai Zhi glanced at her reflection in the mirror. Her unadorned face, untouched by makeup, radiated a natural brilliance. She adjusted the golden jade earrings that dangled at her ears, exuding an indescribable allure. "I heard my sister has been unwell recently, so I came to visit," Nan Yan said with a smile, unceremoniously taking a seat and unveiling the pastries she had brought. "Sister is jesting. I am not ill. I wonder who has spread such nonsense to your ears." The pastries Nan Yan presented were a feast for the eyes. Bai Zhi picked one up and took a bite, discovering a burst of citrus flavor. The crispness of the citrus mingled with the sweetness of honey and the tartness of the orange, harmoniously blending with the chewy rice. If paired with a cup of tea, the flavor would be simply exquisite. Chapter: Nan Yan's secret. With a playful glint in her eyes, Nan Yan stifled a laugh as she glanced at Bai Zhi. Observing her sister's demeanor, Bai Zhi began to piece together the truth. "Sister is not here to act as a negotiator, is she? Indeed, my sister is astute. No wonder she has captured His Highness's heart." The bond between sister and His Highness is truly extraordinary. A pang of jealousy stirred within Bai Zhi once more. Enough of the jesting. We have already sworn sisterhood in front of our father, so naturally we are now family. I have a few heartfelt words to share with you. I too have a few sincere thoughts to convey to my sister, Bai Zhi responded, unwilling to be outdone. Oh, please, sister, go ahead, Nanyan said, her curiosity piqued. Sister has been in the residence for 2 years and has received the greatest favor from His Highness, yet she has not borne a single child. It is imperative to consult several physicians. We must not delay. Nanyan laughed heartily. Sister, you are truly charming. However, there is no need for you to worry about this matter. What do you mean? I am merely offering a kind reminder to you, dear sister. Well then, I don't mind sharing this with you, but you must keep this secret from me. Upon hearing the word secret, Bai Zhi's gloomy demeanor brightened, her eyes sparkling with intrigue. Human beings are often filled with either fear or curiosity towards the unknown. I have no marital ties with the prince, Nanyan stated calmly. What? Bai Zhi gasped, her eyes widening in astonishment. Is that true? What is the reasoning behind this? Observing the inquisitive gleam in Bai Zhi's eyes, Nanyan continued, before marrying the prince, I had already given my heart to another. However, I was unable to resist the will of my parents and the arrangements made by matchmakers. On the very night of our wedding, I confided in the prince. To my surprise, instead of reproaching me, he promised that once he accomplished his ambitions, he would allow me to leave. Bai Zhi was taken aback by the underlying rationale. Thus, in my heart, the prince is not my husband, but rather my superior. I must remain utterly loyal to him and serve him diligently. Bai Zhi felt a tumult of emotions. No wonder Nanyan had displayed no hostility towards her from the very beginning. This revelation made everything fall into place. In truth, the prince did not send me to act as a mediator. It is merely that you have not been venturing out lately. So the prince was a bit concerned and sent me to check on your well-being. Now that I see you're in good health, I can report back. Nanyan subtly redirected the conversation. Every word she spoke was laden with emotion. Bai Zhi remained silent, unsure of how to respond. Noticing her hesitation, Nanyan chose not to press further. She had overheard snippets of information from Chu Yanqing, yet it was not comprehensive. She vaguely sensed that Bai Zhi was reluctant to marry into the Marquis's household. At that moment, Nanyan recalled the melody Bai Zhi had played a few days prior. In truth, she understood it well. The simple yet poignant lyrics paired with a melancholic tune conveyed a wealth of emotions. Even the most naive could discern its meaning. Was it possible that her sister had already given her heart to someone? Bai Zhi expressed her confusion upon hearing this. Nanyan proceeded to explain the incident regarding the melody. Bai Zhi smiled wryly. If we are speaking of a beloved, will my ex-boyfriend qualify? Yet, he is likely no longer part of this world. The unresolved misunderstandings between them would never find closure. However, fearing that Nanyan might grow suspicious, she added, Sister, you jest. That melody was something I heard someone else play and merely remembered. Nanyan's eyes brightened. I see. So, dear sister, you have encountered intriguing individuals. Just like you, she thought. Yet, she was genuinely curious why Bai Zhi, who seemed unattached, was reluctant to marry Chu Yanqing. In this bustling city of Ruyin, countless young women vied for the chance to enter the Marquis's household. Seizing the moment when their rapport was strong, she posed the question. Bai Zhi unreservedly shared her heartfelt thoughts, and thus began a stirring, impassioned discourse on female empowerment within the exquisite confines of Linglong Courtyard. Nanyan listened, captivated, having never before encountered such groundbreaking sentiments, yet she found herself drawn to them. While laughing, she could not suppress her curiosity. Ah Zhi, are you not aware that women can also have multiple husbands? Bai Zhi's eyes widened in shock, akin to brass bells. Nanyan continued to elucidate, stating that women whose spiritual power surpasses a certain level are permitted to have multiple husbands. Thus, the women of the world are not as lowly as you suggest. However, your notion of monogamy is indeed novel. Is there truly such a thing as a lifetime partnership between a pair? Clearly, in this world where strength reigns supreme, it is inevitable that both men and women, upon reaching a certain realm, will have more than one companion. This is a natural truth. Bai Zhi resolutely nodded. Yet Nan Yan's words also left her somewhat astonished. If her sister insists on this path, she may encounter considerable hardships. Nan Yan gazed at Bai Zhi with concern. She confessed her fondness for Bai Zhi and her agreement with her views. Yet the world is unpredictable. Historically, most women have presented themselves as the weaker sex, adhering to their fathers in the home and their husbands in marriage, typically living in dependency on men. Although a few exceptional women exist, she believed such fortune would not befall either of them. Furthermore, among the women she knew who possessed spiritual power beyond a certain level, only Nangong Yin and Zhao Yin were known. Nevertheless, it is preferable to lead a life in this formidable inner courtyard, unnoticed and unfulfilled. Nan Yin nodded, ceasing her attempts to persuade. Yet she could not resist adding, "In truth, my dear Zhi, concubines are not as lowly in status as you perceive. Should her children inherit the position of the family head, her later years could be far more comfortable than those of the legitimate wife." Bai Zhi immediately grasped the crux of the matter and helplessly reminded her, the concubine's children can inherit the family head's position only because the legitimate wife has no children. Right? Nan Yin shook her head, casting a doubtful glance at Bai Zhi. "Zhi, are you not aware that since ancient times, the position of family head has been granted to the worthy rather than the firstborn? The worthy, by definition, refers to the most talented child in the family, who alone qualifies to inherit wealth and titles, irrespective of their mother's status. Thus, Chu Yanqing had not deceived her a few days prior. Confronted with this new understanding, Bai Zhi indicated she required time to digest it. After exchanging pleasantries for a while longer, Nan Yin rose to take her leave. The once bustling Linglong courtyard fell silent once more. The following day, Bai Zhi resolved that she could no longer continue in such a manner. She must chart a course for her life. Yet at this moment, her mind was a blank slate. Alas! Indeed, heartbreak breeds discontent. The young lady should stroll through the garden, where the peach blossoms are in full bloom. The maidservant will accompany the young lady, and they can gather some petals along the way. As Xiao Lu spent more time with Bai Zhi, her words became increasingly abundant. This was agreeable. After completing her preparations, the pair set out. Chapter 24. The first encounter with the fourth prince, Chu Qinxian. Today, Bai Zhi donned a predominantly white ensemble, surrounded by the vibrant peach blossoms, their fragrance wafting through the air. The white gauze dress billowed in the wind, complementing her classically beautiful visage and exuding an indescribable charm. Why does the young lady always refuse to wear makeup and prefers such plain attire? Xiao Lu pondered, for in her eyes, Bai Zhi was a stunning beauty. Appearance is but a fleeting facade. One day, we all shall grow old, just like the peach blossoms, which eventually fall to the ground, turning to mud and dust. Ultimately, we all return to dust. What is there to be overly concerned about? Having spoken, he casually plucked a peach blossom and toyed with it in his hand. What a poignant phrase. Fallen to the ground, it is but dust. A teasing voice emerged from behind. Bai Zhi turned around to meet a pair of elongated, phoenix-like eyes, causing her breath to hitch as she tightened her grip on the flower. The man was clad in an elegant dark green robe, his stature as graceful as jade, exuding a demeanor that could rival that of Chu Yanqing. "Which family do you hail from, young lady?" The playful tone pulled Bai Zhi back to reality, and just as she was about to respond, a delicate, melodious voice interrupted her. "Your Highness the Fourth, this is not just any young lady. She is indeed a confidant of our second prince." Ha ha ha. Accompanied by that alluring voice and a captivating demeanor, it could only belong to the concubine Jin Se. But why was His Highness Chu Qinxian here? Confidant? Chu Qinxian murmured, a smirk forming at the corners of his mouth. Yet, Bai Zhi could distinctly sense the mockery in his smile. "Fourth brother, what brings you here?" "The second brother has prepared the banquet. We have been searching for you." Chu Yining hurried over. Upon seeing Chu Qinxian and Bai Zhi, a knowing expression crossed his face. "My lady, you should join us. Since fourth brother seems interested in this young lady, let's all go together. I am merely creating an opportunity for you both. Do not mention it." The fifth prince, Chu Yining, looked at Bai Zhi with satisfaction, then glanced at Chu Qinxian. "I shall not intrude upon your highness's enjoyment. Only a fool would do so." Bai Zhi was unwilling to wade into such murky waters. Aren't you a confidant of the second brother? All the confidants from the manor must attend this banquet. Unless, of course, your identity is not that of a mere confidant. Chu Qingxian continued to smile, yet his tone turned decidedly firm and threatening, deliberately withholding his final words. He had indeed heard rumors that Chu Yanqing had brought a woman from outside to serve as a confidant in the manor. He harbored serious doubts about the veracity of this information. However, that was of little consequence. After all, what storm could a single woman stir? Yet upon this encounter, she appeared to possess some intrigue. His haughty demeanor truly irked Bai Zhi. Perhaps her emotions had been suppressed for too long, and it was indeed time for a release. Let be. What is there to fear? When the water rises, the earth shall cover. When the soldiers come, the generals shall block. Was she to be outmatched by someone from an ancient era? Even if she inadvertently caused trouble, wasn't there still Chu Yanqing to back her? What harm would it be to ensnare him in a predicament? Ideally, she would provoke him enough to be cast out of the manor, thus granting herself freedom. Confident? Chu Yuning remained perplexed, his gaze flitting back and forth between Bai Zhi and Chu Qingxian, unable to comprehend the unfolding situation. Your Highness speaks too harshly. I shall accompany your Highness. Chu Qingxian nodded in satisfaction, and as Chu Yuning attempted to say something further, he was silenced by a gesture from Chu Qingxian. The banquet was set in the garden, surrounded by an abundance of peach blossoms. As a gentle spring breeze swept through, the blossoms resembled butterflies, fluttering their beautiful wings in an enchanting dance. The withered petals cascade down like fairies scattering flowers, resembling a world adorned with delicate makeup and jade carvings. Truly a sight to behold, enchanting and intoxicating. However, Bai Zhi, who genuinely savors life, feels a twinge of envy. When she visited not long ago, the peach blossoms were merely on the verge of blooming. Now they flourish so abundantly. Were it not for the presence of others, she would relish a few cups beneath the peach tree, reciting poetry, and, when weary, succumb to slumber under the blossoms, undisturbed, allowing petals to fall upon her. Bai Zhi, Nan Yen, seated beside Chu Yanqing, couldn't he help but exclaim softly at this scene, aware that calling her sister at this moment was inappropriate. Chu Yanqing, following her gaze, looked up to find Bai Zhi standing behind Chu Qingxian. Instantly, his senses heightened, though his demeanor remained unruffled. To possess the thunder within yet maintain a tranquil faade is a skill inherent to true sovereigns. Ha ha, Wang brother, I brought your advisor. You ought to express your gratitude. Chu Qingxian's remark, delivered in a nonchalant tone, drew the attention of everyone present towards Bai Zhi. Bai Zhi glanced around casually, noting that all 5 princes had gathered, along with several court officials outside the pavilion, including Lord Shun, the Minister of Finance. What matter could warrant such a congregation? Bai Zhi was perplexed. Yet, she quickly realized that regardless of the situation, etiquette must be upheld. Thus, dismissing the scrutinizing gazes, she graciously bowed slightly to everyone before slowly making her way towards the empty seats outside the courtyard. Wait. Chu Qingxian called her back. You should sit here. He pointed to the seat beside him, gesturing for Jean Sei to vacate it. Jean Sei, reluctantly, shot a fiery glare at Bai Zhi, as if flames could erupt from her eyes. Bai Zhi, utterly exasperated, struggled to maintain her signature smile. This position was meant for serving drinks to the 5 princes. Only the foolish Jean Sei failed to perceive that, which was why she hesitated to leave. Bai Zhi, merely an advisor, truly did not belong in this seat. At this moment, the princess consort interjected to help Bai Zhi out of her predicament. Bai Zhi felt a mix of surprise and gratitude. Sister-in-law, what could possibly be inappropriate? Although Miss Bai Zhi is a woman, since she has been invited into the estate as an advisor by my brother, she must possess exceptional qualities. Wouldn't you agree? Tu Qin Xuan Po Si. Indeed, indeed. The other princes, save for the eldest, echoed in agreement. Chu Yanqing's expression darkened, nearing a breaking point. Yet Bai Zhi seized the opportunity to speak. Then I shall graciously accept the 4th princess compliment. She bowed once more to the princes, disregarding Jean Sei's disdainful gaze, and calmly took her seat beside Chu Qingxian. She was determined to discover what challenges lay ahead. Furthermore, why was Chu Qingxian, whom she had never offended, making things difficult for her? Was it necessary for him to witness her true colors before understanding why the flowers bloomed so vibrantly? Does he think that just because I remain composed, he can treat me like a mere kitten? Chapter 25. The easy question. As everyone settled down, the eunuch shown in the palace began to announce, "The state of Qi has issued 3 riddles to the major feudal lords. Any state that can solve them will receive the allegiance of Qi. The king's edict commands all princes and esteemed ministers to devise every possible means to uncover the answers and reclaim the state of Qi." As soon as the words were spoken, the crowd erupted in murmurs, most believing that the state of Qi was already within their grasp. With so many talented and righteous individuals in the kingdom of Linjiang, how could they possibly fail to answer these 3 questions? Ha ha! Laughter filled the air, instantly lightening the atmosphere. This mirth inspired the 3rd prince and the 5th prince, who also began to laugh heartily. In the pavilion, only Chu Yanqing, Chu Qingxian, and Bai Zhi remained silent. Was it truly possible that such an event could transpire in this world, recovering a nation simply by answering questions? How absurd! The temptation was immense. And these 3 questions must surely be exceptionally tricky. Bai Zhi glanced at the 3rd and 5th princes, and indeed, as rumored, they were brave yet devoid of wisdom. Brawn without brains. Turning her gaze to Chu Yanqing, she found him looking at her. Instinctively, she averted her eyes, only to inadvertently meet Chu Qingxuan's gaze, who appeared to be deep in thought as he regarded her. Unable to restrain herself, she shot him a fierce glare. Surprised by Bai Zhi's audacity, Chu Qingxian was not angered. Instead, he merely smiled and dismissed it. "Please, Eunuch Shun, announce the questions," Chu Yanqing said calmly. The surroundings fell silent once more. There would be 3 questions in total. The first 2 would be revealed now, and if answered correctly, the state of Qi would send envoys to visit. The final question would be posed in person in the court. Such theatrics. The 3rd and 5th princes began to snort derisively, completely dismissing the state of Qi. The first question was, what creature walks on 4 legs in the morning, 2 legs at noon, and 3 legs in the evening? Upon hearing this riddle, the crowd erupted in astonished chatter. Those who had laughed heartily just moments ago were now rendered silent. Frowning, they struggled to conjure an answer. Whispers filled the air as everyone exchanged glances. The princes in the pavilion also fell into contemplation, remaining silent for a long while. However, Bai Zhi let out a sigh of relief, calculating that this was indeed an easy question. In her past life, due to her wide-ranging interests, she had studied Greek mythology. In Greek mythology, the Sphinx, sent by Hera, perched upon a cliff near Thebes, would obstruct travelers and pose riddles learned from the muses. Those who could not answer would be devoured. The riddle was, what creature walks on 4 legs in the morning, 2 legs at noon, and 3 legs in the evening? At its peak, the creature's legs are also when it moves the slowest and is at its weakest. Oedipus solved the riddle correctly. The answer was man. The morning referred to childhood when one crawls on all 4s. Noon indicated adulthood when one walks on 2 legs. And evening pointed to old age when a cane is used, hence 3 legs. The Sphinx, feeling utterly shamed, leaped to her death. Yet, she never anticipated that in this era, someone would pose such a riddle. Could it be that they, too, were a time traveler like herself? If that were indeed the case, would finding the questioner enable one to return? If returning is truly impossible, at the very least, it could be considered a reunion with a fellow townsman. Bai Zhi pondered excessively, failing to notice that Chu Qingxian had already caught on to her sigh of relief. What kind of question is this? Does such a thing truly exist in this world? Is it not merely a monster? The 3rd prince, Chu Peiyu, rebuked loudly. Indeed, the 3rd prince is remarkably astute. The answer is indeed a monster. An unnamed courtier outside the court echoed, urging everyone to consider, if this is not a monster, what could it be? Lord Yin spoke sensibly, and several other officials concurred, causing a look of triumph to emerge on the 3rd prince's face. Bai Zhi could not help but let out a laugh. It seems that as long as one holds a high status, even the most trivial discards are treated as treasures by others. How audacious! The 5th prince, noticing Bai Zhi's mocking laughter, immediately glared in anger, issuing a loud reprimand. Bai Zhi panicked, realizing she had lost control. Third brother, must all monsters have 4 legs in the morning, 2 at noon, and 3 in the evening? Chu Yanqing countered aptly. Chu Peiyu was immediately at a loss, sinking back into his seat. Yet, Chu Qingxian was unwilling to let Bai Zhi off so easily. Although the second brother spoke with reason, your aide has indeed offended the third brother and deserves punishment. Bai Zhi rolled her eyes. She truly despised keyboard warriors, whose mere words could bring misfortune to others. She cast a cold glance at Chu Qingxian, sneering. Indeed, punishment is warranted. Bring forth the punishment. The fifth prince understood immediately. However, for reasons unknown, Chu Qingxian interjected, "Wait, fifth brother, if Miss Bai Zhi can answer this question, then on account of second brother, let us allow her to go free." Bai Zhi inwardly cursed Chu Qingxian. No matter how she appeared on the surface, she was under Chu Yanqing's protection. Any punishment was ultimately at his discretion, so what authority did Chu Qingxian hold? If she fails to answer, she shall face a whipping. Chu Qingxian added, almost gleefully. The third and fifth princes exchanged amused glances, readily agreeing. They hardly believed Bai Zhi could answer the question. The punishment was unavoidable. Should Chu Yanqing wish to protect this beauty, he would undoubtedly have to pay a price. Their cunning schemes were evident even to Bai Zhi. Third brother. Chu Yanqing attempted to intervene, but he was interrupted by Bai Zhi. Esteemed princes, do you honor your word? Of course. The three answered in unison. Excellent. Bai Zhi surveyed her surroundings confidently, declaring, I have indeed deduced the answer. Bai Zhi, do not act recklessly. Quickly apologize to the third and fifth princes and leave. Chu Yanqing, rarely addressing her by her full name, glared with intensity, suppressing his anger. Bai Zhi understood he was acting for her benefit and sensed the kindness behind his fury, yet she could not retreat. She would never hide behind him, seeking his protection. Despite her disdain for these princes, she found herself loathing Chu Qingxian even more at this moment. Thus, she smiled gracefully, casting a reassuring glance at Chu Yanqing. Second brother, you cannot show favoritism. Chu Qingxian chimed in, delivering another jab. I am about to reveal the answer. Bai Zhi, indifferent to his presence, asserted with a penetrating gaze. The answer is a person. A person? What nonsense are you spouting? The third prince was on the verge of losing his temper when Wang Zongjing interjected. Might I request Miss Bai Zhi to elucidate for us all? Chu Peiyu could only remain silent, aware of his father's high regard for both Shen Xiaofu and Wang Zongjing. Shen Xiaofu's daughter had already wed Chu Yanqing, and his mother was currently seeking a match for him with Wang Zongjing's daughter. Chapter 26. Mastering Mathematics and Physics. Fearless across the world. Furthermore, he had fallen head over heels for Wang Wanwan and wished to avoid offending his potential father-in-law. In the morning, the reference to childhood indicated the need to crawl on all fours, hence 4 legs. At noon, adulthood required walking on 2 legs, thus 2 legs, and in the evening, old age necessitated the use of a cane, resulting in 3 legs. Bai Zhi's explanation was succinct yet profound. Marvelous. Chu Qingxian was astonished by his own exclamation, as were all present in the pavilion. Indeed, the solution was ingenious. Wang Zongjing nodded in satisfaction and offered a respectful bow to Bai Zhi. At this moment, Bai Zhi was taken aback, hastily returning the gesture. Unbeknownst to her, in this world that reveres the strong, bowing is a recognition of strength. Clearly, Wang Zongjing had acknowledged Bai Zhi's answer. Gazing outward, the ministers outside the pavilion, including Shen Xiaofu, nodded in agreement, casting admiring glances her way. Bai Zhi felt utterly embarrassed. Her achievement was not due to her own prowess, but rather an extraordinary stroke of luck. Your Highnesses, since Bai Zhi has answered correctly, I implore you all to uphold your promises. Nan Yin interjected, timely advocating for Bai Zhi's reprieve from punishment. The third prince glanced at Nan Yin and Bai Zhi, snorted coldly, and sat down in silence. Was this tacit approval? Ha ha ha. Bai Zhi suddenly perceived the third prince's aloofness. Chu Yanqing felt a tumult of emotions. He was aware of Bai Zhi's talents, but had not anticipated such depth. The last time he thought her retreat was merely coincidence, but how about this instance? Could there truly be So many coincidences in the world. Lord Chen, what is the second question? The third prince, Chu Peiyu, impatiently called out to Lord Chen. Lord Chen swiftly recited the second question. How can one measure the height of the Qi Kingdom's palace using a small stick on the ground? Upon the question's announcement, there was an uproar below. What sort of question is this? The fifth and third princes were flabbergasted, drowning their frustration in drink. Mathematics questions now? Bai Zhi gradually fell silent. Truth be told, she yearned to meet the individual who posed this question. She was now certain that this was the work of a time traveler, much like herself. Such a question posed to ancient individuals was akin to a dimensional assault. This query had even stumped her. Indeed, mastering mathematics and the sciences renders one fearless across the world. This time, she felt intimidated. She had always favored the humanities over the sciences. Had there been a poetry contest, she would have undoubtedly triumphed overall, as she had anticipated after a long pause. No one stepped forward to answer. At that moment, everyone remained silent, with rare instances of hushed whispers among the crowd. Upon witnessing this scene, His Highness, Prince Chu Peiyu, was consumed by anger. Incompetent fools, he scolded without restraint. Hurry and pour me some wine. He pointed an accusatory finger at Bai Zhi, his fury palpable. Realizing the situation, Bai Zhi took the place of Jin Se, who had been assigned by Chu Yanqing to serve wine. However, after being unceremoniously dismissed by the detestable Chu Qinxian, the task of pouring wine devolved upon her. Yet, she knew the importance of maintaining appearances. Rising, she approached and knelt down to fill the cups of both the third and fifth princes. Suddenly, her gaze fell upon the shadows cast by the pavilion and the peach trees, as well as the silhouettes of flowering plants, each shadow varying in height. Shadows? A spark ignited in her mind, and she was seized by euphoria, as if she had grasped a profound understanding. Hey, how dare you? The irate voice of the third prince broke her reverie. In her deep concentration, she had failed to notice that the wine had overflowed from the cup, cascading across the table. Chu Qinxuan's lips curled into a smirk, watching the spectacle with amusement. Surely, this little girl would be facing punishment now. Yet, oblivious to the third prince's ire, Bai Zhi turned to Chu Yanqing and declared, Your Highness, I know how to measure. Her voice was clear and melodious, each word resonating with significance. Upon hearing this, the crowd was momentarily stunned into silence. Oh, Bai Zhi, do elaborate. Chu Yanqing instinctively beckoned her to continue. Yet the audience was too captivated by the inquiry to notice the nuance. Simply place a stick beside the Qi Wang Palace, measure its length with a ruler, and then wait until the stick matches the length of its shadow. At that point, measure the shadow of the Qi Wang Palace and half the length of the palace itself. The sum of both will yield the height of the Qi Wang Palace. After finishing her explanation, Bai Zhi anticipated a chorus of astonished exclamations, but instead, the atmosphere was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Did I not articulate my thoughts clearly? After a prolonged silence, she glanced at the third prince, only to find him standing there, astonished, as if he were a wooden post, seemingly processing her words, his anger momentarily forgotten. Ah, this third prince is undoubtedly a man of the fire element. With a strong Aries disposition, such men venerate strength. As long as one is stronger and more resolute, they can be tamed and managed. Bai Zhi spoke with remarkable clarity, opening the eyes of the elder present. Outside the courtyard, the iconic Shen Xiaofu stroked his beard and laughed heartily. With his encouragement, more voices joined in praise. Bai Zhi is exceptionally intelligent. I am in awe. Lieutenant Wang also stood to commend her. Nearby, Eunuch Chen beamed with delight, exclaiming, Now, we can report to the king. When the king first encountered the problem, he was utterly perplexed, his anxiety mounting to the point of sleepless nights. Yet today, this remarkable Bai Zhi had swiftly solved two problems in such a short span of time. Truly, the residence of the second prince is a haven for hidden talents. When did my brother acquire such an outstanding advisor? Chu Qinxuan's tone betrayed a hint of envy and admiration. Chu Yanqing regarded him in silence, unwilling to reveal Bai Zhi's origins to others. Beside them, Lin Wanjun, witnessing Chu Yanqing's demeanor, mistakenly believed it was her place to interject. Miss Bai Zhi was brought back from Jinling City by His Highness a few days ago. Chu Yanqing cast a cold glance, and Lin Wanjun immediately sensed her indiscretion, hastily lowering her head in silence. Jinling City? What a splendid place, Chu Qingxian remarked with a knowing tone. Yet Bai Zhi chose to disregard him. The weather is splendid today, and we have resolved a significant dilemma for the great Qi. Shall we seize this opportunity to indulge in poetry and wine? Proposed Liuyun, the son of the imperial censor. Liuyun was one of the 4 distinguished young gentlemen of Ruan. Given his presence, it was likely the other 3 had also arrived. Unfortunately, Bai Zhi, being somewhat socially withdrawn, found herself unacquainted with any of them. This simply would not do. To navigate this sphere effectively, one must cultivate connections. Starting tomorrow, she would venture out to socialize. She vaguely recalled Nan Yin mentioning that the imperial censor maintained a neutral stance while privately supporting the 4th prince. Thus, Liuyun essentially represented Chu Qingxuan's faction. Chapter 27. The fish on the chopping block. She held the most unfavorable impression of Chu Qingxian, primarily due to his relentless targeting of her. As the adage goes, in the eyes of a lover, even a plain woman appears beautiful. Conversely, in the eyes of the wicked, the fairest becomes as unattractive as a commoner. Yunjian, your proposal is splendid, Chu Qingxian exclaimed, fully aware of Bai Zhi's poetic prowess. The line she had just recited, fallen to mud, thought to be dust, lingered in his mind. What do my royal brothers think? This was a suggestion that could not be dismissed. The previous rulers of Linjiang valued martial prowess over literary talent, prompting many gifted individuals to seek refuge in the kingdom of Yingwei. This realm embraced diversity and, in recent years, even allowed women to participate in the imperial examinations. Following several years of reform, the nation's strength had significantly developed, leaving the powerful Linjiang kingdom feeling somewhat threatened. Consequently, the king of Linjiang issued decrees to enhance the relevant systems and improve the treatment of civil servants, leading to a slight improvement, yet it remained insufficient. With the promulgation of this decree, poetry contests became a favored pastime after feasting. Engaging in poetry, if one performed well enough to catch the royal ear, could lead to an immediate summons. Those with genuine talent, if favored by the king, might be granted official titles and nobility. Such rapid ascent to wealth and status was unparalleled. There were 2 forms of poetry contests. The first involved establishing a theme around which to compose verses. The second required the subsequent poet to continue from the last character of the preceding poetess line. The first method was typically preferred. The princes all nodded in agreement. Then, if I may be so bold, I request a reward from your highnesses, Liuyun said with a cheerful grin. Certainly, certainly, the 3rd prince, Chu Peiyu, seeing a rare opportunity, realized that his father cherished poetry, yet he lacked any talent for it. He sought to seize this chance to recruit a few to the palace to compose verses for his father daily. He glanced at Chu Yanqing and Chu Qingxian, scoffing at the thought. Were it not for their superior poetic abilities, they would never have captured their father's favor, especially the youngest. The king has arrived. A eunuch's loud and clear announcement nearly stunned the assembly, prompting everyone to rise and pay their respects. A middle-aged man, adorned with a retinue of attendants, strode forth, tall and imposing, with an air of nobility and a glint of determination in his eyes. Though his hair bore a hint of gray, it only served to amplify his commanding presence and authority. This was none other than the king of Linjiang. Bai Zhi could not help but steal a glance at him, recognizing that his innate aura of dignity and pressure was indeed unmatched, even by Chu Yanqing. All rise. His voice resonated with a rich timbre, infused with a measure of dominance, a touch of gravitas, and a hint of compassion. The assembly complied, rising and taking their seats. It was then revealed that Eunuch Chun had deciphered the problem and immediately dispatched a messenger to the palace to inform the king, explaining that a poetry contest was to ensue. The king, upon hearing this, was elated and decided to attend the event. He also expressed a desire to see the talented Bai Zhi, the one who had solved the riddle. I wish to witness how diligently the young gentlemen have been studying lately. Allow me to offer this prize. With that, he produced a golden medallion, granting immunity from death to the one who emerged victorious. The assembly gasped in astonishment, their eyes wide with anticipation. Who among them would not covet such a prize? Regret washed over many of the young scholars present, lamenting their lack of diligence in their studies and poetry. Observing the opportune moment, Eunuch Chen stepped forward, gauging the king's disposition. Your servant shall announce the competition rules on behalf of His Majesty. The contest will be divided into 3 groups, each led by the second, third, and fourth princes, with the remaining gentlemen drawing lots to determine their teams. Each group will consist of 4 members, who may collaborate to compose their verses. The rules had evidently been prearranged, suggesting foresight. The rationale behind this structure was to assess the abilities of the young nobles while mitigating the risk of any one individual suffering a severe defeat. With 4 members per group, it was assured that at least one in each team would possess poetic skill. The victorious group would each be awarded 100 taels of gold, while the losing team would face penalties. As if sensing that the prize was still insufficient, Eunuch Chen, at the king's behest, added another stipulation. Bai Zhi could not help but gasp, her heart aching at the thought of the golden reward slipping from her grasp. Your Majesty, a voice interjected, Lin Tingwei's son, Lin Shuqing, is unwell and will not be present today. Upon hearing this, the king casually surveyed the audience, inquiring if any of his loyal subjects would be willing to serve as a substitute. Thus, the insufferable Chu Qinxian seized the moment to draw attention to himself. Father, I would like to recommend someone. Who? This young lady, Bai Zhi. All eyes turned to Bai Zhi, some questioning the appropriateness of a woman's participation. Yet, her recent success in solving 2 problems showcased her quick wit and extensive knowledge. In realms governed by ability, rules bend to accommodate talent. This principle rings true across all worlds. Father is unaware that all the problems posed by the kingdom of Qi were solved by Bai Zhi. Remarkably, he refrained from mentioning that Bai Zhi was merely a subordinate of Chu Yanqing. Lin Jiang Wang gazed calmly at Bai Zhi, his eyes revealing nothing. Suddenly he spoke. Miss Bai Zhi, with your exceptional talent, I am certain you will excel in poetry. Someone, inscribe her name. Is it truly so direct? Not even a question posed to her. Were it not for her covetousness for the 100 taels of gold, how could she possibly acquiesce? Bai Zhi once again felt as though she were the meat on the chopping block, at the mercy of others. Although she was unafraid of composing poetry, after all, her mind brimmed with the 300 Tang poems. When faced with the task, a wave of trepidation washed over her. What if the rules of poetry in this world differed from those in her own? The draw was conducted swiftly. The first group, Chu Yanqing, Li Zhe, Yuan Wenhao, Jiang Lu. The second group, Chu Qinxian, Liu Yunzhan, Shen Hanzhou, the younger brother of Shen Yanyan, Ji Bai. The third group, Chu Peiyu, Chu Yuning, Tai Yuan Bai Zhi. Bai Zhi was left speechless. She could not rely on these 2 princes. Glancing at Tai Yuan, he appeared rather coarse, evidently not the scholarly type. Yet he shared a close rapport with the 2 princes. Nan Yin observed the scene from the audience, feeling a pang of anxiety for Bai Zhi. Chu Yanqing too was concerned, casting furtive glances at her. Bai Zhi sat in her designated spot, a look of despondency etched upon her face. Suddenly, her eyes caught sight of a silver bracelet adorning the 3rd prince's wrist. The design mirrored that of her ex-boyfriend's from her previous life. She vividly recalled the day they quarreled, as he wore it then. Memories surged forth, rendering her momentarily breathless. No, she must acquire that bracelet, for it seemed to hold the key to her connection with the modern world. Chapter 28. Delaying for a while, but not at this price, no. She must possess that bracelet, for it appeared to bridge her to the present. A resolute conviction ignited within her. Meanwhile, the 5th prince, Chu Yuning, lamented his fate, clearly resigned to defeat. It's over, brother. We are surely doomed to incur Father's wrath. The 3rd prince, Chu Peiyu, remained silent, aware of their group's lack of strength. Yet he despised the feeling of defeat. He cast a glance at his 2 brothers, an involuntary hatred flickering in his eyes. If only they could match my prowess in spiritual energy. This resentment did not escape Bai Zhi's notice. She recognized her opportunity. 3rd prince, I can help you win this competition in exchange for that bracelet you wear. What nonsense is this? The bracelet was a point of fury for the fifth prince. Chu Yuning, who believed Bai Zhi was merely trying to stir chaos. Chu Piyu, however, interjected, casting a sidelong glance at Bai Zhi, first win the contest. Although he acknowledged her prowess in answering questions, composing poetry was another matter entirely. Bai Zhi smiled faintly, her determination unwavering. The competition was officially underway. The theme for the first round of poetry was peach blossoms. The announcer, Chen Gonggong, commenced. Upon hearing the news, the other two groups began to whisper among themselves, engaged in discussion. Yet, within Bai Zhi's group, the four sat in silence, resembling four wooden carvings. In a certain sense, they exhibited a remarkable harmony. After the passage of a single incense stick duration, Chief Yunichun announced that the time was up. The first group, led by Li Zhi, began their recitation. Flowing aureole calls for spring peach, dawn hues and gentle breezes adorn the flowers and grass. I fondly recall old excursions to the Peach Leaf Lodge. As spring wanes, the drifting blossoms cannot be retained. The couplets indeed displayed meticulous symmetry. However, they were laden with ornate language, lacking in true depth of sentiment. Nevertheless, crafting such a poem in such a brief span was commendable, and Bai Zhi expressed her belief that she could never achieve the same. Li Zhi's verses garnered considerable praise. The second group, led by Liuyun, presented their composition. Amidst the well-side, the red blossoms bloom. Mist and drizzle grace the apricot-flowered sky. Behind my elbow, a golden pot holds wondrous elixirs. The Queen Mother has newly blossomed a peach tree. Their skill was decidedly on par with the first group. Bai Zhi mused in silent contemplation. When it came time for the third group, not a single soul dared to speak. Beside them, Liuyun began to jest. Didn't we just see the third prince discussing with everyone how this cannot be accomplished? Are you conceding? Ha ha ha. This light-hearted banter lifted the atmosphere, and even the Prince of Linjiang cast a stern glance in their direction. Bai Zhi, did you not claim you could prevail? Prince Chu Yuning seethed quietly. Bai Zhi shot a sidelong glance at him, replying, if the third prince agrees to my request, I shall compose a poem. I agree. Should you fail, I shall hold you accountable. Chu Piyu had little faith that this woman could produce anything of merit. Yet he could not withstand the weight of his father's gaze. If I win, all the gold you acquire will belong to me. Bai Zhi began to press her advantage, initiating a mode of extortion. After all, they had initially refused her request, leading to this moment of delay. This was merely the interest owed. Hearing this, Prince Chu Yuning's agitation grew, a fierce impulse to strike Bai Zhi simmering within him. Meanwhile, Chu Piyu locked eyes with Bai Zhi. Bai Zhi, are you truly so confident of victory? Bai Zhi smirked disdainfully, neither confirming nor denying. Having observed the poems from the previous two groups, she discerned that in terms of diction, rhyme, structure, and depth, they were no different from her own era. Thus, the Tang poems of 300 verses sprang vividly to her mind. Not just one, but even if she were tasked with composing 100 poems, she would find it no challenge at all. Your Highness, consider wisely. Delay any longer, and the price shall escalate. Bai Zhi languidly stretched her fingers, admiring the delicate application of her makeup from the previous day, the soft pink hue delightfully pleasing to the eye. Losing the competition was acceptable. However, to be unable to compose a single poem would be a source of ridicule. Observing her confident demeanor, Prince Chu Piyu nearly crunched his silver teeth in frustration. Very well. But if you do not succeed, she'll. Bai Zhi silenced him with a gesture, signaling for his quietude. With a slight smile, she began, on this day last year. Within this very gate, the visage of a maiden and peach blossoms intertwined in crimson. Yet the maiden's whereabouts are unknown, while the peach blossoms continue to bask in the spring breeze. The first scene, the quest for spring, encounters beauty, capturing the essence of this encounter. It stands as the most enchanting moment throughout the entire process. The imagery of the maiden and the peach blossoms harmoniously reflects each other, subtly portraying the author's focused gaze and the mutual, unspoken affection shared between the two. The second scene, a search that leads to unfulfilled reunion. Once again, it is the season of vibrant spring, where myriad flowers burst forth in splendid bloom. Yet, the individual who truly embellishes all of this remains elusive, leaving behind only a peach blossom tree at the entrance, still blooming with laughter in the gentle spring breeze. The peach blossoms smile in the spring air, and the literati present savor the moment, unable to contain their applause. They eagerly cast their votes for the Bai Zhi group. Chu Yanqing and Chu Qinxian are equally captivated by Bai Zhi's talent. Meanwhile, the fifth prince, Chu Yuning, with a foolish grin, appears blissfully unaware of the poem's excellence. However, the enthusiasm of everyone voting for their group fills him with uncontainable joy. The third prince, Chu Peiyu, glances at him and Bai Zhi, and his expression gradually softens. In the first round, the third prince's group emerged victorious, as announced by Lord Chun. The subsequent theme, the celebration of wine. The members of each group resumed their hushed discussions, yet the Bai Zhi group remained notably silent. Unable to restrain himself, Chu Yuning finally inquired, "Bai Zhi, are you up to the task?" As long as the third prince honors his promise. Bai Zhi arched an eyebrow, the corners of her mouth lifting slightly, exuding an air of confidence. Sensing stability, Chu Yuning reassured, "Fear not, my third brother is known for his integrity." Before he could finish, he was interrupted by Chu Peiyu. "Do not disturb Miss Bai Zhi's contemplation." Yes, yes, yes. At that moment, Chu Yuning appeared to be nothing more than a sycophant. Soon, the first group presented their answer. "At the bow of the boat, we offer wine to the gods. The longevity gourd signifies true sincerity. This year's cold food festival is quite extravagant, not as delightful as a cup of wine amidst the mundane." The second group followed with, "Let us drink fine wine with the youth, disregarding the immortal's ascension. The magistrate of Anren County seeks to punish," as he pours fragrant wine into the red sleeves. Such frivolity. The poetry from Linjiang Kingdom displayed such a level of mediocrity? No wonder there is a strong push for literary development. How shall we proceed in such circumstances? After the first two groups recited their verses, the crowd's attention shifted entirely to Bai Zhi. Noticing this, Bai Zhi boldly downed the peach blossom wine in her hand and proclaimed, in a golden goblet, "Fine wine costs 10,000 on a jade plate. Exquisite dishes demand a fortune. I find myself so troubled, unable to eat. Drawing my sword, I gaze around, feeling utterly lost. I long to cross the Yellow River, yet ice blocks the way to ascend the Taihang. The snow has sealed the mountains. In leisure, I fish by the azure stream. Suddenly, I dream of sailing beside the sun. The road is arduous. The road is arduous, with many diverging paths. Where do I go now? One day, the wind will carry me to break the waves. I shall hoist the sails high and brave the vast seas." Chapter 29. I still wish to compose poetry. The fine wine in the cup costs 10,000 per measure, while the delicacies on the jade plate command a fortune. My heart is heavy. I pause my cup and chopsticks, unable to eat, drawing my sword and looking around, truly perplexed. I wish to cross the Yellow River, but ice and snow block this mighty river. To ascend the Taihang, the relentless wind and snow have already sealed the mountains. Like Jiangshang fishing by the stream, I await my resurgence, while Yi'in dreams of sailing, serving beside King Tang. How incredibly difficult! How incredibly difficult! The paths diverge, but where lies the true road? I believe that one day, I shall harness the strong winds to conquer the vast waves. I will hoist my sails high and forge ahead in the boundless sea. Throughout history, who could rival the poet immortally Bai when it comes to writing about wine? A splendid line indeed. The wind will carry us to break the waves. I shall hoist my sails and brave the vast sea. The king of Linjiang could not help but commend, marveling at Bai Zhi's ambition, despite her being a woman. The crowd echoed their agreement. Did the young lady Bai Zhi refer to the Yellow River and Taihang Mountains as depicted in Chronicles of Immortals? Wang Zong inquired nearby. Chronicles of Immortals is a renowned mythical novel on this continent, chronicling the tales of immortals that the inhabitants have heard. One particular chapter recounts the story of a mortal who crossed the Yellow River and traversed the Taihang Mountains, enduring countless hardships before ascending to divinity. However, Bai Zhi was unaware of this, yet upon seeing Wang Zong had found the answer, she fervently nodded in agreement. She had been so engrossed in composing poetry that she had overlooked the geographical locations mentioned within. Fortunately, this esteemed Wang Zong provided her an avenue of escape. Chu Yin and Chu Qinxian gazed at Bai Zhi with increasingly complex expressions. Each harbored their own thoughts, yet both felt a profound sense of regret. Chu Qinxian lamented having brought her out from the secluded courtyard of Chu Yanqing to satisfy his whims. Chu Yanqing regretted not reprimanding her the moment he laid eyes on her. Now it seemed, a treasure will inevitably shine. What was originally his alone had now become public knowledge, akin to having his heart ripped out. Ultimately, it was the jealousy of a man that festered within him as he cast a glance at Chu Qinxian, a wave of disdain evident. "Come, Bai Zhi, allow me to offer you a drink." The king of Linjiang raised his cup, prompting a chorus of astonished gasps from those below. The young lady Bai Zhi had unexpectedly received such an honor. Eunuch Shun presented the cup of wine before Bai Zhi. With the king's gracious offering, Bai Zhi found it difficult to decline, so she graciously accepted and drank deeply. She soon realized that the royal wine was indeed exceptional, becoming increasingly delightful with every sip. Excellent. The king of Linjiang beamed with joy, clearly enamored with the girl. "I too shall toast to Miss Bai Zhi." Chu Qinxian rose to his feet. Before Bai Zhi could react, Chu Peiyu and Chu Yuning also stood up in unison, exclaiming, "We shall toast as well." Bewildered, Bai Zhi was inundated with cup after cup of wine, and after several rounds, she had lost count of how much she had consumed. Fortunately, the wine was pleasant, lacking any harshness. Yet, she remained unaware of the potent aftereffects that awaited her. In the third round, the theme centered on the warriors of the kingdom of Linjiang. Group 1. As the arrows are drawn back, life and death entwined in battle. Through the sands, the herons take flight, the expanse vast, and the winds many. Group 2. A solitary lamp flickers, thoughts of despair emerge. A lone ape cries out, severing the moonlit sky. With fervor, the warriors wield their weapons, standing resolute as the tranquility descends. Alas, is this the extent of your prowess? The effects of the wine intensified. Bai Zhi began to feel ill at ease, her consciousness growing increasingly hazy. It seemed she could no longer control herself. No, she must recite this final verse before succumbing to intoxication. Upon the sea, long clouds obscure the snow-capped mountains. A solitary fortress gazes upon the ancient timber pass. Through countless battles, clad in golden armor, I shall not return until the Eastern who are vanquished. This was a renowned military poem by the Tang Dynasty poet Wang Chongling. Bai Zhi adapted certain place names to suit her context, hoping the great poet would not take offense. She silently prayed. "Well said." A resounding voice startled Bai Zhi, cleared her mind somewhat. It was none other than Chu Peiyu beside her. Through countless battles, clad in golden armor, I shall not return until the Eastern who are vanquished. Although he lacked a deep understanding of eloquence, that particular phrase resonated deeply with him, stemming from his frequent military campaigns against the Eastern Hu. The Eastern Hu, a diminutive nation, possessed a fierce spirit, often plundering the possessions of border inhabitants and jeopardizing their safety. The kingdom of Linjiang routinely dispatched troops to defend the borders. However, due to geographical constraints, once the Eastern Hu was repelled from their city, there remained no further recourse, as their stronghold was easily defended yet challenging to assault. A forceful attack was conceivable, yet it would be a grave misallocation of resources to expend vast human and material capital for the sake of such a minor entity. The Eastern Hu serve as a crucial junction between Linjiang and the northern desert. Should they forcefully eradicate the Eastern Hu, they would inevitably provoke the northern desert. The kingdom of Linjiang lacked the sufficient strength to contend with the northern desert and the Moonlit Kingdom. Thus, the ultimate resolution was to station a considerable number of troops along the borders to safeguard the common folk. Until the Eastern Hu was subdued, there would be no peace. He firmly resolved within his heart that one day he would annihilate the Eastern Hu. Meanwhile, the audience began to cast their votes once more, the majority favoring the Bai Zhi group. However, some, mindful of the other two princes' dignity, allocated their votes to them. The final tally revealed the Bai Zhi group in first place, accumulating a total of 35 votes. The second place Chu Qinxian group with 4 votes. and the third place Chu Yanqing group with 3 votes, showcasing an overwhelming superiority for Bai Zhi. Yet, this inadvertently placed Chu Yanqing in an awkward position. Bai Zhi felt a twinge of guilt, her gaze gradually dimming. Conversely, Chu Yuning was overjoyed, relishing a moment of triumph like never before. "Come, Bai Zhi. Why the long face? Let's drink." He filled her cup to the brim, having already regarded her as a close brother in his heart. The king of Linjiang, observing this scene from his seat, pondered whether he should emulate the moonlit kingdom and permit women to participate in the imperial examinations. Bai Zhi remained seated as various young nobles approached to toast her, some familiar, others not, each offering cup after cup. Bai Zhi understood that after today, her reputation would soar, relieving her of the need for socializing. As her head began to spin, a gentle voice interrupted. "Zhi, you have indulged in drink today? It would be wise to cease and take care of your health." Rubbing her eyes, Bai Zhi found herself face to face with Chu Yanqing. Perhaps the alcohol had muddled her mind, for in his visage, she involuntarily recalled her former boyfriend, their faces strikingly overlapping. She could not fathom why they had parted ways, why their arguments seemed endless, why neither had learned to cherish the other. Why could Chu Yanqing not understand her feelings? Why did love elude her in every realm? A wave of melancholy washed over her as she declared loudly, "I shall not rest. I want to compose poetry." At this, Liu Yinzhan perked up. Does Miss Bai Zhi truly mean what she says? Chapter 30, A Strange Dreamscape. Bai Zhi rose with her wine glass, disregarding him. The atmosphere around her suddenly fell silent. All eyes filled with anticipation. Bai Zhi disregarded the scrutinizing gazes around her, downing her drink in one swift motion. She yearned to unleash her pent-up emotions in a resounding outburst, yet all that escaped her lips were a few mournful words. The cherished days are irretrievable, and the storms of life stretch endlessly like years. The splendid moments of yore had vanished, and the beloved companion would no longer share in the joys of life. All that remained was the prolonged desolation and the relentless passage of time, each day dragging on like an eternity. Alas, it seemed as though she could never return to those days. From now on, she would likely exist in this world like a drifting reed, living in a state of humble survival. Overwhelmed with sorrow, she succumbed to her tears and collapsed onto the ground. "Zhi." It felt as if she could hear Chu Yanqing's anxious voice in her ears, yet she lacked the strength to respond. So be it, she thought. If she were to slip into a deep slumber, perhaps upon awakening, she would find herself back in her own world. Nightfall descended quietly once more. Murong Feng was diligently practicing his spiritual energy in the training room, having attempted countless times to surpass level 95. He had consumed a significant amount of Zijing Dan and Longxian grass to aid in his endeavor. Yet no matter what he did, success eluded him. This evening, he resolved to maintain a calm mindset as he prepared to make another attempt at level 95. Slowly closing his eyes, he began to circulate the spiritual energy within him. The initial phase progressed smoothly. However, as he ventured into the latter stages, the long-buried figure of Yun'er surfaced in his mind. In an instant, his defenses crumbled. Yet the girl before him appeared oblivious to his presence. No matter how fervently he reached out, he could not bridge the gap between them. Gradually, she fell silent, casting him a fleeting glance before dissolving into countless specks of starlight, vanishing from sight. With a sudden gasp, a mouthful of blood escaped Murong Feng's lips. Bo Yin hurried to his side, offering support. "My lord, are you unwell?" Murong Feng gazed ahead with a detached expression, realizing that his impatience had led to yet another failure in elevating his spiritual energy. "My lord, the challenge of enhancing spiritual power is inherently formidable. There is no need for haste," Bo Yin implored gently from beside him. Murong Feng remained silent, allowing his energy to return to a state of equilibrium before rising to say, "Let us return." Outside the study, Bo Yin received a restorative medicinal broth brought in by a subordinate. Each attempt at upgrading spiritual energy depletes considerable stamina, regardless of success. Thus, if one succeeds, immediate recovery is possible. Failure necessitates supplementary nourishment for swift recuperation. As he entered the room to present it to Murong Feng, he noticed him idly toying with a jade rui. Instantly, he recognized it as a gift meticulously chosen by the lady for the Lord's birthday. He recalled how the Lord had dismissed it lightly, passing it on to Jiangning. Little did he know that this jade rui had found its way back from Jiangning to the Lord's hands. In that moment, he seemed to grasp that perhaps the failure in the Lord's attempt to break through level 95 was linked to Shangguan Liuyun. Silently placing the medicinal broth aside, he withdrew. Upon reaching the door, he couldn't help but reflect. The lady had been missing for nearly half a year, yet her body had never been found. He could not believe that a living person could simply vanish. The cliff had been scoured no less than 100 times, and the search area had since been expanded, yet there had been no news. Ultimately, there was no alternative but to resort to the various forces at hand to seek out the lady. During this period, numerous young women were indeed brought back, yet most bore only a superficial resemblance, not embodying the essence of his beloved. Over the past 6 months, the Lord had nearly dismissed all his concubines, becoming increasingly indifferent to the fairer sex. The lady's name had gradually transformed into a taboo within the entire Lord's residence. During this time, Boyan distinctly perceived that Murong Feng had grown more bloodthirsty and merciless. As a companion and subordinate who had grown up alongside him, this change deeply pained him. Gazing at the crescent moon in the sky, serene as a maiden and majestic as a sovereign, a man who had never believed in deities found himself making a wish to it, yearning to locate the lady at any cost. The next day, Boyan followed Murong Feng to the Bai Zhi hall, perplexed as to why the Lord felt the need to personally convey a task. However, Murong Feng offered no explanation and merely selected a golden phoenix butterfly hairpin. Subsequently, he visited Gyue's studio to purchase flower cakes, leaving Boyan utterly bewildered. Thereafter, whenever Bai Zhi hall released new jewelry, it would be promptly delivered to the Lord's residence, where Murong Feng would consistently place the adornments in Shangguan Liuyun's vanity box. Bai Zhi seemed to have entered a realm both familiar and alien. The hall was resplendent with gold and jade, yet devoid of any presence. Calling out several times yielded no response, and stepping outside revealed an empty expanse. Upon turning around, she spotted the silhouette of a woman, draped in ethereal garments, exuding an air of otherworldliness. Unable to resist, Bai Zhi approached to inquire, only to find the woman slowly turning her head, an identical visage, yet with eyes that bore a hint of resentment. That flicker of animosity instilled a sense of dread within her, prompting an instinctual desire to retreat. Yet she discovered her legs had grown weak and immobile. The woman, sharing her likeness, regarded her coldly, advancing with deliberate steps. "No, do not come closer," Bai Zhi cried out in desperation, flailing her arms in panic. Suddenly, she awoke, feeling utterly drained, and upon surveying her surroundings, recognized the familiar Linglong courtyard. Forcing herself to rise, she was immediately assisted by Xiao Lu, who had rushed in upon noticing her state. "Xiao Lu, what time is it?" she inquired. "It is already the hour of C. Around 11 in the morning," Xiao Lu replied. Bai Zhi quickly calculated in her mind, astonished at how late it had become. She had slept from the previous afternoon until now. Qing Dai, hurry to the kitchen and fetch some lunch for the lady. Make sure it is light. Xiao Lu commanded a maid at the door. Bai Zhi smiled at the sight of Xiao Lu taking charge, feeling delighted that the timid girl had shed her former submissive nature. "Xiao Lu, tidy up. After lunch, accompany me outside," she instructed. "My lady, that is not permissible." Xiao Lu protested. "Why not?" Bai Zhi questioned, sensing the hesitation in Xiao Lu's demeanor. "His Highness mentioned yesterday that he would visit you after court today," Xiao Lu reluctantly confessed. "That is fine, Xiao Lu. We shall wait until the prince arrives before going out," Bai Zhi gently reassured, not wishing to alarm the delicate girl. However, logically, by this hour, the morning court had surely concluded. After a simple luncheon, Bai Zhi felt invigorated. Shortly thereafter, Chu Yanqing arrived at Linglong Garden. Their eyes met, and Bai Zhi felt a twinge of discomfort. Chapter 31. The Misunderstanding. Since their confrontation in the garden 2 weeks prior, they had not spent time alone together. Observing Chu Yanqing, Bai Zhi keenly sensed his displeased demeanor, which was somewhat intimidating. She was unaware of what had angered him and did not wish to delve into it. Thus, she attempted to change the subject. "Your Highness, have you had lunch yet?" "Not yet." His voice was as sharp as broken ice and jade. Bai Zhi was taken aback by the unexpected harshness in his tone. He had always treated her with gentleness and care, even when she had made mistakes. He had never truly held it against her. Could it be due to her previous rejection? Surely not. Nevertheless, she feigned ignorance. "Xiao Lu, please fetch lunch for His Highness from the kitchen." Upon saying this, she felt she had overstepped. What did it matter where he chose to dine? To her surprise, Chu Yanqing did not refuse. After inviting Bai Zhi to sit, he presented her with an ornate box. "Is this for me?" Bai Zhi asked, perplexed. Chu Yanqing remained silent, prompting her to refrain from further inquiries. Upon opening the box, her eyes widened in astonishment. It contained a silver bracelet belonging to the third prince, Chu Peiyu. She vaguely recalled their wager from the previous day. "Third prince, if I help you in the competition, you shall gift me your bracelet." He had indeed honored his promise. A rush of unexpected emotions coursed through her, and Bai Zhi could not help but smile. "You're still smiling?" Chu Yanqing's expression darkened further. "Why should I not smile?" She retorted. "Why did you ask the third brother for this bracelet?" "I simply like it." Unfazed by Chu Yanqing's anger, Bai Zhi continued, "What? Do you wish to marry him since you do not want to marry me?" At this, Bai Zhi was taken aback. "What nonsense are you speaking? Do you not know that this bracelet is a family heirloom of the Li concubine? It has always been passed down to the legitimate son or daughter of the family. Now that it is in the hands of the third brother, it is destined to be passed on to his legitimate heir. What are your true intentions in wanting this bracelet? Bai Zhi, you are quite the schemer. Among the young lords, he is the only one yet to officially take a wife." It was rare for Chu Yanqing to speak so much, and his expression grew increasingly grim. "Are you truly that concerned with the primary wife position?" Bai Zhi gazed incredulously at the bracelet, lost in thought. She recalled her ex-boyfriend claiming that his bracelet was also an heirloom, and she could not help but feel that this cursed ex had deceived her in the past, and was now doing so once more in this lifetime. Ignoring Chu Yanqing, she continued to examine the bracelet, discovering no remarkable qualities. In fact, she noted slight differences in the floral patterns. It seemed clear that the two bracelets were indeed dissimilar. Surely, she had been too caught up in the moment yesterday to have reacted so impulsively. Seeing that Bai Zhi was preoccupied with the bracelet and not acknowledging him, Chu Yanqing assumed she had tacitly accepted his unspoken sentiments. He was baffled by how easily she seemed to change her affections, so fickle and capricious. As the impending emotions surged, Bai Zhi shook her head. She had long sensed a flicker of coldness in the depths of the man's gaze. Yet, she preferred not to offer explanations too hastily. After careful consideration, she concluded that it would be best to clarify the misunderstanding. Otherwise, rumors might reach the ears of Li Fei or the king, leading to unnecessary complications. However, the significance of this matter was profound, for the third prince, Chu Peiyu, had indeed bestowed it upon her. Was the outcome of yesterday's competition truly of such importance in his eyes? "I shall not marry him. I genuinely do not know the origins of this bracelet. Yesterday, he had been so arrogant, and I merely sought to outwit him, observing the bracelet's apparent value. I demanded it as a condition for assisting them in winning the competition. I truly had no knowledge of its origins. Had I known, I would have refused it outright. Now that I am aware of the bracelet's provenance, I cannot accept it and must return it to the third prince. And I hope to trouble His Highness with this task." After speaking, Bai Zhi promptly returned the bracelet to Chu Yanqing. Her explanation was nothing short of impeccable, and Chu Yanqing's expression softened considerably as he accepted the ornate box. Bai Zhi, whose tolerance for alcohol was rather limited, resolved to refrain from excessive drinking in the future. Having indulged in over 30 cups the previous day, Chu Yanqing soon reverted to his previous gentle demeanor. Bai Zhi felt a stirring within her heart. She bit her lip tightly, her eyes revealing a tumult of emotions. It was as if countless words wrestled within her, yet ultimately, she chose to bury them deep within, too timid to express them. Fortunately, lunch was served at that moment, and Bai Zhi took the opportunity to invite Chu Yanqing to dine. Just then, a young deer quietly approached Bai Zhi and said, "Miss, someone has delivered 4 boxes for you in the courtyard." Bai Zhi replied, somewhat astonished. What friends would be so kind as to send me for boxes? Those are the rewards you won yesterday. Third brother, fifth brother, and Taiyuan directly gifted you their prizes. Zhuzanqing ziplit gasu. As for the life-saving medal, the king will summon you in a few days to personally bestow it upon you. So in one night, I have acquired 400 taels of gold? Bai Zhi exclaimed, unable to resist, dashing toward the courtyard. Having lived in an era of peace in her past life, where survival was not a concern, she now found wealth to be of utmost significance in this life. Casting aside the life-saving medal as a secondary consideration, as she beheld Bai Zhi's exuberant form leaping through the courtyard, complex emotions flickered within Chu Yanqing's eyes. Why did it feel as though Bai Zhi was drifting away from him? He could not deny that he had been captivated by her from the very first glance. Now that so much time had passed without truly possessing her, he felt increasingly unsettled. Glancing at the bracelet's ornate box beside him, he could only find solace in the thought that perhaps Bai Zhi truly loved wealth, and he had misjudged her. Contemplating this brought some relief to his troubled heart. Upon seeing the 4 boxes of gold, Bai Zhi's eyes widened in awe. Her fingers brushed against the gleaming gold, her eyes crescent-shaped with delight. A rosy glow spreading across her face as her lips curled into a joyful smile. Bounding with joy, Bai Zhi perceived the air to be sweet at that moment. Gome, quickly help me move things into the house, but be careful not to break anything, she called out to those assisting her, embodying the demeanor of a miserly landlord. Ming Chun, observing this, could not help but stifle a laugh. Ming Chun, do you dare mock me? Bai Zhi noticed his amusement and tossed a small stone in his direction, which he deftly evaded with a swift turn. Spare me, fair goddess, Ming Chun replied, bowing respectfully. Fair goddess? Bai Zhi recalled her past life where she often referred to herself as a fairy, and her cheeks flushed slightly as she asked, how do you know I am a goddess? Chapter 32. Trending first, however, Ming Chun was unaware of Bai Zhi's thoughts. He explained, my lady, you may not be aware, but your poetry from yesterday has spread throughout the entirety of Ruyan City. Everyone believes that only an immortal could compose such verses. Hence many have begun to refer to you as a goddess. Ming Chun had been present at the event and had witnessed Bai Zhi's remarkable talents firsthand. His attitude towards her had completely shifted, and he now regarded her with utmost reverence, especially given the prince's attitude towards her. What? Bai Zhi suddenly realized her earlier indiscretion, having thought it was merely a dream. Alas, she found herself once again standing on the shoulders of giants. Behind her lay the profound heritage of Chinese civilization. How could these individuals possibly compete with that? Ha ha ha, last night, your performance truly opened my eyes. Chu Yanqing, who had finished his meal unbeknownst to them, joined them in the courtyard. Not only I, but even my father and the ministers are full of praise for you. Upon hearing this, Bai Zhi beamed with joy, feeling an immense sense of pride, not for herself, but for the acknowledgement of her rich cultural heritage by another world. Your Highness, you flatter me, she replied, maintaining her humility. Now that you have finished your meal, you should return to rest. After being polite, Bai Zhi found herself at a loss for words again, prompting her to encourage him to take a break. Do you wish for me to leave so eagerly? Have you truly forgotten that the Linglong courtyard is within my residence? I shall go wherever I please. Chu Yanqing's expression darkened, and that aloof tone resurfaced. Bai Zhi could not help but feel perplexed. Why did suggesting he rest translate to wanting him to leave Linglong courtyard? Little dear, sensing the tension and fearing punishment for Bai Zhi, immediately knelt and stammered, Your Highness, forgive me. It was the lady who wished to go out this afternoon. Please forgive me. Little dear's flustered explanation only muddled the situation further. Bai Zhi gazed at her in exasperation. Little dear, you clumsy ally. Your attempt to clarify only complicates matters. Where do you intend to go? Chu Yanqing ignored the rest of Little Dear's ramblings, fixating on this crucial question. Bai Zhi, feeling resigned, replied, having just acquired some wealth, I thought I might take a stroll. Then I shall accompany you this afternoon, for I have nothing planned. How could you possibly be free? Bai Zhi was truly reluctant to allow him to accompany her. Their interactions invariably left her feeling particularly distressed. It was better to minimize their encounters. Your Highness, the items I intend to procure are predominantly for young ladies. How could you possibly join me? She insisted. I shall ask Sister Nan Yin to accompany me instead. Bai Zhi firmly declined. Seeing her resolve, Chu Yanqing deemed it unwise to persist and reluctantly acquiesced, bidding farewell after ensuring Qing Feng was well instructed. Once he departed, Bai Zhi turned to Xiao Lu and admonished, "You must not take such liberties in the future." Realizing her error, Xiao Lu immediately knelt and wept, pleading for forgiveness. "Oh dear, Xiao Lu, I harbor no intentions of blaming you. Please rise," Bai Zhi exclaimed, forcibly lifting her and wiping her tears. "Rest assured, I do not wish to punish or scold you. I merely wish to convey that such actions should be avoided in the future. What if I find myself unable to cope? It becomes quite bothersome. Do you understand?" Bai Zhi's explanation grew increasingly convoluted, for she herself was unsure of how to articulate her sentiments, sensing that perhaps Xiao Lu had not erred at all. Xiao Lu nodded incessantly, though unable to comprehend fully. She understood to refrain from speaking out of turn henceforth. She felt that Bai Zhi treated her exceedingly well. Had she been in the service of another master, she likely would have faced severe punishment by now. Reflecting on her time at the Linglong courtyard, she realized she had never received a single reprimand. She thought to herself how wonderful it would be to serve Miss Bai Zhi for a lifetime. Now, let us proceed with the plan. I shall inquire if second madam is available to accompany me out. After sending Xiao Lu on her errand, Bai Zhi retrieved some gold from a storeroom. Indeed, she intended to venture out to investigate shops, aspiring to become a business owner and earn a profit. Bai Zhi had already gathered information. The currency here consisted of gold, silver, and copper coins. 1 tael of gold equated to 10 taels of silver, and 1 tael of silver was equivalent to 1,000 copper coins. The calculations were straightforward. As Bai Zhi and Nan Yan's carriage meandered down the street, Bai Zhi, preoccupied, continually lifted the curtain to observe the shops outside, evaluating their locations. Nan Yan, thinking Bai Zhi was simply impatient, reassured her, "There is no need to rush. We shall soon arrive at Bai Yutang." Speaking of Bai Yutang, one could not neglect to mention Shui Yuxian, as both were distinguished jewelers of the highest caliber, each vying for supremacy. Their products were of exceptional quality, and they maintained a competitive relationship. Across various regions including Diyuan, Linjiang, Yingwei, Sui, Qi, and Jinling City, they each possessed branches. Rumor had it that Bai Yutang was owned by the Song family of Jinling City, with a family scion being Song Zhu, style Junluan. Conversely, the proprietor behind Shui Yuxian was said to be Chao Yin, the lord of Yaohua Palace. The truth of these rumors remained uncertain. The carriage soon halted before the entrance of Bai Yutang, but just as Bai Zhi was about to alight, she heard someone calling from outside. "Yinner, Yinner." Nan Yin drew back the curtain and discovered it was Wang Wanwan, the daughter of Wang Zongjing. The Wang and Shun families were longtime acquaintances, and Shen Nan Yin and Wang Wanwan had been childhood companions, well acquainted with one another. "Wang Wan, come up." As Wang Wanwan ascended the carriage, she caught sight of Bai Zhi's unfamiliar countenance and inquired, "Who is this?" "This is a distinguished guest of the household, Bai Zhi." "Bai Zhi," Wang Wanwan exclaimed in astonishment. "Is she not the one who resolved the issue of the great Qi envoy and composed the divine verses, the celestial maiden Bai?" Once again, the association with the divine was invoked. The news has spread rather swiftly, hasn't it? Just a day has passed, and it has already claimed the top spot on trending searches. Nan Yin nodded, while Wang Wanwan gazed at Bai Zhi in disbelief, as if she were observing a peculiar creature. She had always assumed that a woman capable of answering questions and composing poetry would not possess beauty. Yet, upon seeing the young lady before her, bright-eyed and with a radiant smile, a natural beauty, she was taken aback. Bai Zhi, feeling somewhat uncomfortable under the intense scrutiny, tugged at Nan Yin's sleeve. "Sister, since we have encountered Miss Wang, shall we divert our path to the Fortune Pavilion? I have heard that they have introduced new teas and pastries." Nan Yin readily agreed, instructing the coachman to proceed. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at the Fortune Pavilion. The three entered a private room, which boasted an exquisite ambience, enhanced by the subtle fragrance of fresh sandalwood. Bai Zhi could not resist inhaling deeply, It was delightful. Once seated, the attendant brought forth tea and pastries before retreating. Wang Wan, what troubles you? Why are you alone on the street? Nan Yin inquired curiously. Wang Wan met Nan Yin's gaze, and without warning, tears began to flow down her cheeks. Yinner, I had a quarrel with father. He disapproves of my marriage to brother Wen Hao. Woo. Nan Yin quickly grasped the situation. Wan, it is well known that the third prince harbors feelings for you and wishes to take you as his wife. Previously, Lord Wang had dismissed the idea due to your young age. Yet who would have thought that in these past 2 years? He has only taken concubines and refrained from marrying? It is evident to all that he is intent on winning your heart. However, if you were to marry Yuan Wenhao now, would it not be a slap in the face to the third prince? What of it? His desire to marry me is merely to curry favor with my father. Should I remain unmarried for his sake? Yinner, I do not wish to marry him. Brother Wenhao and I have shared a bond since childhood. Our feelings are mutual. Nan Yin sighed deeply, pondering what she could possibly do. After all, she was merely a side consort to the second prince. Unable to dictate her own marriage, how could she assist Wan? Bai Zhi, who had been savoring the pastries, began to comprehend the underlying drama. Was this not a classic love triangle? Yuan Wenhao was the son of the Duke of Yuan, one of the 4 distinguished young men of Rian, and had participated in the previous poetry competition. Zhi, what is your perspective? Nan Yin turned to Bai Zhi, placing her hopes on her for a solution. Suddenly called upon, Bai Zhi was taken aback. My own romantic entanglements are so tumultuous. And now I am expected to serve as someone else's emotional advisor? This seems rather inappropriate. Yet, gazing into the eager eyes of the 2 ladies, she swallowed her delectable pastry and began. Whose side does Yuan Wenhao stand on? Upon seeing both ladies exchange puzzled glances, she elaborated. Which prince does Yuan Wenhao support? Nan Yin shook her head, looking towards Wang, who could only helplessly shake her head in return, utterly unaware of the matter. I only recall brother Wenhao mentioning that among the princes, he holds the second prince in high regard for his courage and wisdom, excelling in both martial and civil affairs. However, the late king's passing at an early age has made the second prince's life quite arduous. Is this his exact wording? It conveys the essence of his sentiment. Could it be that he is aligned with the prince? Nan Yin mused softly. It is not necessary for Bai Zhi to respond, but Wan, do not fret about such matters. If young master Yuan truly harbors feelings for you, he will certainly find a way. She firmly believes that if a man genuinely loves a woman, he will exhaust every possible means to be with her. Upon hearing this, Wang burst into tears once more, her face resembling a rain-soaked pear blossom, repeatedly murmuring, I cannot burden brother Wenhao. I would rather die than cause him trouble. Another lovesick girl, Bai Zhi thought, her head spinning. The emergence of Wang had disrupted all her plans. It seemed she must seek an opportunity to meet with her alone once more in a few days. Wang, please cease your tears. I shall return and beseech His Highness to see if there is a solution. Nan Yin, distressed and out of options, resorted to this course of action, which finally caused Wang to calm down a bit. Yes, Yina must help me. Wang clung to what seemed like her last hope, fervently pleading. The 3 exchanged pleasantries for quite some time, and soon it was late. After escorting Wan back and paying her respects to Lord Zongjing, Nan Yin finally returned to the carriage. Bai Zhi, who had been waiting inside, was nearly asleep. I apologize for making you wait so long, Nan Yin said, noticing Bai Zhi's drowsy demeanor, feeling somewhat embarrassed. It is of no consequence. I did not sleep well last night and could use a moment of rest, Bai Zhi replied, forcing her weary body to sit up and inquire, is Wan doing well? After much contemplation, Nan Yin responded, Zhi, you should accompany me to meet His Highness. Sister, are you truly going to plead with His Highness? Bai Zhi assumed Nan Yin was merely speaking whimsically, as she was a person of great prudence and would not ordinarily trouble others over trivial matters, especially concerning Chu Yanqing. I know His Highness typically disapproves of my meddling in such affairs, but Wan is different. I do not wish for her to live in hardship. So even if there is the slightest chance, I must assist her. Bai Zhi could not help but feel admiration for the bond of friendship between women. Friendship is like water. subtle yet enduring. It is like snow, light and pure. Even if separated by vast distances, true friends remain close at heart. If one can find a confidant in life, it suffices. Aji, will you join me? Gazing into Nan Yan's bright eyes, she solemnly nodded. Very well, I shall accompany you. Although she had been trying to avoid encounters with Chu Yanqing recently, for Nan Yan's sake, she could not afford to be so particular. However, persuading Chu Yanqing would undoubtedly be a formidable challenge. She needed to consider her words carefully. That night, in the study of the Duke of Yong'an, are you asking me to intervene and persuade Chu Peiyu to abandon Wang Wanwan? Chu Yanqing sipped his tea, setting it down with a cold demeanor, slightly displeased. Indeed, Nan Yin knelt before the desk, imploring, I beg your highness to show mercy. Why should I offend Chu Peiyu and the queen for the sake of a woman? Chu Yanqing retorted. The room fell into silence, the only sound being the flickering candlelight on the desk. Nan Yin understood that had it been anyone else, Chu Yanqing would have dismissed them long ago. It was because of her that he posed this counter-question. Yet, she had no better rationale and could only stammer. I beseech your highness to grant my request. I cannot bear to see. Before she could finish, Bai Zhi interrupted, unable to listen any longer. As the prince aspires to achieve grand ambitions, he must win over Duke Yuan. Bai Zhi resolutely stepped into the study and respectfully greeted Chu Yanqing and Nan Yan. She had indeed conceived a comprehensive strategy. In this world, there are no eternal enemies, nor everlasting friends, only perpetual interests. If one merely weeps and pleads, they are but a weakling. However, if those pleas are transformed into strategies, clearly articulating the points of mutual benefit, the scales of trade may find equilibrium. Once balance is achieved, transactions can ensue. Oh, Chu Yanqing had already noticed Bai Zhi waiting outside and had been pondering when she would enter to converse with him. He must admit that he was eager to hear her insights on this matter. Although he found himself in agreement with Bai Zhi's perspective, upon further reflection, he voiced his dissent. Persuading Chu Peiyu to relinquish his ambitions would be an arduous task. Moreover, to expect to win over Duke Yuan based solely on this matter was nearly impossible. Just as Nan Yin had begun to glimpse hope, despair washed over her once more upon hearing this. Her eyes fell, helplessly seeking Bai Zhi's gaze. Receiving Nan Yan's imploring look, Bai Zhi returned a reassuring glance and calmly remarked, Sister, please return for now. I have a few words I wish to discuss privately with His Highness. Nan Yin immediately nodded, saluted, and withdrew. Once Nan Yin departed, Bai Zhi remained steadfast, earnestly regarding Chu Yanqing as she inquired, Your Highness, may I pose a question? Speak. He replied, Would you, for my sake, divorce your wife and take me as your spouse? Chapter 34. Playing with fire, she asked with utmost seriousness, as if she genuinely sought the answer. Chu Yanqing was taken aback, his heart a tumult of emotions, momentarily at a loss for words. Observing his prolonged silence, Bai Zhi smiled and answered for him. Your Highness would not do such a thing, not out of love for her, but rather due to the formidable power that stands behind your wife. Am I correct? At that moment, Chu Yanqing felt as though he had plummeted from great heights to the ground. The sensation of being gradually unraveled was profoundly unsettling. He realized he could not comprehend Bai Zhi at all. Yet, Bai Zhi did not grant him the opportunity to respond, continuing, thus similarly, as long as we provide sufficient temptation, this matter can indeed succeed. Do you have a plan? Chu Yanqing clearly struggled to grasp Bai Zhi's words. She nodded. In a few days, envoys from Qi will arrive in Ruyan. Regardless of whether you can answer their queries, you must secretly propose to the king to wed the princess of Qi. In this exceptional circumstance, the princess of Qi cannot be taken as a concubine. The king can only designate her to the third prince. Chu Yanqing nodded thoughtfully. But doesn't this mean that Chu Peiyu is effectively courting Qi? Not at all. What we truly require is a temporal advantage. Once the king issues a decree for marriage, then Yuan Wenhao can openly marry Wang Wanwan. At that point, how can the third prince forcibly seize her? As for the princess of Qi, we shall have our dark guards disguised as assassins from Yingwei Kingdom to intercept her on her way to the wedding, treating her lavishly for a few months before deciding her fate. Chu Yanqing inhaled sharply, gazing at Bai Zhi in disbelief. If the prince is merciful, he will spare her life and send her back to Qi. The disappearance of a national princess for several months makes future matrimonial alliances quite improbable. If your highness fears that matters may come to light, then it is best to take decisive action and eliminate her. Bai Zhi's tone grew increasingly frigid. In perilous gambits, fortune is often seized through risk. Moreover, the king requires such an opportunity to launch an assault on the Inuit kingdom, does he not? In this era that venerates strength and martial prowess, nothing ignites a man's fervor quite like war. As for Duke Yuan, if one endeavor proves unsuccessful, then pursue a second. If that too fails, then a third. As long as the Duke perceives your highness's intentions, that suffices. Though the Yuan family lacks military power, they are an ancient clan by the river, and, as the son of the late king, you naturally hold weight in their eyes. Once Bai Zhi finished speaking, she glanced at Chu Yanqing, who remained silent. She deemed it inconsequential. The words had been spoken, and whether he listened was up to him. She had done all she could, and she owed it to Nan Yin and Wan Wan. The two exchanged unspoken glances, and after a moment of silence, turned to leave. Unexpectedly, Chu Yanqing swiftly approached and seized her, lifting her effortlessly before she could react. The wind carried Bai Zhi's startled protest. "Your Highness, what are you doing? Release me." Yet, Chu Yanqing remained silent, only throwing her onto the soft bed, leaning over her. Fear swept over Bai Zhi like an icy tide. She struggled desperately once more, but Chu Yanqing offered her no reprieve. He grasped her delicate chin, not permitting any evasion. His unwavering gaze bore into her, a fiery intensity leaving her with no escape. She felt as though she were playing with fire, regretting her decision to meet him today. "Your Highness, please do not treat me this way." Bai Zhi had never encountered such a side of Chu Yanqing, desperately calling out in hopes of stirring his reason, her voice tinged with tears. "Zhi, if I were to make you my wife, would you be willing to marry me?" Amidst Bai Zhi's incessant struggles, Chu Yanqing finally spoke, loosening his grip slightly. Bai Zhi realized that he had misunderstood her intentions. A shadow crossed her eyes as she sighed softly, explaining, "Alas, there are no ifs. Your Highness should cherish the present. Even without a wife, there will be other women. I know this is not a decision within your power, but what I desire is a lifetime of companionship, not merely the title of a primary consort. Therefore, no matter what you do, you cannot fulfill my wishes, so why force it?" After speaking, Bai Zhi attempted to break free once more. "Very well, if that is the case." Chu Yanqing let out a cold laugh, instantaneously transforming into a different person. His lavish garments were suddenly torn with a roughness that left Bai Zhi shocked and dismayed. "Your Highness, please do not. Your Highness." Her resistance only served to inflame him further, leading him to gradually lose his reason. Stripping away her clothing, he began to mark her delicate skin with his teeth. Bai Zhi winced in pain, instinctively striking his back with her hands. Yet he merely smiled faintly, effortlessly seizing the gauzy shawl that lay by the bed, binding her slender wrists tightly, wrapping them again and again. Bai Zhi felt an overwhelming urgency, her mind a blank slate. "Chu Yanqing, let me go. Let me go. You scoundrel." Chu Yanqing remained oblivious to Bai Zhi's outcries, leaning down to press his lips against hers. He had long desired her, and her faint whimpers offered him a semblance of security amidst his emptiness. Bai Zhi was about to leave him, and that feeling surged within him once more. The more remarkable she became, the more fear gripped him. In the past, he had already deemed Bai Zhi as his own, allowing him to wait for the day she would accept him. But now, her brilliance shone too brightly, and he could no longer conceal it. This also meant he could not fully protect her. He kissed her with increasing fervor until Bai Zhi, in despair, relinquished her resistance and gradually melted into his embrace, at which point he slowly released her. "Zhi, do not make me wait too long, will you?" His deep voice was laden with suppressed desire, tenderly caressing Bai Zhi's pale cheek. Amidst her terror, he untied the silk that bound her wrists. Regaining her senses, Bai Zhi hastily donned her clothes, stumbling madly towards the exit. Fortunately, this time, no one obstructed her. Bai Zhi felt she could no longer remain in this mansion. It was far too terrifying. After a sleepless night, As dawn broke, she hastily had breakfast and set out with Xiao Lu. The gentle breeze accompanied her guard at a respectful distance. Today, she was determined to purchase a residence. As for a shop, her plans had been disrupted by Wang Wanwan last time. This time, she needed to conduct a thorough investigation. The streets were bustling with activity. In this world, all are driven by profit, all bustle about for their own gain. As she passed by a dental shop, she felt a sudden unease just as she was about to step inside. Chapter 35. Encountering Chu Qingxian again, Bai Zhi glanced back at Qing Feng, despite maintaining his distance, wore an earnest expression of protection that gave her a headache. She needed to devise a way to shake off Qing Feng. Retracting her foot that had already taken a step, she continued forward, feigning interest in the lively market. Truly, it was no wonder that Ruyan, the capital, was so prosperous. Miss, why not seek out the prince? He possesses numerous shops. Xiao Lu, aware of Bai Zhi's intention to find a shop, was unaware she was also searching for a residence, eager to alleviate her concerns. Bai Zhi did not wish to keep her in the dark. After all, she was her trusted maid and someone she could rely on. Thus, she leaned closer to whisper in her ear, "First, let's find a residence. I no longer wish to live at the Marquis's mansion." Xiao Lu's mouth fell agape in surprise, only to quickly cover it with her hand. Bai Zhi had anticipated Xiao Lu's reaction and continued, "Would you be willing to join me?" Bai Zhi's words challenged Xiao Lu's understanding of the world. However, she did not press her for an immediate answer, instead granting her time to ponder. "If you are willing, I will buy you from the prince, and you will truly be my maid. If you are not inclined, that is fine too. You may remain at the Marquis's mansion, which may hold more promise than following me into the unknown." Bai Zhi continued to analyze the situation for Xiao Lu. "I am willing." Bai Zhi was taken aback by Xiao Lu's swift response, just as she was about to urge her to reconsider. Xiao Lu's eyes reddened slightly. "I am willing to follow you, my lady. Wherever you go, I shall go as well. I implore you not to abandon me." With that, she made a gesture to kneel right there in public. Bai Zhi, quick of hand and eye, supported her. "Oh, Xiao Lu, a new tavern is open nearby. Let's go and sample its offerings." With that, she tugged Xiao Lu towards the establishment. This tavern was named Jiang and Hui, situated in the northern region of the country. It was rare to encounter southern elements here. As the two entered, Qing Feng swiftly followed. He and the guards intended to accompany them, but Bai Zhi stopped them. "You all resemble gatekeepers. How can they conduct business with you inside?" Qing Feng was momentarily at a loss for words. But Bai Zhi did not wish to trouble him further. "You may stroll outside and return to fetch me in an hour." "Understood." Qing Feng complied, dispatching 2 guards to remain at the entrance while leading the others away. Bai Zhi nodded in satisfaction and was just about to request a private room when she was called by a man resembling a guard. He had a broad forehead and piercing black eyes, standing slightly above average height with broad shoulders, exuding an air of authority befitting a skilled warrior. "Miss, my master requests your presence." "Who is your master?" Bai Zhi asked, but the burly guard fell silent, not wishing to engage in further banter. She pulled Xiao Lu to leave, only to find her path obstructed by the guard's outstretched hand. "Miss, the 2 guards outside are no match for me." His voice was deep, laced with a hint of menace. Bai Zhi, possessing the wisdom of knowing when to concede, reluctantly acquiesced to this formidable opponent, regretting her earlier decision. Had she known, she would have had Qing Feng stay to dine with her. "It seems Qing Feng is no match for me either." The black-clad guard appeared to have divined Bai Zhi's thoughts. Her lips twitched slightly at this. "Then please lead the way." The guard nodded and gestured for her to follow him upstairs. The private room was designed with exquisite taste, the air infused with a gentle fragrance, creating an inviting atmosphere. Upon closer inspection, Bai Zhi discovered it was indeed Chu Qingxian. Her heart raced, and she felt no inclination to be polite. Before he could speak, she seated herself opposite him and silently reached for the pastries he had ordered, popping one into her mouth. Chu Qingxian was not at all perturbed. Instead, he smiled and remarked, "Miss Bai, your current entourage rivals that of County Princess." Bai Zhi was well aware he referred to her guards, but chose not to respond. Instead, she countered with a question. "What level is your guard's spiritual power?" "Are you referring to Mengjiu?" "Level 88. Chu Qingxian replied succinctly. Bai Zhi nearly choked at this revelation. Her instincts had proven correct. He was indeed a master, and she had not anticipated him to be at level 88. This marked the highest level of spiritual power she had encountered since her arrival in this world. Chu Qingxian seemed unfazed by Bai Zhi's rudeness, and even personally brewed her a cup of tea, gazing at her with a cheerful smile. Why do you smile at me so? What do you seek from me? Bai Zhi asked directly, wishing to minimize her time in his company. There is an undeniable impression that although Chu Qingxian appears amiable today, he is not to be underestimated. Observing Bai Zhi's demeanor, which suggests she is bracing for an imminent challenge, he finds it rather amusing. Without further ado, he directly inquires, what brings you from Jinling City to Ruan? Why does it concern you? Bai Zhi retorts, typically reluctant to entertain trivial inquiries. However, Chu Qingxian persists, for the sake of the pastries. Could you please provide some clarity? With a slight grimace, Bai Zhi ultimately concedes. Wherever there is a promising future, I shall go. What is there to discuss? Is your promising future to serve as the aide to the second prince? Chu Qingxian questions, bewildered. Impossible. Bai Zhi immediately refutes. That is merely temporary. Upon hearing this, Chu Qingxian scoffs and presses on. So, you intend to marry him? Bai Zhi furrows her brow in annoyance. Stop right there. That is out of the question. I do not wish for it. Then why do you continue to reside in the second brother's residence? Initially, I had no fund upon my arrival. But I have recently been searching for a place and will move out shortly, she explains. Finally satisfied with her response, Chu Qingxian ceases his inquiries. Bai Zhi casually sips her tea and remarks, is the fourth prince's purpose in summoning me simply to pose such mundane questions? Today, I fortuitously encountered you and wish to share tea and pastries as an apology, Chu Qingxian admits, not denying her assertion. Bai Zhi understands well the meaning behind his apology. He had indeed been difficult with her at the Yong'an Marquis's residence, though she intended to let bygones be bygones. Witnessing his current demeanor inspires her to tease him further. What, do you think a plate of pastries can placate me? She feigns indignation. Caught off guard by her response, Chu Qingxian's face breaks into a smile. With affectionate eyes, he replies, indeed, that is insufficient. How about this? I happen to have an unoccupied residence that I could gift to you. Bai Zhi, momentarily taken aback by such an unexpected windfall, struggles to believe that the person before her is offering her a house. Yet, her rationality prevails. No reward comes without effort. I assure you, it is merely an apology. There is no need for you to reciprocate. All right, I shall hold you to that. When will you present it to me? Bai Zhi's excitement is palpable, and she can no longer feign indifference. A gift of a house that comes so readily is an opportunity not to be missed. Chu Qingxian is genuinely surprised by how swiftly Bai Zhi accepts. He ponders that her feelings for Chu Yanqing may not be as profound as he presumed. Without delay, I shall take you to see the residence. Excellent, Bai Zhi exclaims, springing into action. Wait, suddenly, she seems to recall something and points towards the guards at the entrance of the tavern. Chu Qingxian and Meng Jiu comprehend instantly. Before long, Meng Jiu leads them away discreetly. Chu Qingxian escorts Bai Zhi to the residence he mentioned. The residence is vast, characterized by an orderly and harmonious layout. Pavilions and towers rise with elegantly curved eaves and azure tiles, intricately entwined, exuding both refinement and grandeur. As one ventures further inside, a secluded pebble path emerges. Following the winding path leads to the rear courtyard, where verdant willows sway gracefully and a rockery stands tall, accompanied by exquisitely carved stone tables and benches. Among the surrounding foliage, the melodious chirping of birds can be heard, presenting a unique charm compared to the front courtyard. How delightful! Bai Zhi couldn't help but exclaim, finding it far superior to her expectations, her heart swelling with joy as she contemplated the worth of this abode. As long as you are satisfied, that is what matters. Chu Qingxian replied leisurely, concealing his true thoughts. Bai Zhi dismissed such concerns. In this chaotic world, having a sanctuary like this was an immense stroke of fortune. So, it is settled then. When may I move in? Bai Zhi was genuinely apprehensive about Chu Qingxian changing his mind. It wasn't that she didn't wish to purchase a home herself. However, acquiring one would deplete her savings significantly. Moreover, if she were to sneak away from the Marquis's residence, Chu Yanqing would undoubtedly drag her back. There was also the possibility that he would ignore her entirely. Both outcomes were plausible, yet she could not afford to take that risk. Should she fail, she might lose her freedom entirely. The thought of that detestable man's beastly actions from the previous night filled Bai Zhi with indignation. Thus, leveraging Chu Qinxuan's influence to escape Chu Yanqing seemed a prudent strategy. In 2 days, my esteemed residence will be tidied up, and the property deed shall be presented to you by the steward upon your arrival, Chu Qinxian assured her with great ease. In light of the house, the two engaged in pleasant conversation, instinctively seating themselves by the stone table to enjoy the gentle breeze. Do you have the first or second half of the poem you composed last time? Which one? Bai Zhi inquired, puzzled. Fallen to mud and ground to dust. Yet the fragrance remains unchanged, Chu Qinxian recited effortlessly, as if it were etched in his memory. Ah, indeed, I have it, Bai Zhi said, suddenly enlightened. Might you share with me? In a good mood, Bai Zhi graciously obliged, unwilling to compete for spring, allowing the myriad blooms to envy. Fallen to mud and ground to dust, yet the fragrance remains unchanged. The plum blossom does not wish to exert effort to vie for beauty or affection, indifferent to the jealousy and exclusion of other flowers. Even in decay, reduced to soil and dust, it continues to emit its subtle fragrance. To ensure Chu Qinxian understood, Bai Zhi provided a translation. This palace understands your proud nature, Chu Qinxian remarked with a gentle smile. Everyone claims you are a celestial being descended to earth. Bai Zhi, flattered to the point of embarrassment, quickly denied it, but was taken aback by Chu Qinxuan's subsequent proposition. Would you be willing to be my advisor? What? Bai Zhi nearly choked on her water, caught off guard. Why are you always so careless? Though his words implied reproach, he tenderly picked up a clean, soft handkerchief to gently wipe away the droplets at the corner of her mouth. Why did she feel as though she had just escaped a tiger's den only to enter a wolf's lair? It is my impertinence to offend your highness, Bai Zhi said, eager to defuse the awkwardness. She swiftly snatched the handkerchief from his hand, carelessly dabbed at her mouth, and tossed it aside. Truly, this was mortifying. At this moment, she felt utterly speechless. Chu Qinxian seemed to perceive Bai Zhi's reluctance and chose not to press her further, believing that time was on their side. Once Bai Zhi moved into the residence, he would have ample opportunity for private moments with her. Well, it's getting late. Allow me to escort you back to your residence. Bai Zhi did not immediately acquiesce. In truth, she had no desire to return to the Marquis's estate. She was uncertain how to face Chu Yanqing. Both of them held firm to their respective boundaries, neither willing to concede an inch. This stalemate had persisted for quite some time. Especially after yesterday's events, Bai Zhi realized she could no longer procrastinate. It was time for a resolution. For that resolution to materialize, someone had to bravely step forward to break the deadlock. Let that person be her, the one to bring closure to their entanglement. She longed to refrain from returning to the Marquis's estate tonight, and instead stay at an inn for a few days before moving in here. However, she feared that Chu Yanqing might begin searching for her today, and before she could settle into this residence, he would reclaim her. She remained silent, uncertain of her choice. Beside her, Chu Qinxian observed her and assumed she was afraid to let him accompany her. Do not worry, my lady. I possess the discretion not to put you in a difficult position. Upon hearing this, Bai Zhi's thoughts became jumbled. Then I must thank his fourth highness. For today, I will return to the Marquis's estate. Once everything here is arranged, I shall move in without delay, making it impossible for Chu Yanqing to react. After contemplating for a moment, Bai Zhi made her decision. Chu Qinxian had been exceedingly attentive today. Even someone as naive as Bai Zhi understood that unusual circumstances often suggest ulterior motives. Nevertheless, as long as she could free herself from Chu Yanqing and extricate herself from these trivial matters, she did not mind being used. The carriage gradually approached a street corner less than a block from the royal residence. Your Highness, let us stop here. But there remains quite a distance to the Marquis's estate, he replied. How could I bear to leave you here? Chu Qinxian disregarded Bai Zhi's suggestion. prompting her to roll her eyes in exasperation. Everyone knew that the second prince and the fourth prince were at odds. If someone were to witness Bai Zhi returning to the estate in the fourth prince's carriage, unfounded rumors might arise. Had it not been for Chu Qinxuan's earlier assertion of his discretion, she might not have accepted his carriage ride at all. As the carriage drew nearer to Yong'an Marquis's estate, Bai Zhi felt her heart twist with anxiety. "Let's stop here," she urged once more. Chu Qinxuan's lips curled into a barely perceptible smile, but he remained silent, watching Bai Zhi with keen interest. Chapter 37. One cannot escape misfortune. Bai Zhi's thoughts were in turmoil, as if she had unknowingly boarded a pirate ship. She understood that the person beside her would not release her today. At this point, her only option was to leap from the carriage. "Are you afraid that my elder brother will learn that I have returned you?" Chu Qinxian suddenly interjected coldly. "I am not afraid," Bai Zhi replied disdainfully, casting him a sidelong glance. "I am merely concerned about being seen and having rumors spread that could tarnish the fourth prince's reputation." Ha ha ha. Chu Qinxian could no longer contain himself and burst into hearty laughter. His approach towards Bai Zhi was precisely due to his discernment of Chu Yanqing's affection for her. He understood Chu Yanqing all too well, knowing that he was not easily swayed by mere beauty. In the past, even Jin Se, renowned as the most beautiful woman in Ruyan, failed to capture his heart. After much effort, he and Chu Peiyu had schemed to place Jin Se within the Marquisate as an informant, yet he discarded her as one would an old shoe, neglecting her entirely in the inner courtyard. He had believed his second brother to be as unyielding as a rock, decisive and ruthless, without a single flaw. Now that he had discovered his Achilles heel, he could not let this opportunity slip away. He intended to draw closer to Bai Zhi, to entice her, and to cause Chu Yanqing distress. With this thought, he regarded Bai Zhi with a look of inevitable conquest. "Your Highness, we have arrived at the Marquisate." Dream Nine's cold voice reached Bai Zhi's ears. "Have we arrived so soon?" Bai Zhi did not hasten to disembark. Instead, she lifted the curtain to gaze outside. The courtyard was bustling with people, leaving Bai Zhi feeling overwhelmed. She noticed numerous individuals casting furtive glances in their direction. "Miss, why do you not alight from a carriage? Are you intending to return to the palace with me?" Chu Qinxian observed Bai Zhi with a theatrical expression. "Is this the measure of propriety you speak of?" Bai Zhi retorted through gritted teeth. "Indeed, it is only fitting that I adhere to etiquette, escorting you to the gates of the Marquisate. Were it to follow my true inclination, I would personally see you back to Linglong Courtyard." Chu Qinxuan's tone was playful, yet undeniably gentle. Bai Zhi, incensed, shot him a glare, and with a determined heart, swiftly descended from the carriage, walking boldly towards the estate. Xiao Lu, upon witnessing this, hurriedly followed her. The guards and maids at the entrance of the royal estate greeted Bai Zhi with the utmost decorum. However, once she had vanished from sight, they quickly gathered to murmur amongst themselves. Miss! Xiao Lu called out anxiously from behind. Bai Zhi walked briskly. Only after a moment did she hear Xiao Lu's calls, prompting her to slow her pace. "What is it? Miss, are you truly moving out?" Xiao Lu panted, her eyes wide with concern. "Yes," Bai Zhi affirmed resolutely. "Is it to the residence that the fourth prince has gifted you?" Xiao Lu continued to inquire. After a moment of contemplation, Bai Zhi wrestled with her inner turmoil before responding, "Yes." The mere thought of Chu Qinxian filled Bai Zhi with an overwhelming sense of discomfort, an indescribable ache. She had already foreseen that if she were to relocate to that estate, countless challenges would ensue, one she would find difficult to endure. Her desire to leave the Marquisate was a quest for tranquility. However, to sever ties with Chu Yanqing, she must rely on Chu Qinxuan's influence. Otherwise, it would be impossible to contend with him alone. As for what would follow, that could be addressed later. Forcing her fears of the future into the present was utterly unwise, for most of what one worries about never comes to pass. Moreover, she recalled an exceedingly important matter. She needed to uncover the truth of her original identity and whether her parents were still alive. If they were, she would stop at nothing to find them. The bond between parents and children transcends mere blood relations. It is a profound spiritual reliance. The affection that parents hold for their children is beyond question. They nurture their offspring with unconditional love, providing the best possible living conditions and educational resources to ensure their children thrive and ultimately lead fulfilling lives. Parents are undoubtedly the ones who love their children most dearly in this world. With their protection, one can navigate this life with significantly fewer worries and sorrows. Ah, Miss Bai, you have finally returned. The steward hurriedly approached Bai Zhi. What is the matter, steward? Bai Zhi inquired, puzzled. His Highness has been searching everywhere for you. Did you not encounter him at the entrance? No, Bai Zhi thought to herself, feeling a sense of dread. Silently praying that he would not witness the scene she wished to avoid. It was not fear that troubled her, but rather the prospect of complications. It's all right, steward. I will seek His Highness shortly. Please do not fret. After dismissing the steward, she returned to the Linglong courtyard. She refrained from seeking Chu Yanqing immediately, as she needed to prepare her words and strategies in advance. She had left Qingfeng to view properties with Chu Qingxian. Alas, what excuse could she concoct to deflect the situation? Why had this Chu Qingxian, since his first appearance in her life, continuously entangled her in trouble without respite? The more she pondered, the more she found herself at a loss for a solution, which only deepened her reluctance to confront Chu Yanqing. Little Deer observed Bai Zhi's troubled expression and grew anxious herself. Why does the young lady seem so burdened with worries each day? Would it not be better to take a stroll in the garden? Upon hearing this, Bai Zhi nodded in agreement. She too feared that Chu Yanqing might grow impatient waiting for her and send someone to look for her. Thus, she decided to leave the Linglong courtyard for the time being. The peach blossoms in the garden were still in full bloom, reminding Bai Zhi of a line from the Book of Songs. The peach tree is exuberant, its blossoms radiant. The sight of the countless blossoms, vibrant and fiery red, filled her with inspiration. Modern medicine has confirmed that peach blossoms contain numerous nutrients, including carotene, various vitamins, and trace elements, which are beneficial for skin care and possess certain anti-aging properties. With this in mind, Bai Zhi promptly instructed Little Deer to gather some peach blossoms to dry and brew into tea. Just as she was giving her instructions, she noticed two individuals conversing in a nearby pavilion. What a twist of fate! It was none other than Chu Yanqing. Help! And the graceful woman beside him looked familiar. Upon closer inspection, she realized it was Aunt Yu Hong, the daughter of the former steward of the Marquisate. Bai Zhi had no desire to eavesdrop on their conversation and swiftly turned to take Little Deer away. Ah, Little Deer, deeply engrossed in gathering peach blossoms, was abruptly pulled by Bai Zhi and instinctively exclaimed. This caught the attention of the two individuals in the pavilion, who turned to gaze in their direction. Although both were surprised to see Bai Zhi, one was astonished that she had returned to the residence, while the other was surprised to see her there. Bai Zhi forced a few awkward chuckles, unaware that her laughter appeared more pitiful than tears. Just passing by, I apologize for the interruption. Please carry on, she exclaimed hastily, pulling Little Deer away. Miss, please wait, came Yu Hong's gentle voice from behind. Are you here to find His Highness? No. Bai Zhi paused momentarily, hurriedly denying the claim. Chapter 38. The commoner girl will no longer anger His Highness. No. Bai Zhi paused her steps, hurriedly denying the accusation. Aunt Yu has misunderstood. Soon, a gentle, melodious laughter filled the air. Since the young lady has arrived, why not accompany His Highness for a stroll in the garden? I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. After saying this, Yu Hong cast a meaningful glance at Bai Zhi, slightly bowed to Chu Yanqing, and departed, leaving Bai Zhi awkwardly standing in place. At this moment, she found herself in a dilemma, unable to move forward or retreat, her toes nearly digging into the ground in distress. Xiao Lu, you may leave first. Chu Yanqing spoke first, his tone frosty, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. His demeanor was as calm as the stillness that precedes a storm. Yes, Xiao Lu complied, casting a worried glance at Bai Zhi before departing. Once again, the two found themselves locked in a silent gaze, neither willing to break the silence. It seemed that Chu Yanqing had no intention of continuing the conversation. Perhaps he was waiting for Bai Zhi to speak first? Ultimately, it was Bai Zhi who faltered, summoning her courage to stammer. Your Highness, were you looking for me? Did you meet with Chu Qingxian today? The man stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his icy gaze fixed upon her, ensnaring her graceful form with an air of peril. Yes, Bai Zhi replied, unwilling to conceal the truth, fully aware that she could not hide it. Given his direct inquiry, it was evident he possessed ample evidence. The man had not anticipated her response to be so straightforward. She was not the least bit evasive. He had assumed she would have the decency to soften her words for his sake. Even if she were to lie, he would have accepted it as her attempt to spare him any misunderstanding, which would have brought him some solace. When Xing Feng returned to report Bai Zhi's disappearance, he was engulfed in a tempest of anxiety, his heart racing with unrestrained panic. He could neither sit nor stand, repeatedly shifting between the two, his gaze fixated on the door, his demeanor betraying his extreme agitation. He even feared that his previous indiscretion might have offended her, driving her to leave the residence in anger and evade him forever. Thus, he sent out guards and secret agents in search of her, only to discover she was with Chu Qinxian. Suppressing his inner fury, he refrained from seeking her out personally. He was eager to know whether she would return on her own. If she did, he would administer a slight punishment to ensure she would not dare to defy him again. If she chose not to return, he would personally lead his men to retrieve her. What did it matter if he severed ties with Chu Qinxian? Sooner or later, they would have to confront one another. What difference did it make whether that day arrived early or late? They remained in silence for a brief moment as the sun sank lower in the sky, the light gradually dimming. Why? What business did you have with him? I did not seek him out intentionally. I merely encountered him by chance on the street and joined him, Bai Zhi replied candidly. However, Chu Yanqing was far from convinced, pressing her with intense scrutiny. If it was merely a chance encounter, why did you dismiss your guard? Bai Zhi found Chu Yanqing's tone infuriating, reminiscent of an interrogation. Unable to suppress her irritation, she retorted with a modern aphorism. I said it was a coincidence. It was a coincidence. If your highness does not believe me, there is nothing I can do. The audacious Chu Yanqing was indeed incensed. In this world, aside from his royal parents, no one dared to speak to him in such a manner. It is only natural. Dignity is a man's most grievous wound. Everyone craves dignity, and a man's dignity surpasses all else. He may relinquish everything, but never his self-respect. Moreover, he is the pampered second son of the esteemed Linjiang kingdom, the one most likely to inherit the throne. Yet, Bai Zhi was not one to be trifled with. She harbored dissatisfaction towards Chu Yanqing, her pent-up fury finding a perfect outlet. In that moment, reason fled her mind. The mental fortitude she had previously cultivated was abruptly shattered. Just as she was prepared to unleash her retort, a melodious voice interjected. Sister, do not provoke the prince further. Bai Zhi squinted her eyes and turned to see Madame Lin Wanjun gracefully approaching. With poise and elegance, adorned in lavish attire, her presence only fueled Bai Zhi's ire. It was not merely the arrival of Lin Wanjun that incensed her, but the fact that this scoundrel, Chu Yanqing, despite having so many women at his beck and call, still refused to release her from his grasp. Of course, she was more furious with herself for being a mere pawn, reliant on others and subject to their whims. As Lin Wanjun drew near, she bowed to Chu Yanqing and spoke softly. Your Highness, forgive my intrusion. I happened to pass this way. Chu Yanqing regarded her coldly, remaining silent. Observing the exchange, Bai Zhi, in an effort to appease the lady, dutifully returned her bow. In these final days, she wished to avoid offending anyone. Moreover, any woman who could claim the title of Chu Yanqing's rightful wife surely possessed either formidable skills or formidable family backing. She had no desire to create such an enemy for herself. Unbeknownst to Bai Zhi, however, the situation was spiraling beyond her control. Sometimes, one may inadvertently harm others or incite jealousy without having done anything at all. Unintentionally competing for spring, allowing the blossoms to envy, is precisely this principle, is it not? Sister, no need for excessive formalities. Lin Wanjun offered Bai Zhi a gentle smile. She then turned to Chu Yanqing and continued. Bai Zhi is young and may speak out of turn. I implore your highness not to take it to heart. As the mistress of this residence, if you insist on punishing my sister, then let the punishment fall upon me first. With sincerity, she gazed at Chu Yanqing, her tone pleading. Now it was Bai Zhi's turn to be bewildered. What was the meaning of this? Where had she gone wrong? What scheme was Lin Wanjun plotting? Evidently, Chu Yanqing was swayed by her words, addressing Bai Zhi sternly. Since you are so ignorant of decorum, you shall spend the next few days in Linglong Garden to learn the proper etiquette. Without my permission, you're not to step outside its confines. Just as Bai Zhi was about to protest, Lin Wanjun interrupted her. Sister, do not delay in expressing your gratitude and taking your leave. With that, she cast a frantic glance at Bai Zhi. Finally, she added to Chu Yanqing, Your Highness, burdened with countless affairs, do not let such trifles trouble your mind. Upon hearing this, Bai Zhi's emotions surged once more. What had begun as a rather ordinary affair had been exacerbated by Lin Wanjun's meddling. No, she could not endure this. She could not bear it any longer. Ignoring the gaze Lin Wanjun directed towards her, Bai Zhi took a deep breath, summoning her courage to step forward and declare, Your Highness, I shall no longer provoke your ire. Upon hearing these words, Chu Yanqing's lips curled slightly, his heart swelling with a sense of concealed satisfaction. However, the subsequent statement swiftly drained the color from his face, transforming his expression from pale to ashen, with veins pulsating at his temples, his fury bubbling over, causing his cheeks to quiver ever so slightly. Chapter 39. Indiscriminate attack. Bai Zhi's next utterance was, Therefore, I have resolved to leave the Marquis's residence. Pardon me? Chu Yanqing spat out each word with palpable anger. Lin Wanjun, standing nearby, was already in a state of shock. She rushed forward to grasp Bai Zhi, exclaiming, Sister, do not speak such reckless words. She glanced at Chu Yanqing's grim visage, momentarily rendered speechless. I said leaving. Here, Bai Zhi reiterated, fearing that Chu Yanqing had not comprehended her declaration, enunciating each word deliberately. You dare. Chu Yanqing advanced a few steps, wishing fervently to bind her to prevent her from uttering such nonsensical drivel. Why would I not dare? I am neither your concubine nor a mere servant of the Marquis's household. I am but your adviser. Why can I not depart? As she spoke, Bai Zhi sensed Chu Yanqing closing the distance and instinctively retreated a few steps, attempting to maintain a semblance of space between them. Little did she know, this act of withdrawal only served to further agitate Chu Yanqing's heart. He could not fathom how their relationship had deteriorated to this point. Since the passing of his mother, he had sealed off his heart, almost as if it had succumbed to death, until Bai Zhi's arrival. He was acutely aware that he could turn a blind eye to any of his other concubines' interactions with Chu Qinxian, whether labeled cruel or heartless. He could not tolerate Bai Zhi's association with any other man, for in his eyes, she had long been his possession. Yet now, she dared to express her desire to leave him for Chu Qinxian, igniting within him a fierce sense of betrayal. A fine bird chooses a fine tree to perch upon. I have now encountered a better lord. Your Highness, you are benevolent. Please grant me this wish. Bai Zhi continued, her anger intensifying. A resolution between her and Chu Yanqing was imperative. Since neither was willing to yield, it would be far preferable to shatter this relationship completely rather than become ensnared in its web. At this moment, she was utterly consumed by her emotions, unmindful of any repercussions. Even if Chu Yanqing were to demand her life, she would not flinch. It was far better than being claimed as a concubine, merely existing in a life of servitude. The sound of Your Highness abruptly pulled Chu Yanqing back to reality. Lin Wanjun, noticing his increasingly grim demeanor, instinctively called out. She then turned her ire towards Bai Zhi, exclaiming, Bai Zhi, the prince is devoted to you. How can you be so ungrateful as to betray him? Where do you intend to go? I wish to see which lord in this world would desire a disloyal adviser such as you. Bai Zhi, hearing this, let out a cold laugh, initiating her indiscriminate assault. Do I not wish to leave the Marquis's residence, which aligns perfectly with your desires, madam? Why must you contradict your own heart and be so aggressive here? You speak slander. Lin Wanjun was momentarily rendered speechless by anger. It was truly a challenge for her. After all, how could a child raised under feudal ethics possess the wit of someone like Bai Zhi? Wanjun, you may leave for now. Chu Yanqing compelled himself to gather his thoughts and issued the command. Lin Wanjun paused, momentarily lost in thought. As it seemed her prince rarely referred to her as Wanjun. Yet, just as she was about to speak, she met his piercing gaze and, unable to resist, had no choice but to concede. This servant takes her leave. Before departing, she quickly masked her anger, casting a significant glance at Bai Zhi, as if anticipating an unfolding drama. At that moment, only the two tense individuals remained beside the pavilion. Regaining his composure, Chu Yanqing forcefully disregarded his discomfort and spoke. Do you realize how perilous your situation is? What danger could I possibly face? Bai Zhi replied, her tone still flippant. You correctly answered the two questions posed by the envoy from Qi. Do you have any idea how many people wish to see you dead? Chu Zanqing go set Hen Li, knowing that Bai Zhi's intelligence would enable her to grasp the gravity of his words. Indeed, Bai Zhi's expression stiffened as her mind raced. In a flash, she realized the implications. Qi was to ally with Lin Jiang, and many would be opposed to this outcome. Thus, having answered the questions correctly, Bai Zhi would inevitably become a target. Upon reflection, the number of those who sought her demise was alarmingly high. Nations like Yue, Sui, and even the dissenters within Qi would strive to harm her. One could even exaggerate that apart from Lin Jiang, she had become a pariah in the world. She scolded herself, pondering how she had not considered such ramifications at the time of answering. Her understanding of human nature had proven woefully inadequate. Why had she been so foolish as to stand out? Now, her continued safety was undoubtedly a result of Chu Yanqing's protection. Had she proceeded with her original plan to move into Chu Qinshuan's residence, would she still enjoy such peace? Bai Zhi contemplated for a considerable time, even re-evaluating her future path, only to tragically conclude that remaining in the residence of the Eternal Peace Marquis was her only option. Unless she waited for Qi to successfully ally with Lin Jiang, at which point the desire to eliminate her would significantly diminish. However, there would still be those seeking revenge against her. With a deep sigh, she cast aside all her resentment and fury, feeling a sudden weakness wash over her as she sat down on the ground. She stole another glance at Chu Yanqing, who had already regained his composure. His emotional management was impeccable, prompting Bai Zhi to almost give him a thumbs up. After a while, Bai Zhi finally spoke, her tone markedly softer. So, did you come looking for me, out of concern? Chu Yanqing let out a cold hum. He was not merely worried about her. He had sent people to find her for far more complex reasons. This left Bai Zhi silent, beginning to reflect on her own mindset, realizing she had underestimated his intentions. Within the confines of the Eternal Peace Marquis' residence, she could at least be assured of her life. In comparison to life itself, Chu Yanqing's actions seemed to be bearable for her. At this moment, Bai Zhi has long abandoned her previous resolve, replaced instead by a wave of guilt and apprehension. Just imagine if she were in Chu Yanqing's position, and the one she cherishes chose to abandon the guard and follow her enemy. It truly would be an unpleasant experience, filled with constant worry for his safety. How anxious one would be. Alas, after much difficulty in ensuring his return, they find themselves quarreling due to misunderstandings. Bai Zhi has reflected on her conduct and feels she has fallen short of her humanity. She suddenly realizes a more serious issue. She seems to have offended the lady as well. As the saying goes, one should leave a line for others, so they may meet again in the future. Previously, she had been utterly unreasonable towards the lady. Now it appears that the residence of the Marquis of Yong'an may no longer be a safe haven. Bai Zhi feels a wave of despair wash over her. If only she could turn back time and give herself a couple of slaps for her foolishness. Chapter 40. A woman's misfortunes begin with heartache for a man. Your Highness, I was wrong. One who recognizes the times is indeed a wise individual. This time, she has no choice but to bow her head in apology. Chu Yanqing remained silent, his gaze coldly fixed upon her. Your Highness, please do not be angry. Bai Zhi attempts to continue, her voice tinged with a higher pitch. In that moment, she resembles a mere puppet, yet the man remains unresponsive. With no other recourse, she stands and steps closer, tugging gently at Chu Yanqing's sleeve. Noticing he does not shake her off, she feels a glimmer of hope. Brother Zijing, what can I do to appease your anger? Bai Zhi resorts to her ultimate tactic, acting coy. To act coy is to sense the possibility of being favored. To restrain oneself is to recognize the impossibility of a bond. A woman who knows how to be endearing often has a charmed life. Indeed, Chu Yanqing is quite taken by Bai Zhi's charms. He gazes deeply into her eyes, and with a gentle tug, draws her into his embrace. Will you be willing to marry me? What? Bai Zhi enters a state of bewilderment once more, wondering how they have returned to this question. Noticing her silence, Chu Yanqing continues, "You just said you are neither my concubine nor a maid of the Marquis's residence, and you wish to leave here. Have you forgotten?" Bai Zhi feels as if she has shot herself in the foot, regretting her impulsive words. "I do not wish for you to leave." Chu Yanqing, not waiting for her response, tightens his embrace around her. "Even if you have feelings for Chu Qingxian, I will not allow you to depart. Your Highness, I can hardly breathe." Bai Zhi struggles for a long while before Chu Yanqing finally loosens his hold. Gazing into his fervent eyes, she lets out a helpless sigh. "Rest assured, Your Highness, I have no feelings for him. I shall not venture out these days, and you need not worry anymore. Moreover, you must not force me, otherwise, in a moment of impulse, I may act recklessly." Hearing Bai Zhi declare her disinterest in Chu Qingxian brings him immense relief. After this ordeal, he certainly will not compel her to do anything against her will. However, despite this thought, he swiftly pivots the conversation. "You still have not answered my question." Bai Zhi's complexion pales further, her gaze becoming vacant. "Your Highness, regarding this matter, I have already made my stance clear. I have my own boundaries, and I hope you can respect that. In return, I shall do my utmost to offer you counsel and support." Bai Zhi involuntarily concealed a flicker of sympathy for the man before her. She was aware of his fondness for her, a sentiment she could clearly perceive. She believed that he would cherish her for a considerable time to come. But what about the future? How long could his affection endure? Their personalities were inherently incompatible. Without his love, she could scarcely bear to imagine the depths to which she might descend. As for herself, she harbored feelings for him, yet she knew herself too well. Once she became emotionally invested, she would only sink deeper. Her attachment would grow increasingly suffocating, and in time, every gesture from him would send her spiraling into unfounded anxieties. At that point, even the slightest shift might plunge her into irrevocable despair. A woman's misfortune often begins with her empathy for a man. Bai Zhi would rather be a heartless woman than fall prey to a scoundrel. At this moment, her sole desire was to remain in this residence for her own safety. Dismissing all other thoughts, "Why do you harbor such distrust towards me?" Chu Yanqing was driven to the brink of madness by Bai Zhi's coldness. He had tested her countless times, yet why did she show no sign of change? "Can your Highness guarantee that you will not touch any other women besides me? That you will not take in new concubines?" Bai Zhi asked with feigned seriousness. Chu Yanqing took a deep breath, paused, and replied, "I can assure you that you shall always be my dearest, but there are many times when I am powerless." Bai Zhi interrupted him, unwilling to hear words that would only wound her heart. "Your Highness, perhaps it is best for me to remain by your side as an advisor." Her voice, tinged with sorrow and disappointment, pierced Chu Yanqing's heart. "I wish to return and rest." Bai Zhi's voice grew softer, as if burdened by immense grievance. Seeing her state, Chu Yanqing could only relent. Gently taking her hand, he said, "Very well, I shall abide by your wishes. Let us finish dinner together before you return." At this point, Bai Zhi nodded in agreement. The twilight was beautifully soft, and as they walked hand in hand, an inexplicable harmony enveloped them. Not far away, a pair of enchanting eyes watched this scene, brimming with malice. The beautiful woman, striking in her allure, viciously plucked a delicate flower from beside her, crushing it repeatedly in her palm, before carelessly discarding it aside. Bai Zhi yearned to break free from the man's grasp, but found herself unable. Suddenly, a thought struck her. "By the way, Your Highness, where is Qing Feng at this moment?" Chu Yanqing raised an eyebrow. "Why do you inquire about him all of a sudden?" Recalling Chu Yanqing's earlier fury, Bai Zhi felt a premonition that Qing Feng might be facing punishment. "Has he been penalized, Your Highness?" Chu Yanqing did not deny it. He failed in his duties and received 50 strokes of the rod. He should currently be recuperating under the care of the military physician. A wave of discomfort surged within Bai Zhi's heart. I never anticipated that I would be the cause of his plight. Bai Zhi, this is not your fault. Protecting you is his duty. If he loses you, it is his dereliction. What worth is he if he cannot even safeguard a single woman? Fortunately, you have returned unscathed. If something truly dreadful had occurred, could it merely be brushed aside with a mere 50 strikes from a staff? Ah, yes, your highness, please partake in your meal. Bai Zhi wished to refrain from delving deeper into the matter, nor did she desire to continue the debate with Chu Yanqing. After dining, she planned to visit Qing Feng to bring him some fine medicinal herbs as an apology. In a few days, she would implore Chu Yanqing to retract him, for she was too fearful to venture outside and did not wish to further implicate him. In the peony courtyard, what? You say His Highness and Bai Zhi went to the dining hall together for dinner? Lin Banhun questioned Hin Se incredulously. Jin Se appeared taken aback by Lin Wanjuan's fervent reaction. She had previously spoken ill of Bai Zhi, yet today, the lady's response was unusually intense. Indeed, my lady, I witnessed His Highness leading that shameless woman to the dining hall. Not only I saw it, but they all did, Jin Se stated, gesturing towards the two maidservants who had accompanied her. After receiving confirmation, Lin Wanjun was engulfed in confusion, nearly collapsing into her chair. My lady, be careful, Qing Lu exclaimed, rushing to support Lin Wanjun. Lin Wanjun was indeed perplexed. She had clearly seen the two at odds in the evening, with Bai Zhi insisting on leaving. How could it be, then, that within just 2 hours, they appeared so inseparable? Chapter 41. A glimmer of sunshine, there was yet another perplexity that eluded her comprehension. She could discern that Chu Yanqing held an extraordinary affection for Bai Zhi, a devotion surpassing that afforded to any other woman in the residence. Why, then, did he not marry her and bestow upon her a rightful status? Why subject her to the discomfort of residing within the estate, enduring public scrutiny? My lady? Jin Se ventured tentatively, noticing Lin Wanjuan's prolonged silence. Lin Wanjun suddenly returned to her senses. What occupies your thoughts so profoundly? Jin Se inquired, puzzled. Lin Wanjun regarded Jin Se, recalling that she hailed from the land of willow smoke, perhaps possessing deeper insights into the ways of men. She invited Jin Se to sit and had Qing Lu serve her tea, recounting in detail the events that had transpired in the garden that evening. Jin Se listened, her astonishment growing. Indeed, this brazen woman dares to seduce His Highness so wantonly. She exclaimed, indignant. Is quarreling with His Highness considered seduction? Lin Wanjun questioned, perplexed. My lady, you may not be aware, but our esteemed prince is held in high regard, and everyone reveres him. Who would dare to defy him even slightly? Yet Bai Zhi, that impudent girl, disregards decorum and deliberately stirs trouble with him. His Highness has never encountered a woman who would confront him so boldly. Naturally, curiosity would ensue. Tell me, my lady, is this not seduction? Lin Wanjun found it difficult to digest this information. Yet Jin Se continued, however, fear not, my lady. His Highness merely wishes to tame her. Given time, his interest will wane, and such incidents will cease. How can you be so certain? Lin Wanjuan's curiosity deepened. If a man truly cherishes a woman, how is it that he has yet to grant her a recognized status? Hin se cheque dismissibly, confident in the accuracy of her analysis. At this moment, Lin Wanjun felt a profound resonance within her heart. She had been contemplating this very matter, and tonight, Jin Se's words illuminated her understanding. The burdens within her heart gradually began to lift. If this were indeed the case, there would be no need for her to contend with Bai Zhi. In truth, she bore no ill will towards Chu Yanqing's associations with other women. In this world, which man does not have multiple wives or concubines? The one thing she could not tolerate was the thought of Chu Yanqing falling in love with another woman. If the prince's intention was merely to tame a woman, then why should she exert herself so? With this realization, she already felt a pang of pity for Bai Zhi. The morning sun was serene and elegant, devoid of any raucousness, instilling a sense of tranquility and peace in one's heart. Bai Zhi lay languidly on the imperial concubine couch, watching the little deer busily flit about. Even stepping outside had become a luxury, and in this era, there were no mobile devices to occupy her mind. The more she pondered, the more aggrieved and sorrowful she felt, fueling her desire to return home. She had resolved that once this tempest had passed, she would certainly make a trip to Jinling City in search of clues that could lead her back home. Ultimately, she faced a choice, either to remain incognito in this era, amassing wealth through business, or to find a way to return. She could not bear to linger here, revolving around a single man amidst a throng of women that seemed utterly unambitious. Meanwhile, an unexpected visitor arrived at the courtyard. The little deer hurriedly dashed into the room and approached Bai Zhi, breathlessly announcing, "Miss, the lady has arrived." A flicker of surprise crossed Bai Zhi's eyes, but she quickly regained her composure. Why should she be flustered by the lady's arrival? "I am merely concerned for your safety," the little deer fervently explained. Though Bai Zhi appeared calm, she had spent the entire night contemplating how to mend her relationship with the lady, yet she found herself at a loss. Fortunately, her current status was merely that of an aide, not a concubine, and she doubted Lin Wanjun would make things difficult for her. All right, let us go see," Bai Zhi interjected, cutting off the little deer, straightening her attire, and slowly making her way outside. She donned simple, unadorned dresses daily, and there was little to arrange, especially in comparison to the lady's opulent elegance. "I greet you, my lady," Bai Zhi said, performing her curtsy with propriety, inviting her to enter the room with poise. "There is no need for such formality, sister. If you are willing, may I be addressed as sister?" Lin Wanjun maintained a tone of noble calm. Bai Zhi recalled the words she had hurled back at her the previous day and felt somewhat disconcerted. Yet, she was a woman of discernment, adept at seizing opportunities. She was the type to flourish when given a chance, much like a flower blooming in sunlight. There was no avoiding it. As a modern worker, winning over one's superiors and flattering them was an essential skill, as long as her own interests were not at stake. It was only fitting to comply with her superior's requests. "Very well, sister," Bai Zhi replied sweetly, addressing Lin Wanjun. A flicker of surprise flashed in Lin Wanjun's eyes. She had not anticipated Bai Zhi's acceptance of her overture. Swiftly, she managed her expression, donning a gentle demeanor. "Today, I have come to apologize to you, dear sister. In a moment of desperation yesterday, I may have offended you, and I hope you can forgive me." Lin Wanjun's straightforward apology took Bai Zhi by surprise. She knew that Lin Wanjun would not make things difficult for her, yet she could hardly fathom that this noble lady would actually apologize. It was truly unexpected. Bai Zhi found herself hastily organizing her thoughts. "Sister, everything you have done is for His Highness's sake. Moreover, in this household, you are the mistress, and it is only fitting for you to express whatever you wish to your sister. It is I who spoke harshly to you yesterday. Please punish me." With that, she knelt on the ground. Lin Wanjun did not anticipate Bai Zhi's remarkable humility and immediately gestured for her to rise. She continued to inquire, "Has my sister reconciled with His Highness? Did you suffer any grievances?" She was genuinely perplexed by this matter. Having witnessed their quarrel the previous day, she wondered how they could have made amends by nightfall. She was skeptical of Jinsei's words and needed to hear the acknowledgement from the parties involved to believe it. Bai Zhi feigned innocence and nodded. "Yesterday, my misunderstanding with His Highness was merely slight, and we clarified it afterwards. His Highness, possessing great magnanimity, would naturally not hold a grudge against a mere girl like me. Yet, it is truly touching to see my sister so concerned for me." Bai Zhi's honeyed words began to take effect. "I must express my gratitude to my sister for yesterday. Had it not been for your timely intervention to persuade His Highness, I might not have been here today." Upon saying this, she even pretended to shed a few tears. Naturally beautiful, her long eyelashes glistened with tears, resembling a delicate lotus emerging from the water, as if the droplets lingered, reluctant to fall from her fair skin. Lin Wanjun was at a loss for words. At that moment, Bai Zhi's momentum was undeniably strong. It would be unwise to antagonize her. Regardless, it was imperative to maintain a facade of decorum to exemplify her grace as the principal wife. Chapter 42. Lin Wanjun's thoughts today. She had intended to seek clarity on what had transpired yesterday. It was as if understanding this would provide her with deeper insights into her husband. Had she not longed for a modicum of affection from him? Since her youth, she had harbored feelings for the second prince. As a budding girl in love, She would shyly lower her head whenever she saw him. Despite his consistent indifference, it could not quell the surging emotions within her heart. She had employed various means to secure marriage with him. She sought the assistance of her uncle, General Mo Wei, who held significant military power in Linjiang, ranking just below the emperor. With his intervention, she managed to marry him as she had wished. However, on their wedding night, she sensed a flicker of disdain from him, as if her heart had been tightly grasped, leaving her breathless with discomfort. She realized that he did not like her, and that this union was not of his desire. Fortunately, he did not completely neglect her. He would visit her courtyard on the 15th of each month without fail, providing her with the necessary provisions, gold, silver, and gifts during festivals. All the superficial splendor continued until the arrival of the second lady, Nan Yan. From that moment on, he had not set foot in the peony courtyard again. She had long believed that Nan Yan had stolen her husband, leading to a constant rivalry between them. Yet, as time passed, women of lesser status like Jin Se from the realm of fireworks and the housekeeper's daughter, Yu Hong, were welcomed into his household. Jin Se had already conceived before entering the manor. The favored concubine, Li, had summoned her to the palace, revealing that if Jin Se bore a child, there could be a way to adopt it under her name. Her longing for that child was profound, prompting her to care for Jin Se with exceptional attention. Alas, the child ultimately met an untimely death. Now, another woman of unknown origins, Bai Zhi, had arrived. She had meticulously observed every woman who entered the manor. Yet Bai Zhi remained a perplexity. It was clear to her that Bai Zhi was the prince's most cherished companion thus far, though the duration of that affection remained uncertain. If my sister does not come today, I shall visit her nonetheless to express my gratitude, Bai Zhi remarked, noticing Lin Wanjun's silence. Oh, sister, let us not stand on ceremony. Today, let us engage in heartfelt conversation. Lin Wanjun pulled her thoughts back and dismissed her attendants. She certainly had much to discuss with Bai Zhi. Jin Se had spent the previous night in restless excitement, having come to a startling realization after hearing the lady's account of Bai Zhi's interactions with the prince. Growing up in the realm of fireworks, she had been indoctrinated with the notion that men are driven by a desire for what they cannot have. Her mentor, Haitang, had once captivated all of Ruan, drawing countless suitors who shattered the threshold of Tsuyan Tower just to catch a glimpse of her. Yet, Haitang had never so much as glanced at them. Those men had squandered their fortunes merely for a fleeting moment with her. Eventually, she fell in love with a young master from a small town, pouring her affection into him, only to be abandoned for a woman of noble lineage, denied even the status of a concubine. Thus, she concluded that one must not be overly courteous to men. Initially, she had thought the prince was different. However, after witnessing Bai Zhi's influence, she realized he was not exceptional. Consequently, she resolved to withhold her affections from him henceforth, believing that in doing so, the prince would eventually recognize her uniqueness. Coupled with her striking beauty, she was certain he would glance her way more often. The more she pondered, the more exhilarated she became, finally finding sleep only as dawn approached. On the following morning, she hastily arose, heading to the kitchen to prepare pastries, intending to present them to Chu Yanqing after his audience. Rather than crafting them herself, she orchestrated the efforts of the kitchen maids and servants, who had grown accustomed to her commanding demeanor, often hearing her bark orders for this task or that. Be swift in your movements. The prince shall be returning from court shortly. If he does not have these pastries, I shall have your hides. She exclaimed. Yes, yes. The servants dared not voice their discontent. Despite Jin Se's lack of favoritism, she remained a mistress they could not afford to offend. Before long, the pastries were ready, completed just in time for Chu Yanqing's return from court. Jin's, filled with satisfaction, had her maid Xiaomei hastily bring pastries to the study, waiting for Chu Yanqing to return from court. Yet, time passed without a sign of his arrival. In the royal study, after the morning audience, King Linjiang had retained Chu Yanqing for discussions concerning the envoy from Qi to Linjiang. The two conversed for a considerable duration, inevitably broaching the subject of Bai Zhi and her safety. The king expressed profound concern for her well-being, suggesting that she be brought to the palace. What are your thoughts on this, Zijing? A chill ran through Chu Yanqing's heart. His greatest fear had manifested. Bai Zhi, with her candid nature, would chafe under the constraints of court decorum. Moreover, her propensity for speaking without thought would hinder her ability to navigate the palace's intricacies. Not to mention, Chu Qinxian resided within these walls, often indulging in idle gossip. He could only dread the havoc he might wreak by sowing discord in front of Bai Zhi. The notion of sending her to the palace was utterly unacceptable to him. "Father, I assure you I can protect Bai Zhi. Please place your trust in me," Chu Yanqing said with a respectful tone that brooked no refusal. The king squinted, a faint derisive smile escaping his lips. "And you believe your palace guards are sufficient? Or have you secretly nurtured a shadowy force behind my back?" Chu Yanqing was taken aback and immediately knelt. "I have not. I beseech your majesty to see the truth." The king remained silent, brow furrowed, and did not allow Chu Yanqing to rise. Instead, he instructed the nearby eunuch Chen Fulin to brew him a fresh pot of tea, eager to assess the man's skill in the art of tea-making. Time flowed gently as the tea was prepared, the fragrant aroma wafting through the air. After what felt like an eternity, a fine oolong tea was ready. The king, unhurried, turned his cold gaze to the kneeling Chu Yanqing. "Have you contemplated this thoroughly, Zijing?" An invisible weight pressed upon Chu Yanqing's chest, the sense of defeat nearly suffocating. The decision lay entirely in his father's hands. After a long pause, he uttered, "If you have come to a decision, then rise, come, take a seat. Fulin, serve Zijing the tea you just brewed." "Thank you, father," Chu Yanqing replied, suppressing his emotions, yet remaining kneeling. The king observed this exchange with unspoken understanding, but pressed on, "Is there anything else?" Chapter 43. Jin's moment of glory. Chu Yanqing hesitated, as if wrestling with an internal resolution, then declared with determination, "Your Majesty, I wish to inform you that I and Miss Bai Zhi share mutual affection and deep understanding. I seek to take her as a concubine. I implore you to grant this request." With that, he pressed his hands to the ground and bowed 3 times. He had not intended to request a marriage from the king today, yet with Bai Zhi's imminent entrance into the palace, he felt compelled to reveal his intentions. Should unforeseen circumstances arise, he feared it would be too late. The king, upon hearing this, did not respond immediately, but the slight furrow of his brow betrayed a hint of displeasure. Meanwhile, eunuch Chen fidgeted anxiously, akin to an ant on a hot pan. Yet he was not permitted to utter a word. His face flushed crimson as he struggled to contain himself. Chu Yanqing knelt before the prince, remaining motionless, with an ever-growing sense of foreboding gnawing at his heart. It was merely a woman. Why, then, was his father deliberating for such an extended period? Moreover, she was but a concubine. Indeed, the king of Linjiang eventually spoke. A subtle smile graced his lips, exuding warmth. Yet his voice was laced with intrigue. "What sort of extraordinary being is this Bai Zhi, that she has caused both of my sons to beseech me for her hand in marriage?" Chu Yanqing's astonishment was palpable, his palms instinctively clenching. He returned to the manor, burdened by fatigue, his mind racing with calculations for the next step. As he approached the study, Jean Say, who had been waiting anxiously, immediately adorned her face with a bright smile, despite her heart racing uncontrollably. "Your Highness, you have returned," she exclaimed, performing a courteous bow. Upon seeing her, Chu Yanqing's disdain intensified, and he frowned, choosing to ignore her. Jean Say maintained her bow until he passed by, the fluttering of his garments brushing against her face, at which point she realized that the prince had no desire to engage with her. Her eyes instantly reddened, yet she was unwilling to relinquish this opportunity. Steeling her resolve, she composed herself as if nothing had transpired, her delicate fingers gently lifting her skirt as she followed him. "Your Highness! Your Highness!" she called out incessantly. Hearing her persistent calls, Chu Yanqing eventually halted. "What is it?" he responded, his voice low and devoid of inflection, his icy gaze offering no warmth. Jean Say had long grown accustomed to his demeanor, yet encountering such a chilling expression once more filled her heart with sorrow. She forced herself to remain calm and adhered to the plan devised the previous night. She picked up the pastries held by Xiao Mei. "These are specially made for you. Your Highness, please do try them." With that, she stepped closer to him. The pastries were exquisitely crafted, with orange-red petals that deepened in hue, reminiscent of a sunset. The petals gently curled, lovingly enveloping a small round filling, which was green and cradled within. It was said to be a type of hemerocallis cake. A delicate bite would release a sweet red bean paste, rich and nuanced, revealing subtle sweetness and fragrance only upon careful savoring. Due to its unique appearance and novel flavor, it quickly gained popularity in Rian City. However, Chu Yanqing, burdened by pressing affairs, had no inclination to ponder such matters. He stepped back disdainfully. "I have no taste for sweets. You may take them back." His rejection was blunt, leaving no room for response as he turned and strode toward the study. Indeed, men should not be indulged. Jean Sei felt utterly disheartened and let out a cold huff. Chu Yanqing's actions once again confirmed her suspicions, prompting her to steel her resolve and mimic Bai Zhi. In any case, the pastries are already prepared. Whether you desire them or not is irrelevant. With that, she hastily approached, shoving the plate into Chu Yanqing's arms before making her exit. Upon witnessing this, Chu Yanqing's fury ignited. "Impudent! Seize her and administer 50 lashes. Then confine her in the dungeons," he bellowed. The guards on either side promptly advanced to carry out their orders, dragging the hesitant Jean Sei back from the courtyard. In that moment, panic engulfed Jean Sei. Her face turned ashen, and she let out a piercing scream, desperately crying, "Your Highness, please spare me." Beside her, Xiao Mei, witnessing the turmoil, fell to her knees, pleading for mercy from Chu Yanqing, repeatedly bowing her head. "Your Highness, please have mercy. My aunt cannot withstand this beating. Spare her. Your Highness, spare her." Yet, Chu Yanqing remained indifferent, merely uttering, "Noisy." Seeing this, Ming Chun immediately seized Xiao Mei as well. However, Xiao Mei, resembling Popeye after consuming spinach, broke free, kneeling again before Chu Yanqing. "Your Highness, I implore you to spare my aunt this once." Watching Jean Sei being dragged away, her cries echoing into silence, Xiao Mei's heart plummeted, her voice trembling slightly. She understood that Jean Sei could not be harmed. Jean Sei was a pawn of the Li concubine, sent to Chu Yanqing through the fifth prince, and naturally, she too was a spy dispatched by the Li concubine. If Jean Sei were to be mutilated and lost her beauty, she would become worthless. Worthlessness equated to being discarded, leaving them with only the fate of death. As she gazed at Chu Yanqing, who had already entered the study, Xiao Mei forced herself to remain composed. After a moment, she steeled herself and swiftly made her way to Linglong Courtyard. Chu Yanqing had never truly regarded Jean Sei, though she was renowned as the most beautiful woman in Ruan, a title she undeniably deserved. She lacked the grace of a peerless and independent spirit, possessing only a facade of beauty. She was merely a spy sent to Chu Yanqing by Chu Qinxian and the Li concubine, facilitated through Chu Yuning. They believed their scheme was flawless, but ultimately underestimated Chu Yanqing's cunning and self-preservation abilities. Chu Yanqing, seizing the opportunity, accepted this spy and even took her as a concubine, crafting an illusion of favor towards her. Yet, each time, he first rendered Jean Sei unconscious, allowing others to attend to the subsequent matters. He was aware of her lingering ties with Chu Qinxian and their clandestine affairs. However, she was merely a piece on his chessboard, of no concern to him. He even knew that the illegitimate child she bore years ago was Chu Qinxian's. Initially, he contemplated showing mercy and allowing the child to live. But Madame Lin Wanjun repeatedly hinted at wanting to adopt the child. Thus, how could he allow the child to survive? All of this ultimately stemmed from Chu Qinxian, the brother who had persistently opposed him. He had not intended to ensnare Jean Sei so soon, but since she had recklessly brought this upon herself, he could hardly be blamed. Xiao Mei, panting, reached the entrance of Linglong Courtyard, spotting Xiao Lu pacing anxiously at the threshold. Ignoring her, she surged inside, only to be intercepted by Xiao Lu. "What are you doing in such a panic?" "Madam is inside." Xiao Lu's expression was stern. Chapter 44, Bai Zhi. May you meet an unfortunate end. Xiao Mei was taken aback when a usually timid Xiao Lu dared to block her path. She felt an overwhelming urge to slap her for being such an annoyance. However, given the urgency of the situation, she suppressed her rising anger and urgently pleaded. I have come to seek an audience with Miss Bai Zhi and Madam. It is of utmost importance. Xiao Lu harbored a deep-seated dislike for Xiao Mei. Previously, she had taken advantage of her position as the personal maid of concubine Jean to bully her mercilessly. Thus, she was unwilling to assist her in gaining entry. Seeing Xiao Mei's anxious demeanor brought her a sense of secret satisfaction. You must wait. The master is inside. How could a mere servant be so ignorant of etiquette? Xiao Mei had anticipated Xiao Lu's response, but lacked the energy to engage in a quarrel. Seizing the moment while Xiao Lu was distracted, she charged forward into the room. Realizing what was happening, Xiao Lu quickly regained her composure and pursued her, but she was no match for the strong Xiao Mei. The gap between them only widened as they ran. Frustrated, Xiao Lu yelled from behind, "Stop right there, Xiao Mei. Stand still. Qing Feng. Block her." Qing Feng, stationed at the outer courtyard, thought it absurd that a mere maid could cause any significant commotion. Upon seeing Xiao Mei's urgency to see the young lady, he assumed something serious had occurred and allowed her to enter. Hearing Xiao Lu's shouts, he felt a sense of foreboding and immediately employed his agility to chase after her. Inside, Bai Zhi and Lin Wanjun were evidently aware of the commotion. Lin Wanjun wore an expression of displeasure, contemplating how a maid could be so audacious. She resolved to administer a proper reprimand. Before she could formulate her thoughts, Xiao Mei burst through the door. Tripping over the threshold, she fell heavily, landing in a most undignified manner. Yet, disregarding her discomfort, she crawled a few paces upon seeing both ladies present, and with tears streaming down her face, she cried out, "I pay my respects to Madam and Miss Bai. Concubine Jean inadvertently offended His Highness, and has been punished with 50 strokes and imprisoned. I beseech you, Madam Miss Bai, please save concubine Jean." As she wept, she continuously bowed her head, pleading, "I implore you, Madam Miss, grant concubine Jean her life. Xiao Mei is willing to toil endlessly in gratitude for your immense kindness." Lin Wanjun was taken aback, her emotions a tumultuous mix, and she decided not to dwell on Xiao Mei's rudeness any longer. She was aware that while His Highness often appeared cold, he was typically lenient towards the mistakes of the women in the household. Why then had he punished Jean Sei so severely? 50 strokes could either lead to death or severe injury, though she had no desire to intervene in Jean Sei's affairs. She recalled that Jean Sei had been sent by the favored Li Fei and had promised that the child she bore would be adopted under Lin Wanjun's name. Therefore, she had invested considerable effort in securing Jean Sei's position. If Jean Sei were to perish, what would become of the child? Who else could bear her offspring? Her longing for a child was overwhelming. As the matriarch, without a child to her name, how could she secure her future? Meanwhile, Bai Zhi observed Lin Wanjun's expression with curiosity, perplexed. Wouldn't the absence of an irksome concubine be a blessing? Noticing that the two ladies remained silent, Xiao Mei's cries grew even louder. With a humble and desperate demeanor, she crawled beside Lin Wanjun, attempting to tug at her dress in a plea for help. At that moment, a sudden gust of wind swept in, and upon witnessing this scene, mistook Xiao Mei's intentions towards the lady as malicious. Without hesitation, he rushed forward, seizing Xiao Mei and dragging her outside. Once he had unceremoniously tossed her out, he knelt before Lin Wanjun and Bai Zhi, declaring, "I have arrived late," causing distress to both the lady and the young miss. "Please, punish me accordingly." He recalled the previous incident involving 30 strikes of the rod. Failing to protect Miss Bai Zhi warranted punishment. Lin Wanjun, upon seeing this, was about to speak when she noticed the tenacious Xiao Mei once again crawling towards her. As she crawled, she fervently pleaded, repeating the same few words. "I implore the lady and the young miss to save Aunt Gents." "Enough, enough. Stop." Bai Zhi, unable to bear the sight, intervened. Her gaze swept across the disheveled Xiao Mei, ultimately resting on Lin Wanjun as she suggested, "Sister, perhaps we should go and see for ourselves." Lin Wanjun nodded, signaling Xiao Mei to lead the way. As they walked, she urged Xiao Mei to recount the entire sequence of events in detail. However, the astute Xiao Mei conveniently omitted the most crucial details, merely stating that Aunt Jin's had been punished for making pastries that the prince did not favor. Lin Wanjun's expression turned grave, her mind heavy with concern. Suddenly, a heart-wrenching wail from Jin's echoed in the distance, piercing the air. Lin Wanjun hurried forward, halting the servant who was administering punishment to Jin's. How many strikes has she received? Bai Zhi casually inquired. Ming Chen replied, 10, with 40 more to follow. Upon hearing Bai Zhi's voice, Jin's sprawled across the bench, disregarded her own safety, and raised her head to curse. Bai Zhi, may you meet a terrible fate. You set this trap for me. Yet, the force of her movement aggravated her wounds, contorting her face in agony. Bai Zhi, perplexed, mused to herself how Jin's had become so foolish. Was she not the one punished for making pastries that the prince disliked? What connection did it have to her? It was not as if she had compelled Jin's to do so. Ming Chen, noticing her outburst, signaled his subordinates to restrain Jin's once more. However, Jin's continued her tirade of curses, much to Bai Zhi's amusement. She bent down to scrutinize Jin's pained yet indignant face, asking, what harm have I done to you? Gulme, tell me. Enough, let us halt. After all, Jin's is a woman of the household. I shall consult the prince first before any further actions, Bai Zhi interjected. You shall accompany me, Lin Wanjun. Lin Wanjun, wishing to put an end to this farce, took Bai Zhi by the hand and departed, eager to uncover the truth of the matter. Bai Zhi allowed herself to be led along. On their way, they encountered Nan Yan, who instinctively greeted Lin Wanjun, but soon realized she was being ignored. Only Bai Zhi turned back, signaling her with her eyes, and Nan Yan quickly grasped the situation, leisurely making her way to Ling Long courtyard. Outside the study, Bai Zhi hesitated at the door, unwilling to enter. Lin Wanjun, left with no choice, proceeded alone into the study. After greeting the prince, she articulated her purpose. Your Highness, what transgression has Jin's committed to warrant such a severe punishment? Upon hearing the words, Chu Yanqing's expression soured instantly, his demeanor transforming into one of displeasure. What is it? Do I require your guidance in my affairs? Lin Wanjun, who had never encountered such harsh words before, found herself momentarily taken aback. She was aware of the prince's disfavor towards her, yet he had always treated her with a semblance of courtesy, never uttering a harsh word in the past. The customary decorum had never been lacking. Yet today, for reasons unknown, the atmosphere had shifted. Regardless of the circumstances, inciting the ire of her husband was inexcusable. Your Highness, should Jinsei be so unruly and disrespectful to you? Is the fault of this humble mistress for failing to educate her properly? Please, allow me to bear the punishment alongside her. Chapter 45. I am indeed enticing the prince. Chu Yanqing gave a cold snort, choosing silence over response. Observing his reticence, Lin Wanjun pressed on. I implore you, Your Highness, to show mercy this once and spare Jinsei. After all, she was sent by the fifth prince. She believed it her duty as the mistress to remind him. Should Jinsei perish, it would surely provoke the wrath of many. She harbored no desire for Jinsei's demise, for she relied on her to bear children. After all, she had once borne a child, albeit one whose fate was unfortunate. The infant had been frail and sickly, ultimately unable to survive. With a resounding thud, Chu Yanqing slammed the book onto the table, his voice low and chilling as he declared, Then I can tolerate her even less. Lin Wanjun recognized her misstep, bowing her head in silence. Outside, Bai Zhi listened intently, her eyes instinctively shutting as fleeting thoughts raced through her mind. Truthfully, she could not fathom why the household would grieve the loss of a woman. Why must this lady meddle so? Perhaps she would never truly integrate into this world. Her values starkly misaligned with those around her. She resolved to relinquish her inclination to assist and respect the destinies of others. Once she ensured her safety, she would seek an opportunity to explore. Having resided in this world for so long, she had yet to indulge in leisure. She pondered whether the geography resembled that of Blue Star, wondering if she might encounter a sage who could impart wisdom. Perhaps she too could unlock her meridians and ascend in spiritual prowess, becoming invincible. As Bai Zhi's thoughts drifted further into daydreams, the sound of a cold voice jolted her back to reality. Opening her eyes, she found Lin Wanjun before her, disappointment etched across her features. Her eyes slightly reddened as if burdened by profound grievance. Bai Zhi regarded her curiously. "Why do you appear so troubled, my lady?" She gestured towards the interior, inquiring, "Is it resolved?" Lin Wanjun shook her head. "The prince wishes for you to enter." With that, she turned and departed. Bai Zhi lingered, gazing at Lin Wanjun's somewhat gaunt figure, a complex sensation stirring within her. Though adorned in splendid attire, there lingered an unmistakable air of solitude and resolve. It was only when Lin Wanjun's silhouette vanished around the corner that Bai Zhi slowly stepped into the study. "Have you come to plead for Jinsei as well?" A chilling voice resonated through the air, and following its source, a pair of icy eyes fixed intently upon her. Bai Zhi understood the gravity of her forthcoming response. It could profoundly influence the nature of their future interactions. Her mind raced, and with a faint smile, she replied, "No. How could that be? She constantly berates me, and I certainly do not harbor any fondness for her. She has insulted you? What exactly did she say? Why did you not inform me earlier?" Chu Yanqing inquired, disbelief lacing his voice, tinged with agitation. Had he known of Jinsei's unreasonable behavior towards Bai Zhi, he would have commanded her immediate demise. "Oh, she merely accused me of being unvirtuous, of seducing His Highness, and called me a vixen. It's nothing of consequence," Bai Zhi remarked nonchalantly. Yet, with each word, Chu Yanqing's ire intensified. "How audacious she is!" he exclaimed. Sensing the shift in atmosphere, Bai Zhi quickly stepped forward, grasping his sleeve in a bid to placate him, gently caressing his chest to soothe his temper. "Your Highness, do not be angry. Please do not." Subsequently, she addressed the two guards who had entered, poised to await commands. "You may leave for now." The guards exchanged glances at Chu Yanqing's expression before bowing their heads and exiting the study, quietly shutting the door behind them. Meeting Chu Yanqing's skeptical gaze, Bai Zhi covered her mouth with a smile, delicately tucking a stray lock of hair behind her ear. Her eyes sparkled with a youthful shyness, radiating an irresistible charm. Indeed, Jinsei was not entirely wrong. "I am, in fact, attempting to seduce His Highness," she boldly declared, meeting the man's gaze without a trace of fear. Instantly, Chu Yanqing's eyes blazed with fervor, his heart racing. All prior displeasure was cast aside as he became enraptured in the enchanting illusion Bai Zhi had woven for him. Unconsciously, he wrapped his arms around her slender waist, his gaze intense. Internally content, yet maintaining an air of reproach, he questioned, "Has Bai Zhi ever uttered such nonsense to another man?" Bai Zhi opted not to respond, instead breaking into a fit of giggles, eager to divert the conversation. Her playful teasing was merely a whim, intended to diffuse the previously tense atmosphere without any ulterior motive. However, Chu Yanqing remained relentless, his gaze fixed upon her, as if seeking to unearth some hidden truth within her eyes. Historically, sincerity has always been a potent weapon. Bai Zhi endeavored to present an earnest front, asserting, "Of course not, Your Highness. Those past encounters cannot truly be counted." She lowered her gaze, nervously fidgeting with her fingers before meeting Chu Yanqing's eyes once more. His expression was alight with joy, devoid of any lingering anger. "Amen. They only wish to hear what they desire." Fortunately, Chu Yanqing did not pursue her further, shifting the conversation to relay the news that the Prince of Linjiang intended for her to enter the palace. "Just for a few days? Will I be able to leave once the envoy from Qi arrives?" Bai Zhi mused, her concern not for her lodgings, but rather for when she might escape. She harbored fears that if she were to enter, she might inadvertently offend some noble, leading to her untimely demise. "Once the envoys of Qi have departed, I shall certainly bring you back." Chu Yanqing was well aware of Bai Zhi's thoughts, yet his own concerns ran deeper. He worried that Chu Qingxian would resort to further schemes. He understood his younger brother well. Ever since childhood, he had always opposed him at every turn, vying for everything. Moreover, he possessed an innate talent for matters of the heart, effortlessly charming young women with his myriad of tactics, all while remaining unscathed amidst a sea of blossoms, a height he would never attain himself. "Very well, Your Highness. I shall prepare my belongings tomorrow and enter the palace the day after." Bai Zhi contemplated briefly and decided that a temporary departure from Chu Yanqing might not be such a misfortune. Furthermore, the royal palace would undoubtedly offer greater security than the marquisate. Most importantly, it would provide her the opportunity to gain a clearer understanding of her true feelings. It was a trifecta of benefits. I shall ponder our matters diligently while in the palace, and on the day I emerge, I will present you with an answer. Bai Zhi continued to weave dreams for Chu Yanqing, for if she were to inadvertently create chaos upon entering the palace, she would still require this man's assistance. Chapter 46. The object of Nanyan's affection. Chu Yanqing nodded in agreement, his gaze softening. He had intended to say something further, but was interrupted by a knock at the door. It was Ming Chun, inquiring about how to handle Jinsei's situation, and he relayed the recent events concerning the lady's passage in full detail to his master. While Bai Zhi could not fathom why Jinsei harbored such intense animosity toward her, she felt no fondness for Jinsei either. However, eliminating Jinsei would evidently yield greater disadvantages than advantages for Chu Yanqing. Yet, the lady had already been quite direct in her plea for leniency, and still, he had refused her. Thus, Bai Zhi found herself unable to ascertain Chu Yanqing's true intentions. Nevertheless, she believed he was not one to act impulsively. His earlier judgment was likely clouded by anger, but now that his emotions had stabilized, reason should have returned. Your Highness has already declined the lady's request for leniency. Observing Chu Yanqing's impending ire, Bai Zhi swiftly interjected, responding on his behalf. Ming Chun, noticing his master's expression, clasped his hands in respect and prepared to execute the command. Wait, Chu Yanqing called out to the weary Ming Chun. Confine Jinsei for 3 months. Upon issuing the order, he waved Ming Chun away. Yet, in an instant, he was met with a radiant smile. What is it that AMG finds amusing? Did you foresee my decision to show her mercy? Oh no, I merely think that your Highness, with your graceful demeanor and noble bearing, would not stoop to quarrel with someone as insignificant as Jinsei. With that, she playfully winked at Chu Yanqing, her delicate features exuding charm and warmth. Chu Yanqing observed this scene with a slight smile, yet deep within, ripples of familiar feelings stirred. The ease and comfort of his interactions with Bai Zhi had returned before their visit to the mansion. After resolving the Jinsei incident, Bai Zhi recognized that the atmosphere was just right and decided to continue weaving her dreams and revealing her genuine thoughts to the man before her. During the journey to the palace, if I come to the realization that I cannot be apart from His Highness, I shall remain by your side as your concubine. However, if I cannot come to terms with this and insist on my own views, I ask that you allow me to leave the Marquis's residence. Is that acceptable? Bai Zhi gazed at Chu Yanqing with gentle yet resolute eyes, but he remained silent for an extended period. Chu Yanqing understood that Bai Zhi's willingness to express such thoughts was a testament to her considerable resolve. Yet, he was acutely aware that her situation yielded only 2 possible outcomes. Either she would return here to become his secondary consort, or she would continue residing in the palace. Betrothed to Chu Qinxian by royal decree, there was simply no third option available. Confronted with her hopeful gaze, he found it difficult to bear the thought of disappointing her. In the end, he nodded slightly. He believed that if he were to triumph over Chu Qinxian this time, and Bai Zhi chose the former path, nothing would hinder their union. According to his calculations, the probability of achieving this outcome was quite high. Bai Zhi excused herself under the pretext of arranging her belongings and returned to her exquisite courtyard, Linglanjuan. There, Nanyan was savoring the modern-style pastries she had prepared. Ah Zhi, you have finally returned. How are your pastries so delectable? They are even more delicious than those from the imperial kitchen, Nanyan exclaimed, nearly choking on her food. Bai Zhi chuckled. Take your time eating. I made these out of boredom yesterday. If you like them, I shall give them all to you. With that, she gleefully sat beside Nanyan and shared the latest developments regarding Jinsei and the matter of the king of Linjiang summoning her to the palace. Upon hearing this, Nanyan frowned. Jinsei has truly brought this upon herself. This time she has been granted far too much leniency. Bai Zhi, however, dismissed her concerns. They had feelings for each other before. Naturally, His Highness would show some mercy. Nanyan, puzzled, asked, when has His Highness ever had feelings for Jinsei? Bai Zhi smiled faintly, Ah, you do not understand. Jean Se has bore child. If there were no affection between them, how could a child have been conceived? So do not be fooled by His Highness's current indifference towards Jean Se. When it truly matters, he will still show some consideration. Nan Yin longed to inform Bai Zhi that the child was not His Highness's and that it was Chu Yanqing who had instructed her to handle the matter. Yet, she could not divulge this secret. Observing the turmoil within Nan Yin, Bai Zhi presented her with a beautifully crafted red coral hairpin. Let's not dwell on this. Let us speak of more joyous matters. This hairpin is perfect for you, so I shall gift it to you. Moments latte. Bai Zhi also shared the details of her discussion with Chu Yanqing regarding Wang Wanwan's marriage. Upon hearing this, Nan Yin appeared to be struck by a profound revelation. Bai Zhi, with a sigh, reclaimed the red coral hairpin from her grasp and patiently adorned her hair with it. She thoughtfully retrieved a bronze mirror and, with a beaming smile, inquired, "What do you think? Doesn't it look splendid? It suits you perfectly." Nan Yin nodded reluctantly, but then shifted her tone. "Yet I can't shake the feeling that I have wronged that young lady." Bai Zhi, anticipating her inquiry, shook her head and replied, "Yinner, such thoughts are misguided. His Highness is kind-hearted and would never harm that young lady. It is merely a matter of letting her disappear for a few months. By the time she returns to the state of Qi, her reputation may suffer somewhat. However, if it can be ascertained that she is still intact and retains her status as a princess of Qi, she may continue to enjoy the privileges of her title. Who knows, she might even find a suitable husband within Qi, which is certainly preferable to a distant marriage in Linjiang." After contemplating this for a moment, Nan Yin nodded. From a long-term perspective, this indeed holds some truth. Yet, will His Highness truly show mercy and spare this princess? Somehow, she felt it unlikely. "Oh dear, Yin Yin, I shall be entering the palace in just a few days. I will be leaving you soon, so do not miss me too much." Bai Zhi, sensing the somber atmosphere, reverted to her usual playful demeanor. Regarding Bai Zhi's impending entrance to the palace, Nan Yin harbored an inkling of unease. Lately, for reasons unknown, everything seemed to go awry. Bai Zhi keenly detected her apprehension and quickly reassured her. "It's all right. The king is only taking such measures for my safety. Once the envoy from Qi arrives and the state of Qi smoothly aligns with Linjiang, I shall be able to leave the palace. You need not worry about me. If you truly miss me, you can kneel and beg His Highness to allow you to visit your old friend. Me? Ha ha." Nan Yin couldn't help but laugh at her words. "I wouldn't think of you." The two of them set aside their worries, engaging in playful banter as they tumbled onto the spacious bed. After a bout of laughter, they gradually quieted, exchanging smiles filled with mirth. "Ah Zhi, do you know who has captured my heart?" Nan Yin was the first to speak. "Not a clue." Bai Zhi replied honestly, "But I suspect it's not any of the young masters from Ruyin City." This remark elicited laughter from Nan Yin once more. "Why is that?" "Because your standards are too high. You do not even regard His Highness." "Ah Zhi, you are insufferable." Nan Yin could not resist the urge to tickle Bai Zhi. Bai Zhi evaded her grasp, laughing heartily. "Yin Yin, spare me. I was wrong. I shall not jest about you again. I promise I will never dare." "Ha ha." After a while, Nan Yin finally ceased her playful assault. However, Bai Zhi found herself in disarray, lying on the bed. "Yin Yin, who is it? Just tell me." Nan Yin gazed at Bai Zhi's alluring form and couldn't help but sigh. "But you must promise to keep it a secret." Bai Zhi eagerly nodded, her eyes gleaming with anticipation as she focused on Nan Yin. After a moment, Nan Yin spoke slowly. "The one I admire is Prince Songzhu." "Songzhu?" "The son of the wealthiest merchant in Daiyuan." "Songzhu?" The author notes, "The Song family was originally nurtured by the Jiang family of Qixia Mountain Villa and has been loyal to them for generations. The current master of Qixia Mountain Villa is Murong Feng, thus placing Song Zhu as one of his subordinates. The Song family has grown considerably and is now quite prominent, leading to Murong Feng treating Song Zhu with more courtesy than others." Bai Zhi immediately sprang up, astonished. "Ah Zhi knows him?" Seeing Bai Zhi's reaction, Nan Yin felt intrigued, her eyes sparkling with a hint of expectation. "I've heard of him, but I do not know him personally." Upon hearing the response, Nan Yin could not help but feel deflated. Indeed, Who in the world does not recognize the esteemed young Master Songju? In previous years, he would grace the city of Ruan with his presence, and all the prominent figures would pay their respects, including His Highness and my father. Yet this year, for reasons unknown, no invitation has been extended. Does that young Master Songju know of your sentiments? At this, Nanyan lowered her head, her tone melancholic and her expression vacant. Alas, it is yet another case of unrequited affection, longing for someone who remains oblivious, yearning daily for a sight of him. This marked Bai Zhi's inaugural visit to the royal palace, an entirely novel experience. The carriage of the Duke of Yong'an came to a halt at the palace gates. Instantly, several palace attendants rushed forth, bowing respectfully to Chu Yanqing and Bai Zhi, assisting in gathering the meticulously prepared belongings of the little deer. Bai Zhi smiled faintly, beginning to survey her surroundings. The architecture of the palace featured yellow glazed tiles, blue and white porcelain, and exquisite white stone, complemented by fine jujube wood. Elaborate paintings adorned the walls, enhancing the grandeur of this vast palace complex. Bai Zhi could not help but exclaim in admiration, reminiscent of an old woman marveling at the grand view garden for the first time. Beside her, Chu Yanqing did not deter Bai Zhi's curious explorations. For reasons unknown, perhaps due to his familiarity with more conventional women, he found himself particularly fond of Bai Zhi's carefree disposition. Forever brimming with curiosity and passion, qualities he yearned for yet could never attain in his own life. Observing Bai Zhi's charming and lively demeanor, a hint of tenderness unconsciously flickered in his eyes. He was enamored by this sensation. If only the path to the imperial study could be a touch longer. Upon reaching the doors of the study, Chu Yanqing hesitated to enter immediately. Instead, he took Bai Zhi's hand and adorned her wrist with a delicate silver bracelet, which featured a radiant red gemstone that sparkled under the sunlight. "Is this a gift for me?" Bai Zhi exclaimed in delight, lifting her wrist closer to her eyes to examine the treasure meticulously. Upon closer inspection, she noticed intricate engravings on the silver bracelet, specifically the 9 curves pattern and the Suan pattern. Chu Yanqing patiently elaborated, explaining the blessings and symbolism of peace embedded within. Bai Zhi nodded, somewhat comprehending. While the patterns eluded her understanding, the notion of peace resonated deeply. Thus, she earnestly vowed to him, "Rest assured, Your Highness, I shall be obedient and avoid causing any trouble." Chu Yanqing smiled gently, leading her into the imperial study to pay respects to King Linjiang. The king was quite pleased with his son's discernment in matters of propriety. Consequently, he decreed that Bai Zhi be accommodated in Yuxiang Palace, sharing residence with Princess Yaohua. The kingdom of Linjiang boasted 2 princesses. The elder, Princess Shanhu, was Chu Yanqing's full-blooded sister, now married to the son of General Mo Wei. Prior to her marriage, she was cherished by King Linjiang and the late queen, which inevitably fostered a rather domineering temperament. The younger, Princess Yaohua, was born of the esteemed concubine Li and shared a mother with Chu Qinxian. Perhaps due to their differing statuses, her demeanor was considerably more amiable than that of Princess Shanhu. However, during her childhood, she had not been exempt from Shanhu's bullying. Thus, Bai Zhi found herself once again on the precipice of forging new friendships. Upon her recent relocation to the side hall, the princess's personal maid, Liuyun, promptly came to invite Bai Zhi to the main hall for a discussion. Observing the bustling palace attendants and the little deer, Bai Zhi nodded in agreement and followed Liuyun to the main hall. Yaohua gazed at Bai Zhi in disbelief, lost in contemplation. Not comprehending the situation, Bai Zhi nonetheless bent down to pay her respects to the princess. "I pay my respects to the princess." This exclamation jolted Yaohua back to reality as she stepped forward to assist Bai Zhi, saying, "No need for excessive formalities, rise." Bai Zhi stood gracefully, her demeanor neither subservient nor arrogant. She had been taught the intricacies of etiquette by Nan Yin some time ago and had learned them with remarkable ease. She had long since committed to memory the variations of courtesy required for different individuals. "Lift your head." Yaohua eagerly wished to behold Bai Zhi's appearance. Slowly, Bai Zhi raised her gaze, revealing a noble woman before her, adorned with lustrous black hair styled in a princess's bun. embellished with a hairpin featuring a jeweled flower and cascading tassels. Her complexion was fair and delicate, her skin smooth and refined. Her long, elegantly arched brows framed her eyes, which sparkled like stars. The entirety of her visage was exquisitely beautiful, emanating an ethereal quality devoid of any earthly trivialities. Bai Zhi felt a twinge of inferiority in comparison. Yet, in Yao Hua's eyes, Bai Zhi appeared in a white embroidered garment and a pristine pleated skirt. Standing there, she exuded grace and dignity, embodying a serene elegance akin to a budding lotus, untouched by the dust of the world. She was a beauty of cool refinement. "Are you truly Bai Zhi, the white fairy?" Yao Hua was the first to speak. Bai Zhi replied politely with a smile. "I am indeed Bai Zhi, yet I am no fairy. Only someone as noble and enchanting as the princess may be deemed a fairy." This compliment delighted Yao Hua, her eyes immediately sparkling with joy. She promptly instructed Liuner to serve tea to Bai Zhi. The two girls took their seats across from each other. Yao Hua then commanded someone to retrieve a gift box, which, upon opening, revealed a treasure blue hairpin adorned with green and red embellishments, presented to Bai Zhi. "Bai Zhi, I have taken a liking to you. I have decided to befriend you. Consider this a token of our first meeting." Bai Zhi was slightly taken aback by the princess's boldness, but soon regained her composure. She searched her surroundings, but could not find anything of equal worth to offer in return for such a precious gift. The bracelet given to her previously by Chu Yanqing seemed to be the only item of comparable value. However, to part with it now felt inappropriate, as it was a talisman for her safety, something she desperately needed at this moment. After much deliberation, she ultimately accepted the hairpin, for its beauty was undeniable and perfectly aligned with her aesthetic sensibilities. Swiftly concocting a rationale for herself, she declared, "Thank you, princess. Today, I possess nothing worthy to present to you, but once I leave the palace, I shall surely seek out something novel and intriguing for you." "Ha ha, splendid. I shall await your return." Yao Hua found Bai Zhi particularly appealing, and thus, everything she did or said filled her with immense joy. Soon, the two young women, of similar age, conversed as if they were long-lost friends, sharing stories with ease. Approximately an hour had passed, and the two were still reluctant to part ways. Yao Hua tugged at Bai Zhi, wishing to take her for a stroll in the imperial garden. However, as soon as they stepped outside the palace, a large contingent of guards followed, under the pretense of ensuring the safety of Miss Bai Zhi and the princess. Yao Hua ordered them to withdraw, asserting that they merely intended to take a leisurely walk. The guards exchanged glances, yet none moved a step. This infuriated Yao Hua. Bai Zhi hastily intervened. "Princess, I believe it is getting late. Perhaps we should return. I shall come to find you tomorrow, if that pleases you." With Bai Zhi suggesting as much, Yao Hua had no choice but to relent, pouting slightly as she led Bai Zhi back to the palace. Upon returning to her private chamber, Bai Zhi found her maid, Xiao Lu, diligently laying out her bedding. As she settled into a chair and poured 2 cups of tea, she suddenly inquired, "Is no one assisting you?" Xiao Lu, engrossed in her task, was startled by Bai Zhi's unexpected voice, her heart racing as if it might leap from her chest. Realizing her mistress had returned, she set aside her work and reproached Miss. Understanding that she had frightened Xiao Lu, Bai Zhi beckoned her to sit down and handed her a freshly poured cup of tea, saying, "Xiao Lu, it is your earnestness in your work that is to blame, not me." Xiao Lu, with trepidation, accepted the cup and took a timid sip, responding, "How could a servant dare to blame the young lady?" Bai Zhi gently reminded, "I have told you many times when there are no outsiders present. There is no need for such formality." She took this opportunity to impart some wisdom, knowing that Xiao Lu harbored deeply ingrained feudal beliefs. Bai Zhi felt it was essential to repeatedly instill her values in her maid, wishing for her companion to lead a more relaxed and liberated life. Fortunately, persistence bore fruit, as Xiao Lu had undergone significant transformation, no longer exhibiting the same submissive behavior as when they first met. Bai Zhi was pleased with this progress. Xiao Lu, recognizing her mistress's genuine care, felt an increased sense of gratitude towards her. Yet, their different perspectives remained vast, and only time could gradually bridge the gap and reveal which viewpoint was truly correct. The following morning, Yaohua's personal maid came to invite Bai Zhi to join her for breakfast. Bai Zhi casually asked Xiao Lu to assist her with her makeup before heading out, not wishing to keep the princess waiting. Upon Bai Zhi's arrival, Yaohua was particularly delighted and urged her to take a seat. They shared breakfast together, the atmosphere quite congenial. Bai Zhi, I have a question to ask you, and you must tell me. Yaohua began. Without hesitation, Bai Zhi replied, whatever the princess wishes to know, I shall speak openly and fully. A smile graced Yaohua's lips, her face alight with curiosity as she dismissed the others. At that moment, an uneasy premonition washed over Bai Zhi. What was the princess's intention? With a mysterious smile, Yaohua pulled Bai Zhi closer, saying, Sister, do not be anxious. The question I wish to ask is. After speaking, she deliberately paused, stretching her tone with profound significance. Will you marry my second brother or my fourth brother? Bai Zhi was instantly struck dumb, feeling as if a flock of crows had flown over her head. What do you mean, princess? I have no connection with either of the princes. We had an agreement. You must not deceive me. Clearly, this response did not satisfy Yaohua. I have not misled you. I swear, I have yet to truly discern my own feelings. Bai Zhi helplessly raised 3 fingers to the heavens in her oath. Observing Bai Zhi's earnestness, Yaohua gradually relinquished her inquiries, and her originally bright eyes dimmed slowly. Alas, it is rumored that father intends to bestow you upon either the second or fourth prince in marriage, and after the grand ceremony. How can you harbor no affection for either of my royal brothers? What? Bai Zhi felt as though she might explode. She did not hear the rest of Yaohua's words. All she could comprehend was, it is rumored that father intends to bestow you upon either the second or fourth prince. Is this true, princess? Bai Zhi gazed at Yaohua with a look of urgent distress, attempting to discern any hint of deception on her face. Yet Yaohua remained unfazed. Of course it is true. Both my fourth and second brothers have personally petitioned father to take you as a concubine. This is what mother told me. It is utterly reliable. A wave of shock surged from the depths of Bai Zhi's heart. Morphing into anger as her eyes blazed with fury, her fists clenched tightly. Why is it that scoundrel Chu Qinxian again? Is he a monkey bouncing around everywhere? In Yaohua's presence, she could not openly insult Chu Qinxian, but in her heart, she had already envisioned tearing him to shreds. And what was the matter with Chu Yanqing? Why had no one informed her beforehand? Yaohua was somewhat taken aback by Bai Zhi's reaction and immediately grasped her hand. Sister Bai Zhi? Feeling a gentle warmth touch her hand, Bai Zhi struggled to maintain her composure. Princess, has the king agreed? Bai Zhi was desperate to learn of the king's decision, oblivious to the tremor in her voice. Yaohua, puzzled by Bai Zhi's overwhelming reaction, assumed it was fear and offered comfort. Father neither agreed nor refused. He mentioned discussing it further after the grand ceremony. You need not be afraid. I know your worries. My brother is a wonderful man. He has always treated me well since childhood, often playing with me and protecting me when I was bullied. He even frequently ventures out of the palace to bring back new and delightful things for mother and me. The more Yaohua spoke with enthusiasm, the colder Bai Zhi's heart became. Chu Qinxian, a good man? Why had she never felt it? Furthermore, my brother's legitimate wife is Fu Taifu's daughter, Fu Rou. She has always been dignified, virtuous, and well-versed in propriety, not a jealous person. If you marry into their family, you are sure to become good sisters. At this moment, Bai Zhi simply wanted to be left in peace. What on earth was happening? She did not desire a sister. If she were truly to be given to Chu Qinxian, she would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to flee after the grand ceremony, escaping from Linjiang Kingdom. She maintained a facade of civility with Chu Qinxian, fully aware of the kind of person he was. Some individuals possess an innate talent for concealing their true emotions and thoughts, mastering the art of appearing serene while harboring cunning intentions behind the scenes. Chu Qinxian exemplifies such hypocrisy, clandestinely seeking a marriage proposal from the king, blatantly vying for attention against Chu Yanqing. Setting aside the question of whether he truly harbored feelings for her, was his behavior not intended to provoke Chu Yanqing? Their relationship was indeed fraught with animosity, It seemed he was intent on undermining Chu Yanqing at every turn. Moreover, Bai Zhi had no illusions that Chu Qinxian could genuinely like her. After all, their encounters could be counted on one hand. Except for a slight thawing of their demeanor during a house viewing, every other interaction had been marked by tension and hostility. Ultimately, perhaps it was true that his affections lay with Chu Yanqing. Why else would he feel compelled to compete with her, involving himself in matters concerning Chu Yanqing? A bold hypothesis began to form in Bai Zhi's mind. Seeing Bai Zhi lost in thought, Yao Hua's curiosity piqued once more. Could it be, dear sister Bai Zhi, that you would prefer to wed the second prince? Bai Zhi felt a wave of dizziness wash over her, just as she was about to respond. She noticed Yao Hua frantically waving her hands. No, no, you cannot marry him. He has already taken so many wives. What kind of suffering would you endure if you became one of them? His primary wife, Lin Wanjun, is the daughter of the esteemed General Lin and also a niece of General Mo Wei. After losing her mother early, she was raised in the general's household, and she has always been a scheming troublemaker. You would stand no chance against her. Moreover, the second prince is inherently aloof and taciturn, wholly absorbed in political affairs. How could he possibly win a girl's affection? If you were to suffer, he would not protect you. Yao Hua's words provided Bai Zhi with a wealth of information. She realized it was time to delve deeper. Dear princess, how many concubines does the fourth prince currently have in his household? My brother has only one primary wife and a concubine in the inner court. If you were to marry him, you would be his secondary wife, which would certainly not be a slight on you. As for the other women, they hold no official status. Should they offend you, you could easily dismiss or punish them without needing to consult the prince. Sister Fu Rou would certainly advocate for you. Upon hearing this, Bai Zhi's understanding deepened. It turned out that there were merely a few women of recognized status, and she had initially thought Chu Qinxian had transformed. Why would the princess engage in conflict with Princess Shanhua? Could it be that she bullied you? At this, Yao Hua bristled with indignation. You have no idea. She is the royal firstborn daughter, of noble birth. Born with innate spiritual power, she enjoys the favor of our father, which makes her exceedingly arrogant. Each time we crossed paths, she would find ways to torment me. My brother has borne countless grievances to protect me from her, and her accomplice, Lin Wanjun, possesses spiritual power as well. Who knows how many nefarious ideas she has whispered in Shanhua's ear. Now, Chu Shanhua has married Mo Xuanhuan, the son of General Mo Wei, and cousin to Lin Wanjun, while Lin Wanjun is what her brother, Chu Yanqing. Both of them have secured themselves a favorable situation. Lin Wanjun possesses spiritual power. Bai Zhi suddenly recalled her solitary and resolute figure, taken aback by the revelation. Bai Zhi, I sincerely regard you as a friend, which is why I confide in you. Bai Zhi nodded. Thank you, princess. I will forever remember your kindness. However, what Yao Hua spoke of today, her perception of Chu Qinxian and Chu Yanqing, seemed utterly dissonant with Bai Zhi's own view. She chuckled softly, deep in thought. Noticing Yao Hua was about to continue, Bai Zhi swiftly interjected, We have chatted for quite a while. Does the princess have someone special in her heart? With this, she mimicked Yao Hua's playful smile. Indeed, Yao Hua was successfully diverted, her cheeks flushing crimson as she lowered her gaze. Observing her demeanor, Bai Zhi surmised that there must indeed be a romantic interest. Bai Zhi couldn't help but stifle a smile, her curiosity piqued. Princess, who is it? Do tell. Perhaps I could assist you. Yao Hua's face remained flushed, yet she shook her head. Sister Bai Zhi, this time, you cannot help me. Now, Bai Zhi was even more intrigued. Could it be a man from Linjiang Kingdom? After all, with the princess's status, what sort of man would be unattainable? Thus, Bai Zhi ventured a bold guess. Could it be the heir of Yingyue Kingdom? He is unmarried and the dream suitor of countless maidens. Immediately, Yao Hua denied, No. Sister Bai Zhi, do not make wild guesses. Then tell me, and I shall refrain from guessing. Rest assured, while I may not be able to assist you, I will certainly keep your secret. All right, I suppose I may as well tell you, for it will be known sooner or later, Yao Hua declared with determination. Bai Zhi focused intently. It is Lord Murong of Jinling City. Yao Hua seemed to have summoned great resolve to utter these words. Bai Zhi felt a twinge of disappointment. How How can a city lord compare to the heir of Inue Kingdom? No, no, Yao Hua swiftly countered. Though Jinling City is modest in size, it is the very artery of the world's economy, wealthy enough to rival nations. My father has stated that to become the sovereign of the realm, one must first secure Jinling City support. He also intends to betroth me to Brother Murong, currently making arrangements for me. Bai Zhi nodded thoughtfully, yet a peculiar discomfort lingered, both mentally and physically. Oh, Yao Hua suddenly exclaimed, Sister Bai Zhi, weren't you brought back from Jinling City by the second prince? You are from Jinling. Bai Zhi could only manage an awkward smile, attempting to clarify, perhaps, but I am not entirely sure. I sustained an injury and cannot recall my past, nor do I know where my home lies. The prince, feeling pity for me and recognizing my modest intelligence, took me back to the palace. Yao Huan nodded in understanding. So that is how it is. There are rumors circulating that the second prince brought you back because he is enamored with you, seeking to keep you hidden away. It seems such gossip is unreliable. Bai Zhi felt a sense of exasperation, yet chose not to elaborate further, as Yao Hua shifted the conversation back to herself. She needed to regain control of the dialogue. Then tell me, what sort of person is Lord Murong? Bai Zhi casually picked up a piece of cake, popping it into her mouth to mask the strange feelings stirring within her. After a prolonged silence, Bai Zhi looked up in confusion at the beautiful princess Yao Hua. To her astonishment, she found Yao Hua's cheeks flushed, her gaze fixed intently on her own feet. What young maiden does not harbor feelings of youthful affection? Unable to contain her amusement, Bai Zhi stifled a giggle behind her hand. You're mocking me. The girl before her was evidently incensed by Bai Zhi's laughter, her embarrassment palpable as she lowered her head even further. I have heard of him. Indeed, he is a rare gem among young talents. In an effort to alleviate the awkwardness and provide the princess an escape, Bai Zhi uttered a few perfunctory words. Given that her knowledge was based solely on hearsay, she struggled to articulate a proper evaluation, ultimately resorting to the phrase young talent, which she hoped would suffice. Yao Huan nodded vigorously, resembling an enamored young girl. Brother Murong is handsome and elegant, a paragon of grace and charm, she exclaimed, striving to employ every term of admiration she had ever learned to extol her beloved. Yet, Bai Zhi felt as though a flock of crows had just flown over her head. However, due to the princess's noble status, she could not openly contradict her. Yao Hua, you and Lord Murong are indeed a match made in heaven. One is the lord of the city, graceful as a jade tree, while the other is the cherished jewel of the king, possessing exceptional beauty. You two are truly a perfect pair. Really? Yao Hua's face lit up with a smile, her eyes sparkling with delight as she turned to Bai Zhi. This is a splendid match. The princess, with her unparalleled beauty, deserves to be carried away in a grand procession by Lord Murong. No, it should be a grander spectacle. Dear sister, mind your words, Yao Hua replied, a hint of nervousness creeping into her tone as she hesitated to voice more. Bai Zhi, who despised any disruption of the atmosphere, was nonetheless consumed by curiosity. Fortunately, Yao Hua was not shy. What you may not know, dear sister, is that Brother Murong is already married. Before Yao Hua could finish her thought, Bai Zhi interjected in disbelief. A married man? That simply will not do. Princess, he is unworthy of you, she concluded, her eyes wide with concern for the princess. Yao Hua, caught between amusement and exasperation, replied, I know. But please, let me explain. Brother Murong's wife has been missing for over half a year. Bai Zhi was once again taken aback by this revelation. What other surprises and shocks could this princess possibly unveil? It was rumored that the lady had met with misfortune, and the princess had been waiting for a year and a half. If Brother Murong had not found his wife by then, he could remarry. Yao Hua finished her explanation, once more lowering her head in bashfulness. At last, Bai Zhi grasped the situation. Yet, for reasons she could not quite fathom, her instincts warned her that the love-struck princess, Yao Hua, might end up wholly consumed by Murong Feng, only to find herself counting the coins from his sales afterward. In the capital of the Yuan, Jinyang, at the Qinian Hall, the high priest, Zhan Nu, hurriedly made his way toward the Grand Hall. Upon gazing at the frail and aged emperor seated upon the dragon throne, He thought little of it, kneeling and performing a deep bow. The emperor, trembling as he straightened his posture, gestured for Zhang Nu to rise. What matters can the high priest discern? As the remnants of the crossbow echoed in the air, the enthusiastic minister proclaimed, Your Majesty, I have observed the celestial phenomena at night and, in conjunction with the golden disk's revelations, deduced that the celestial maiden has descended to earth. The one who possesses her shall attain dominion over the world. The heavenly goddess has descended, giving birth to a profound lineage, and the fate that follows holds the essence of the 9 dragon clans. This is of great significance, as it beckons the tides of the 4 seas. Upon hearing this, the aged emperor became intrigued and hastily inquired, Do you know who this celestial maiden is? The minister, wearing an expression of regret, replied, Alas, I am but a simpleton, only able to surmise that the maiden may have ties to the Nangong family. The heavenly maiden has descended, giving birth to a deep lineage. Your Majesty, if you desire the eternal prosperity of our great realm, this maiden may be the turning point. The emperor murmured the name Nangong family to himself. His weathered face revealed a profound calculation, while his deep-set eyes betrayed a hint of sorrow. After a long silence, he dismissed the minister and sat alone upon the dragon throne, staring blankly into the empty hall, his heart twisted in anguish. The heavens seek to doom our great realm. The Nangong family was once one of the 4 prominent families of our land. Yet, when the former emperor was young, he heeded malicious whispers, believing the Nangong family posed a threat to the royal lineage and recklessly sought to annihilate them. This led the Nangong family to seek refuge in the vassal state of Yingwe. Now, after nearly a century of development, Yingwe has thrived under the stewardship of 2 generations of princes and has risen to prominence. In the future, the unification of this realm will be determined by either Linjiang or Yingwe. The emperor's despair deepened as he became lost in his boundless memories, oblivious to the fact that the clandestine networks of various nations had already transmitted this prophecy back to their homelands. Soon, this prophecy stirred a tremendous uproar across the entire nation. Sister Bai Zhi, you must wake up. Yao Hua, unceremoniously, sought out Bai Zhi early in the morning. Bai Zhi, on the verge of collapse, rubbed her sleepy eyes and asked, What is it, Your Highness? Just as she spoke, she contemplated lying back down. Having spent these days and nights in close companionship, they had dispensed with many formalities. Yet, Yao Hua was undeterred. She swiftly seated herself at the foot of Bai Zhi's bed and urged anxiously, Have you heard the prophecy? What prophecy? Does it promise wealth? Bai Zhi, bewildered, was at a loss as to why the princess would inquire so. Bai Zhi, you truly have your head buried in wealth. Yao Hua cast a disapproving glance at her. During their time together, she had discerned that Bai Zhi's greatest passion was indeed riches, her thoughts consumed daily with the pursuit of wealth. What is it? Bai Zhi asked irritably. Yao Hua, no longer wishing to engage in riddles, clarified, It pertains to the celestial maiden from the Nangong family. The high priest has prophesied that he who possesses the celestial maiden shall possess the world. Bai Zhi's laughter erupted, interrupting Yao Hua before she could say more. How absurd! The key to the world's dominion rests upon a woman? How ludicrous! Yao Hua, upon hearing this, found merit in Bai Zhi's reasoning. Yet, upon further reflection, she felt a sense of unease. Better to believe in its possibility than to dismiss it outright. The high priest's prophecies have never been wrong. Moreover, Father has already decided to send someone to Yingwe to seek the hand of the Nangong family's daughter. Who are they seeking to marry? Bai Zhi suddenly became intrigued. Chapter 51. The Nangong family, of course. It is my 3rd royal brother. He is the only one who is yet to take a legitimate wife. Upon hearing this, Bai Zhi's eyes flashed with surprise, but she quickly regained her composure. However, she overlooked the unprecedented seriousness etched upon Yao Hua's face. A torrent of reasoning surged through her mind. Man's calculations are no match for heaven's. If this prophecy were to come true, and if Chu Peiyu were given the chance to marry a daughter of the Nangong family, then his engagement to Wang Wanwan would inevitably collapse. There would be no need for Chu Yanqing to orchestrate any schemes to navigate this situation. Yet, securing a bride from the Nangong family is far from a simple endeavor. Given the nature of the king, it is highly probable that he would first establish Chu Peiyu as the heir, seeking the hand of a Nangong daughter under the pretense of the heir of Linjiang. Although Bai Zhi did not believe he would succeed in this pursuit, the circumstances had undeniably shifted dramatically due to this uncertain prophecy. "Why don't you tell me about the Nangong family? I'm not very familiar with them," the princess called out. Yao Hua contemplated for a moment and, acknowledging the truth in Bai Zhi's words, eagerly began her explanation. "To be honest, my knowledge is rather limited. I have only heard tales from my royal brother. The Nangong family is one of the 4 prominent families of the Yuan, with ancestors who were among the founding heroes of the nation. The former head of the Nangong family was the illustrious General Nangong Ci, who unfortunately passed away 2 years ago due to illness. The current head is Nangong Yin, the legitimate son of Nangong Ci, who has been honored as the Grand Tutor of the Crown Prince of Yingwei and has inherited the title of the Great General. His granddaughter, Nangong Yin, despite holding no official position, has already made her mark on the spiritual power rankings at a young age, promising a bright future. In stark contrast, his grandson, Nangong Xian, has been frail and sickly since childhood. However, he possesses exceptional intelligence and has always excelled in his studies, currently serving as the chancellor in Yingwei. Of course, the crux of this prophecy lies with the daughters of the Nangong family. Besides the legitimate daughter, Nangong Yin, there are over 10 illegitimate daughters within the family. Most are of ordinary appearance, indistinguishable from the daughters of common families, and they lack spiritual power at birth. It is said that they rarely leave the house, spending their days engrossed in the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Unfortunately, their talents are not particularly remarkable. While they may be competent in these areas, none shine brightly. In comparison, they are akin to a minor sorcerer overshadowed by a grand one. They utterly pale in comparison to Nangong Yin in terms of spiritual power, talent, and beauty. Bai Zhi indeed felt as though she had exhausted many brain cells attempting to untangle these relationships, her mind buzzing incessantly. She even caught a glimpse of the resentment that Yao Hua inadvertently revealed when mentioning Nangong Yin. Assuming that Yao Hua was concerned that Chu Peiyu might not win the hand of Nangong Yin, which would lead to the fall of Linjiang at the hands of Yingwei, Bai Zhi instinctively sought to comfort her. "Do not worry, princess. This prophecy may not necessarily be true, even if the high priest possesses genuine prowess. We must consider whether the message was accurately conveyed. Such prophecies can be drastically altered by a single miswording." After speaking, she gently patted Yao Hua's shoulder. Yet, Yao Hua's expression grew increasingly sour. Had she misjudged the comforting words? Bai Zhi pondered in silence. In truth, she had indeed erred. The more Yao Hua pondered, the more despondent she became, ultimately unable to restrain herself from speaking to Bai Zhi. "Bai Zhi, do you think that, with such a prophecy, Brother Mu Rong might also consider marrying Nangong Yin?" Once again, Bai Zhi found herself at a loss for words, unsure how to respond. Contemplating that a few supportive words in line with the princess's sentiments might alleviate the situation, she observed Yao Hua's expression and words, prompting Yao Hua to exclaim, "I will not permit Brother Mu Rong to marry her. What is so admirable about Nangong Yin? She spends her days embroiled in violence, lacking even a trace of femininity." Before she could finish her thought, tears cascaded down her cheeks like pearls strung on a broken thread. At this point, Bai Zhi was completely at a loss, fretting over how to comfort Yao Hua when an urgent knock at the door accompanied by the slightly anxious voice of Xiao Lu interrupted. "Miss, Master Chen seeks an audience." Bai Zhi and Yao Hua exchanged astonished glances, both displaying expressions of disbelief. The day's revelations had been overwhelming. Bai Zhi felt as though she had yet to fully awaken, her mind struggling to process so much information. Yao Hua, quick to react, dabbed at her crystalline tears with a handkerchief and called for Xiao Lu to assist Bai Zhi in her dressing. As Xiao Lu positioned Bai Zhi at the vanity, she found herself wondering what Master Chen desired from her. After a brief grooming, Xiao Lu draped a flowing white plum blossom gauze over Bai Zhi, who then noticed the delicate sheer rose-scented corset and the soft green floral skirt she wore beneath. Her waist resembled a slender willow, her shoulders finely chiseled. Her charming smile and captivating gaze were enchanting. I do not recall possessing this gown, Bai Zhi mused, struggling to remember the exquisite garment that so perfectly accentuated her figure. It was a gift from Princess Yao Hua this morning, Xiao Lu informed her. Xiao Lu deftly adorned Bai Zhi with a pair of white jade earrings, completing her transformation. I believed it would look splendid on you, so I took the liberty of dressing you, she confessed, as Bai Zhi beheld her stunning reflection in the mirror. A smile crept onto her lips. She could not help but marvel at the beauty of this ancient form. Once she was fully prepared, Bai Zhi beckoned Master Chun to enter. He bowed respectfully and then announced, "Miss Bai Zhi, the king summons you. Please accompany me." Bai Zhi's heart sank further. What was happening today? One lies in wait at home, yet disaster descend from the heavens? She pondered. "May I inquire, master, for what reason does the king wish to summon this humble girl?" Bai Zhi felt the necessity to clarify the situation in advance, lest her heart race uncontrollably, like tumultuous waters. However, Master Chun, being a seasoned fox, revealed nothing, merely stating, "Do not worry, young lady, just follow this old servant." With that, he gestured for her to proceed. Before the door to the imperial study, Bai Zhi hesitated, summoning courage within herself. When soldiers come, let the generals meet them. When water arrives, let the earth cover it. Bai Zhi, you can do this. Observing her trepidation, Master Chun approached to urge her on. "Miss Bai Zhi, the king, the queen, and several young lords await you inside." What? Several young lords? Bai Zhi inhaled sharply, steeling herself as she stepped into the imperial study. Upon entering, she refrained from casting her gaze around, hastily performed a deep bow, and greeted the king, the queen, and the noble sons. "No need for formalities. Rise and take your seat." A deep voice resonated from above. After expressing her gratitude, Bai Zhi was guided by a young eunuch to her seat. As she surveyed the room, she noticed that everyone seemed to be watching her, and it dawned on her that her attire today was markedly different from her usual garb, which naturally attracted curious glances. It was the queen who first broke the ice with a teasing remark. "Indeed, one's appearance can be quite transformative. Bai Zhi, you have truly captured my attention today. Wouldn't you agree, everyone?" A chorus of agreement followed, particularly from Chu Qinxian, who wore a playful smirk. "Thank you for your kind words, Your Majesty," Bai Zhi replied, forcing herself to maintain composure. Eventually, the king of Linjiang redirected the conversation to the matter at hand. "Bai Zhi, you must have heard of the prophecy from the high priestess of the crossbow. What are your thoughts?" Upon hearing this, Bai Zhi gasped in disbelief, casting a startled glance at the king before hastily lowering her head. "I beg your pardon, Your Majesty. How could a humble girl dare to interpret the high priestess's prophecy?" "Fear not. Speak boldly, and you shall not be punished for your words," the king replied, his gaze calm, betraying none of his true intentions, yet clearly eager to hear Bai Zhi's insights. She understood that there was no escaping this inquiry today. After a moment of contemplation, her mind flooded with the earlier discussion with Yao Hua. She gently shook her head and slowly spoke, "Your Majesty, I believe the words of the high priestess are rather biased and utterly nonsensical." The moment these words left her lips, a collective gasp filled the room. Even the previously animated Chu Qinxian now wore a serious expression as he regarded her. "What do you mean by nonsense?" The king casually stroked his beard, casually posing the question. Although most present were puzzled by the term, they could infer its meaning from the context. Bai Zhi felt a jolt of alarm. Indeed, it was unwise to venture out without proper rest. Insufficient sleep often leads to sluggish brain responses, diminishing work efficiency. It can also result in delayed reactions, lack of focus, and even impair physical coordination and balance. Reflecting on her actions today, she regretted her careless remarks. Fortunately, the king did not seem inclined to take offense. However, she was obliged to respond to his inquiry. "Your Majesty, nonsense refers to idle chatter and absurd talk, perhaps a term from my hometown," Bai Zhi managed to articulate. Beside her, Chu Qinxian scoffed. "How audacious of you to question the high priestess's prophecy." His reprimand startled Bai Zhi, and she found it curious to see him in such a difficult position. Had not the esteemed Yao Hua mentioned that Chu Qinxian wished to take her as a concubine? Why then did he display such an attitude? Was this truly the demeanor of someone intending to woo her, or was it more akin to fostering enmity? Why must you be so hasty, fourth brother? Allow Miss Bai Zhi to finish her thoughts. To her surprise, it was Chu Peiyu who came to her defense, while Chu Yanqing, who ought to have intervened, remained silent. Bai Zhi yearned to convey that her words had reached their conclusion, and there was nothing more to articulate. Yet, within the vast hall, the silence was so profound that one could hear a pin drop, as if everyone awaited her subsequent remarks. Reluctantly, she pressed on. The rise and fall of dynasties adhere to a natural order, as the saying goes. The great trends of the world dictate that what has been divided must unite, and what has long been united must inevitably divide. The collapse of a dynasty is often the result of years of accumulated malaise, leading to an explosive conflict. Similarly, the establishment of a new dynasty is an inevitable outcome that aligns with the world's currents, encompassing the sacrifices, efforts, and contributions of countless individuals. How could one so frivolously attribute such monumental achievements to a single woman? These sentiments exhausted Bai Zhi's lifelong learning. Well said. A resonant voice echoed through the hall. It was the third prince, Chu Peiyu. What had come over him today? Why was he persistently defending her? A true man aspires to distant horizons. One ought to build a legacy and serve the nation, rather than rely on a woman. Chu Peiyu stood, moving to the center of the hall, and knelt before King Lin Jiang, beseeching, "I implore Father to rescind the decree. The Nangong family has pledged allegiance to the kingdom of Yingwei. They will not marry their daughter to your son." He paused, gathering courage to continue. "I too do not wish to marry her." Upon finishing, he bowed deeply to the king and queen. The king maintained an inscrutable expression, his gaze indifferent. In stark contrast, the queen's countenance twisted with barely contained rage. Were it not for her royal status, one might believe she wished to tear Chu Peiyu to shreds. Preposterous! You show no regard for your father's earnest intentions. Apologize to your father at once. Yet, Chu Peiyu appeared oblivious, continuing to implore the king to retract his command. At that moment, Bai Zhi comprehended the unfolding drama. The prophecy had prompted the king to consider marrying off the only son without a legitimate wife, Chu Peiyu, to a daughter of the Nangong clan. With so many daughters in the Nangong family, opportunities abounded. Yet, for reasons unknown, Chu Peiyu remained steadfast, unwilling to yield an inch. Alas, this foolish boy, born into a world rife with treachery, how could he be so reckless in character? Silence enveloped the hall, no one daring to speak in defense of Chu Peiyu, not even his closest ally, Chu Yuning, who sat with his head bowed. He disagreed with his brother's stance. He should be courting the Nangong lady, for if the prophecy came true, he would become the ruler of the realm. Though the king remained silent, his expression darkened progressively as he witnessed Chu Peiyu's defiance of his decision. The queen, initially aflame with anger, now seemed incredulous and disappointed, sitting vacantly, casting a mournful gaze towards Bai Zhi. Bai Zhi, acutely aware of the murderous glances directed her way, sensed the imminent danger. She had no desire to involve herself further, nor to provoke the queen. Reluctantly, she rose and knelt beside Chu Peiyu. With a measured tone, she declared, "Your Majesty, Queen, we must not acquiesce to the third prince's request." In response, the hall erupted once more, yet the atmosphere had palpably shifted, invigorated by her interjection. "Oh!" The king of Linjiang finally spoke. "Did you not claim that the words of the high priest were mere nonsense?" Beside him, Chu Peiyu slightly raised her head, her face etched with anger as she gazed at her. "Your Majesty, I have always believed that the words of the high priest carry more weight than the mere utterance of a celestial maiden. Why not seize this opportunity to send someone alongside the third prince to the kingdom of Yingwei for an investigation? Who knows what we might discover?" The king of Linjiang expressed curiosity, pondering what thoughts occupied Bai Zhi's mind. Perhaps they could uncover something akin to a gold mine or a treasure map. Bai Zhi's voice dwindled as she struggled to maintain her narrative. It was proving to be exceedingly difficult. After all, unifying the realm would inevitably lead to war, which would be a costly endeavor. Everyone present was lost in their own thoughts. As they pondered, Bai Zhi quietly leaned towards Chu Peiyu and whispered, Do not worry. I shall assist you. First, assure your father that we will navigate through this challenge. Chu Peiyu merely shot her a glare, remaining silent. Chapter 53. The Luncheon Turmoil Thus. It was essential for the third prince to bear the title of suitor for the young lady from the Nangong family and venture to the kingdom of Yue for further inquiries. After articulating her thoughts, Bai Zhi bowed again to the king and the queen. The king promptly dismissed her reverence, allowing her to return to her seat. Chu Peiyu seemed to have learned her lesson, refraining from requesting the king to retract his command, and soon returned to her own place. The atmosphere shifted back to a more relaxed ambience. With a command from Eunuch Chun, the luncheon commenced. Servants presented a series of delectable dishes. Bai Zhi seized moments to steal glances at Chu Yanqing, yet he consistently failed to acknowledge her presence. Soon, boredom enveloped her, and a sense of unease settled in her heart, rendering the sumptuous feast tasteless. She found Chu Yanqing perplexing. Ever since their first encounter, he had never ignored her in such a manner. The more she contemplated, the stranger it seemed, and once more she covertly glanced his way, only to find him engrossed in either the enjoyment of his meal or in soft conversation with his elder brother. This disheartened Bai Zhi, who rested her chin on her hands. Suddenly, she felt a burning gaze upon her, causing her heart to leap with joy. Turning to look, she found herself face to face with the infuriating visage of Chu Qinxian. At long last, when the luncheon concluded, Bai Zhi followed the crowd as they dispersed. Along the way, she deliberately avoided Chu Qinxian, hoping to converse with Chu Peiyu, but the queen had summoned her privately. She quietly waited outside the hall for a while, but when he did not emerge, she reluctantly departed. As she made her way back, passing through the imperial garden, she recalled Yao Hua's sorrowful countenance and decided to meander through the garden before returning, secretly hoping that Chu Peiyu might pass this way. In a secluded corner of the imperial garden, where the flowers bloomed profusely and butterflies danced, there stood a pavilion by the water. It was the perfect season for lotus blossoms, emerging unsullied from the mud, their beauty untainted by the waters. Standing tall and graceful, stirred by the gentle breeze, they captivated the eye. Immersed in this enchanting scenery, Bai Zhi was suddenly startled by a familiar call. Zhi, surprised. She turned to see Chu Yanqing standing not far from her. She suddenly perceived him with clarity, realizing that he had lost some weight compared to a few days prior. Yet he remained strikingly handsome. His face, with features as distinct as a sculpture, framed by a cascade of lustrous black hair, was complemented by a pair of expressive eyes beneath elegantly arched brows, drawing one in effortlessly. A prominent nose and lips of perfect proportion were now adorned with a dazzling smile. He seemed to merge seamlessly with the enchanting surroundings, a natural embodiment of beauty. As their eyes met, Bai Zhi could not help but whisper, "Brother Zijin." Upon hearing this, Chu Yanqing stepped forward, enveloping her delicate frame in his embrace. He held her close, whispering softly in her ear. The warmth of his breath caressed her neck, causing her body to tense momentarily, yielding further to his hold. In that instant, Bai Zhi was jolted back to reality. This was indeed the imperial garden, in broad daylight. She desperately attempted to push him away. Yet, this action only piqued Chu Yanqing's displeasure. "Your Highness, we are in the imperial garden. Should we be seen, we would surely become the subject of ridicule." Bai Zhi reminded him helplessly, urging him to be mindful of their status. However, Chu Yanqing paid little heed, declaring, "It matters not. Soon, a Zhi shall be wed to me, so what does it matter if others see? Furthermore, I am curious to see who dares to speak ill behind our backs." Bai Zhi could not help but murmur in response, "Your Highness, that is misguided. If a man truly loves a woman, he should express his feelings with sincerity, yet maintain decorum, unlike your current conduct." "Very well, I shall heed your words." Chu Yanqing gazed at Bai Zhi with indulgence. Loosening his grip, he guided her to sit in the pavilion. A gentle breeze swept in, caressing them like a lover, a soft, warm, tranquil zephyr that invigorated the spirit. Bai Zhi casually adjusted her appearance and initiated the conversation. "Have you and the fourth prince already requested a marriage decree from the king?" "Indeed. Then why did you not inform me sooner?" Bai Zhi appeared somewhat agitated. Since learning this information, she had been lost in thought, perplexed as to how events had unfolded this way. The more she pondered, the more entangled she became in her thoughts, inevitably leading to a flurry of anxieties. Chu Yanqing observed Bai Zhi's expression of reproach and, pressing his lips together, explained, "You have misunderstood. The reason I did not inform you earlier was to prevent you from worrying unnecessarily. Rest assured with me here, I will not allow that Chu Qingxian to have his way." Seeing the earnestness in his promise brought a measure of comfort to Bai Zhi, prompting her to let go of her grievances. With a sigh, she replied, "Then I must trouble you, Your Highness. Why is Zhi being so courteous today? Naturally, it is because I have a request of you." "Oh, what is it?" Chu Yanqing's curiosity was piqued, his gaze softening as it fell upon his beloved. After a moment of contemplation, Bai Zhi lifted her eyes, unexpectedly meeting a gentle gaze that instilled a flicker of courage within her. She spoke slowly, "If the outcome is not to my liking, I ask that you assist me in leaving Linjiang. And what is your desire, Zhi? Do you have a decision?" Zhuzhanqing inquit easily. Perhaps seeing the anxious expression on Chu Yanqing's face stirred within her a sense of compassion, compelling her to suppress her initial response of refusal. Instead, she firmly stated, "The appointed time with His Highness has yet to arrive. I shall inform him when it does." However, it was evident that the man was displeased with this answer. He closed his eyes, stifling the bitterness within, and spoke in a slightly hoarse voice, trembling slightly as he said, "This palace understands." Bai Zhi felt a sharp pang in her heart upon hearing that. Yet, given the uncertainty of the situation, she was reluctant to place her hopes upon anyone. Truth be told, if she were to be betrothed to Chu Yanqing, she could manage to accept it. But should she be promised to Chu Qingxian, she would never comply. Escaping from Linjiang Kingdom was her only means of survival. Thus, she chose not to reveal her true thoughts to Chu Yanqing, fearing he might undertake some unfathomable action. At this moment, neither of them could articulate their feelings. Enveloped in silence, to break the tension, Bai Zhi forced a playful topic, teasing Chu Yanqing, "Your Highness, do you intend to marry the young lady of the Nangong family?" Upon hearing this, Chu Yanqing let out a cold snort. "In your opinion, should I seek a marriage?" "Indeed. However, Your Highness must first part ways with your current wife. Given the current circumstances, even the illegitimate daughters of the Nangong family would not consent to be your concubine." Chapter 54. We can only be enemies now. Observing Bai Zhi's barely restrained laughter, Chu Yanqing felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. "Did you not just declare in the grand hall that this prophecy was nonsense?" Bai Zhi was taken aback that Chu Yanqing had adopted such a phrase, and she could no longer contain her laughter, erupting into joyous mirth. "Ha ha ha!" Her face radiated with joy, and the atmosphere between them blossomed like a newly unfurled flower, warm and delightful. Seizing the moment, Bai Zhi pressed on, "Your Highness, do you know why I urged the third prince to seek the Nangong young lady in the moon-reflecting kingdom?" Chu Yanqing pondered for a moment. "I am indeed curious. Yet I trust you have your reasons, Bai Zhi. I would like to hear them." "There are two reasons. First, I wish for him to take me to the moon-reflecting kingdom. This way, the king will not hastily arrange a marriage for me. Should I hear that the king intends to betroth me to Chu Qingxian, I shall simply not return from the moon-reflecting kingdom. Second, I promised the third prince that he need not marry the Nangong young lady. Hence, when necessary, I must thwart this engagement. Moreover, there is a third point. After the third prince departs from Rian, you must promptly arrange for Wang Wanwan and Yuan Wenhao to wed. Expedite the process. This will save you from having to reorganize your plans and spare an innocent woman's reputation from being entangled." Chu Yanqing listened attentively as she spoke, remaining silent. His gaze lowered, lost in thought. Bai Zhi refrained from disturbing his contemplation, enjoying the gentle breeze beside him, slowly closing her eyes in blissful contentment. However, after a while, seeing no response from Chu Yanqing, she opened her beautiful eyes and teased, "Is it possible that your highness does not care in the slightest about this prophecy? It is said that the great priest's prophecies have never been wrong." Chu Yanqing nodded earnestly. "This palace, like you, does not place faith in the notion that the fate of the world hinges upon a single woman." Bai Zhi nodded in agreement, stating, "Indeed, It is said that the most enigmatic of diviners can only achieve an accuracy of 9 out of 10. Perfection is unattainable. As the saying goes, even the wisest may err, while the foolish may occasionally stumble upon success. I have heard of the past prophecies of the high priest of the Maimed Cross, and they seemed reasonable enough. However, this latest prophecy is utterly absurd. Chu Yanqing nodded in concurrence, adding, "Yet, I cannot entrust you with a journey to the moonlit kingdom. We must consider alternate strategies." Bai Zhi, feeling a tinge of confusion, inquired, "Why is that, Your Highness? Is my approach not the most effective solution at present?" Chu Yanqing gently replied, "You are overthinking this matter. The Nangong family has already pledged their allegiance to the moonlit kingdom. Even if Chu Peiyu were to assume the title of Lord of Linjiang, he may not be able to secure a marriage, let alone as merely the son of a concubine. Your intervention is unnecessary. This matter will not come to fruition. As for the arranged marriage, I possess a high degree of confidence that I can persuade Chu Qinxian to relinquish his claim. He has engaged in numerous indiscretions over the years, and I happen to hold some evidence against him. Therefore, Zhi, you need only ponder your own feelings thoroughly. I await your response." Once again, the conversation circled back to the topic of feelings. Bai Zhi, feeling resigned, raised her hand in mock surrender, saying, "All right, Your Highness, I shall certainly heed your wise counsel, cast aside distractions, and devote myself to contemplating my true feelings day and night." After bidding farewell to Chu Yanqing, Bai Zhi returned to the fragrant palace, where she found Yao Hua waiting with a face full of grievance. She knew that failing to appease the princess today would mean forfeiting any hope of rest. Thus, she took a deep breath and relayed the entire sequence of events, analyzing both the subjective and objective reasons, ultimately concluding that Lord Murong would not marry the young lady of the Nangong family. This was due to a significant uncertainty. There is only one celestial maiden, whereas there are over 10 young ladies from the Nangong family. Unless it is definitively known which one it is, he would not take such a considerable risk in marrying an average woman. The cost-benefit ratio simply does not favor it. Do you understand? Marrying one of them would be less advantageous than marrying you. Listening intently to Bai Zhi's earnest analysis, Yao Huan nodded, albeit with a hint of confusion, particularly appreciating the final remark. Sensing the task was achieved, Bai Zhi prepared to conclude the conversation with a summary. Moreover, he is merely a lord. What right has he to marry a lady from the Nangong family? The position of the world as sovereign is hardly within his reach. Expecting Yao Hua to resonate more with her statement, Bai Zhi was taken aback when Yao Hua's expression darkened once more. Internally, Bai Zhi was taken aback, wondering if she had misspoken again. Indeed, Yao Hua soon spoke. "Bai Zhi, you are mistaken. The position of the world as sovereign rightly belongs to the capable, and it is not exclusively reserved for the Lord of Linjiang, the king of the moonlit kingdom, or the king of the northern wilderness." Bai Zhi was left astonished, her hands instinctively reaching for her forehead in disbelief, yearning for silence. She never anticipated that the princess of Linjiang could utter such words. Was this not a classic case of folly? If she were the Lord of Linjiang, would she not feel compelled to slap her twice? Yet, Yao Hua remained utterly unperturbed by her own words, exuding an air of satisfaction as she declared, "This is not my assertion, but rather that of my elder brother. It is the fourth prince, Chu Qinxian, who has spoken." Bai Zhi felt her worldview shatter once more, sensing that this pair of siblings possessed certain peculiar traits that were rather unsettling. Yao Hua smiled alluringly, nodding nonchalantly. Observing this, Bai Zhi inwardly lamented, desperately gesturing, "Your Grace, there should always be secrets between individuals. Let us pretend that I have heard nothing today. You must never again utter such words in the presence of others. I am rather weary and shall return to rest." Ha ha ha. Yao Hua found amusement in Bai Zhi's frantic attempt to escape. She seized Bai Zhi's sleeve with casual indifference, saying, "What does it matter, Sister Bai Zhi? I regard you as one of my own, which is why I confide in you. Rest assured, I trust you will not spread these words." Bai Zhi could only nod fervently in agreement. "Yes, yes. Your Grace need not worry. I shall certainly keep these words to myself, and will not breathe a syllable of them." "Oh no, Today your grace has said nothing to me at all. Having expected that this would prompt Yao Hua to cease her peculiar behavior, Bai Zhi was dismayed to find the grip on her sleeve growing ever tighter. With a sense of helplessness, she looked up, meeting Yao Hua's bright and piercing gaze. Suddenly, Yao Hua's expression turned icy, and a chill emanated from her demeanor. With earnest intent, she turned Bai Zhi to face her directly, insisting, "Thus, Bai Zhi, I hope you will always remain my friend. You must carefully consider which of my royal brothers you shall marry. I wish for you to choose my elder brother. Otherwise, we may have no choice but to become adversaries." Chapter 55. The duel faced Yao Hua through these past few days of acquaintance. Bai Zhi had long believed Yao Hua to be a mere innocent little rabbit. However, she now realized how profoundly mistaken she was. How could a royal princess merely be a delicate flower? Yet, she stubbornly retorted, "I could have another option, which is to marry neither." Upon hearing this, Yao Hua cast her a disdainful glance. "My brother claims you are astute yet exceedingly naive. I initially doubted him. What woman entering the royal palace lacks a modicum of cunning? During our time together, I have come to see that my brother was indeed correct about you. Have you not considered that with such talents, how could our father possibly let you go? Marrying into the Linjiang royal family is the most favorable option for you. Otherwise, given his temperament, he would rather see you perish than allow you to pledge loyalty to another nation in the future. You spend your days indulging in sloth, yet delight in amassing wealth. Truly, you are lacking ambition. Fortunately for you, my brother and I both hold great affection for you. Rest assured, in a year or so, once I am wed to Lord Murong, our fortunes will flourish. With the support of Jinling City, my brother will undoubtedly secure the position of heir to Linjiang. The future will belong to him as the great king of Linjiang. And you, too, shall rise alongside him, becoming the imperial concubine of Linjiang. An endless array of riches and glory awaits you. However, should you, in a moment of folly, choose Chu Yanqing today, only a path to destruction shall await you. You are so beautiful. I cannot bear the thought of your fragrant demise." Upon hearing this impassioned declaration from Yao Hua, Bai Zhi's expression gradually stiffened. She took 2 steps back, gripping the edge of the table so tightly that her knuckles turned white. After a moment to collect her thoughts, she posed her question, "Your Highness, your earlier words were quite emphatic. To my ears, the pivotal point of this matter hinges upon your marriage to Lord Murong, which would secure the assistance of Jinling City. How can you assure that Lord Murong will indeed marry you? Even if he does, how can you guarantee that he will aid the 4th prince in contending for the title of heir?" Yao Hua, unfazed, did not rush to respond. Instead, she seated herself and prepared a cup of tea. "Lord Murong is only likely to marry 2 women, myself and Nangong Yan. He would marry me because his spiritual power has yet to ascend, and he requires a special elixir. This elixir is a secret remedy of the Linjiang royal family. My father has promised that if the Lord is willing to wed me, this elixir will be presented as part of my dowry to Jinling City. As for marrying Nangong Yan, it is due to the recent prophecy. However, as you have just explained, he will not marry her. Thus he has no choice but to take me as his consort. One is a nebulous prophecy, while the other is a tangible enhancement of power. Which do you think he would choose?" "Ha! But your Highness, did you not mention that he is still searching for his first wife?" Bai Zhi persisted, unwilling to concede. Yao Hua sipped her tea disdainfully and replied, "Ever since his wife disappeared, they have been tirelessly searching for her, yet it has been over half a year without any news. How could she possibly still be alive? Even if she were, I, Yao Hua, would demand her to yield her position. What is my status compared to hers? A mere merchant's daughter, fortunate enough to be betrothed to Lord Murong since childhood. The position of the lady of Jinling City is far beyond her reach." Bai Zhi was rendered speechless once more. As for why Lord Murong would assist her brother in claiming the title of heir to the Linjiang kingdom, it is because the future king of Linjiang will aid Lord Murong in becoming the ruler of this realm. When Bai Zhi returned to the side chamber to sleep, she found herself restless. The words that Yao Hua had spoken echoed relentlessly in her mind. The only sound in the room, besides her somewhat steady breathing, was the stillness that enveloped her, as if the outside wind and rustling leaves had been deliberately muted. She longed to cast aside all her thoughts, yet found herself unable to do so. Gradually, fear and anxiety crept in, accompanying her insomnia. She wished to go outside and summon Xiaolu, but the darkness was too profound, and her legs felt weak, rendering her almost immobile. Moreover, she thought that Xiaolu would likely be in deep slumber at this hour, and did not wish to disturb her. After nearly a sleepless night, as the sky began to brighten, the faint light in the east transformed into a golden red hue, gradually enveloping the earth. She finally succumbed to slumber. 3 days passed, and Bai Zhi remained languidly ensconced in the side chamber of Yuxiang Palace, not stepping outside at all. In the main hall, Yao Hua was not idle. She adorned her writing desk with an array of fresh flowers, leisurely practicing the art of flower arrangement. The art of flower arranging originally flourished in the kingdom of Ingwe. The kingdom of Ingwe, situated in the southern reaches, flourished with strength and stability, leading to an improvement in the lives of its people. The art of flower arrangement entered a golden era, embraced by all, from the royal court to the common folk, who began to use flowers in their prayers and offerings. This custom gradually spread to the kingdom of Linjiang, where flower arrangement became an essential skill for noble ladies. Though she had little affection for these pursuits, the upcoming birthday celebration of her father, the king, loomed large on her mind. The palace would undoubtedly host a grand banquet, inviting the most distinguished individuals from across the realm, including the Lord Moron, whom she secretly adored. She pondered over what gift could leave a lasting impression on him, yet found it challenging to decide, as he lacked for nothing. Fortune favored the diligent, and the elder matron informed her that in Ingwe, the art of flower arrangement had evolved from an elegant pastime for scholars to a subtle medium for conveying romantic sentiments. A woman who harbors feelings for a man would personally arrange flowers for him. If he accepted, it indicated mutual interest, while rejection signified indifference. Yao Hua was thrilled by this revelation. She resolved to create the most exquisite bouquet for Lord Moron. It was time to begin her earnest practice. She focused intently on the teachings from her flower arrangement lessons, recalling which flowers complemented one another. Each flower served a purpose, much like the hierarchy within a royal court. Plum blossoms welcomed spring, accompanied by fragrant sweet osmanthus and camellias. Peonies were paired with roses, wild roses, and wood-scented flowers. Pomegranates were complemented by crepe myrtles and red hibiscus. Lotuses were accompanied by mountain orchids and jade hairpins. Chrysanthemums were paired with yellow and white camellias and autumn begonias, and wintersweet was matched with daffodils. Xiaoyan diligently trimmed the flower branches beside her, occasionally glancing towards the side hall, hesitating to speak. Finally, unable to contain herself, she remarked, "My lady, Miss Bai Zhi has not emerged from her chambers for 3 days." Upon hearing this, Yao Huan narrowed her eyes and scoffed, a timid rabbit indeed. Yet, with so many secrets shared with Miss Bai Zhi, should I not fear her discretion? Xiao Yan, genuinely curious, wondered why her usually reticent mistress divulged so much to Bai Zhi, yet she feared punishment for prying further and hesitated to continue. Enveloped in the bliss of newfound affection, Yao Hua dismissed her concerns. Is it not for my brother's sake that I have resorted to such measures? He has always been overshadowed by Chu Yanqing, and now that he has found a woman he likes, must I not assist him? Besides, with Bai Zhi's timid nature, she wouldn't dare reveal anything. Xiao Yan, still unconvinced, thought her mistress's actions were rather reckless. But even a cornered rabbit can bite, she murmured. What of it? Yao Hua replied softly, grasping a beautifully trimmed rose, its vibrant petals and elegant form exuding a delicate fragrance. Yet, she found herself struggling to arrange it harmoniously, as her vase already contained peonies, camellias, and pomegranate blossoms. If another rose were to be added, the colors would indeed clash. Yet, her affection for this particular rose was overwhelming, prompting her to attempt removing the camellia. Still, she felt it was amiss. Removing the pomegranate flower, she found that the peony combined with the rose left something to be desired. A sudden thought struck her. She took out the king of flowers, the peony, and placed it alongside the rose, camellia, and pomegranate. To her astonishment, The arrangement appeared unexpectedly harmonious and elegant. However, how could she possibly part with the resplendent peony? The peonies of Rian were unparalleled in the world. How could a floral arrangement for her beloved Moron brother lack a peony? An unnameable fury surged within her. Resolutely, she ripped the rose apart and, with a swift motion, took scissors to it, discarding its remnants carelessly. Seeing this, Xiaoyan rushed to gather the scattered petals, only to hear several angry shouts from outside. Bai Zhi had been encouraging herself these past few days, determined to persevere. In 3 days, the envoys from Qi would arrive. If she could endure just 3 more days, she would be free from this place. This thought filled her with immense courage. Today, for the first time, she allowed Xiao Lu to style her hair. Meanwhile, she overheard a woman's furious reprimand. It was not Yao Hua's voice. Bai Zhi furrowed her brow. Realizing this was Yu Xiong Palace, guarded by sentinels. Who dared to cause a ruckus here? Xiao Lu hurried outside to investigate, returning in a panic, exclaiming, "It's bad. Miss, that woman is coming this way." Bai Zhi. The increasingly boisterous noise outside suggested that a confrontation had indeed begun. A little palace maid, who had been waiting outside the hall, suddenly rushed in, shrinking back, stammering, Miss, it's Princess Shanhua." Princess Shanhua, the younger sister of Chu Yanqing. What could she possibly want here? Bai Zhi had no time to ponder, as a tall man clad in military attire was suddenly thrust against the grand hall's entrance with a thud. He curled up, unable to rise for a long while, eliciting sharp gasps from Xiao Lu and the little palace maid. Bai Zhi sprang to her feet, only to see a woman in a deep purple dress enter, wielding a whip with an imposing presence. Gazing at the face that bore some resemblance to Chu Yanqing, she felt an indescribable discomfort. "You are Bai Zhi?" Chu Shanhua approached, whip in hand, her gaze fixed intently upon her, scrutinizing her from head to toe. Bai Zhi's mind momentarily faltered, yet she did not forget her manners. She slowly stepped back and bowed to Chu Shanhua. However, Chu Shanhua paid no heed to her greeting. After scanning Bai Zhi's face, her eyes momentarily flickered with astonishment, only to be swiftly veiled by disdain. How pretentious. Such a vixen. Bai Zhi felt somewhat innocent, pondering that she had never sought to provoke her husband, Mo Sun Huan, at all. No, not just him. She had not entangled herself with any other man either. Observing Bai Zhi's pitiful expression, Shanhua's ire intensified. It turned out that yesterday, she had gone to the Yong and Marquis's residence to seek her brother, Chu Yanqing, for a favor, but had waited in vain for his arrival. Thus, she had no choice but to visit her former close friend, Lin Wanjun. After a prolonged separation, they were able to frolic and play as if they had never been apart, sharing tea and idle chatter. Lin Wanjun recounted the recent happenings at the Ho residence to Shanhua, particularly emphasizing how uniquely Chu Yanqing treated Bai Zhi. When discussing Chu Yanqing's indifference towards her, she could not help but shed tears in secret. Observing this, Shanhua felt a pang of sympathy, recognizing her own plight in Lin Wanjun's sorrow. Her own husband had recently taken a fancy to a commoner and sought to bring her into their household. Despite her vehement opposition, both parties stood their ground, resulting in a prolonged Cold War. To make matters worse, the detestable Mo Xuanhuan had been absent from home day and night, leaving her utterly disappointed and infuriated. Thus, she could empathize with Lin Wanjun's anguish, yet she could not vent her frustrations on her brother. Upon learning from Lin Wanjun that Bai Zhi was currently within the palace, she resolved to confront her the following day, intending to reprimand her for her indiscretions. Why does the princess speak such words? Bai Zhi found it incomprehensible why she was being unjustly insulted. Shanhua snorted disdainfully, and suddenly, the whip in her hand seemed to possess a will of its own. Lunging towards Bai Zhi, anticipating the attack, Bai Zhi narrowly evaded the first strike, her heart racing and palms sweating as she clutched the hem of her garment, her eyes betraying an unmistakable terror. Why would the princess resort to violence? Why have I wronged you? She questioned, fully aware of the underlying motive. You dare to covet my second brother despite your lowly status. Shanhua's face contorted with fury, preparing to unleash a second blow. Shanhua, cease this at once. The cold voice of Yao Hua pierced through the tension. This is Yu Xiong Palace. Do you not fear retribution from the king for your reckless cruelty? Shan Hua turned, casting a scornful glance at Yao Hua. And who are you to speak to me? With that, she redirected her second strike towards Chu Yao Hua. However, it was evident that she had tempered her force, though the speed remained formidable. Stop! Please do not! Bai Zhi and Xiao Lian cried out in unison, with Xiao Lian throwing herself forward, shoving Yao Hua aside. Unfortunately, her own arm was caught by the whip, blood streaming forth immediately. You lunatic, you shrew! Yao Hua rose with assistance, her face pale. The instigator, Chu Shanhua, remained undaunted. What? Do you wish to receive another lash? Upon hearing this, Yao Hua's eyes widened in fury, but her retort was swallowed down. Yet, the hatred etched on her face was unabated. Bai Zhi had long heard Yao Hua's grievances regarding Shanhua, and upon witnessing her now, it was evident that she was even more arrogant and domineering than the rumors suggested. Chapter 57. The 9-turned Suyun bracelet. How shall this trial be endured today? The news must have already spread, and waiting for the king to send someone to intervene would surely be too late. Was there truly no other way? Today, it appeared inevitable that she would endure several lashes. A sense of despair washed over Bai Zhi. Suddenly, Chu Shanhua's gaze pierced through her. Startled, Bai Zhi straightened involuntarily and spoke. Princess, has someone spoken ill of me in your presence? Surely there must be some misunderstanding. Please, allow me to clarify. Chu Shanhua would not show any mercy. She was just about to utter a scathing remark when her gaze suddenly sharpened, landing on the bracelet adorning Bai Zhi's wrist. In astonishment, she exclaimed, "You are actually wearing the 9 bins Suwen bracelet." Bai Zhi, puzzled, glanced at the bracelet, which had been personally placed on her by Chu Yanqing before she entered the palace, promising her safety. It's called the 9 bins Suwen bracelet? Zhu Shanyu, infuriated to the point of nearly collapsing, pointed at Bai Zhi, her voice laced with fury. What more do you wish to explain? This was left by our mother for my second brother, intended for him to gift to his future wife. And now it adorns your wrist. How can one June bear this? My second brother has always been rational and courteous. He would never commit such a foolish act. It must be you, this enchantress, who has been ensnaring him daily. Today, I shall not rest until you are dealt with, lest my brother be deceived by you again. With that, another whip struck out, and the powerless Bai Zhi could only continue to evade, but ultimately lost her balance and fell to the ground. You shameless wretch, dare you still dodge? Chu Shanhua glared at the fallen Bai Zhi and struck again. She knew Bai Zhi would not escape this blow. Secretly, she reinforced her spiritual energy. Despair gripped Bai Zhi as she beheld the scene, and she could almost perceive a faint blue glow surrounding the whip. With this strike, she would either perish or be left severely injured. As the whip neared her body, she instinctively curled up, her hands cradling her head, despair closing her eyes. Yet, the anticipated pain never came. She slowly opened her eyes. What greeted her was Chu Yanqing's face, mere inches away. His cold, handsome brow was slightly furrowed, seemingly in pain, yet his dark, profound eyes remained fixed upon her. Your Highness! Your Highness! Summon the royal physician at once. The surroundings fell silent for a moment before erupting into chaos, with Ming Chun anxiously directing everyone. Stunned, Bai Zhi watched as Chu Yanqing stumbled towards her, and instinctively, she reached out to embrace him, only to discover a ghastly whip mark glaring on his back. He had taken the blow for her. Suddenly, tears welled in Bai Zhi's eyes, her long lashes glistening with droplets. Second brother, second brother. Meanwhile, Chu Shanhua, amidst the surrounding turmoil, regained her senses. She immediately dropped the whip in her hand and knelt beside Chu Yanqing, her legs trembling, her eyes filled with tears. Second brother, I'm so sorry, so sorry. Are you all right? Upon hearing this, Chu Yanqing's expression darkened as he cast a complex glance at Chu Shanhua, yet restrained his temper and replied, You should return now. However, Shanhua firmly refused and broke into loud sobs. Chu Yanqing paid her no mind, repeatedly assessing Bai Zhi from head to toe. Is Bai Zhi unharmed? He could scarcely bear to imagine the consequences had he arrived a moment later. The whip might have struck Bai Zhi instead. Bai Zhi was astonished that his first concern was for her. Trembling all over, she stifled her sobs and countered, I'm fine, Your Highness. What about you? Does it hurt? Seeing the worry etched on Bai Zhi's face, Chu Yanqing offered a slight smile, as if truly unscathed. It doesn't hurt. It seems there is some gauze here. I will fetch it to staunch your bleeding. Bai Zhi was reluctant to heed his comforting words, stumbling to her feet in search of something to staunch the bleeding. However, she was abruptly seized by Chu Shanhua, who exclaimed, at such a time, You still cannot cease your antics, wishing to perform before second brother? Chu Yanqing immediately interjected with a firm rebuke, Shanhua, let go. His tone was resolute, leaving no room for argument. With tears streaming down her face yet a stubborn expression, Chu Shanhua ultimately released her grip, though she muttered indignantly, Is she truly skilled in medicine? Bai Zhi chose to ignore Shanhua, rising and heading towards the storage rack. Yet, her gaze met that of Yao Hua, who stood at the doorway, eyes wide with disbelief. Steeling herself, Bai Zhi was about to inquire where the bandages were kept when Shu Yao Hua turned and left the side hall without a backward glance. The physician arrived more swiftly than anticipated, dismissing the onlookers before preparing to treat Chu Yanqing's wounds. Meanwhile, both Chu Shanhua and Bai Zhi remained rooted to the spot, seemingly oblivious to the unfolding events. Ultimately, it was Chu Yanqing who spoke as Zhi, Please wait outside for a moment. The physician will bandage my wounds shortly. Bai Zhi, feeling helpless, could only lower her head and exit the chamber, leaving behind a self-satisfied Chu Shanhua. Her brother had asked Bai Zhi to leave, yet allowed her to stay. What did this signify? It indicated that in her brother's heart, she, as his sister, held the utmost importance. With this thought, her mood lightened slightly. Chu Yanqing, however, paid her no mind, oblivious to the fleeting expression of triumph on her face and unaware of her true feelings. He lay on the bed while the physician tended to his injuries, and the gruesome sight of his lacerated back was indeed alarming. The sight rekindled the anxiety that Chu Shanhua had just managed to quell. The whip's force is considerable. Your Highness's wounds will not heal swiftly. I shall come daily to change the dressings. Your Highness must also exercise utmost caution. The physician spoke earnestly as he meticulously cleaned and bandaged Chu Yanqing's wounds. With a wave of his hand, Chu Yanqing signaled for the physician to withdraw. He sat up and casually donned a dark blue official robe. Meanwhile, Shanhua had lost her usual arrogance, standing at the bedside with a face of feigned innocence. Visibly anxious, Bai Zhi stepped out of the chamber, but did not stray far, instead pacing back and forth at the entrance. She was deeply concerned about Chu Yanqing's injuries. Indeed, the force of Shanhua's whip was no trivial matter. She pondered whether there existed any anti-inflammatory medicines in this world, worrying about the possibility of him developing a fever. Just as her concerns weighed heavily on her mind, she noticed a striking figure approaching from afar. It was none other than Chu Qingxian, clad in resplendent golden silk attire, a vibrant red robe adorned with lifelike embroidery, topped with a black garment threaded with gold. His signature fox-like eyes were deep and captivating. Upon closer inspection, the slightly upturned corners were subtly brushed with a hint of red, exuding an undeniable charm. Lost in her disdainful admiration of his face, Bai Zhi momentarily forgot to pay her respects. However, Chu Qingxian bore no offense, his gaze unwavering, inviting her to scrutinize him freely. Chapter 58. She harbors no feelings for you yet. Chu Qingxian remained unperturbed, his gaze unwavering as he allowed her to scrutinize him openly, all the while assessing her in return. Before him stood a figure whose complexion, though lacking vitality, and whose hair was slightly disheveled, still possessed an ethereal beauty. Her delicate silhouette resembled that of shattered jade, tragic and fragile, evoking an instinctive desire to protect her. Dream Geo, observing the silent exchange between the two, found himself momentarily at a loss. He instinctively scratched the back of his head, ultimately deciding to remind His Highness to maintain his composure. Chu Qingxian returned to the moment with a calm smile, addressing her, Zhi, I have come to see you. Are you well? His light-hearted remark instantly drew Bai Zhi's thoughts back to the present, a wave of nausea surging within her. Enduring the discomfort, she replied curtly, Thank you, Fourth Prince. The brevity of her words brought the conversation to an abrupt end. Yet, how could Chu Qingxian let her off so easily? Inquiring about the injury of the second prince. He pressed, "Where is he?" Bai Zhi gestured subtly towards the inside, indicating his location. "I shall go in and take a look," he declared, stepping forward. "The second prince is still recuperating inside. It would be best if the fourth prince refrained from disturbing him," Bai Zhi urged. Hearing this, Chu Qingxian deemed it reasonable and hesitated, but then, with a sudden stride, he advanced to stand directly before Bai Zhi, causing her to instinctively retreat a step in alarm. With a look of confusion, she regarded him, but Chu Qingxian merely smiled cheerfully, leaning closer to whisper in her ear, "I have instructed my people to tidy up that residence inside and out. Whenever you wish to leave the palace, you may move there at your convenience." Bai Zhi let out a cold laugh. "There is no need." "Why not?" he inquired. "You need not exert yourself over this matter, Your Highness. I am but a commoner, and our fates are ultimately disparate." Her words of disparate fates encompassed not only her beloved residence, but also her prospects for marriage. She hoped that with Chu Qingxuan's wit, he might grasp the underlying implication. However, Chu Qingxian seemed unfazed by her response, instead continuing his playful banter. "If Bai Zhi does not wish to go, then so be it. After all, I have ample residences. I may choose to reside wherever I please." Bai Zhi felt a wave of exasperation wash over her. Her fists clenched beneath her sleeves. "You!" she fumed, stamping her foot, her mind brimming with myriad insults ready to erupt. Yet, she managed to suppress them, her rationality prevailing as she refrained from speaking her mind, aware that a moment's satisfaction could lead to unforeseen troubles. Ultimately, all her unspoken words coalesced into a single question. "Why does Your Highness call me Bai Zhi? Why must you treat me so frivolously?" Chu Qingxian observed the myriad of emotions flit across her face, from ashen to flushed and now to calm, and could not help but find it amusing. In mere moments, the person before him could transform so dramatically. It was truly captivating. "Is my calling you Bai Zhi an act of frivolity? The second prince addresses you in the same manner. Yet I see no anger from you then. Could it be that you truly hold affection for the second prince? Your previous words did not convey such sentiments." Chu Qingxian had clearly set his sights on troubling Bai Zhi today. From their first encounter, he had sensed that she was not wholly devoted to Chu Yanqing. Bai Zhi scoffed. "My affections are of no concern to Your Highness. Yet, you have not inquired about my feelings, and instead sought the Emperor's decree to bestow marriage upon me. Truly, such actions are those of a petty person. What of it? A graceful lady is a gentleman's ideal partner. Moreover, I am merely assisting you." "Assisting me?" Bai Zhi questioned with bewilderment. Chu Qingxian, pleased by her expression, leaned closer and whispered in a tone audible only to the two of them, "I know you do not wish to marry Chu Yanqing, which is why I petitioned my father for a decree. Rest assured, if you accompany me, I shall cherish you daily, making you the happiest woman in the world. Go away." Bai Zhi was momentarily taken aback by his audacious words, retreating several steps and unable to contain her outrage. Yet, feeling unsatisfied, she inhaled deeply, placed her hands on her hips, and bellowed, "Your Highness, you truly are a busybody. Instead of meddling in my affairs, you should concern yourself with your own. My heart belongs to the second prince, and I, Bai Zhi, shall marry no one but him in this lifetime. You would do well to abandon this folly." The autumn air was crisp and refreshing, with clouds gathering to shield the sun, tempering its heat. The atmosphere grew tense, and the courtyard fell silent, as if a pin dropping could be heard. The maids, busy tidying up, lowered their heads, too intimidated to speak or look up. Bai Zhi, however, paid little heed to this, her gaze fixed fiercely on Chu Qingxian, determined to engrave her resolute stance into his mind, hoping he would refrain from such absurdities in the future. "Is that so?" A gentle, melodious voice interrupted from behind, breaking the heavy silence. Bai Zhi turned abruptly to see Chu Yanqing emerging from the chambers, supported by Ming Chun. He gazed at her, his dark eyes shimmering with starlight. A subtle warmth concealed beneath his surface, causing her heart to flutter. She quickly stepped forward to his side, inquiring about his injuries, and upon receiving a reassuring response, the weight on her heart gradually lifted. Nearby, Chu Shanhua watched the scene unfold with a discontented expression, remaining silent. She recalled her brother's earlier reprimand in the chambers. Throughout her life, he had always cared for her gently, never raising his voice. Yet now, he had scolded her for a full quarter of an hour, only relenting after she promised to cease any actions that might harm Bai Zhi. "Your Highness, will you be leaving?" Bai Zhi disregarded Chu Shanhua and inquired with concern about Chu Yanqing. To be honest, she was somewhat reluctant to see him depart, perhaps fearing the troubles that solitude in the palace might bring. More so, she longed to remain close to him, unwilling to part ways. This feeling felt oddly familiar, and she realized, to her dismay, that she had indeed fallen into the depths of love. The wise do not fall in love. It is difficult to act wisely in your presence, Chu Yanqing remarked, extending his hand to gently stroke her hair. "Zhi, I have come today to take you home. Come, let us return." "Home?" Bai Zhi pondered, confused, for the emissary from Qi had yet to arrive. How could she leave, however, before she could voice her inquiry? A jarring voice interrupted her thoughts. It was Chu Qinxian. "Brother Wang, have you truly made up your mind to wed this capricious and malevolent woman? Alas, how dare you speak to me in such a manner?" Just as Bai Zhi was about to confront Chu Qinxian, she was abruptly pulled back into Chu Yanqing's embrace. "Bai Zhi will soon be your sister-in-law. How can you be so unreasonable?" "Sister-in-law? Huh, does she truly deserve such a title? Just half a month ago, she did not express such sentiments to me. She harbors no feelings for you." Chapter 59. I have made my choice. What a bitter truth, destroying what one cannot possess. Bai Zhi was utterly speechless. Her disdain for Chu Qinxian had reached its zenith. "Enough," Chu Yanqing interrupted coldly, his eyes icy, his voice restrained with barely contained fury. Ignoring Chu Qinxian's outbursts, he took Bai Zhi's hand and left the Yuxiang Palace with a displeased countenance. The carriage was elegantly simple in design, lined with soft velvet, devoid of excessive ornamentation. Intricate floral carvings adorned the door, exuding an air of noble elegance. Inside the carriage were only Chu Yanqing and Bai Zhi. Chu Yanqing's expression visibly improved. Bai Zhi discreetly lifted a portion of the carriage curtain and noted that they had already departed from the royal palace. "Your Highness, are we returning just like this?" she inquired, somewhat taken aback. Chu Yanqing nodded. "The envoy from Qi has been ambushed at the border, resulting in total annihilation. My father is quite troubled by this matter. The assassination of the Qi envoy would delay their alliance indefinitely. Furthermore, with the great priest of the Remnant Cross having prophesied, all the young ladies from the Nangong family had been taken into the harem of the royal family of Yingwei, with the exception of Nangong Yan." Chu Yanqing continued to elucidate the significant events of the past few days to Bai Zhi. She was taken aback, reflecting on how tumultuous and unpredictable the situation had become. But where has Nangong Yan gone? It is said she has run away from home. However, given her formidable skills, her safety should not be a concern. Goodness, how ruthless! The royal family of Yingwei is indeed formidable, leaving not a single Nangong girl for others. Will the third prince still go to Yingwei? Naturally, for Nangong, Yin has yet to be wed. Even if he cannot marry her, it is essential to investigate. That's reassuring. It seems not too much has changed, Bai Zhi mused to herself. As long as Chu Pei, you can leave Linjiang. Then Wang Wanwan can marry Yuan one house smoothly, which would be a joyful occasion. Chu Yanqing remained silent, yet his gaze lingered on Bai Zhi. Under his intense scrutiny, she felt somewhat self-conscious. "Your Highness, why do you keep looking at me?" She instinctively touched her face, feeling a bit perplexed. Chu Yanqing's eyes flickered as he reached out to gently caress her cheek. Bai Zhi met his gaze without resistance and softly murmured, "Your Highness, do you have any other news?" Chu Yanqing chuckled lightly, tapping her forehead playfully and affectionately remarked, "You, always so eager to discuss these matters. Is there nothing else you wish to share with me?" This? Bai Zhi pondered, unable to articulate a coherent response. Uncertain of what Chu Yanqing truly wished to hear. "I have conveyed all that I needed to say, Your Highness." In response to her inquiring tone, Chu Yanqing sighed in resignation and asked, "Have you made a decision today?" Bai Zhi instantly understood the implication of his words, her cheeks flushing crimson as she lowered her gaze. Noticing her reaction, a barely perceptible smile graced Chu Yanqing's lips as he naturally drew Bai Zhi into his embrace. Since you choose to remain silent, I shall assume your acquiescence. Bai Zhi attempted to gently push his hands away, but her efforts proved futile. As she lifted her eyes, they met his intense gaze, brimming with unspoken emotions. She had a multitude of words she wished to express, yet considering all that Chu Yanqing had done for her, she found it hard to voice them without feeling guilty. After a moment of hesitance, she ultimately conceded. Yes, I have made my choice. I choose to be with you, Your Highness, through life and death. Observing her serious demeanor, resolute as if facing death itself, Chu Yanqing could not help but chuckle. Bai Zhi, as long as you stay by my side, I shall ensure your protection. And what about our agreement? What should you call me in private? Have you forgotten? As he felt his hand glide from her cheek to her neck, applying a slight pressure, Bai Zhi shivered and blurted out, Zi Jing Gij. What did you say to Chu Qinxian that day? Chu Yanqing pressed, feigning innocence while clearly intrigued. Indeed, he was still affected by jealousy, though he rarely showed it. Who said jealousy was a trait exclusive to women? It exists in men as well. Realizing she could not evade the topic, Bai Zhi recounted the encounter with Chu Qinxian in its entirety. Cleverly, she concluded with, wasn't it previously agreed upon? Now that a decision has been made, it should not be so again. Zi Jing Gij, you must trust me. After speaking, her face radiated with joy, and her eyes sparkled with tenderness as she gazed at him. Seeing her capitulation, Chu Yanqing understood perfectly, raising an eyebrow. He slowly leaned down, placing a gentle kiss on her smooth forehead, and declared, all I desire is for you to remain by my side forever. That night, Bai Zhi returned to Linglong Courtyard, feeling an overwhelming sense of relief. No longer did she need to worry about Chu Shanhua barging in to strike her, nor fear Chu Yaohua's threatening words. In this moment, her body and mind were utterly at ease. As she lay in the fragrant rose bathwater prepared by Xiao Lu, she felt an unparalleled sense of comfort. Xiao Lu, observing this scene, thought her young mistress resembled a delicate lotus emerging from the water, exuding grace and elegance. Her smooth, fair back glistened with droplets, enhancing her beauty. Unable to contain her admiration, she remarked, Miss, you are truly fortunate. Bai Zhi chuckled in response, what do you mean? Where does this fortune come from? Xiao Lu smiled sweetly. You are so beautiful. Surely the prince will cherish you daily. In time, I shall be calling you madam, and I want to extend my congratulations in advance for finding such a good match. A good match? Setting aside all values, Chu Yanqing indeed could be considered a fine gentleman. For reasons unknown, Bai Zhi felt an inexplicable emptiness within her, a profound sense of void that left her unanchored. Earlier, Chu Yanqing had informed her that the current turbulent times rendered it unwise for him to approach the king once more with a proposal of marriage. In a few days, the birthday celebration of the king of Linjiang would take place, and it was decided that they would address this matter only after the festivities had concluded. Another piece of good news was that the king of Linjiang had learned of Chu Yanqing's unauthorized act of escorting Bai Zhi out of the palace. Yet he had said nothing further, seemingly acquiescing to the situation. As for Chu Shanhua, she had been summoned by the king and faced severe reprimand. It was rumored that she had been confined until the eve of the birthday banquet. At this juncture, marrying Chu Yanqing and becoming his concubine seemed a foregone conclusion. Yet, the gnawing sense of emptiness persisted, causing her considerable distress. Perhaps she simply could not accept the notion of her beloved having other women, but in this world, it was common for men to take multiple wives. Alas, how could a mere and uninformed creature like herself contend against fate? Chapter 60. Bai Zhi suffers she felt utterly powerless, even against the loathsome Chu Qinxian. Speaking of him, she recalled the nonsensical words that Chu Yaohua had once uttered, something about Chu Qinxian aspiring to be the king of Linjiang, while Murong Cheng aimed to rule over the world. Was this not sheer folly? Were they perhaps plotting something sinister? Should she inform Chu Yanqing of this? No. Who would believe such absurdity? Moreover, she lacked any evidence. With Chu Qinxian's extreme and capricious nature, he hardly seemed capable of achieving anything significant. He resembled more a mere jester than a serious contender. Seeing Bai Zhi lost in thought, Xiao Lu refrained from pressing her further and gently dried her off before dressing her in a simple gauzy robe. Bai Zhi snapped back to reality and realized she had finished her bath. With a smile, she affectionately ruffled Xiao Lu's hair, saying, "Thank you, Xiao Lu." "What nonsense are you speaking, miss?" Xiao Lu asked, her face a picture of confusion. Bai Zhi raised an eyebrow and laughed heartily. "Oh, it's nothing, Xiao Lu. You may go now and rest early. Good night. Sweet dreams." The next day, Bai Zhi unusually arose early. After a casual breakfast, she meandered through the courtyard. It was the height of autumn, and the once verdant trees had transformed into a tapestry of colors. Leaves danced in the breeze, swirling down and mingling with the fragrant aroma of autumn fruits, creating an intoxicating atmosphere that captivated her senses. Feeling relaxed, Bai Zhi took a deep breath and said to Xiao Lu, "Come, let us find Nan Yin. I haven't seen her in ages." Xiao Lu nodded in agreement. As they exited the Linglong courtyard, they spotted Nan Yin approaching slowly. Bai Zhi's eyes brightened, and she rushed forward, calling Yinner. Yinner. Upon seeing this, Nan Yin quickened her pace and called back, Zhi. As Nan Yin drew closer, Bai Zhi felt a wave of emotion wash over her. She stepped forward and enveloped her in a tight embrace, squeezing her arms around her. "Yinner, I have missed you so much." Nan Yin smiled gently, patting Bai Zhi's back with both hands. Zhi has suffered. "Yes, yes." Bai Zhi met her gaze and nodded vigorously. The grievances buried deep within her heart began to surface, slowly breaking free from their confines. Nan Yin watched the unfolding events with a heart full of compassion and said, "Azai, rest assured, with His Highness to protect you, Princess Shanhua will no longer act in such a manner." Bai Zhi was taken aback. How did everyone know about this? Nan Yin chuckled softly. "This matter, who in the entire palace is unaware? Even the fact that His Highness shielded you from that whip is common knowledge. People are praising His Highness for his loyalty and are envious of the affection he holds for you. The king, considering this incident, will surely arrange a marriage for you." Bai Zhi had not anticipated that the news had spread so widely, and she felt a tinge of social embarrassment. "Yin Yin, actually Nan Yin," understanding what Bai Zhi was about to express, spoke earnestly. "Azai, at this point, let go of your preconceived notions. His Highness holds only you in his heart. Is that not enough?" Bai Zhi found herself at a loss for words, uncertain of how to respond. "Oh dear, let us not speak of this anymore. After all, I have promised His Highness that I will share life and death with him, and everything else is of little consequence." Her voice dwindled, losing its conviction. Yet, Nan Yin heard her clearly and joyfully took hold of her arm. "Azai, you have finally come to terms with this. How wonderful." Bai Zhi nodded, then continued to inquire, "Did you come to Linglong courtyard for a specific purpose today?" Nan Yin recalled that she indeed had matters to discuss with Bai Zhi, and thus led her into Linglong courtyard for a more in-depth conversation. After listening to Nan Yin's account, Bai Zhi began to grasp the situation. It turned out that in celebration of Prince Linjiang's birthday, the young marquis was required to present a performance. This task would normally fall to Madame Lin Wanjun. However, due to the incident involving Chu Shanhua, she had inexplicably been implicated. Thus, the responsibility had naturally shifted to the second madam, Nan Yin. Bai Zhi, known for her keen intellect, pondered on the matter. Nan Yin savored a cup of Dianhong tea brewed for her by a young maid while awaiting Bai Zhi's response. After a moment of contemplation, Bai Zhi proposed. As the king's birthday banquet coincides with the new year, it would be prudent to arrange for songs and dances. Nan Yin nodded in agreement. "Let's not seek merit but avoid mistakes. We shall prepare a dance. I have been arranging for the dancers to rehearse these past few days, though the eunuch in charge specifically mentioned that the program needs some originality and the dance must be re-choreographed." This was not a daunting task. Bai Zhi had previously admired the dances performed here, which were indeed quite conventional. In her past life, she had studied the Guqin and classical dance from a young age, with her favorite being Zhao Fian's dance on drums. In the tale Fian's Legend, she is described as being light of body, able to dance upon the palm of a hand. It is said that when a eunuch extended his hands with palms facing upward, Zhao Fian would stand atop them, gracefully fluttering her sleeves in a dance as light as the wind, her hands trembling as if plucking flowers, resembling a flying swallow. Emperor Cheng of Han even had a crystal plate crafted specifically for her, held aloft by two palace maids. Zhao Fian would dance upon the plate as delicately as a dragonfly touching water, moving with the breeze, twirling gracefully, resembling a celestial being dancing freely in the vast sky. In her previous life, she had even recreated this dance and uploaded it to a website, receiving countless accolades and comments from netizens. Now, teaching this dance to the courtesans, she was certain it would shine brilliantly. She briefly shared her thoughts with Nanyan, who lit up with excitement at the prospect. She had never imagined that dance could be arranged in such a manner, feeling a tinge of excitement and anticipation. However, she would have to trouble sister Nanyan to play the music at that time, which would further demonstrate the sincerity of the yeoman marquisate. Naturally, Nanyan replied, smiling gently as she lifted her teacup for another sip. Bai Zhi, keenly observing Nanyan's evident fondness for the tea, casually remarked, "Do you enjoy this tea, Yin? I believe I have some more. You can take it all with you later." Nanyan was momentarily taken aback. Then her smile blossomed. "Ah Zhi, you misunderstand. A gentleman does not deprive others of their pleasures, and a lady should be the same. This fine Dianhong tea was sent to you by His Highness. It matters not. I do not particularly enjoy it, so you may as well take it. Given the preciousness of this tea, it would be a sheer waste to keep it." Bai Zhi nonchalantly replied, "What is there to be concerned about? It would be a waste for someone like me, who knows little about tea, to keep it here. It would be far better to gift it to you, where it can truly serve its purpose." Nanyan couldn't help but chuckle. In a few days, young Master Song will come to visit His Highness, and naturally, I shall receive my share of the tea as well. Young Master Song? Which young Master Song? Bai Zhi asked, puzzled, scratching her head. But she quickly noticed Nanyan's slight discomfort, and her heart understood immediately. Could it be? Is young Master Song Songzhu your beloved? Nanyan hesitated for a moment before slowly nodding. Oh my goodness, I truly wish to meet this young Master Song. What sort of man could have stolen my Yin-Yan's heart? Bai Zhi feigned happiness, causing Nanyan to stifle a laugh. But Bai Zhi, young Master Song, is here to visit His Highness. We are mere ladies of the inner court. How can we be so unrefined? Bai Zhi dismissively replied, what of it? You wouldn't dare to sneak a glance? This is your beloved. You only get to see him once a year. If you don't go, I shall go myself. I am unafraid of such trifling rules, even if I am punished. I am willing. After all, satisfying my curiosity to see the son of the richest man in Diyuan and to learn more about your beloved is worth it. Nanyan found herself swayed, musing, you would willingly face punishment? Naturally, this is what they call to die under the peony, is to be a ghost of elegance. Do you not understand? Upon hearing this, Nanyan was instantly flustered, stamping her foot in embarrassment. Ah Zhi, you speak such nonsense. Saying that, she reached out her hands to tickle her and teach her a lesson, and the two of them frolicked about, eventually tumbling onto the bed. Nanyan, who had been burdened by too many conventions throughout her life, decided, under Bai Zhi's persuasion, to heed her own heart this time. Before leaving, she arranged with Bai Zhi for the dance choreography the following day, specifically stating that she would inform her immediately if young Master Song arrived. Bai Zhi was filled with unparalleled excitement. After Nanyan left, she gave a thumbs up to Xiao Lu, who looked bewildered but, seeing her mistress so joyful, couldn't help but share in her happiness. The following morning, Miss, it's time to rise. Little dear gently nudged Bai Zhi at the edge of her bed. Awakened from her slumber, Bai Zhi stretched languidly and inquired, Little dear, why are you waking me so early? Miss, His Highness has concluded the morning court and has come to see you. He wishes to take you out for lunch and has been waiting in the courtyard for half an hour. What? Bai Zhi suddenly became alert. She recalled that last night, she had whimsically educated Chu Yanqing about modern romance. When he had asked what one does in a relationship, she casually mentioned frequent meals together, shopping outings, and the exchange of gifts to nurture affection. Little did she expect him to take her words to heart and act upon them today. A flutter of inexplicable excitement surged within her, and she felt as if she had become lighter. With a swift leap from her bed, she exclaimed, Little dear, Quickly assist me with my attire. After freshening up and dressing, Bai Zhi was about to exit her room when she abruptly turned back, grabbing a small pastry from the table to pop into her mouth. Little dear, observing from the side, couldn't he help but shake her head. Oh, and little dear, you need not accompany me. Please inform the second madam that I shall seek her out upon my return. Little dear nodded repeatedly. Upon entering the courtyard, she spotted Chu Yanqing leisurely seated on a stone bench in the garden, engrossed in a book. Upon closer inspection, Bai Zhi recognized it as chronicles, similar to a modern-day history book detailing significant events that occurred in this world. Chu Yanqing, noticing Bai Zhi's arrival, looked up to behold her delightful visage, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Brother Zijing, I apologize for keeping you waiting, Bai Zhi said with a hint of remorse. Yet she couldn't shake off her habit of rising late. No worries, Zhi. There's no need to rush, Chu Yanqing replied with unwavering patience, his tone tender and meticulous. I'm all set. Let us depart. I can hardly wait to sample the newly released roast goose at Flirt. With that, Bai Zhi, brimming with enthusiasm, linked her arm with Chu Yanqing's as they strolled away. Though he maintained a composed exterior, inwardly he felt a swell of gratification at her gesture. As they walked, laughter and conversation flowed freely, creating an atmosphere of unprecedented harmony. After enjoying lunch at Flirt, Chu Yanqing led her to the renowned clothing store, Shilua Pavilion, the largest in Ruyan. Let us see if there is something you fancy, he encouraged. Yes, Bai Zhi replied, unable to suppress her delight as she began to scrutinize the garments. However, after much deliberation, she found the offerings either too extravagant or excessively mundane. None captured her fancy. Suddenly, her eyes fell upon a jade-colored robe adorned with delicate leaf patterns in the corner, and her heart fluttered. This one, she declared, pointing it out, isn't a bit too plain? Chu Yanqing ventured to express his opinion, a rarity for him. Meanwhile, Ming Chan was taken aback once again, pondering when their prince had begun to exhibit such tendencies. Brother Zijing, I am not selecting a consort for the palace. Why would I wear those garish red and green garments? Bai Zhi pouted, and after a moment of reflection, Chu Yanqing refrained from further comment. When Bai Zhi emerged in her chosen attire, she had paired it with a pair of moon-white silk shoes, completing her elegant look. The entire presence exudes an air of purity, as if emerging untainted from the mire, standing gracefully, a vision to behold yet not to be trifled with. Chu Yanqing nodded in satisfaction. Under his insistence, Bai Zhi had no choice but to select another garment. Just as she settled the payment, a servant rushed in to inform them. Young Master Song had arrived at the manor earlier than expected. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Song Zhu has come. Bai Zhi's heart fluttered with excitement, urging Chu Yanqing to hasten back to the manor. Though puzzled, Chu Yanqing complied, spurring their horse back home. Upon arrival, before Chu Yanqing could disembark the carriage, Bai Zhi darted out like an arrow, startling Ming Chun, who stood nearby. Be careful, Chu Yanqing called out, worried that she might fall. Unfazed, Bai Zhi shouted as she ran, Brother Zijing, please attend to our esteemed guest. I shall return first. Without waiting for Chu Yanqing's response, she dashed towards Nan Yan's quarters. Chu Yanqing shook his head at the garments left behind in the carriage and slowly descended, instructing a maid to deliver the clothes to Bai Zhi before making his way to the front hall. Bai Zhi, breathless from her sprint, reached the pear-blossom courtyard of Nan Yan, calling out without a care for her image, Nan Yan, Yanea. Inside, Nan Yan was selecting dancers when she heard Bai Zhi's voice and immediately came out to inquire. What is the matter, Zhi? Grabbing Nan Yan's arm, Bai Zhi gasped, come with me. Surprised by Bai Zhi's urgency, Nan Yan questioned, what has happened? Bai Zhi tugged at her insistently. Oh, Song Zhu has come. We must hurry. Chapter 62, A Person. Nan Yan was momentarily taken aback, not anticipating Song Zhu's early arrival. Nevertheless, she fell silent and followed Bai Zhi towards the front courtyard. As they approached the corridor, two adorable heads peeked out. Observing the guards in the front courtyard, Bai Zhi noted that apart from Ming Chun, only two others were patrolling the entrance, prompting her to advance with confidence. However, she was abruptly pulled back by Nan Yan. Zhi, are we truly going to do this? Despite having agreed the previous day, Nan Yan felt a pang of fear at this moment. Bai Zhi had little patience for hesitation. Seeing Nanyan's troubled expression, she said with displeasure, "Do not falter. Wait for me here. I will sneak a glance and return swiftly. Do not worry. Ming Chun is sensible and will not expose me." With that, she forcefully pried Nanyan's hand from her arm and quietly moved forward. Watching Bai Zhi's retreating figure, Nanyan felt an inner turmoil, caught in indecision. Pacing back and forth anxiously, Bai Zhi crouched low, striving to remain silent, yet she was soon spotted by Ming Chun. This was anticipated, and she signaled to Ming Chun with a glance, making a shushing motion. Ming Chun, though puzzled, kept her silence, watching her intently. The other two guards observed Ming Chun's reaction and tacitly chose to turn a blind eye. Bai Zhi successfully approached a window in the front hall, intending to poke a hole in it with her finger. However, despite exerting immense effort, she could not pierce it. Internally, she lamented how television dramas had misled her. Frustrated, she glanced around and noticed the front door remained ajar. Embracing her determination to see this through, she lifted her skirt and moved forward. This audacious behavior startled Nanyan, causing her to shudder. Resolutely, she decided to follow slowly, hoping to deter Bai Zhi from advancing further. With great effort, Bai Zhi reached the side of the door and faintly heard the conversation of two individuals inside. She recognized Song Zhu's voice, which was rapid yet remarkably articulate, occasionally laced with a teasing tone, contrasting sharply with the aloof and gentle demeanor of Chu Yanqing. Clearly, he was an extroverted individual, truly a rarity in this era. Bai Zhi mused to herself, now even more curious about his appearance. After all, encountering someone with such a vibrant personality in ancient times was quite uncommon, as most people seemed to embody a more reserved nature. Except for Chu Qinxian, he was an anomaly. Thus, she stealthily leaned forward a bit more, managing to glimpse the scene within. Yet, fate always seemed to toy with her. Song Zhu's back was turned, revealing only a relatively slender silhouette. A small victory, nonetheless. At this moment, she pondered whether to retreat or wait a little longer, hoping Song Zhu might turn around. Suddenly, she felt something poke her lower back, precisely in the kidney area. As the saying goes, the kidneys govern fear, and she involuntarily trembled, losing her balance and tumbling into the room with a scream. Nanyan was instantly paralyzed with fright, standing frozen in place. She swore she merely intended to warn Bai Zhi to leave, having noticed her being so engrossed. She had only lightly touched her, so how did she end up falling? This was a disaster. Despairing, she closed her eyes. Bai Zhi, dazed from the fall, quickly regained her composure and met the astonished gazes of the two men inside. Song Zhu turned to face the commotion, mirroring Nan Yan's shocked demeanor. Standing there in a daze, unsure of how to react. Internally, he was taken aback. Wasn't this Shangguan Liuyun, the very person that Lord Murong had been desperately searching for? How could she appear here? Oh dear, my apologies, just passing through. I shall take my leave. Bai Zhi, flustered from the blunder, paid no heed to her aches and awkwardly stepped backward, attempting to exit this battlefield. As for any explanations, she would leave that to Chu Yanqing. After all, he was her man, and men ought to bear a bit more responsibility. Even if she faced repercussions later, it mattered not, for she had already glimpsed Song Zhu. His overall appearance was gentle, yet his demeanor was exuberant, radiating a subtle brilliance without being ostentatious. Coupled with his business acumen, he truly deserved Nanyan. Chu Yanqing felt a sudden headache. It dawned on him that Bai Zhi's earlier peculiar behavior had a deeper intention. Anger simmered within him. Once the others departed, he resolved to teach her a lesson. At present, he was ruminating on a plausible excuse to cover up this blunder. As he observed Bai Zhi preparing to exit the room, Song Zhu suddenly mustered the courage to take a few steps forward and said, "Madam, please halt." He needed to scrutinize her further, for her previous actions suggested she did not recognize him. But that should not be the case. They had crossed paths numerous times at the Lord's mansion. Bai Zhi paused, perplexed. Chu Yanqing cast a bewildered glance at Song Zhu. Although Bai Zhi was soon to be wed to him, she had yet to marry, still adorned in the attire of an unbetrothed maiden. How could Song Zhu possibly know this? Outside the door, Nanyan also realized this and felt a pang of anxiety. mistaking Song Zhu's call as directed at her. A surge of indignation welled within her. Resolutely, she entered the grand hall, knelt, and performed a deep bow. "Today, my sister and I have offended your highness and esteemed guests. Please, your highness, punish us." Seeing this, Bai Zhi sensed the atmosphere had shifted, and kneeling became inevitable. So she succumbed and knelt as well. This left Song Zhu utterly alarmed, exclaiming, "Madam, madam, this is utterly unacceptable. Please rise, quickly." Yet the two kneeling women paid him no heed. Desperately, he turned to Chu Yanqing and bowed. "Your highness, the madam acted on a whim and meant no malice. Please allow her to rise and do not impose any punishment." If Morong Feng were to discover his wife kneeling before him, Song Zhu feared for his life. At this moment, he had fully recognized Bai Zhi's appearance and was convinced she was the missing Shangguan Liuyun. However, he could not fathom why Shangguan Liuyun regarded him as a stranger. Was she merely feigning ignorance? Regardless, what mattered was finding her. He needed to hurry and inform Lord Morong. While Chu Yanqing was troubled, pondering what excuse to fabricate, he was unexpectedly aided by Song Zhu, who provided him with a convenient way out. He promptly allowed the two women to rise and took his leave. Following this, Song Zhu remained distracted, exchanging a few casual remarks before hastily bidding farewell. As he watched him depart, Chu Yanqing felt an inexplicable sense of strangeness. Chapter 63. From emotion to etiquette. Gazing at Song Zhu's receding figure, Chu Yanqing sensed he had overlooked something crucial, yet he was completely at a loss. Bai Zhi lingered in Nan Yan's pear blossom garden, showing no inclination to leave even after they finished dinner. Nan Yan could not help but scoff. Who was it that said they would willingly accept punishment? Why the sudden regret? Bai Zhi cast a disgruntled glance her way and replied, "Yin'er, do you not feel something is amiss?" "What is amiss?" "I only know that we cannot escape this punishment." Bai Zhi disregarded Nan Yan's complaints and continued, "That Song Zhu is suspicious. His behavior defies logic. Does he know and harbor feelings for you?" Nan Yan stared in disbelief, utterly baffled. Bai Zhi continued, "Look, when we knelt down, the look of concern on his face was unmistakable. One might think that it was his beloved who was being punished." Nan Yan, realizing this only after some contemplation, couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. "But before I was married, I had secretly met him a few times. He never even noticed me. Perhaps he did see you and fell for you at first sight, but upon learning that you were married, he buried his deep affection for you. Today, seeing you punished, he could no longer restrain himself from defending you." Upon hearing this, Nan Yan burst into laughter. Just as Bai Zhi was about to unleash her boundless imagination to elaborate further, a small deer quietly entered and announced, "Miss, His Highness has arrived to escort you back to Linglong Courtyard." "Oh dear." Bai Zhi's reverie was abruptly interrupted, and a look of melancholy crossed her face. "What is meant to be cannot be avoided," Nan Yan comforted her. "Just soften your tone and say a few kind words. His Highness will only impose a light reprimand. If it comes to worst, I shall bear the brunt with you." "Yin'er," Bai Zhi exclaimed, half playfully annoyed. "I would never let you take the blame for me. This plan was devised by me, and I shall face the consequences." Nan Yan, with a smile in her eyes, urged, "All right, let us hurry, for His Highness waits outside." Reluctantly, Bai Zhi nodded, bidding farewell to Nan Yan as she made her way out. The two walked in silence, the night deepening around them. Bai Zhi could not discern the expression on Yin Qing's face, uncertain if he still harbored anger. "Zijing Gij," she ventured softly, her voice sweet and enchanting. "What is it?" Chu Yanqing responded immediately, his tone neutral, betraying no emotion. Resigned, she took his arm and replied, "Nothing. I merely missed you, Zijing Gij." To her surprise, Chu Yanqing did not pull away. Instead, he relished her closeness. He couldn't help but chuckle. "Aji, please don't tell me that your antics in the front hall this afternoon were because you missed me, or that you lingered in Lihua Courtyard simply to avoid returning to Linglong Courtyard." Bai Zhi found herself at a loss for words, having devised no clever strategy to counter him all afternoon. Her mind raced, and she finally blurted, "Yes, I indeed went to front hall to see you because I missed you. I didn't want to disturb you, so I lingered in the Lihua Courtyard, hoping you'd come to fetch me. This way, we could stroll under the moonlight together. How romantic." Bai Zhi's thoughts raced, hoping that Chu Yanqing would by her excuse. Indeed, he paused, stopping in his tracks. Drawing her closer, he whispered in her ear, "If you missed me, why did you rush back today?" Realizing she had dug her own grave, Bai Zhi resorted to her ultimate tactic, playing coy. "Oh, Zijing Gij, please do not be angry. You must know that you are the only one in my heart. Everything I do is for you." Chu Yanqing's smile deepened as he tightened his embrace. "Ah, so you wish to see Songzhu, do you?" Bai Zhi, seeing that Chu Yanqing had laid his cards on the table, dropped the pretense. "Yes. Why?" "Because he is wealthy." Bai Zhi harbored a myriad of reasons to wish for a meeting with Songzhu, yet she could only articulate this singular notion. With a soft chuckle, Chu Yanqing, feeling somewhat helpless, decided to let her off the hook, gently tapping her nose and teasing, "You little money grubber." "Huh? Brother Zijing, are you no longer angry?" Bai Zhi inquired with curiosity. "What? Do you wish for me to be upset?" Bai Zhi tensed at his words and quickly replied, No, I do not wish for Brother Zijing to be angry. It pains me when you are." Chu Yanqing chuckled lightly. "If you wish to undertake any endeavors in the future, please inform me beforehand. Do not sneak around as you did today, risking harm to yourself." Suddenly, Bai Zhi recalled her earlier tumble. Though it had indeed been painful at the moment, she had long since recovered, to the point where she had almost forgotten the incident. To her surprise, he still remembered it. Yes, I'll keep that in mind. Today, this escapade was all my coaxing Yenner into it. Please do not hold it against her." Chu Yanqing smiled indulgently, nodding in agreement. The two continued hand in hand until they arrived at the entrance of Linglong Courtyard. "Zhi, we have arrived. Please go in." As they stood at the entrance, illuminated by the lanterns hanging nearby, Bai Zhi did not rush inside. Instead, she held onto Chu Yanqing's hand, playfully suggesting, "Brother Zijing, how about staying the night at Linglong Courtyard?" Upon uttering this, she displayed no signs of shyness, but rather gazed earnestly at his expression. Every jest bore a kernel of sincerity. Chu Yanqing treated her with utmost kindness, yet she yearned to discern the authenticity of his affections. Thus, she concocted this playful test. How many men in this world could evade such a trial? Chu Yanqing, taken aback by her suggestion, pondered for a moment and replied, "Zhi, my feelings for you are genuine but confined to propriety. Until I formally take you as my bride, I shall not stay at Linglong Courtyard. You may rest assured here. Once my father grants our union, I shall escort you to the Shun family, honoring you as my legitimate wife." Bai Zhi huffed, "You're deceiving me." That day in the study, you nearly, understanding the implication of her words, Chu Yanqing hurriedly clarified, "I apologize, I was momentarily confused. You had consistently resisted marrying me, yearning to leave my side, which left me perturbed and unable to control myself. I am truly sorry. Now that you have resolved to be with me, I shall certainly refrain from such foolishness." Bai Zhi gazed intently at him. His expression was sincere, devoid of any deceit. After a moment, feigning nonchalance, she nodded, "Then I shall head in first. Brother Zijing, do return and rest early." The turmoil surrounding Songzhu had finally dissipated, and Bai Zhi found her life in the Marquis' residence both delightful and busy. The delight stemmed from the absence of anyone attempting to thwart her, while the busyness arose from her daily visits to Nanyan's Pear Blossom Courtyard to instruct the dancers in the drum dance. The dancer chosen by her and Nan Yin is named Linger, a daughter of a distant relative of Nan Yin. She possesses extraordinary beauty, her figure is graceful, and when she dances, she resembles a peony in full bloom. Moreover, her aptitude for dance is remarkable. Within a few days, she mastered the drum dance to an impressive degree. Upon the conclusion of her performance, Bai Zhi could not help but clap her hands, declaring that Linger was ready to take her leave. With more than 2 months remaining until the celebration of the king of Linjiang's birthday, there was ample time for practice. Rehearsing 35 times daily would surely lead to a brilliant performance on the day of the show. As if they had accomplished a significant task, both Nan Yin and Bai Zhi gradually felt a sense of relief. Although it was deep autumn, the afternoon sun shone warmly, and a gentle breeze wafted through. The two leisurely reclined in the courtyard of Pear Blossom Garden, basking in the sunlight and engaging in casual conversation. Meanwhile, far away in Jinling City, Murong Feng received a letter from Song Zhu. As was his custom, he opened it casually, his eyes swiftly scanning the contents. In an instant, a flicker of astonished delight crossed the depths of his cold, lake-like gaze. Yet, fearing he might have misread, he suppressed his emotions and began to read it again, word by word, carefully considering each line, reluctant to set it aside. This unusual behavior did not escape the notice of Bo Yin, who was nearby. "My lord, what's transpired? Is there anything I should attend to?" Seeing Murong Feng remain motionless while gazing at the letter, Bo Yin could not help but approach with an inquiry. He understood his master well. Even in the face of a monumental shift in power, Murong Feng would not exhibit such demeanor. What could have possibly happened? Murong Feng remained silent, instead handing the letter to Bo Yin. Bo Yin quickly took it and began to read with great speed. Moments latte. The corners of his mouth involuntarily curled up as he clasped his fists towards Murong Feng, exclaiming, "It seems Song Zhu has located the lady. Congratulations, my lord." This was indeed splendid news. Yet Murong Feng's gaze grew sharper. "Do you recall that Dian reported that the woman brought back from Jinling City by Chu Yanqing was not Shangguan Liuyun? Yet, why does she still appear by his side?" Bo Yin, being a perceptive individual, immediately grasped Murong Feng's implication. Yet deep down, he was unwilling to believe that Dian could betray his master. He had known Dian since childhood. It was common knowledge that he was rescued by the Grand Elder during a journey, and upon returning, he had followed Murong Feng, becoming his loyal bodyguard. What many did not know was that Dian had been rescued alongside him. The three of them had grown up together, practiced martial arts together, and faced life and death together. Memories flooded back to him like a tide. He had long regarded Murong Feng as his master and vowed lifelong loyalty, even at the cost of his life. As for Dian, he held a uniquely special place in his heart, making it difficult for him to accept the reality of Dian's potential betrayal. Perhaps the lady arrived in Ruan later. At this point, Murong Feng chose not to pursue the matter further. A hint of coldness and impatience subtly flickered between his brows. "You must personally travel to Ruan to uncover the truth." Bo Yin clasped his fists and accepted the command. Ever since Chu Qinxian had been publicly rejected by Bai Zhi, he had remained in a state of gloom. Since childhood, he had always been outshone by Chu Yanqing, from their differing birthrights to their cultivation of spiritual power, martial arts, and calligraphy. In every competition, he was likely to be the one to lose. Now, even in the realm of courting women, he found himself bested by Chu Yanqing, a fact that gnawed at him with bitter resentment. The more he pondered, the angrier he became, causing him to shatter the teacup in his hand against the floor. What could possibly provoke the prince to such fury? A sultry and alluring voice floated from the bed, startling Chu Qinxian, who turned abruptly to peer inside. There, reclining languidly on the bed, was an extraordinarily beautiful woman, her crimson lips slightly curled, her figure enchanting. The deep red of her garment was half open, revealing her fair skin. As she provocatively locked eyes with him, Zhao Yan, Chu Qinxian felt as if ensnared by enchantment, uncontrollably moving toward the bed. "You finally arrived." As he drew near, she slowly rose, vacating a space on the bed and gesturing for him to sit. Her lips parted gently. "This time, who does His Highness wish for me to eliminate?" Chu Qinxian coldly huffed in complaint. "You still owe me an explanation for failing to kill Chu Yanqing last time." A light, amused laugh escaped Zhao Yan's lips. Her arms softly caressed the man's chest as she teased, "You are aware of the rules of Lingzhou Palace. We do not slay members of the royal family. I have already bent the rules for you under pressure, and yet you hold it against me." Her hands continued to explore his form, her face inching closer to his ear as she whispered, "As long as they are not of royal blood, I can certainly help relieve your troubles." Perhaps it was the promise of such a beauty that brightened Chu Qinxuan's mood from the stormy clouds of frustration. The pent-up anger these past few days finally found release at that moment. He seized Zhao Yan's delicate hand, saying, "Then you must act swiftly before long. She too will become a member of the royal family." "Oh!" Zhao Yan's curiosity piqued, her eyes glimmering with mischief. "Who could it possibly be?" "It is one of Chu Yanqing's women." Chu Qinxian dismissed Zhao Yan's alluring gaze, turning his head resolutely. Though he had no desire to harm Bai Zhi, Her steadfast choice of Chu Yanqing incited his fury. He could not bear to witness their mutual affection, their joyous union. As the saying goes, it is better to shatter like jade than to remain whole like pottery. Since he could not kill Chu Yanqing, he would eliminate Bai Zhi instead. It would serve Chu Yanqing well to experience the pain of losing a beloved. A woman? Zhao Yan expressed mild surprise. Yet being seasoned and adaptable, she quickly masked her astonishment. Noticing Zhao Yan's confident demeanor, Chu Qingxian felt compelled to caution. Do not underestimate this woman. She possesses considerable talent. Aside from Nangong Yin, there is no woman in this world whom I, Zhao Yan, cannot handle. As for the rest, no matter their prowess, they are inconsequential. Very well. I'll look forward to your good news. Observing Zhao Yan's unwavering confidence, Chu Qingxian felt uplifted and rose to fetch Bai Zhi's portrait. As he departed from the bed, Zhao Yan reclined lazily once more, propping her head with one hand, watching with keen interest as Chu Qingxian busied himself. Chapter 65. Men are the most ruthless creatures in this world. As he departed from the bed, Zhao Yan languidly reclined again, propping her head with one hand, watching with keen interest as Chu Qingxian busied himself. He retrieved an exquisite wooden box, opened it, and took out a stack of papers. Upon closer inspection, Zhao Yan noticed that the papers were adorned with portraits of a woman. Understanding dawned upon her, and a faint scoff escaped her heart. This man truly embodied the epitome of ruthlessness in the world. After a moment, Chu Qingxian selected one portrait from the heap and approached her, offering it. Zhao Yan did not hastily accept it. Instead, she cast a quick glance at the image. Suddenly, she sprang upright from the bed, swiftly grasping the portrait and examining it closely. How could it be her? It was actually Shangguan Liuyun. Memories of her subordinates reporting to her flooded back. They had been lurking at the yeoman marquis's residence for over a month without catching sight of her, believing she had already departed from Chu Yanqing. To her astonishment, she realized she was still here. Truly, pursuit without effort yields unexpected rewards. Chu Qingxian had never witnessed Zhao Yan display even a hint of panic. Her past demeanor was always one of cheerful confidence, effortlessly manipulating those less capable than herself. As the esteemed leader, she recognized the woman in the portrait. Hearing Chu Qingxuan's inquiry, Zhao Yan quickly regained her composure, adjusting her expression to say, "Naturally, I do not know her. I merely find the woman in the portrait exceptionally beautiful. Your Highness, are you truly willing to part with such a treasure?" Perhaps anger had clouded his judgment, for Chu Qingxian paid little mind to Zhao Yan's expression, easily diverted by her change of subject. Better to be shattered like jade than to be whole like pottery, he declared fiercely, enunciating each word with conviction. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yan fell silent. She tucked away the portrait and offered him a charming smile before leaping toward the window, vanishing without a trace. The autumn sun cast its slanted rays upon the maple leaves, creating a tapestry of dappled light that exuded endless poetic charm. Leaves fluttered gracefully in the soft breeze, reminiscent of golden butterflies dancing in the air. Bai Zhi, feeling bored in the pear blossom garden, picked up a leaf, twirling it in circles. After a short while, boredom struck again, prompting her to crouch down and admire the leaves. Indeed, while the leaves on the ground appeared similar, a closer comparison revealed their distinct shapes and unique characteristics. No two leaves in the world are identical, nor are there two individuals who are the same. Everything is inherently different. This is the essence of existence. There are no two things in heaven and earth that are entirely alike. It is precisely this diversity that enriches our world. If His Highness were to know that you are here collecting leaves, he would surely reprimand me, Bai Zhi mused, not needing to look up to recognize Nan Yan's teasing voice. With a cunning smile, she replied, "Sister Nan Yan, your words are quite surprising. Though I am merely picking leaves, in truth, I am engaging in a profound contemplation." Suddenly, two bright, melodic laughs resonated from behind her. Bai Zhi curiously looked up to find not only Nan Yan, but also the long-absent Aunt Yu Hong had arrived. She hurriedly rose to greet Aunt Yu Hong, only to unexpectedly discover a delightful little boy trailing behind her. At that moment, he was smiling at Bai Zhi, his cheeks adorned with charming dimples. This boy, not yet 2 years old, possessed a round face, angelic eyes, and an exuberant spirit. His innocent demeanor brought immense joy, effortlessly touching the softest corners of one's heart. Bai Zhi was momentarily taken aback. Nan Yan, observing Bai Zhi's expression, couldn't help but chuckle. Zhi, since you adore children so much, you should seize the moment. In our household, we currently have only this one little Quaner, which feels rather lonely. Aunt Yu-hong chimed in, her face glowing with a crescent moon smile. Indeed, Miss Bai. At that moment, Bai Zhi's mind seemed to stall. A child? Though she had resolved to be with Chu Yanqing, it was merely a matter of being together. The prospect of children had never crossed her mind. While the child was undeniably adorable, the mere thought of bearing one sent a shiver down her spine. She hurriedly shook her head in refusal. No, no, no. It's too early for children. We mustn't rush. After speaking, her gaze instinctively drifted back to the angelic little boy. A sigh escaped her lips, for he was, after all, Chu Yanqing's child. Yet, pondering this, she found herself perplexed. Why did the child bear no resemblance to Chu Yanqing? He resembled her mother, Yu-hong, quite strikingly. Perhaps sons generally take after their mothers. At this moment, Bai Zhi's thoughts began to spiral beyond her control. Nan Yan, accustomed to Bai Zhi's manner, disregarded her words and gently tugged her sleeve, leading Aunt Yu-hong into the main room. Once inside, everyone took their seats. It turned out that Nan Yan had invited Aunt Yu-hong to discuss important arrangements for the king's birthday banquet. Although Aunt Yu-hong appeared delicate, she listened intently to Nan Yan's plans and quickly grasped the essentials. She even proposed several improvements, which left Nan Yan and Bai Zhi thoroughly impressed. The discussion proved to be remarkably efficient. Bai Zhi had previously never had the opportunity to interact with Aunt Yu-hong, but upon meeting her today, she found her to be entirely different from her expectations. Bai Zhi had imagined Aunt Yu-hong as a frail, introverted woman, wholly devoted to her husband. To her surprise, she was not at all like that. Aunt Yu-hong exhibited clear thinking and fluent communication, adeptly conveying her thoughts and opinions. She was also a good listener, capable of understanding others' viewpoints and engaging in rational and objective discussions. In short, Bai Zhi held Aunt Yu-hong in high regard. Yet, she couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret. A woman so capable, nearly equal to any man, confined to the inner courtyard, squandering her life. How would she navigate her days without this child? How would she endure the long stretches of life? Aunt Yu-hong, perceptive and empathetic, sensed Bai Zhi's sudden despondency. She softly inquired, "Does Miss Bai have any objections?" She, of course, remained unaware that Bai Zhi felt a profound sense of regret on her behalf, mistakenly believing her insights had failed to satisfy the other party. Bai Zhi naturally shook her head in denial, just as the three wished to continue their casual conversation. Little Quaner began to protest. Perhaps feeling hungry or simply bored, she suddenly burst into a loud wail. The sound was as fierce and unrelenting as a tempest, rendering those present utterly defenseless. Aunt Yu swiftly cradled Quaner in her arms, soothing her in gentle tones, yet to little avail. Noticing the commotion, Nan Yan stepped forward and gently patted Quaner, saying, "This child must be hungry. Aunt Yu, you should take her back." Chapter 66. An attempted assassination. Aunt Yu hurriedly nodded in agreement, hastily bowing to Nan Yan and Bai Zhi before departing in haste. In no time, Lihua Courtyard regained its former tranquility. Bai Zhi gazed longingly at Aunt Yu's disappearing figure, feeling an unexpected attachment. She had not anticipated Aunt Yu's remarkable talents. Nan Yan nodded, then poured a cup of tea for Bai Zhi before elaborating. Her father was sent by the late queen to serve His Highness, demonstrating unwavering loyalty. Regrettably, he lost his life a few years ago while protecting His Highness. Yu-hong, being a child of the family, grew up alongside the prince, and their bond is profound. The late queen, in her kindness, allowed Yu-hong to serve as the prince's companion from a young age, endowing her with knowledge that far surpasses that of ordinary women. Upon hearing Nan Yan's words, Bai Zhi felt a wave of sorrow wash over her for reasons she could not fully comprehend. It was akin to the fallen leaves of late autumn, sweeping away the past splendor, leaving only solitude and desolation. It seemed that Chu Yanqing and Yu-hong were indeed a pair of childhood sweethearts. Observing Bai Zhi's silence, Nan Yen appeared to have guessed her thoughts, and thus continued. Unfortunately, Yu Hong's humble status has led His Highness to regard her merely as a sister. The favors she receives now are merely a means of repaying her father's act of heroism. You need not be concerned. Furthermore, Yu Hong has always been modest, maintaining appropriate boundaries with every lady in the household, neither overly intimate nor deliberately distant. You may rest easy. Bai Zhi yearned to express to Nan Yen that her melancholy was not due to Yu Hong, yet the words lodged in her throat, refusing to be spoken. Her gaze met Nan Yan's earnest expression, and ultimately, she could only smile, indicating her understanding. Perhaps this was the essence of truly grasping the bittersweet flavors of life, acknowledging the crispness of autumn. If only Bai Zhi could maintain a state of blissful ignorance, her days would indeed resemble a celestial existence. Each morning, she dutifully checked in at Lihua Courtyard to supervise the dancers' training, enjoyed lunch with Nan Yen, and indulged in afternoon naps. Subsequently, she would accompany Chu Yanqing to his study, assisting him with official matters. Of course, most of the time, he was preoccupied with work while she busied herself with sketches. During his leisure, he would also take her out to dine and revel. Meanwhile, Jinsei remained confined, and Madame Lin Wanjun had voluntarily requested to transcribe the Njia 100 times due to the incident involving Chu Shanhua, a task that would take months to complete. Thus, since Bai Zhi's return, she had not caught a glimpse of her. As for Aunt Yu Hong, her sentiments echoed those of Nan Yen, revealing her to be an exceptionally astute woman. Aware of her humble status, she seldom ventured outside. Presently, she was the sole mother in the household, preoccupied with the care of her child, leaving her little time for other pursuits. Yet even in such a monotonous existence, the day would inevitably come when weariness would set in. She had exhausted all her painting books, and in a state of ennui, she inadvertently overheard several maidservants discussing the annual Lantern Festival in Ruan City. This festival, typically held 2 months prior to the Lunar New Year, serves as a precursor to the celebrations of the New Year. Upon hearing Xiao Lu's explanation, her heart stirred, and her thoughts drifted to the lantern festivities. She had yet to experience such an event. She pondered that Nan Yen had gone to the palace today to finalize the performance schedule, and it seemed that Chu Yanqing was also delayed by some matters, not having returned to the residence for quite some time. After much contemplation, she found herself unable to resist the allure of the lanterns and decided to venture out with Xiao Lu and Qing Feng. She chose not to bring any guards, as it was a special occasion, and the nearby townsfolk would surely converge to partake in the festivities. Bringing guards would be exceedingly ostentatious, drawing unwanted attention. Naturally, Qing Feng and Xiao Lu could not dissuade her and obediently followed her out of the residence. Before departing, Xiao Lu thoughtfully draped a plain silk cloak embroidered with silver thread over Bai Zhi's shoulders to shield her from a cold. Upon stepping outside, it was evident that the streets were much livelier than usual, with shops adorned with lanterns, exuding a festive spirit. Bai Zhi could not help but buy a lantern for herself and one for Xiao Lu. She intended to purchase one for Qing Feng as well, but he politely declined, and she acquiesced. Each of them carried a lantern as they strolled forward, soon encountering a gathering of people ahead. Curiosity piqued, the trio approached to investigate. In the center stood a colossal object resembling a Kongming lantern, surrounded by a throng of onlookers, many of whom were scribbling upon it with brushes. Bai Zhi focused intently and saw inscriptions such as, "Year after year, I long to see you, yet with no occasion, I remain robust." Another read, "Upon encountering a propitious moment, I extend my best wishes." It dawned on Bai Zhi that everyone was inscribing their heartfelt wishes upon this lantern. Such a romantic occurrence could unfold in this otherwise austere world. A nearby servant, noticing Bai Zhi's eager demeanor, approached with an ingratiating smile. "Miss, might you wish to inscribe a few words as well? It costs 100 coins per inscription." Upon hearing this, Xiao Lu and Qing Feng exchanged disdainful glances. However, Bai Zhi remained unfazed and instructed Xiao Lu to pay the fee. Accepting the brush offered by the servant, she pondered for a moment before writing, "Day in, day out, from dawn till dusk." This conveyed her desire for Chu Yanqing to be her beloved, that they might share such days endlessly. Having completed her inscription, she returned the brush to the servant. Just as she was about to depart, the servant called out to her, "Miss, please wait. You arrived at the perfect moment. This lantern is about to be released. Will you stay to witness it?" The thought of releasing the lantern, carrying all these beautiful wishes, was indeed a moment imbued with significance. How delightful! Bai Zhi halted her steps without a moment's contemplation, captivated by the sight before her. Two attendants adorned in festive attire ignited torches amidst the lanterns. The flames danced like ethereal sprites, leaping high into the air, gradually coaxing the grand lanterns to ascend gently. "Look, miss, it's taking flight," a nearby fawn exclaimed with excitement, pointing at the lanterns. "Indeed, it is soaring," Bai Zhi responded, her gaze fixed on the ascending lanterns, a smile gracing her lips in reply to the fawn's enthusiasm. "Your wish shall surely come true." The gentle breeze chimed in unexpectedly. Surprised, Bai Zhi cast a teasing glance at him, quipping, "Oh, our breeze seems to understand my writings." The breeze was momentarily taken aback, rendered speechless, his cheeks flushing crimson. Fortunately, the surrounding crowd was engrossed in watching the lanterns ascend, oblivious to his embarrassment. It was only when the lantern vanished into the sky that the crowd regained their senses and gradually dispersed. Bai Zhi continued to meander aimlessly with the fawn and the breeze. As she drifted farther from the bustling throng, her interest waned, and she decided to return home. However, at a secluded corner, they were suddenly encircled by a group of cloaked figures, each brandishing gleaming swords aimed at the trio. Chapter 67. The master of martial arts in that remote corner, they found themselves surrounded by a cohort of black-clad assailants, each wielding glistening blades directed at them. The sight of these well-trained marauders instilled a sense of dread in Bai Zhi. It was broad daylight, yet these audacious figures dared to commit such an act of assassination within the confines of Ruan City. Nevertheless, such considerations were rendered moot. Her instincts told her that the breeze stood no chance against them. Countless escape plans flickered through her mind, yet none appeared viable. They were encircled by their foes, and even a loud cry for help would lead to their swift demise. Without hesitation, the breeze drew his sword, positioning himself protectively before Bai Zhi, and declared with authority, "Who are you?" The leader of the black-clad men scoffed derisively at this display, dismissing him with a sneer. "You overestimate your abilities." Without further ado, he lunged forward, thrusting his sword at the breeze. The assailant's power was formidable, and the blade bore a menacing aura, prompting Bai Zhi to scream in terror. "No. Is this how my life ends today?" Suddenly, a tall figure appeared before them, effortlessly deflecting the attack aimed at them with his sword. With a casual twist of the hilt, a grunt escaped the assailant's lips, and blood splattered onto the ground, the metallic scent nearly overwhelming Bai Zhi. The remaining black-clad figures, witnessing this, ceased their assault and retreated in haste. "Who are you?" the breeze inquired, still shielding Bai Zhi behind him. The prowess of the earlier assailants was already beyond his own, and now this unexpected savior had dispatched one of them with such ease, revealing a terrifying level of skill. Moreover, it was impossible to discern friend from foe at that moment. If he were a chivalrous hero coming to their aid, it would be a relief. But if he were an enemy, the breeze could hardly fathom the potential consequences that lay ahead. Bai Zhi, sharing the breeze's apprehensions, recognized that, regardless of the uncertainties, the man before them had indeed saved her life. She gently pushed aside the refreshing breeze, feigning nonchalance as she stepped forward a few paces and said, "Thank you for your rescue. May I ask for your esteemed name? I shall surely repay you when the opportunity arises." Just as Bai Zhi's voice faded, Bo Yan's hand, which held the sword, momentarily hesitated. He had arrived in Ruan the previous day and had been vigilantly stationed at the gate of the yeoman marquis's residence. Only upon witnessing Bai Zhi step out did he exert all his effort to follow her. He had intended to find a chance to speak with her privately, but alas, the opportunity eluded him. Within the city of Ruan, he had also discovered the presence of assassins from Lingjiu Palace. Instinctively, he assumed they were there to carry out a mission and did not pay them much heed. However, he soon realized that their target was none other than Bai Zhi. Could it be that Qiao Yin had truly betrayed his master? He could not bear to dwell on such thoughts. Hearing Bai Zhi's inquiry snapped him back to reality. He lifted his gaze to meet hers but remained silent. Upon seeing him look up, Bai Zhi was struck by his appearance. This young man possessed a handsome visage and an ethereal yet powerful presence. He did not embody the traditional image of a righteous hero. Upon closer inspection, there was a faintly charming yet slightly wicked allure about him. This delightful contrast was irresistibly captivating. As Bai Zhi continued to scrutinize him, her fearful eyes unknowingly revealed a blend of unfamiliarity and curiosity. It was then that Bo Yin was fully convinced that Shangguan Liuyun had completely lost her memory. She could no longer recall their past encounters. Yet, at this moment, his thoughts were somewhat disordered, and he deemed it unwise to reveal his identity prematurely. Thus, he sheathed his sword and performed a respectful bow to Bai Zhi before leaping onto the rooftop, vanishing without a trace. Left behind were Bai Zhi and her two companions, still in shock and utterly bewildered. Upon returning to the residence, Qing Feng reported the incident in detail to Chu Yanqing. Indeed, upon hearing the news, Chu Yanqing immediately set aside the pile of pressing affairs that had been causing him great distress and stormed toward Linglong Courtyard in a fit of anger. At that moment, within the confines of Linglong Courtyard, Bai Zhi paced back and forth inside the room, deeply engrossed in her thoughts as she reflected on the events of the past few days, pondering who might wish her harm. While she was lost in contemplation, the image of the strange man who had saved her during the day sprang uncontrollably into her mind. He seemed somewhat familiar, yet she was certain she had never encountered him before. Alas, it was quite perplexing. After contemplating for an extended period, she could not piece together any reliable information. Resolutely, she disregarded her appearance, tore off her outer garment, and tossed it aside before sitting down on the floor. Just as she settled, her gaze met that of a man entering through the door. Their eyes locked, and both were momentarily stunned. After a brief pause, an inexplicable shiver coursed through Bai Zhi's heart, and she hastily sprang up, donning a standard smile as she sweetly called out, "Brother Zijin." Chu Yanqing, suppressing his inner fury, approached and scrutinized Bai Zhi closely, confirming that she had not sustained any injuries. Then, with a stern expression, he began to reprimand her. Bai Zhi lowered her head, occasionally casting furtive glances at the incense that was slowly burning away, silently enduring the scolding, until the last stick of incense was completely consumed. Chu Yanqing showed no signs of relenting. She slightly raised her head, casting a resentful glance in his direction. Yet, that single glance only served to further ignite Chu Yanqing's anger. He abruptly seized Bai Zhi's arm, compelling her to meet his gaze. "What? Do you think I have spoken in error?" With a sharp pang resonating through her arm, she instinctively struggled to break free. Yet the man opposite her seemed resolute, unwilling to release her. "Do you truly disregard my words?" he asked, his tone icy and relentless. Bai Zhi felt overwhelmed and realized that this matter would not be easily resolved today. Quickly, she gathered her thoughts and replied, "I have always held your words not merely in regard, but close to my heart. Is that so?" Although Chu Yanqing remained vexed, he gradually loosened his grip on Bai Zhi's arm. Seizing the opportunity, she withdrew her arm and gently rubbed the still tender spot, explaining, "I inadvertently learned that today is the Lantern Festival, and since you have yet to return, I felt a restless urge to partake in the festivities, which compelled me to take such a risk. As for not bringing guards, it was merely to avoid drawing too much attention." "Zhu Zanqing, Scop, are you not aware that the women of the estate cannot leave without my permission?" Sensing that his words were perhaps too harsh, he added, "What if something were to happen to you today?" From the outset, Bai Zhi understood that Chu Yanqing's reprimand stemmed from his deep concern for her well-being. Thus, she chose not to confront him directly, but to endure quietly. With a sigh, she gathered her composure and replied, "Your words are misguided. Those men in black dared to attack in broad daylight. It is a failure of the guards in Ruan, and my leaving the estate bears no relation to it. They are all highly skilled, and had it not been for that young hero, even a guard detachment would have faced annihilation. Furthermore, even if I were to remain within the estate, if they were intent on my demise, it would only be a matter of time." Before she could finish her thought, she found herself enveloped in a warm embrace. Still dazed, she heard him say, "Ah Zhi, that day will never come. I shall uncover the truth behind those who seek to harm you. Bai Zhi's heart fluttered, and she merely murmured in response, shyly burying her face in his embrace, unable to shake off the lingering emotions. Do you know who that young hero is? After a moment of intimacy, Chu Yanqing continued to inquire about the mysterious savior. The timing of the hero's appearance had been remarkably fortuitous, yet their actions were rather peculiar. I do not know, Bai Zhi admitted, scratching her head. However, I promised him I would repay him, and should he find himself in need in the future, he may come seeking me. Chu Yanqing nodded slightly. By the way, Brother Zhi, why do you not recruit some guards with greater spiritual prowess? Look at Chu Qingxian. He has recruited a level 88 Meng Jiao. Surprised, Chu Yanqing responded. Meng Jiao is level 88? I was unaware. Sensing Bai Zhi's curiosity, he continued, it is not that I have not sought to recruit, but those with spiritual power are already exceptional individuals, and those of high caliber are truly rare. They each harbor their own ambitions and ideals, which cannot simply be bought with ordinary wealth. Take Ming Chun, for instance. Had it not been for the Queen Mother's arrangement years ago, bringing him to the palace as my personal guard at the tender age of 7, he might not have pledged his loyalty to Lin Jiang today. It appears that the training of guards must commence from childhood. Bai Zhi curled her lip. I am aware of Mo Jiao's formidable spiritual prowess, surpassing my own. Upon our first encounter, I learned he was already at level 85, but I never anticipated that within a mere 2 years, he would break through to level 88. No wonder Father recently instructed General Mo to take special care of him, contemplating his promotion to general. My brother's fortune is indeed remarkable. Bai Zhi glanced at Chu Yanqing and subtly detected a hint of melancholy in his demeanor. She quickly reassured him, fear not, today's young hero undoubtedly possesses considerable strength. Should we cross paths in the future, I shall certainly advocate for Brother Zijin. The news of Boyan's encounter with the lady in Rian was transmitted to Murong Feng via a carrier pigeon. As he gazed at the dove swiftly disappearing into the horizon, he fell into deep contemplation. Intentionally, he withheld the information regarding the assassination plot against the lady by Lingzhou Palace, unwilling to believe that Qiao Yan would betray the master. Surely, there must be some misunderstanding. Yet, the one thing his master could not tolerate was deception. Should Qiao Yan truly entertain thoughts of betrayal, he, as her protector, would be equally culpable. Furthermore, throughout his life, Murong Feng had never been harsh towards him, nor had he ever deceived him. At this moment, guilt, shame, and anguish surged within him, causing him to unconsciously shut his eyes. Noticing his unusual demeanor, Ingi approached and inquired. The man, lost in thought, suddenly opened his eyes and asked Ingi, have the arrangement for the dark guards outside the Yonga Marquis been made? Ingi lowered his gaze and clasped his fists, replying, as per your instructions, all our people have been properly arranged and are now in position to ensure the lady's safety. Boyan nodded, gesturing for him to withdraw, and proceeded to the desk alone. After a moment, he tremulously picked up a pen and documented the assassination attempt on the lady by Lingzhou Palace, omitting several critical details while adding several pleas for the master to ascertain the truth before making any decisions. Upon concluding the letter, he instructed Ingi to send it out once more. Within the resplendent halls of Lingzhou Palace, where light shone as brightly as day, Qiao Yan lounged casually in the principal seat, holding a beautifully crafted glass night lamp, her gaze fierce. Beside her, the Saintess Yulinglong looked on with concern at this stunning woman. Ultimately, she could no longer restrain herself and stepped forward, saying, Palace Master, we have attempted to assassinate this woman twice, both times failing. In my opinion, it would be better to abandon this endeavor. If the master learns of this, we will surely suffer dire consequences. Qiao Yan, sipping her wine, frowned in displeasure. How could she tolerate such a useless woman jeopardizing her master's grand designs? If one attempt failed, there could be another. If two failed, then a third. Even if the whole affair were to unravel and she face repercussions, it mattered little. As long as that troublesome woman was eliminated, she would not mind perishing alongside her. Just as she was about to reprimand Yulinglong, a maid rushed into the hall in a panic, exclaiming, Palace Master, the master is coming. Startled, she exchanged a glance with Yulinglong. In order to avoid suspicion, Murong Feng seldom personally visited the Lingzhou palace unless there was a significant matter at hand. Just as he was about to inquire something from the maid, he saw Murong Feng stride into the grand hall. She promptly rose, and alongside Yu Linglong, knelt to pay her respects. "Your Majesty, I was unaware of your arrival. What are your commands?" Murong Feng did not permit her to rise. Standing with his hands clasped behind his back, the sovereign's steady gaze bore solemnity, his piercing eyes fixed upon Zhao Yan. Under the weight of his silent pressure, Zhao Yan, with her head bowed, inexplicably felt a surge of dread. After a prolonged silence, Murong Feng finally spoke. "Zhao Yan, how long have you been by my side?" Remaining on her knees, she raised her gaze to meet Murong Feng's eyes, which seemed to crystallize with frost, and earnestly replied, "I was saved by Elder Jean at the age of 5, and have since followed your Majesty for 12 years. She vaguely sensed the reason behind Murong Feng's inquiry. Yet upon reflection, it seemed impossible. How could her careful concealment be discovered? Murong Feng let out a cold snort. "Do you know what fate awaits those who betray me?" At these words, Zhao Yan froze in shock. Had she truly been discovered so swiftly? Yet she maintained her composure, continuing to kneel and proclaim, "I am utterly loyal to you, your Majesty. I implore you to see the truth." "Enough!" Murong Feng interrupted her grandiloquent speech with a chilling tone. Beneath the bright lights, his elegantly elongated eyes narrowed, a murderous intent beginning to surface. "You dare to lay a hand on my woman? You truly seek death?" Upon receiving 2 urgent messages from Boyan, his heart plummeted to a nadir. Although Boyan emphasized in his letters that there were too many ambiguities surrounding the matter, and that the truth must be determined before making a decision, he knew well that such trivialities could not deceive him. He was aware that Boyan was covering for Zhao Yan, for the 3 of them had grown up together. Boyan had always been the most indecisive among them. In contrast, Zhao Yan was remarkably different. She acted decisively, mercilessly, and killed without hesitation. Thus, how could her subordinates have acted independently to assassinate Shangguan Liuyun, unless it was by her directive? But why would she do such a thing? He found himself utterly perplexed. It was time to confront her directly. If she could not provide a satisfactory answer, she would await dire consequences. For those who betrayed him, death was the lightest of punishments. At that moment, Zhao Yan, her heart extinguished, knelt before the imposing Murong Feng, overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down her face. "I have never betrayed you. This woman is short-sighted and of lowly status. How could she possibly be worthy of you?" Murong Feng let out a derisive laugh, his stern visage dripping with scorn. "Do I require your counsel on my decisions?" "I dare not, your Majesty." Zhao Yan, unaware of her own trembling voice, remained undeterred. "Your status is unparalleled. How could you let a mere merchant's daughter entangle you? I beseech you to reconsider. Eliminate that wretched woman. Marry a princess instead." Before she could finish her plea, the man before her seized her slender neck. Instantly, the lack of oxygen and excruciating pain contorted her features, her eyes brimming with terror as she instinctively grasped Murong Feng's arm, only to find herself lifted by her throat. Her feet dangled directly above the ground, her delicate visage gradually reddening in despair and helplessness. "Unrepentant, you wretched fool." His voice was frigid, devoid of any inflection. Gradually tightening his grip, he could feel her frantic shivers. If only he were to exert a little more force, this woman, coveted by men across the world, would perish. Yet, death was the least of her concerns. Just as she was on the brink of losing consciousness, he released his hold. The beauty in his grasp crumpled to the floor, gasping as fresh air rushed in, choking her into a fit of relentless coughs. She lay prostrate on the ground, trembling uncontrollably. Nearby, Yu Linglong, who had been kneeling, longed to rush forward to assist her, yet felt utterly immobilized under the imposing presence of the man before her. From now on, all affairs of Lingzhou Palace shall be overseen by the Saintess. Upon hearing his command, Yu Linglong immediately bowed her head in obedience. "As for you," he cast a disdainful glance at the disheveled Zhao Yan, "go to the Valley of 100 Beasts." With that, he swept his sleeve and vanished into the tranquil hall. The Valley of 100 Beasts, as its name suggests, was a realm teeming with feral creatures, nurtured in secret by the Xia villa, where food was seldom provided. Those who erred were often subjected to having their tendons severed and cast into the valley, where they would be pursued and devoured by the beasts, an act of utmost cruelty. The villa had a rule. If one could emerge alive after 100 days within the valley, it would signify that their life was not yet meant to end, granting them a reprieve. Yet, throughout history, the number of those who survived the valley was exceedingly rare. At the very least, her master had not severed her tendons, perhaps leaving a sliver of hope. Yu Linglong crawled over to Chao Yan, assisting her to her feet. Mistress, although no one has survived the Valley of 100 Beasts, most of those cast inside possess feeble spiritual powers. With your formidable strength, you shall surely endure the 100 days. Chao Yan offered a bitter smile and shook her head. Do you not realize that within this valley, there are not only famished wolves and tigers, but also various toxic plants? They resemble ordinary flora, cultivated by the Lord of the Valley of Poisons himself. Should one inadvertently encounter even a trace, there is no antidote. Death may come swiftly, or one may suffer the torment of 1,000 insects gnawing at their heart. The Valley of 100 Beasts was originally established not as a punishment for prisoners, but as a means to eliminate those who could not be openly slain, luring them into the valley instead. Gradually, as knowledge of this place spread, it was repurposed for the punishment of wrongdoers. Thus, while I may possess great spiritual power, the probability of surviving 100 days is less than 1 in 10,000. Yu Linglong, upon hearing this, was incredulous, weeping, "No, it cannot be. Mistress, you must go and apologize to the master. Plead for a lighter punishment. In a few days, when Lord Boyan returns, I will implore him. I will not allow you to perish in the Valley of 100 Beasts." Chao Yan chuckled lightly. What would they think if they knew that the usually resolute Saintess Yu Linglong was reduced to tears? "How can you jest at a time like this, mistress?" Yu Linglong retorted, her anger flaring. At that moment, Chao Yan had shed her earlier fear and appeared composed. "I am no longer the mistress. You must serve the master loyally and assist him with all your might. Complete what I could not." Yu Linglong gazed at Chao Yan with displeasure, silent for a long while. "I demand that you swear." "Mistress." Yu Linglong wished to articulate further, yet was sharply interrupted by Chao Yan. "I demand your oath." Observing Chao Yan's suddenly stern countenance, she sighed deeply and extended 3 fingers. "I, Yu Linglong, solemnly swear before heaven to remain eternally loyal to my sovereign. Should I breach this vow, may I meet an untimely demise." Chao Yan surveyed the scene before her with satisfaction, inhaling deeply and closing her eyes. After a moment of contemplation, she decided not to eliminate the woman just yet. Keep a watchful eye on her. Should she engage in any treachery against our sovereign in the future, execute her immediately. Yes. In the ensuing days, Bai Zhi returned to her previous demeanor. In the morning, she visited the pear blossom garden of Nanyan to check in and partake in lunch. And in the afternoon, she reported to Cui Yanking for dinner. Yet, she found herself perplexed, unable to fathom who might wish to take her life, or who harbored such intense malice against her. It was bold indeed to attempt her assassination in broad daylight, rather than under the cover of night. It was as if they held her in utter disregard. After much contemplation, the most likely suspect appeared to be Chu Yaohua, given the multitude of secrets she had confided in her. With her choice not to ally with her brother, it was likely that she now harbored a deep-seated resentment towards her. However, it seemed premature to wish for her demise at this juncture. The royal decree for marriage from the king of Jiang had yet to be issued, leaving the ultimate outcome uncertain. While she possessed a motive for hiring an assassin, the timing was simply not right, too early. Had it been a few months later, the suspicion would undoubtedly rest upon her. "Zhi, what are you pondering?" The gentle, melodious voice of Nanyan broke through her thoughts, bringing her back to reality. "Oh, nothing at all." The news of her assassination attempt had been tightly contained. Thus Nanyan remained unaware. Yet, noticing the look of distress on Bai Zhi's face, she cautiously inquired, "I've observed that you seem preoccupied these past few days." And Yu Haven-T continued your critiques of the dance upon the drum. Bai Zhi lowered her gaze. "She has performed splendidly. As the saying goes, blue surpasses blue. I truly have nothing more to instruct her on. Upon hearing the praise, Linger felt a rush of shyness and stepped forward to bow to Bai Zhi. Thank you, master, for your commendation. Bai Zhi nodded in acceptance, but you must continue to practice diligently. Excellence is achieved through hard work, not frivolity. Your performance will not only reflect on you, but also on the honor of our Yong'an Marquis. Yes, I shall heed my master's teachings. Chapter 70. Do not hurt the heart of youth. After exchanging pleasantries, Bai Zhi expressed her desire to take a stroll. When Nan Yin offered to accompany her, she politely declined. Reluctantly, Nan Yin acquiesced, allowing her to go. I shall still come by for lunch. All right. I've prepared all your favorites today. Nan Yin affectionately watched as Bai Zhi stepped out the door. Upon hearing this, Bai Zhi beamed with delight. I knew you would treat me the best. Moi. In high spirits, she exited the pear blossom garden and made her way to the garden, eager to see if the beloved winter sweet blossoms had bloomed. Not snow, but the fragrance of the winter sweet is known. Poets of antiquity often favored the plum blossom, leaving behind countless exquisite works in its honor. As she gazed at Bai Zhi's graceful silhouette, the ever-watchful Boyan finally seized the opportunity to approach her in solitude. Madam, please hold. Bai Zhi turned in confusion, only to find a tall figure standing before her. It was the very person who had saved her that day. How could they meet again so soon? Yet, the gates of the Yong'an Marquis were notoriously fortified. How could he so effortlessly come and go? Just how formidable was his spiritual power? If he wished to bring her harm, he could undoubtedly do so without a trace. If she were to perish within these walls, even if Chu Yanqing investigated, he would never uncover the identity of her assailant, who possessed the wealth and influence to employ such a master. Was it not said that true experts could not be swayed solely by gold? Madam, do you still remember your humble servant? Boyan gazed at Bai Zhi, who instinctively took a step back, his anxiety palpable. Huh? Bai Zhi looked perplexed. Was this their second meeting? Of course, she remembered. Really? Boyan appeared somewhat exhilarated, as it seemed the madam had not lost her memory. This made matters considerably easier. A few days ago, you saved my life, and I pledge to repay you. Have you considered what you desire? Boyan's handsome brows furrowed tightly. Madam, do you know my name? Bai Zhi's expression grew complex. She could not fathom the intentions of the man before her. How would I know? You did not disclose it when I inquired. Very well, Bo Yin relented, unwilling to dwell on the matter further. His demeanor turned somewhat grim as he continued. What is your relationship with Chu Yanqing? Bai Zhi was momentarily taken aback, staring at him as though he were a fool. You address me as madam. What do you suppose my relationship with him is? You. Boyan's gaze flared with anger, unable to contain his frustration. She was the lady of Jinling City. When had she become Chu Yanqing's lady? Calm down. Bai Zhi realized she had been somewhat disrespectful to this formidable young man and attempted to divert the conversation. What brings you to the mansion today? Are you seeking me? The young master nodded silently. This was disastrous. How could one approach her clandestinely if he had a legitimate purpose? Although he did not appear to be an assassin. Why was he inquiring about her connection with Chu Yanqing? Anxiety swelled within her, though she masked it with composure. Is there anything I can assist you with? Boyan pondered for a moment before responding. Would you be willing to meet alone 7 days hence? Faced with such a delicate situation, he truly did not know how to proceed. In 7 days, the master would secretly arrive in Ruyan. It would be best for him to handle matters personally then. How could I dare to venture out alone now? Bai Zhi lamented silently, overwhelmed by the absurdity of the situation. Rest assured, I will ensure your safety, Boyan assured her. With the master and himself present, he could hardly fathom anyone posing a threat to her. Bai Zhi was once again astonished. On what grounds can you guarantee my safety? Although your skills are indeed commendable, what if the adversary is numerous? Boyan seemed to recognize the inadequacy of his explanation, but could not formulate a better one at that moment. Besides, she was still an enigma to him. What if he lured her out to kill her? She would die with regrets. Bai Zhi voiced her deepest concerns. Boyan hastily shook his head. Madam, do not worry. I will only protect you. Even if it costs me my life, I will ensure that you suffer not a single harm. Gazing into his sincere eyes, for reasons unknown, Bai Zhi found herself willing to trust his words. He bore no malevolence towards her. There was an element of surprise, yet more so, a sense of relief. Since you are so confident, might you enlighten me on your level of spiritual power? Bai Zhi was filled with curiosity about this enigmatic young man. If she could pose a question, she would. Bo Yin yearned to reveal his true level, yet he feared that such disclosure might unveil his identity prematurely, leading to considerable trouble. Thus, he settled on a compromise, level 85. It is well known that level 85 represents the pinnacle for an ordinary person, while rare, is not uncommon across the globe. You can't even compare to Meng Jiao. Bai Zhi exclaimed, bemused. Level 85 won't be sufficient to protect me. Who is Meng Jiao? Bo Yin, oblivious to the mockery in Bai Zhi's eyes, inquired. The personal guard of Chu Qinxian. If you cannot surpass him, do not lay claim to the ability to protect me. Otherwise, it would be a jest. Bo Yin took her words in stride, assuring her, rest assured, my lady. I have brought many brothers along. We shall not necessarily fall short against Meng Jiao. Bai Zhi's impatience resurfaced. Having confirmed that this man bore her no ill will, she began to speak more freely. Do not speak of trivialities. What is it that you truly seek? Bo Yin regarded her meaningfully, yet remained silent. He was unsure how to articulate his thoughts, and realized that his lady, aside from her amnesia, seemed to exhibit an entirely different temperament. The woman he once knew was perpetually timid, enduring great grievances with tremendous restraint, scarcely daring to express herself. Perhaps it was due to her relationship with a master that she felt apprehensive towards him, her subordinate. However, the current lady, though initially wary, had the audacity to jest and mock him after just a few exchanged words. Could amnesia truly transform someone so profoundly? Or were they, in essence, not the same person at all? Hey, speak, Bai Zhi urged, momentarily dazed before stepping closer to him. Startled, Bo Yin instinctively retreated a couple of steps. Bai Zhi, quick to notice this, felt increasingly certain that this young man harbored intentions towards her. Yet, she had already given her heart to another. She would not entertain feelings for anyone else. With a mischievous glint in her eye, she declared, very well, if you choose not to speak, then do not. You may leave. I shall not divulge your visit here to anyone. Should you wish to see me again, then diligently cultivate your abilities and defeat Meng Jiao. Level 85 and level 88 may differ by only 3 levels, yet for an ordinary person, it requires at least a decade of cultivation. Surely, this does not constitute a grave injury to a young man's heart? Chapter 71. Challenging Meng Jiao. This does not seem to inflict significant harm upon a young man's heart, does it? Encouraging him to cultivate diligently is quite commendable. Would defeating Meng Jiao persuade the lady to accept a private appointment? Bo Yin, entirely missing the underlying implications of Bai Zhi's words, continued to seek confirmation. Bai Zhi, unable to withstand his earnest gaze, rolled her eyes and nodded hastily. Yes, yes. Now go. Very well. I hope the lady will uphold her promise. Bo Yin bowed once more. In the fleeting moment of her distraction, he vanished without a trace. Bai Zhi gazed at the budding plum blossoms and inwardly lamented. To reach such a level at level 85, what marvels await at level 88? From now on, she must exercise a modicum of courtesy towards Chu Qinxian. Otherwise, he might employ a formidable assassin like Meng Jiao to covertly eliminate her, leaving her to wander the afterlife without knowing whom to blame. She must hasten to find Chu Yanqing. The security in this estate is woefully inadequate and should be increased at least 3-fold. In a secluded corner outside the estate, Ying Yi, upon seeing the sudden appearance of Boyan, wore a countenance of satisfaction. He stepped forward to inquire, "My lord, have you seen the lady?" Boyan nodded and replied, "Go and issue a challenge to Meng Jiao, the 4th Prince Chu Qinchuan's companion. Leave your name." Ying Yi, somewhat puzzled, asked, "What is your intention, my lord?" He held Boyan in high regard for his steadiness. Apart from the annual trials at the mountain estate, he never initiated challenges. Upon hearing this, Boyan's expression darkened with indignation. "The lady claims I am inferior to Meng Jiao. I cannot bring shame upon our lord. I must confront him." Thus, in the afternoon, Meng Jiao received an inexplicable challenge letter signed by Ying Yi. As a strong fighter, he had received countless challenge letters. As many nameless youths sought to test their mettle against authority in hopes of securing a lifetime of glory. He had initially dismissed it, but Chu Qinxian, intrigued, remarked, "Accept it. This individual is level 85, the strongest challenger to date. He possesses some skill, and if he proves his worth, I may recruit him for my service." Meng Jiao pondered this and found it reasonable. Thus, he acquiesced. The contest was set for 3 days hence. Initially, it was thought to be a private rendezvous between the two. However, the ever-calculating Chu Qinxian, eager to enhance his own reputation, designated the renowned Shenwu Arena in Ruyan as the battleground and invited numerous young nobles to attend, including Chu Yanqing and Chu Yaohua. It was time to showcase his prowess. Once Meng Jiao triumphed, his true capabilities would be revealed, silencing all mockery throughout Ruyan, especially that of Bai Zhi. The Shenwu Arena was a place where life and death were of little consequence, igniting a fervor among the idling young nobles eager to curry favor with Chu Qinxian, solely to secure an entry ticket. This sensation of being the center of attention delighted Chu Qinxian immensely. Bai Zhi, feeling rather bored, glanced at the invitation being handed to her by Chu Yanqing, only to discover it was a challenge against Meng Jiao. Startled, she suddenly became alert. "What is the matter?" she stammered, seeking confirmation from Chu Yanqing about the challenge against Meng Jiao. Chu Yanqing nodded, casting her a puzzled glance. Realizing her lapse, Bai Zhi composed herself and stated, "But this is Meng Jiao. Who would dare to challenge him?" For reasons unknown, her first thought was of the young hero she had seen during the day. However, they were 3 levels apart, suggesting he defeat Meng Jiao implied he should train diligently until he caught up. Surely, he would not be so foolish, would he? She fervently hoped it was not him. Bai Zhi silently wished. Chu Yanqing closed the memorial she had just finished reading and casually set it down beside her desk, remarking, "The world is vast, filled with wonders. Extraordinary individuals and events have always emerged from the common folk. This challenger dares to confront Meng Jiao, which surely indicates some level of competence. He does possess strength, yet when compared to Meng Jiao, he ultimately falls short. Alas!" Bai Zhi let out a slight sigh and said, "Then, Brother Zijin, let us go and witness it ourselves in 3 days. If he defeats Meng Jiao, I shall certainly devise a way to recruit him for you." Chu Yanqing smiled and nodded in agreement. If it truly is him, even if he cannot overcome Meng Jiao, she must prepare in advance to save him. Consider it a repayment for his life-saving grace. In the Song residence of Ruyan, Song Zhu remained there, not having returned to Jinling. When he learned that Boyan, under the alias Ying Yi, intended to challenge Meng Jiao, he gaped in astonishment, incredulity written across his face as he looked at the man before him. "Boyan, you have always been so composed. How can you act so recklessly this time? If you win, how will you continue to conceal your identity? You are not of royal blood, and entering the territory of the feudal lords without permission is punishable by death." Boyan leisurely took a seat beside Song Zhu and replied, "It is the lady's command. Only by defeating Meng Jiao can she meet with me privately. In a few days, the sovereign will arrive in Ruyan for the birthday banquet of the king of Linjiang. As a subordinate, I must alleviate his burdens. As for my identity, I will require your assistance, young Master Song, in maintaining the secrecy." Song Zhu stared at Boyan in stunned silence. Was he truly indebted to Murong Feng and his servant in his past life? Did everyone in this life come to entrap him? 3 days swiftly passed. After lunch, Chu Yanqing, accompanied by Bai Zhi and Ming Chun, headed to the Shenwu Pavilion. However, they fortuitously encountered Chu Yaohua, whom they had not seen for some time, at the entrance. Bai Zhi intended to greet her, but unfortunately, Yaohua merely glanced at her before turning and entering the pavilion, completely disregarding Chu Yanqing as well. Bai Zhi sighed in lament, while Chu Yanqing took her hand to console her, saying, "Sister Yaohua has always been this way since childhood. You need not take it to heart." Bai Zhi quickly nodded in agreement, contemplating whether to share Yaohua's past nonsensical remarks with her companion. Adhering to the principle of sincerity, she resolved to find a suitable moment to discuss it further. Guided by a servant of the martial arts pavilion, The two entered and took their seats in the designated area. They could not help but notice that their position was the best, neither too far nor too close, with an optimal view. More importantly, there were no obstructions in the front row. They had assumed they had arrived early, only to discover that the pavilion was already filled to capacity. Everyone was brimming with excitement, eagerly anticipating the performance. Some even set up betting tables. However, the majority placed their bets on Meng Jiao to win. Only one person, dressed in white and exuding an elegant demeanor, wagered on Ying Yi's victory. Bai Zhi focused her gaze and realized it was Yuan Wenhao. She suddenly recalled that a few days prior, Nanyan had mentioned that during the third prince's absence to the Yingyue kingdom, Wang Wanwan and Yuan Wenhao had happily tied the knot. She genuinely felt happy for them. Chapter 72. Force to place a bet. Wenhao, why do you choose to singularly support this obscuring E? Did you perhaps foresee the true nature of this shadowy figure? One of the other noble gentlemen jested from the side. This young lady, Bai Zhi, had a faint recollection of him. He was Liuyun, one of the four prominent young lords of Rian, the very one who had previously suggested hosting a poetry gathering at the estate. Yuan Wenhao, however, remained unperturbed, calmly responding, Brother Yunzhong, your words are misguided. I am not privy to such knowledge. I merely believe that anyone bold enough to challenge the future Grand General of Linjiang must possess genuine skill, at the very least commendable courage. It appeared that Liu Yunzhong was somewhat swayed by his words, nodding slightly. He produced a gold ingot and discreetly instructed his servant to place a bet on the shadowy figure. Brother Wang and Miss Bai Zhi should also partake in the fun, he suggested. Just as Bai Zhi was observing their wagers, she was interrupted by the most irksome voice of Chu Qinxian. Today, he was dressed flamboyantly, reminiscent of a peacock, seemingly in high spirits, and he seemed to overlook Bai Zhi's prior affront. However, Bai Zhi was not inclined to show him any kindness, retorting curtly, I haven't brought any money. Although her voice was not particularly loud, it nonetheless drew the attention of several onlookers. Liu Yunzhong turned to look at her, teasingly remarking, Miss Bai Zhi, if you lack funds, allow me to place a bet on your behalf. If you win, the victory shall be yours. If you lose, it will be my loss. What do you say? Bai Zhi found herself at a loss for words once again. The adage holds true. One is influenced by those with whom they associate. Liu Yunzhong's constant companionship with Chu Qinxian was well known, and their shared proclivities were evident. As for the betting matter, she had not brought money, yet was there not Chu Yanqing, her companion? Why should she bring such attention to herself? Indeed, upon hearing her, Chu Qinxian feigned displeasure, saying, Yunzhong, how audacious of you! My brother Wang is still present. How can you presume to bet on behalf of Miss Bai Zhi? Liu Yunzhong, playing along, bowed and said, Your Highnesses, I beg your pardon. I merely observed that the fourth prince wagered 5,000 taels of gold, and I assumed the second prince would certainly place a bet as well. Naturally, I would not bet on Miss Bai Zhi's behalf. My intentions were purely benevolent, and I did not anticipate nearly causing a significant issue. Please, punish me as you see fit. What a spectacle this was. They were evidently trying to swindle Chu Yanqing out of 5,000 taels of gold. What does 5,000 taels of gold signify? Based on contemporary gold prices, it equates to roughly 100 million. Moreover, Chu Qinxian would undoubtedly bet on Meng Jiao. Given the current antagonistic relationship between the two, Chu Yanqing could not, in both sentiment and reason, place a wager on Meng Jiao again. Otherwise, he would surely become the subject of ridicule in Rian thereafter. If he were to bet on Ying Yi, they had no real understanding of him, not even knowing his true identity or his actual capabilities. Withdrawing from the wager was not an option either, and it would undoubtedly give rise to rumors of the second prince being timid and lacking in ambition. Thus, it seemed that this situation was irretrievably ensnared. How foolish of her to have come to witness this duel. She had once again fallen into a trap set by Chu Qinxian, dragging Chu Yanqing along with her. If only she had used that 5,000 taels of gold to recruit a martial artist, one with at least a spiritual power of 70 or above. In summary, she truly felt utterly foolish. With a sense of exasperation, she said to Chu Yanqing, Your Highness, bet on Ying Yi. if we lose. I promise to earn that money back for you within a day." Chu Yanqing maintained an inscrutable demeanor, merely nodding slightly as he instructed Mingchen to place a bet. Add an additional 500 taels of gold, to be attributed to Miss Bai Zhi. As Mingchen proceeded halfway, he heard his lord's additional command, turned back in confusion for confirmation, and then set off to execute the order. The entire venue erupted into a fervor. Both princes had placed their bets. Yet the reward ratio remained a staggering 13-1, double the winnings for a victory by Meng Jiao and triple for Ying Yi. Anticipation buzzed among the crowd as they speculated and discussed their chances. It wasn't until the two competitors took the stage that the atmosphere fell into a hushed silence. Meng Jiao was a familiar figure, well known to the audience. He had a square face and broad shoulders, bearing his cherished demon-slaying sword, which radiated an aura of purple energy, exuding an air of dominance. In stark contrast stood the other competitor, who appeared rather enigmatic. Dressed in light azure robes, he was tall and immaculate. Yet the most intriguing aspect was the plain white mask that obscured his face, igniting the spectators' imaginations. More importantly, he bore no weapon. This revelation sent waves of astonishment rippling through the crowd. Liuyun could not contain himself, exclaiming, "Esteemed young hero, why do you conceal your true visage? And what are your weapons?" An eager chorus of agreement followed from the audience, all equally curious about the mysterious youth. Bai Zhi fixed her gaze on the young man, a sense of foreboding washing over her. Yet the youth addressed the crowd with unassuming grace, stating, "In my youth, I foolishly marred my face during play, fearing my true appearance might disturb you all. As for my weapon, I was so caught up in my affairs that I forgot to bring one. I humbly asked to borrow a sword from one of the esteemed gentlemen here." Once again, the crowd erupted in chatter. How could one forget to bring a sword? Bai Zhi felt as though a flock of crows had flown over her head. Truly, was she destined to lose this 500 taels of gold? Her heart ached at the thought. Laughter echoed through the arena, and Liuyun, amused, inquired, "Which gentleman's sword do you wish to borrow?" With a grateful nod, the youth casually surveyed the surroundings and remarked, "All of your swords are far too precious. I would not dare to use them. Might I inquire if this young gentleman would be so kind as to lend me his sword?" His gaze fell upon Mingchen, who instantly became the center of attention. His face tinged with embarrassment, desperately wishing to vanish. Upon receiving a clear signal from Chu Yanqing, he boldly tossed his sword to the youth, unaware that Bo Yin was his idol, a fact that would be revealed later. This act seemed to incite Meng Jiao, who scoffed loudly. "Who exactly are you? I cannot discern your level at all." In this world, those with higher spiritual levels could generally gauge the strength of those beneath them based on their own cultivation experiences. Though the reverse was not true, save for exceptional circumstances. I have practiced the turtle concealment technique since childhood, which naturally conceals my level from you, Bo Yin respectfully replied, affording Meng Jiu the dignity he sought. Mastery of the turtle concealment technique indeed allowed one to obscure their spiritual prowess. In this world that venerates brute force, everyone is eager to display their prowess, leading to a scarcity of individuals willing to learn this obscure martial art. Consequently, this technique has gradually fallen into obscurity, slowly fading from the public's consciousness. What a display of pretentiousness. Meng Jiu scoffed, his demeanor haughty and indifferent, as though the person before him were merely an insect beneath his feet. He could hardly contain his desire to crush him. Chapter 73. The 9-turn flying flower sword with the referee's command. Meng Jiu brandished the sealing demon blade and lunged at Boyan. The razor-sharp edge emanated an overwhelming pressure that sent chills down the spine. However, Boyan remained unfazed, deliberately drawing his sword with his left hand and swiftly removing it from its sheath. With a deft evasion and a graceful spin of the blade, he dissipated the power of the sealing demon blade. The clash of blades echoed, each strike followed by another, as their speed intensified. The air was thick with tension, each combatant displaying remarkable skill, their diverse techniques exuding grandeur. The fierce sword energy surged silently, with the duel reaching a thrilling crescendo. The entire arena pulsated with a sense of power, sparks flying from the clash of sword and blade, suggesting a protracted battle ahead. Bai Zhi sensed keenly that Boyan was not at a disadvantage, yet she glanced upwards and exchanged a knowing look with Ming Chun. Prior to her arrival, they had agreed that if the challenger truly was the hero who had come to rescue her, she would create a distraction should he find himself in peril, allowing him to escape. Ming Chun received the unspoken message, returning Bai Zhi a reassuring glance. She refocused her attention on the stage. The two combatants engaged in a fierce struggle, locked in an intense confrontation. Below, the audience held their breath, captivated by the spectacle, seemingly reluctant to even blink. Just as everyone was absorbed in the unfolding drama, a powerful pressure radiated from the arena's center, swiftly spreading outward. Bai Zhi felt a whirlwind sweep through, prompting spectators to clutch their sleeves for protection, occasionally letting out startled cries. The fruits and tea displayed on the table were knocked to the ground, creating a cacophony of thuds. "Be careful, Zhi," Xu Yanqing exclaimed, seeing Bai Zhi about to topple. Without a second thought, he pulled her into his embrace. Trembling from the shock, Bai Zhi nestled into his arms, too frightened to move. Fortunately, the tempest was short-lived, and as the audience gradually regained their composure from the heart-stopping spectacle, the match on stage began to clarify. Boyan took a few steps back, his right hand pressed against his chest, mockingly stating, "Brave warrior, such prowess." Meng Jiu, astonished and incredulous, raised his voice in protest. "Why are you unharmed?" This was his ultimate technique. His spiritual energy was almost depleted, yet the man before him appeared merely slightly injured. What could possibly be the reason? Where had the flaw occurred? Yet, the ever-polite Boyan offered no answer to his inquiry, instead retorting with a sneer, "Is this truly all your strength?" It seems rather lacking. Upon hearing this, the audience, momentarily forgetting their previous disarray, began to murmur among themselves. This action further infuriated Meng Jiu. Resolutely, he unsealed the sword of sealing magic. A violet aura slowly enveloped his entire being, while 8 mysterious violet mists coalesced around him. In this state, should a battle ensue, those 8 mists would unleash 8 sword energies to strike the opponent. Such was the enhancement bestowed by the weapon. However, Ming Chen's sword could merely be considered a decent ordinary blade, offering no significant advantage to Boyan. Witnessing this scene, both Xu Yanqing and Xu Qinxian were taken aback. One was astonished that a mere youth could compel Meng Jiu to resort to his ultimate technique, while the other was surprised that Meng Jiu felt the need to unleash his full power to overcome him. The onlookers were collectively holding their breath for the young man, who had already demonstrated his prowess. Armed only with a commonplace weapon, he managed to contend with Meng Jiu for such an extended period. Moreover, even after Meng Jiu had unleashed his formidable move, he remained unscathed, having successfully withstood the assault. Even if he were to lose today upon exiting, he would be met with a plethora of recruitment offers. This battle had indeed established his reputation. Kind-hearted spectators shouted encouragement for him to concede and take care of his health. Yet, the young man remained undeterred, fixated on Meng Jiu, smirking coldly, holding his breath, and wielding his long sword to counter Meng Jiu's onslaught. In an instant, the dancing sword burst forth into 9 blooming flowers. Each flower encapsulated divine power, imbued with formidable sword energy. As they fluttered, they intertwined in a dazzling display. Meng Jiu had never encountered such a spectacle. Though it appeared to be mere frivolities, he found himself unable to defend against it. It was the 9 transformations of flying flowers. The crowd erupted with excitement, fervently promoting it to everyone around. The 9 transformations of flying flower sword technique was a high-level sword art from ancient scriptures, thus seldom practiced. Without a strong foundation and spiritual energy, the flowers produced would be as illusory as flowers in a mirror, beautiful yet ineffectual. Typically, those who truly mastered their basics and spiritual energy would opt for more domineering and direct sword techniques, leading to the gradual obscurity of the 9 transformations of flying flowers. Yet today, it astonishingly re-emerged in the martial world, evoking great admiration. Especially witnessing the resplendent scene firsthand was profoundly impactful. Ming Chun, seeing his unremarkable sword being wielded in the 9 transformations of flying flowers, felt tears of excitement nearly spill forth. The duel between Meng Jiao and Boyan continued for a while longer. Meng Jiao, unable to sustain his position, retreated a few steps. Boyan recognized the opportunity and took advantage of the moment to distance himself, wielding the flying flowers that followed the edge of his sword, pointing towards Meng Jiao. The 9 flowers transformed into 9 lethal swords, hurtling directly towards Meng Jiao. A heavy silence fell over the gathered crowd. With a cry of agony, the violet mist surrounding Meng Jiao dissipated entirely. Even the violet aura encircling the sword of sealing magic dimmed. Meng Jiao collapsed to the ground in pain, unable to rise. The expression on Chu Qinshuan's face darkened to a raven's hue as he suppressed his fury and instructed his servants to take Meng Jiao away for healing. Acknowledging his defeat, Boyan reverted to his initially courteous demeanor and bowed to the spectators. As he approached Mingchen, he returned the sword to him. The audience erupted in a thunderous applause and cheers, celebrating the emergence of this young champion. Such remarkable accomplishments at such a tender age surely foretold a future on the leaderboard. Brother Zijin, have we won? Bai Zhi gazed incredulously at the scene before her, only to break into a secret smile. Chu Yanqing affectionately stroked her hair, affirming, "Indeed, we have triumphed." Their eyes met, brimming with unspoken affection. On the stage, Boyan was receiving compliments from others when he inadvertently caught sight of this intimate moment, an inexplicable discomfort welling up within him. At this juncture, he was at a loss for what to do. The only certainty he had was that the master and the lady might never reconcile. After all, Chu Yanqing's devotion to Bai Zhi far surpassed that of Mu Rongfeng's affections for Shangguan Liuyun. "Ah, young hero, do you have a master? Would you consider accepting recruits?" Yuan Wenhao seized the opportunity to pose this question, which resonated not just with him, but with everyone present. After a moment of contemplation, Boyan replied, "Naturally, I am currently residing at the Song residence on Beichin Street. Any lords may send recruitment notices there." He spoke loudly, hoping Bai Zhi would hear, thus prompting her to fulfill her promise. Ah, so he's a friend of young Master Song. No wonder he possesses such prowess. On the way back to the manor, Bai Zhi halted the carriage, insisting that after earning such a fortune today, they ought not to return home directly, but rather indulge in some expenditure. Chu Yanqing, who was always indulgent of her whims, readily acquiesced. They arrived at a private room in Flaw. "Mingchen, what exactly is a recruitment notice?" Not wishing to interrupt Chu Yanqing, who was busy ordering, Bai Zhi turned to Mingchen for clarification. "It is an invitation to recruit warriors as a sign of respect, outlining the tasks and rewards expected of them. Naturally, those with profound spiritual power are not in want of recruiters, so additional benefits are often highlighted in the notices, such as the provision of exceptional weapons." Bai Zhi couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Isn't this merely an ancient version? Let us draft one for today's young hero as well." Mingchen nodded in agreement. "Your Highness, you may not be aware, but that young hero wielded a subordinate's sword against the dream blade of Meng Jiao without a hint of chipping. This clearly indicates that the sword was merely a fade. His true victory over Meng Jiao lay in his formidable spiritual energy." Mingchen earnestly analyzed the situation. Yet Bai Zhi laughed even more heartily. "Ha ha! With such an ordinary sword, it is obvious to anyone that he triumphed over Meng Jiao due to his spiritual prowess." Mingchen, at a loss for words, stammered, "What I meant is that he cannot possibly be only at level 85. His true strength must be above Meng Jiao's." He continued, "Today, Meng Jiao exerted his full strength, bolstered by the Dream Blade. Even the great General Mo Wei might not have won so easily against him. Is that so? But if his strength exceeds that of Meng Jiao, why would he challenge him? That seems like mockery, an unearned victory." Bai Zhi pondered, recalling that in the garden, he had claimed to be at level 85. Surely, he had no reason to deceive himself, right? Mingchen's reasoning held merit. Chu Yanqing, who had been silent until now, finally spoke. At this moment, Bai Zhi, confident in her superior knowledge, disagreed, stating, "Regardless of his level, we must find a way to recruit him." Chu Yanqing nodded in agreement, acknowledging, "This young hero is indeed an exceptional talent." As the dishes gradually arrived at their table, Bai Zhi could not resist the temptation to taste the new dish from the restaurant. The fragrant soft beef sausage, mildly spicy yet delightfully chewy, proving to be quite addictive. "By the way, miss, is this young hero your savior from that day?" Ming Chen's unexpected question interrupted her meal. He recalled the glance Bai Zhi had given him during the competition, signaling him to proceed according to their plan. However, the thrilling contest had caused him to forget about it until now. Hearing this, Chu Yanqing also set down his chopsticks, looking at her with a puzzled expression. Bai Zhi offered a sheepish smile. Perhaps he bears a striking resemblance. Yet, with his face covered today, I cannot confirm. In my humble opinion, it is highly likely. What are the odds of such a coincidence? A similar physique and simultaneously possessing formidable spiritual strength. Bai Zhi watched Ming Chen analyze the situation with earnestness, and the memory of the young man who had requested to meet her alone flashed through her mind. Perhaps, once the recruitment notice is completed, I shall personally visit the Song residence. This would serve two purposes: to ascertain whether he was indeed my rescuer that day, and to gather information for you, Brother Zijin. What do you think? Chu Yanqing gently placed a piece of beef into Bai Zhi's bowl, his tone tender. If you wish to go, then by all means do so. However, recruiting him will not be an easy task, so do not expend too much effort. Amidst the celebration of the king's birthday, Murong Feng arrived in Rian. Yet, he had stealthily entered the city 10 days prior, making his way to the Song residence. Gazing at the mountain of recruitment notices piled on the desk, his expression grew serious. Song Zhu and Boyan tactfully stood aside, remaining silent. "Boyan, I had no idea you possessed such capabilities. Has keeping you tethered to Jinling been a burden?" Boyan's heart raced at the unexpected remark, and he hurriedly knelt. "Your subordinate dares not. I beg your majesty for your understanding." Seeing this, Song Zhu stepped forward with a wry smile. "My lord, you cannot fault Boyan this time. It was the lady's request. She insisted that Boyan defeat Meng Jiao before she would consent to meet. His actions were entirely for your sake, to create an opportunity for you and the lady to meet privately." Upon hearing this, Murong Feng scoffed. "Then where is she? Where is she now?" Song Zhu and Boyan found themselves at a loss for words. To be frank, courting a lady had never been their forte. Lacking experience, they were utterly incapable. Thus, the atmosphere fell into silence once more. Boyan maintained his kneeling posture, too afraid to move. Murong Feng did not permit him to rise. Instead, he took an interest in perusing several recruitment notices. "The Duke of Yuan's residence is willing to recruit you for an annual sum of 5,000 gold. Huh, this is several times more than your salary in Jinling." He mocked as he read, while Song Zhu attempted to offer counsel, only to be deterred by the coldness of Murong Feng's gaze. Suddenly, a timid knock at the door drew the attention of all three within the room. "What is it?" As Murong Feng's expression darkened, Yi was immediately struck with trepidation. With trembling hands, he clasped his fists and stammered, "Your Excellency, the lady has arrived." Upon finishing his words, his legs involuntarily buckled, and he knelt on the ground. The mention of the lady caused the three individuals within the room to change countenance abruptly, and a wave of inexplicable panic swept over them. Finally, it was Song Zhu who reacted first, questioning, "What lady? Where is she?" He perplexed, glanced at Song Zhu and replied, "Indeed, the Lord's wife is at the main entrance." "Oh dear, she has come." Song Zhu, suppressing his inner turmoil, gazed at Murong Feng with excitement. Noticing his lack of response, he took the initiative to shout at Yi, "Why haven't you gone to invite her in?" Yi hastily acknowledged the command, but just as he was about to leave, Murong Feng called out, "Wait." Song Zhu and Bo Yin looked at him in confusion. He cast a disdainful glance at Bo Yin and, with solemnity, instructed, "Get up at once. You shall meet the lady on my behalf." Indeed, he had succumbed to fear. "Ah, yes. Bo Yin immediately complied. Although he was uncertain why the Lord was reluctant to meet the lady at this critical juncture, he trusted that there must be a reason behind it. Unquestioningly, he followed the command. Chapter 75. Evening snow outside the Song residence. Bai Zhi paced back and forth, Holding a recruitment notice, her mind in disarray. Observing her distress, Ming Chun approached and reassured her, "My lady, there is no need for worry. His Highness has stated that if it proves too difficult, we shall simply let it go." Bai Zhi nodded slightly, offering a faint smile. Ming Chun has grown. He knows how to comfort others now. Nearby, Xiao Lu stifled a giggle behind her hand. Ming Chun felt a touch, embarrassed by the compliment, scratching his head. Just as he was about to speak, He rushed out, appearing quite disheveled. "Miss, my master requests your presence." Ming Chen's heart leaped with joy, sensing an opportunity. In recent days, numerous visitors had come to the Song residence, yet all had been turned away without exception. Upon hearing this, Bai Zhi nodded, tightening her grip on the recruitment notice, and followed the servant inside, with Xiao Lu closely trailing behind. Ming Chen instinctively attempted to enter as well, but was halted by Yi at the entrance. "Young sir, please wait here." Hearing the commotion, Bai Zhi turned back and exchanged a knowing glance with Ming Chen. Understanding the cue, he obediently stepped back a few paces, waiting by the carriage. The Song family truly deserved their reputation as the wealthiest in Diyuan. Even this residence in Ruyan was lavish beyond compare. The estate featured pavilions and towers that seemed to touch the clouds, with intricate rockeries and odd stones adorning the grounds. At the center lay a pond, its surface as reflective as a polished mirror, nestled among lush greenery, a sight to behold. The servant guided Bai Zhi into a pavilion and then withdrew. Inside, Song Zhu approached Bai Zhi immediately, inviting her to take a seat. Bo Yin, displaying remarkable intuition, poured her a cup of tea, wearing a forced smile. It was rather strange. He was not one for laughter, yet he found himself compelled to feign cheerfulness. The warmth of the two individuals before her made Bai Zhi feel somewhat ill at ease. At last, Song Zhu broke the silence. "Miss Bai Zhi, it has been many days since we last parted." Bai Zhi nodded in acknowledgement, saying, "I inadvertently offended you last time and did not have the opportunity to apologize. I hope you will not take it to heart." "Not at all, not at all. How could that be?" Song Zhu replied with a radiant smile, unconsciously opening her fan to create a breeze, as if desperately concealing something. Bai Zhi, preoccupied with her mission, paid little attention to Song Zhu. Her gaze shifted to Bo Yin. "So it was you, Shadow Knight, who challenged Meng Jiao." Bo Yin did not deny it, nodding in affirmation. Bai Zhi promptly produced a special herbal medicine she had prepared for him and handed it over. "I noticed you were injured that day. This is a remedy I specifically sought out for you. It is no ordinary healing balm. As long as your meridians are intact, no matter how severe the wound, applying just a small amount will quickly stop the bleeding and facilitate healing. If you persist in using it for a few days, you shall recover completely." This medicine was a secret remedy from the palace of the king of Linjiang, entrusted to her by Chu Yanqing before her departure, with the hope that it would assist her. Bai Zhi thought to herself that if she could forge a closer bond with this young knight, recruiting him would be a cinch. Though Bo Yin initially intended to refuse, the sincerity in Bai Zhi's eyes compelled him to accept, trembling with gratitude. Upon witnessing this, Bai Zhi could not help but smile with delight. She then produced a recruitment notice and presented it to Bo Yin. "Furthermore, this is a recruitment notice from Yongan Marquiate. Please take a look. We are willing to offer 6,000 taels of gold annually for your service to the second prince." Bo Yan's hand trembled as he held the notice, his expression shifting. Bai Zhi, noticing this, assumed it was due to the offer being insufficient and silently grumbled, "We are already spending over 100 million each year to hire you, and you still find it lacking?" Nevertheless, she maintained a calm demeanor and continued, "I understand that every skilled individual has their own aspirations, and you have saved my life. Therefore, if you have any additional requests, please feel free to convey them to me. The prince and I will certainly do our utmost to fulfill your wishes." Upon hearing this, Bo Yan's countenance darkened further, and he cast a resentful glance at the screen. How could he dare to make any demands? All he wished for was for Bai Zhi to let him be. Bai Zhi, oblivious to Bo Yan's inner turmoil, kept her gaze fixed on him, unwilling to miss any nuance of his expression. Was this advantageous offer not sufficient? If Shadow Knight has other terms, please name them. If they are reasonable, I will relay them to the prince. Bo Yin realized he could no longer remain silent and glanced over at Song Zhu, who was merrily fanning herself and paying him no mind. Thus, he steeled himself and said, "Miss Bai Zhi, I was merely displeased when you mentioned Meng Zhu that day, believing he must have wronged you, which prompted me to devise a plan to teach him a lesson. I meant no harm. He had only wanted to facilitate their meeting. Yet who could have foreseen that the opportunity he had painstakingly arranged would be so cruelly discarded by his master? Heaven knows how much effort he had exerted to secure a private meeting with the lady, but his illustrious master chose that critical moment to falter." Bai Zhi regarded him with a serious expression, her beautiful eyes slightly furrowed, which only served to heighten Bo Yan's sense of guilt. Bai Zhi continued to inquire, "Are you implying that you reject recruitment? Or do you already have a master, thus fabricating this excuse to decline my offer?" No. It is all arranged by young Master Song." Bo Yan, unable to withstand the pressure, hastily denied it, shifting the blame onto the onlooker, Song Zhu. Song Zhu, perplexed, gazed at Bo Yan with a bewildered expression, yet a sharp pain suddenly surged through his foot, almost causing him to cry out in agony. Nevertheless, being a person of considerable experience, he quickly composed himself and responded, "Miss, please do not be angered. Ever since the last incident where I witnessed you nearly facing punishment from His Highness, I have felt immense guilt. Upon hearing from Bo Yan that you faced an assassination attempt, my heart was even more unsettled. To express my sincere apologies, I wish to personally present you with a grand gift, which led to this unfortunate strategy. I hope you will not take offense." What? Bai Zhi was utterly confounded. What in the world was happening? She regarded the two with displeasure, feeling as though these peculiar individuals were toying with her. Observing Bai Zhi's silence, Song Zhu wasted no time and promptly summoned Mu Shui. As Mu Shui approached, Bai Zhi felt a stir of emotions. The young woman donned a white attire, her makeup sharp and her demeanor refined, embodying a grace that was exquisite, much like a snow lotus blooming upon an icy peak. Indeed, one could not help but reflect on the verse. Do you not see the bright mirror in the high hall lamenting white hair, morning like black silk, evening turning to snow? Truly, her name suited her perfectly. Noticing that Bai Zhi's expression had softened somewhat, Song Zhu promptly interjected, "Allow me to introduce her. This is Mu Shui, a level 75 spirit practitioner, and my maid. If she catches your eye today, I would like to present her to you as a personal attendant, ensuring your safety at all times." Bai Zhi, usually sharp-witted, now found herself struggling to comprehend the unfolding events. Chapter 76. The Pain of Unrequited Love. Song Zhu instructed Mu Shui. "Mu Shui, do not delay in greeting Miss Bai Zhi." "Yes." Mu Shui stepped forward, kneeling to pay her respects to Bai Zhi. Bai Zhi quickly urged her to rise. On the way back, Bai Zhi could not fathom how the day had taken such a turn. She stealthily lifted the curtain of her carriage, gazing at the celestial snow lotus walking beside the vehicle, feeling both amused and exasperated. "Ah, fate, how elusive you are!" Just as Bai Zhi departed, Mu Rongfeng slowly emerged from behind the screen. Upon seeing him, Song Zhu immediately approached. "Lord of the city, do you discern if it is indeed the madam?" Mu Rongfeng stood with his hands clasped behind his back, hesitating. She bore an uncanny resemblance to his wife, yet her demeanor was entirely different. Bo Yan added, "Does the Lord have a way to verify?" After a moment of contemplation, Mu Rongfeng replied, "I recall that Yuner has a small cinnabar mole on her right shoulder." Upon hearing this, Song Zhu let out a sigh of relief. "That simplifies matters. We can have Mu Shui investigate. You're quite bold, daring to bestow my person upon a woman of uncertain identity," Mu Rongfeng remarked. Hee. Song Zhu chuckled awkwardly, attempting to brush it off. "Everyone knows, Lord, that you never take women with you when you leave the city. This time, making an exception with one, is it not for the madam?" Mu Rongfeng cast a cold glance at him and spoke with an icy tone. "If you dare to act on your own accord again, be wary of me severing your tongue." Yes, I won't do it again." Song Zhu, feeling somewhat flustered, inwardly lamented his plight. His eyes beseeched Bo Yan for assistance. Yet Bo Yan merely watched the spectacle unfold, showing no inclination to help. Alas, how swiftly fortunes can shift indeed. The two of them had nothing more to discuss, so they decided to retreat together. Upon exiting the door and strolling along the flower-lined path, Song Zhu, unable to contain his frustration, seized Bo Yan's arm and questioned, "Why didn't you speak a few kind words on my behalf just now? I only took the liberty of sending Mu Shui out to help you deal with the mess." "You ungrateful wretch." Bo Yan hesitated for a moment, then gently freed himself from Song Zhu's grasp, saying, "Mu Shui was meant to be a gift from the Lord to the lady. Do you not realize that the Lord's anger does not stem from this? Then what does it stem from?" Song Zhu was perplexed. When you relayed the news about the lady and Chu Yanqing, the Lord was already displeased. Now, you're bringing up old matters again, which naturally puts you in the line of fire. Song Zhu was momentarily left speechless. Therefore, young Master Song must exercise caution and discretion in the future, Bo Yan remarked, his tone turning serious, though a playful smile lingered on his face. Infuriated, Song Zhu felt an urge to strike him. It was indeed too much to bear. Perhaps it would be best for him to focus on business from now on. Romantic entanglements were clearly not suited for him. Despite his frequent presence in the realm of romance, why was he still so oblivious to matters of the heart? When have I not understood? Matters of love are not so intricate. If you fancy a woman, simply bring her home and cherish her. When you grow weary, part ways amicably. It is unrequited love that truly torments the soul. Bo Yan, arms crossed over his chest, retorted, "So, young Master Song implies that the Lord is to suffer this time? No, no. How could the Lord possibly suffer? You, Bo Yan, dare to set a trap for me." Song Zhu, typically concerned with his image, disregarded it entirely at this moment, snapping a branch and swinging it at Bo Yan. Fortunately, Bo Yan skillfully evaded the strike. In Linglong Courtyard, Bai Zhi had been venting to Chu Yanqing about her experiences of the day. It was utterly remarkable. Their excuses for rejection were indeed quite elaborate. To turn him down, they even offered a level 75 beauty swordswoman. What a grand gesture! But what could their true intentions be? Chu Yanqing, seemingly unfazed, replied with a doting smile, "Well, Zhi, if you truly managed to recruit him today, I would find that miraculous." In response to his teasing, Bai Zhi pouted and stomped her foot in frustration. "Brother Zi Jin, even you mock me. All right, I was wrong." Chu Yanqing immediately rose, enveloping Bai Zhi in an embrace, soothingly saying, "Do not be upset. In a few days, it will be Father S' birthday. Have you prepared everything?" What do I need to prepare?" Seeing how easily her attention was diverted, Chu Yanqing found amusing. He gently twirled a strand of her hair in his fingers and asked, "You never mentioned that you are in charge of the performances at our residence?" "Indeed, I will surely bring honor to His Highness." Confident in her rehearsed performance, Bai Zhi eagerly awaited the outcome. "Very well, I shall observe with keen interest." Cradling the charming figure in his arms, he could not resist leaning down slowly, his lips gently brushing against her forehead, akin to the delicate flutter of a butterfly's wings, leaving behind a tingling sensation. Just as the atmosphere grew intimate, a sudden, urgent knock at the door shattered this exquisite moment. "What is it?" Chu Yanqing inquired with evident displeasure. Outside, the maid Mu Shui gently pushed the door open, stiffly performing a curtsy. "Miss, the hot water is prepared. Do you wish to bathe?" He had anticipated something of greater significance. Yet, this girl, emboldened by her formidable prowess, was rather unreasonable. Although he harbored doubts about her true identity, he conceded that Bai Zhi required a strong maid for protection, and thus refrained from voicing his irritation. Just as he contemplated reprimanding her, Bai Zhi intervened. She leaned close to his ear and whispered carefully, "She has just entered the household today and is unfamiliar with many customs. Starting tomorrow, a matron will instruct her. Brother Zi Jin, please overlook this transgression, as I shall need her protection in the future." With her words, he had no choice but to relent. He could not help but tease her gently. "You are too kind-hearted." Bai Zhi beamed, nestled in Chu Yanqing's embrace, and said, "It is indeed getting late. You should return to rest, Brother Zi Jin. I must also prepare for my bath and change." Engrossed in their tender exchange, neither noticed Mu Shui outside the door, her expression growing increasingly frigid. Chu Yanqing nodded in acknowledgement, casting a warning glance at Mu Shui before departing without further words. Once he was out of sight, Bai Zhi beckoned Mu Shui into the room. Upon entering, Mu Shui once again bowed and said, "I shall attend to your bathing, Mississippi." Bai Zhi, however, did not respond to her statement. Instead, she adjusted her sleeves and casually inquired, "Where is Xiao Lu?" "Xiao Lu was just summoned by the steward," Mu Shui replied earnestly. Bai Zhi silently rolled her eyes in disbelief. Having resided in the Linglong courtyard for nearly a year, Xiao Lu had never been called away by the steward. Why was it that the moment Mu Shui arrived, Xiao Lu was summoned? Moreover, this steward, being exceedingly astute, was well aware that she had only this one personal maid. Any matters requiring attention were typically addressed by him personally. He had never allowed anyone from Linglong courtyard to intervene before. "You knocked on the door intentionally, did you not?" Bai Zhi decided against maintaining her pretense, confronting Mu Shui. "I initially allowed Chu Yanqing to leave because I did not believe Song Zhu would send you here to work against me. But what is the true purpose?" She needed clarity on this matter. "Miss, why do you say such things?" Mu Shui looked at Bai Zhi, her expression one of confusion. She thought to herself, did her demeanor reveal so much? Observing Mu Shui act the part of a foolish beauty, Bai Zhi found it amusing. "The force with which you knocked hardly resembles that of a maid serving someone. Although you possess great strength, you have accompanied Song Zhu for so long. He often frequents places of indulgence. Logically, you should be well versed in etiquette. How could you behave so abruptly today?" Upon hearing the news, Mu Shui appeared somewhat dazed. Her mind solely focused on preventing the intimacy between the two, without considering the myriad implications. A fleeting panic crossed her usually serene visage, yet it added an enchanting allure. "Thus, your actions today must be deliberate. But what could be the reason behind it? If your intentions were not intentional, it would only imply that you're not truly Song Zhu's maid. Then, who exactly are you?" Bai Zhi relentlessly interrogated, her gaze fixed intently on Mu Shui, scrutinizing every minuscule expression on her face. Clearly, Mu Shui was overwhelmed by Bai Zhi's onslaught, instinctively lowering her head and murmuring, "I am but a servant devoted solely to my lady." Seeing her refusal to speak the truth, Bai Zhi let out a cold huff and commanded, "You may leave." Mu Shui was taken aback. Disbelief etched across her features as she whispered, "My lady, return to the Song residence. I am not worthy of such a noble maidservant as you. Depart immediately, and I shall ensure your contract is sent back to the Song residence by tomorrow." My lady, please do not cast me away." Mu Shui's pleading voice trembled, nearly breaking into sobs. She had spent her time cultivating at Qishamao Manor, never having met the lady, yet she had heard tales of her timid nature, believing her to be easily manageable. However, today's encounter starkly contrasted with the rumors. Could one truly judge her loyalty merely by the force with which she knocked? The task bestowed upon her by her master, to examine the cinnabar mole on the right shoulder, remained unfulfilled. She had cleverly dispatched Xiao Lu, and by serving her lady during the bath, she would ascertain the truth. How had this seemingly flawless opportunity devolved into such chaos? If she were to return now, how could she explain to her master? The thought of her master's merciless punishments sent shivers down her spine. Even the likes of Zhao Yan had not escaped, let alone a mere shadow guard like herself. Observing Mu Shui's tear-filled eyes, Bai Zhi's heart softened, and with a sigh, she said, "If you reveal to me the true purpose behind Song Zhu sending you to approach me, I shall overlook past grievances and allow you to remain in the household." Upon hearing this, Mu Shui steadied her resolve and declared without reservation, "My lady, the young master sent me to ensure your safety." This time, she spoke no falsehood, albeit with a hint of concealment. Yet, how could Bai Zhi trust her? She could not help but roll her eyes, discarding her earlier compassion, and retorted, "Get out." Nevertheless, Mu Shui remained undeterred, kneeling and pleading for Bai Zhi's belief in her sincerity. As Bai Zhi showed no inclination to relent, she eventually stood up and dragged Mu Shui towards the exit. Mu Shui found herself in a disheveled state, yet she dared not resist, continuing her entreaties, "My lady, please do not cast me away." But Bai Zhi paid her no heed. She had already provided ample opportunities. After some time, she finally expelled Mu Shui from the room, swiftly closing the door and locking it tight. She had resolved that if this woman did not leave today, She would send someone to the Song residence to fetch her away by tomorrow. Truly, one must never accept anything free. They are invariably traps. The woman had insisted on attending to her bath, which surely held some hidden agenda. Tomorrow, she would investigate thoroughly. The following day, Mu Shui knelt solemnly in the Song residence, elucidating the reasons for her failure to complete her task. Upon hearing her account, Song Zhu and Bai Zhi exchanged perplexed glances. Song Zhu, scratching his head in confusion, mused, "How come I never realized the lady's remarkable intelligence before?" As she concluded her narrative, her gaze met the piercing eyes of Mu Feng. Instantly, she fell silent, ceasing to speak. Mu Shui braced herself for punishment, yet, contrary to her expectations, Mu Feng displayed an unprecedented leniency, merely gesturing for her to withdraw. Although Bo Yin remained reticent, he could not help but admire Bai Zhi's acute perception, as she discerned Mu Shui's predicament from a mere knock on the door. It appeared their mistress had undergone a profound transformation, akin to a phoenix rising from the ashes. "What shall we do next, my lord?" Bo Yin inquired, perplexed, as Mu Shui, the only one close to their mistress, had been dismissed. Their informants positioned within the Yong'an Marquisate remained unable to approach her. Entrusting this task to them seemed ill-advised. Mu Feng paused thoughtfully and declared, "This evening, I shall personally investigate the matter." Song Zhu and Bai Zhi were momentarily taken aback. Was their lord truly considering such a course of action? Song Zhu hesitated, unwilling to voice his thoughts. To infiltrate the residence in the dead of night to examine a small birthmark on a woman's body, if discovered. How would this differ from the actions of a rogue? Understanding their doubts, Mu Feng unexpectedly offered an explanation. "If it is confirmed that she is indeed Shangguan Liuyun, and she insists on remaining in Ruan, I shall grant her wish. It is time to seek clarity on this matter." Bai Zhi nodded in agreement. He had observed the mutual affection between Shangguan Liuyun and Chu Yanqing, and had worried that his lord would be unable to endure it. However, it now seemed that Mu Feng was not solely fixated on his mistress. A weight lifted from Bai Zhi's heart. This scenario, in fact, held its merits. Their mistress had not met her demise. Rather, fate had serendipitously led her to someone who could cherish her. He sensed that Shangguan Liuyun was far happier in Ruan than she had ever been in Jinling. His lord could finally extricate himself from an untenable engagement and seek to unite with the woman he truly loved, a veritable win-win situation. Seeing the two esteemed figures resolute in their decision, Song Zhu could only acquiesce. He too believed that, given their capabilities, the nocturnal reconnaissance of the Yong'an Marquisate would undoubtedly yield success. Indeed, it was time to attain some understanding of this affair. Bai Zhi, having meticulously prepared in Linglong Courtyard, was on her way to Lihua Courtyard to find Nan Yin when she encountered Chu Yanqing, who was hastening towards her. "Your Highness, you have concluded the morning court session so early today?" Bai Zhi inquired with curiosity as she approached him. Chu Yanqing, radiating joy and a spring-like demeanor, explained, "After court today, the Grand General sought me out, expressing a desire to adopt you as his goddaughter." "Me? The Grand General wishes to adopt me as his goddaughter?" Bai Zhi felt as though she had been unexpectedly struck by a pie falling from the heavens. However, upon reflection, she sensed something amiss, yet she smiled and whispered, "Is this related to the previous incident involving Princess Shanhua?" The commotion surrounding Princess Shanhua had been immense, with the instigators being his niece and daughter-in-law. As a great general, he was indeed obliged to take some action. Accepting Bai Zhi as an adopted daughter would undoubtedly be advantageous for him. He would not need to expend any resources, and yet he could still win over the esteemed son of the court, whom he cherished most. At the same time, Bai Zhi needed such a status to marry into the Yong'an Marquisate. It was a mutually beneficial arrangement, a most astute strategy. Indeed, Chu Yanqing nodded in agreement, stating, "If this succeeds, no one shall be able to prevent our separation." Chu Yanqing was exceedingly delighted, knowing that Mo, the general, must have made this decision with the consent of his father. This also implied that his father had tacitly approved of Bai Zhi's marriage to him. Observing Chu Yanqing's rare joy, Bai Zhi felt a warm surge within her heart. In truth, she did not mind whose daughter she became. As long as she led a good life, Her identity mattered little to her. Afternoon today. Let Wan Jun accompany you to the general's residence to pay a visit to the general, suggested Chu Yanqing, eager to facilitate this matter. Bai Zhi nodded and looked at him, asking, Your Highness, will you not accompany us? I shall go, but I have pressing matters to attend to outside the palace. Afternoon. I will proceed directly to the general's residence to await you. Rest assured, I will send Ming Chen with you for your protection. With this, Bai Zhi could only nod in agreement. Time flew by, and upon receiving her orders, Lin Wan Jun promptly arranged the necessary details. Shortly after noon, she and Bai Zhi boarded the opulent carriage, which wasted no time in making its way to the general's residence. Inside the carriage, the two exchanged glances. Li Yun, unsettled by the incident with Princess Shanhua, was unsure how to face Bai Zhi. Truth be told, she had not anticipated that Shanhua would act so impulsively, storming into the palace to confront someone. Bai Zhi, too, was at a loss for words. She was aware that Lin Wan Jun bore her no ill will. Yet their bond could never be as close as that of Nan Yan. Alas, since they both shared the same husband, peaceful coexistence was destined to be elusive. Fortunately, with the general's intention to adopt her as a goddaughter, Bai Zhi would, in name, become Lin Wan Jun's true sister, providing a slight reprieve for their relationship. Sister, do you still hold any resentment towards me? Lin Wan Jun could no longer endure the prolonged silence between them. Moreover, she wished to know if Bai Zhi harbored any grievances against her. Bai Zhi hurriedly shook her head, saying, No, it is all a misunderstanding. You need not dwell on it, sister. Bai Zhi was unaware of the conversation that had transpired between Lin Wan Jun and Princess Shanhua that day, making it difficult for her to pass judgment. At that moment, she could only speak thus, for no one desired to have another open enemy. As they exchanged polite pleasantries, suddenly, a cacophony of fierce shouts and curses erupted from outside the carriage, startling both women. Bai Zhi froze, recognizing that voice as eerily familiar. She abruptly drew back the carriage curtain and was taken aback to find none other than Princess Shanhua. At that moment, Chu Shanhua was utterly unconcerned about her noble image, wielding a whip as she pursued a man, incessantly berating him. Mo Sun Huan, you scoundrel. Today I shall beat you to a pulp. With that, she lashed out again with a fierce crack of the whip. Yet this man was evidently no pushover. He possessed considerable agility, effortlessly dodging the strike while a smug smile played upon his lips. Montak Sun Huan? Was that not her husband? Bai Zhi, perplexed, noticed Lin Wan Jun's serious expression. After a moment, she sighed deeply and said, Miss Bai Zhi, I apologize for this spectacle. Allow me to intervene. Please wait here for a moment. Bai Zhi promptly nodded in agreement, eager to witness the unfolding drama. Cousin Princess, please cease this madness. Lin Wan Jun dismounted the carriage, intent on halting their ludicrous antics. As Bai Zhi observed Shanhua's defiant demeanor, she recalled that the princess had been confined by the king. Had she been released early? Just as Bai Zhi pondered this, the scene outside transformed dramatically. Unbeknownst to her, Mo Sun Huan had picked up a whip of his own, pointing it at Chu Shanhua. I warn you, cease this commotion, or I shall not be merciful. Rather than quelling Chu Shanhua's fury, his words only fanned the flames. Not only are you keeping a mistress behind my back, but you also have an illegitimate child, and you dare tell me to stop? With that, she shoved aside Lin Wan Jun, delivering another vicious strike. Seeing Chu Shanhua's obstinacy, Mo Sun Huan decided against retreat. This time, he too swung his whip, and the two engaged in a fierce duel. Their whips danced like twin dragons in the air, intertwining and separating, each blow imbued with ferocious strength. Fortunately, this was not the main thoroughfare of Rueyan City. However, many objects along the roadside were left in ruins by the two combatants, although there were few bystanders. Those present scrambled for safety, not daring to linger. In contrast, Ming Chan stood calmly beside the carriage, sword in hand, accompanied by his guard. Nearby, at a window in an inn, Mu Rongfeng, Bo Yin, and Song Zhu were fortuitously observing the commotion. Song Zhu watched with great interest, remarking, It is said that Princess Shanhua is tyrannical, and today's display truly confirms that reputation. At that moment, Both Bo Yin and Ming Chun mirrored each other's actions, swords crossed, engrossed in the spectacle. Meanwhile, Lin Wanjun felt an acute sense of urgency. She needed to take Bai Zhi to the general's residence to pay respects to the Grand General. Yet the heir and his wife were embroiled in a brawl. What was to be done? Just as anxiety gripped her, the whips, seemingly out of control, lashed dangerously in her direction, accompanied by a chilling gust. Terrified, she instinctively dodged. While she succeeded in evading, the force of the whips startled the horses. In an instant, their terrified whinnies filled the air as they bolted forward, heedless of their surroundings, appending everything in their path along with the carriage. Lin Wanjun was instantly struck with fear, her face as pale as ash. She instinctively shouted, "Bai Zhi is still inside. Bai Zhi is still inside. Quickly save her." Chapter 79. Yet again, she escaped calamity upon hearing this. Chu Shanhua immediately ceased her reprimand of Mo Xuanhuan and swiftly employed her lightness skill to dart towards the carriage. Damn it! Why was she here as well? Ever since her brother had scolded her last time, she dared not be so reckless with Bai Zhi. Now, if anything were to happen to Bai Zhi because of her, wouldn't her second brother kill her? The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, her pace quickening as she sought to catch up to the carriage. Mo Xuanhuan, upon hearing Bai Zhi's name, realized she was to be his father's soon-to-be adopted daughter and his future sister. This was of great significance, and he too promptly utilized his lightness skill to follow suit. Meanwhile, in the tavern, Bo Yin could not remain seated upon learning that Bai Zhi was in the carriage. He immediately attempted to leap out of the window to rescue her, but was pulled back by Murong Feng. Confused, he turned to his master. Murong Feng gestured for him to look in a certain direction. Bo Yin glanced over and spotted a delightful little head peeking out from behind, curiously observing. Wasn't that Bai Zhi? Hadn't she been inside the carriage? She had disembarked shortly after that lady, and had taken cover. Murong Feng recounted the events accurately. Bo Yin let out a sigh of relief, silently cursing himself for being so engrossed in the unfolding drama that he had overlooked such crucial information. Song Zhu marveled in disbelief. It seems she has once again evaded disaster. Bai Zhi, hidden in the shadows, surveyed the startled expressions of everyone after the carriage had been spooked. There appeared to be no unusual reactions. It seemed that this incident was indeed a mere accident. It was not that she possessed any foresight, but rather that she was genuinely haunted by her past encounters with Chu Shanhua. She feared that if the latter discovered she was in the carriage, her emotions might turn against her. Thus, she had quietly slipped out while everyone was distracted. Ming Chun, understanding her intentions, discreetly provided her with cover. Lin Wanjun, watching the carriage gradually disappear from view along with Chu Shanhua and Mo Xuanhuan, remained in a state of shock. She turned to the composed Ming Chun and loudly questioned, "Why did you not go to save Miss Bai?" Ming Chun, feeling helpless, could only slightly turn aside. Bai Zhi stepped forward a few paces and feigned exuberance, exclaiming, "Sister, I just want to buy a sachet for you." As she spoke, she handed the sachet to Lin Wanjun. Lin Wanjun held the sachet in both hands, letting out a heavy sigh. She found herself at a loss for words. In such a brief span of time, she had experienced an overwhelming torrent of emotions. Initially, witnessing Bai Zhi in danger had filled her with anxiety. Yet, an unexpected thought crossed her mind. If Bai Zhi were to perish or suffer grievously, perhaps it would not be such a terrible fate. Today's incident was, after all, an accident. Should blame be cast, it seemed it could not fall upon her shoulders. She pondered extensively, and now, with Bai Zhi suddenly appearing before her, safe and sound, it unexpectedly disrupted all her thoughts. She had much to explain for herself, yet all her thoughts coalesced into a single phrase. "As long as you are well." "Yes, I am well, dear sister, worry not," Bai Zhi replied naturally. Due to delays on the road, by the time the group arrived at the general's residence, the news had already spread. Mo Wei, the Grand General, and Xu Yanqing were seated at the head of the table. Upon seeing that Bai Zhi was unharmed, their worries were alleviated. Lin Wanjun introduced Bai Zhi to her uncle. Bai Zhi, displaying great grace, took a few steps forward and bent her knee to pay her respects. However, the Grand General, quick-witted, immediately stopped her, saying, "Miss Bai, Your presence brings me joy. How could I accept your bow? Bai Zhi sweetly smiled. General, your esteemed reputation precedes you, and soon you shall become my adoptive father. As an elder, any gesture of respect is welcomed. Without hesitation, she performed a grand bow. Mo Wei took an instant liking to this young lady, finding her particularly thoughtful and well-mannered. He sighed, thinking of his own child, and assured her, "Rest assured, Miss Bai, I shall ensure you receive an explanation for today's events." Just then, a servant reported the return of the young master and the princess. Upon hearing this, Mo Wei's previously amiable expression darkened instantly. As Mo Xuanhuan entered to pay his respects, he was met with a flurry of harsh slaps, sending him sprawling to the ground. Still unsatisfied, Mo Wei approached and delivered several forceful kicks to his son's chest. The intensity was such that Mo Xuanhuan's face became bruised and battered. While he lay on the ground, he felt as if his insides were twisted, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Despite his grievances, he could only glare at his father in silence. Enraged, Mo Wei pointed a finger at him, shouting, "You wretched fool." Bai Zhi watched with a twinge of concern. The Grand General's methods seemed excessively harsh. She glanced at Chu Shanhuan, expecting to see a hint of satisfaction at Mo Xuanhuan's punishment, only to find her expression darker than anyone else's present. With no other option, Bai Zhi closed her eyes, empathizing with Chu Shanhuan. Despite their current conflict, it was evident that there had once been feelings during their marriage. Otherwise, the union would not have occurred. Everything Chu Shanhuan did was aimed at ensuring her husband severed ties with external entanglements and returned to her heart. Unfortunately, her approach had been misguided. Watching her husband being punished in such a manner was undoubtedly painful for her as well. Unruly son, do you not relish wielding the whip? Today, I shall let you experience its sting. Seeing no sign of remorse from Mo Xuanhuan, Mo Wei's anger intensified, and he commanded that a whip be brought forth. At this moment, Chu Shanhuan could no longer remain seated. She suddenly knelt before Mo Wei, pleading fervently, "General, please show mercy and spare my husband." Yet Mo Wei was unyielding, consumed by his rage. His ire was not solely directed at his son for taking a mistress, but rather at his foolishness for inviting trouble upon himself. Despite her fiery temperament, Chu Shanhuan's heart was simple. She had always believed that Mo Wei was reprimanding Mo Xuanhuan for her sake. Her eyes brimmed with tears as she continued to plead, General, I should no longer quarrel with my husband over a divorce. I consent to his taking a concubine. I implore you, show mercy and spare him." In that moment, Chu Shanhua's heart softened. Witnessing Mo Xuanhuan in such a state, she felt an inexplicable pang of sorrow, her heart heavy with guilt and compassion. At that moment, Mo Xuanhuan, who had been curled up on the ground in despair, seemed to regain his strength upon hearing Chu Shanhua's words. He incredulously turned to her, seeking confirmation. "Are your words truly sincere? You must not go back on your promise." Mo Wei, filled with exasperation at his wayward son, kicked him fiercely in frustration. Chapter 80. Fulfilling a promise. Although Mo Xuanhuan was knocked to the ground, he felt no fear. Summoning all his strength, he shakily rose to his feet. Apologizing to everyone present in the hall, including Bai Zhi. Bai Zhi was taken aback, rubbing her eyes in disbelief. She never expected that Mo Xuanhuan would go to such lengths for the sake of taking a concubine. Chu Shanhua was equally astonished by his reaction to her mere consent for him to take a concubine, rendering her speechless with anger. Zhu Danqing, seemingly weary of the ongoing drama, seized an opportune moment to bid farewell to General Mo Wei, departing the residence with Bai Zhi and Lin Wanjun. Once outside, Chu Yanqing sought to uncover more details regarding the startled horse, and signaled for the two ladies to share a carriage with him. Shortly after the three of them settled into the carriage, Chu Shanhua rushed out of the residence, weeping, and unceremoniously joined them in the carriage, making it even more cramped. Chu Shanhua spoke first. "Since my marriage into the general's household, why has my brother not spoken up for me? Why has he allowed Mo Xuanhuan to bully me?" Bai Zhi, reflecting back, could not recall a single instance of Mo Xuanhuan bullying Chu Shanhua. In her memory, it was more a matter of Chu Shanhua chasing him. It seemed amiss. Although Mo Xuanhuan was the son of a great general, he would surely not dare to mistreat a princess, would he? Chu Yanqing shook his head in resignation. Shanhua, I was initially opposed to your marriage into the general's household. Have you forgotten? The king of Linjiang is inherently suspicious and wary of the young lords forming factions. Had it not been for General Mo Wei personally petitioning the king for your marriage, he would not have wed Lin Wanjun. Even so, father remains exceedingly wary of him, for General Mo Wei wields half the military power of Linjiang. Thankfully, Lin Wanjun is merely his niece, not his daughter. Otherwise, I shudder to think of how father would react. He had hoped that the matter would conclude there, yet suddenly. Chu Shanhua expressed her desire to marry Mo Xuanhuan. Naturally, he vehemently opposed it. Yet, Chu Shanhua remained resolute. In an effort to thwart the marriage, he even confined her. However, there are always vulnerabilities in even the most meticulous plans, and the servants could not treat a princess like an ordinary prisoner. To his shock, it was during that time that Chu Shanhua and Mo Xuanhuan, without a proper matchmaker, became entangled. When the king of Linjiang learned of this, he was furious. However, to conceal this royal scandal, he ordered the suppression of information and the execution of all involved parties. After the incident, there was no recourse but for him to personally bestow marriage upon Chu Shanhua and Mo Xuanhuan. Following this event, he seldom encountered Chu Shanhua. He harbored a profound disdain for Mo Xuanhuan, viewing him merely as a debauched scion. For a prolonged period, he could not fathom how his beloved younger sister could fall for such a character. Chu Shanhua glared at Chu Yanqing in indignation. Lin Wanjun, standing beside her, gently tugged at her sleeve, whispering, "Enough, Shanhua, do not cry." Chu Yanqing continued, "At that time, I could not comprehend what bewitched you into insisting on marrying Mo Xuanhuan. Do you now regret it?" He intended to say more, but was silenced by Bai Zhi's disapproving glance. Bai Zhi simply thought that Chu Yanqing's bluntness was rather inappropriate, given that Lin Wanjun had grown up in the general's residence. However, Lin Wanjun was already well aware of her husband's long-standing criticisms of his cousin. She had long since acclimated to Chu Yanqing's forthright remarks. Chu Shanhua had come seeking solace, but instead, she was met with her brother's reprimand. Her face flushed with anger. She turned and left the carriage without a backward glance. Shanhua and Lin Wanjun intended to persuade her to stay, but were halted by Chu Yanqing's command. Let her take a moment to calm down. At this juncture, Lin Wanjun could only watch helplessly as Chu Shanhua disappeared from her sight, returning to the general's residence. The night was exceptionally tranquil, with starlight cascading like shards of silver across the deep blue sky, harmonizing beautifully with the luminous moonlight, resembling a picturesque scroll. Within Linglong Courtyard, Ming Chun was reporting today's investigative findings to Chu Yanqing. "Your Highness, the horse indeed exhibited problems. It was secretly drugged and will go mad with the slightest provocation." Both Chu Yanqing and Bai Zhi's expressions turned grave. This was clearly aimed at Bai Zhi, and Chu Yanqing's teeth clenched in anger. "Investigate this immediately." Ming Chun promptly took his leave to carry out the orders. Bai Zhi was puzzled, her instincts telling her that Lin Wanjun could not be responsible. She had initially thought it was purely an accident, but now realized there was a deliberate element to it. Noticing Bai Zhi's persistent concern, Chu Yanqing felt a twinge of distress. He gently patted her back, whispering, "I will uncover the mastermind behind this." Bai Zhi nodded earnestly. "As long as you are by my side, I shall fear nothing, regardless of what we encounter." Her sincerity resonated with Chu Yanqing. "Come, I shall take you somewhere." Bai Zhi suddenly felt inspired, pulling Chu Yanqing along as they ventured outside. Where to? Although curious, Chu Yanqing allowed himself to be led forward by Bai Zhi. At that very moment, on the rooftop, Murong Feng and Bo Yin observed intently as Bai Zhi led Chu Yanqing out of the residence. They had come tonight to ascertain whether Bai Zhi was indeed the daughter of the esteemed Shangguan Liuyun. However, they had not anticipated that Chu Yanqing would remain at Linglong Courtyard for so long. They could have incapacitated them, but deemed the commotion too conspicuous, risking unwanted attention. Watching Bai Zhi grasp Chu Yanqing's hand, Murong Feng felt an inexplicable surge of fury rise within him. Unexpectedly, This prince displays such a carefree and unrestrained demeanor, showing little regard for a lady's reputation. Without the customary 3 letters and 6 rights, he acts with such audacity. Bo Yin had never heard his lord utter such words. Wasn't it agreed that he would not force the lady to return? Why does it seem to him that there's a hint of sourness in the air? Moreover, the current situation clearly indicates that the lady is the one taking the initiative. Bo Yin felt at a loss for words, following behind. Murong Feng issued a command. He was determined to see what these two were up to. Responding to the order, Bo Yin hastened to keep pace. Bai Zhi led Chu Yanqing to the kitchen, and at this moment, Chu Yanqing's curiosity only deepened. With a beaming smile, he inquired, "Ah Zhi, are you hungry?" Bai Zhi returned his smile, saying, "Not too bad. Do you remember our first meeting? I promised you in Mingchuan that I would prepare delicious food for you both. Today, I shall fulfill that promise. Consider it a late-night snack." Chu Yanqing's thoughts drifted back to those early days when they first crossed paths. He had inadvertently saved her, and in turn, she had rescued him, providing him with wise counsel. She was so astute and perceptive. In his eyes, even the most pleasant spring breeze could not compare to her. He felt immensely grateful that he had traveled to Jinling City, for it had granted them the chance to meet. Chapter 81. Chicken wings with beer. He was determined to enhance his strength and protect her diligently. The mere thought of spending future days with her filled him with joy. In stark contrast to Chu Yanqing's elation was Murong Feng's foul mood. He and Bo Yin concealed themselves in the shadows of the night. Both possessed formidable spiritual powers, making them nearly undetectable. Murong Feng observed Bai Zhi bustling about in the kitchen, his expression growing increasingly sour, his impatience mounting. Is she done yet? What on earth is she doing? Bo Yan's eyes widened as he scrutinized Bai Zhi's every move. He noticed her instructing her maid to kindle the fire, and it seemed the pot was filled with oil. As he pondered what dish could possibly require such an abundance of oil, he witnessed Bai Zhi placing marinated chicken wings, one by one, into the pot. Such a technique was truly novel to Bo Yan. He had never seen anything like it before. It seemed he would have to inquire with Song Zhu upon returning, for he was the most knowledgeable among them. The two continued to observe from the shadows, and soon, a tantalizing aroma wafted through the air. Bai Zhi felt a surge of satisfaction at her success. In her past life, fried chicken wings had been her absolute favorite. As the marinated wings were submerged in the hot oil, the surface gradually crisped to a golden perfection, appearing utterly delectable. The glossy exterior encased the tender chicken meat, truly a feast for the senses. When fried to a perfect golden hue, the aroma of the wings became overwhelmingly enticing. Unable to resist, Chu Yanqing strode forward, and before Bai Zhi could introduce the late-night snack, he reached out and grabbed one of the wings she had just retrieved from the pot. "Careful, it's hot," Bai Zhi exclaimed in haste, but Chu Yanqing hardly paid heed to the heat. He simply blew on it and took a bite. The crispy exterior and succulent chicken melded perfectly in his mouth, immersing him in a delightful and extraordinary culinary experience. The flavor was remarkably novel, something he had never tasted despite his accustomed palate for delicacies from both land and sea. Observing Chu Yanqing's eager demeanor, Bai Zhi could not help but chuckle. "How is it? Delicious, isn't it? This is my favorite dish, and today I shall share it with you." Chu Yanqing nodded vigorously, giving a thumbs up in praise. Meanwhile, the two hidden in the shadows were at a loss, particularly Bo Yin, who, accustomed to a light dinner at night, found the enticing aroma stirring his appetite. Murong Feng, increasingly perplexed, pondered why Bai Zhi had never prepared her favorite for the lonely one. Bo Yin nearly rolled his eyes at this revelation. Reflecting inwardly, he questioned whether his lady had not often prepared food for the sovereign. It was merely that the sovereign had never partaken of it. Instead, it had been discarded or given to the servants. His confusion deepened regarding the sovereign's condition. Why did it seem as though he had transformed into a different person? Perhaps it was merely an illusion on his part. At that moment, Bai Zhi inexplicably began rummaging through the dining hall once more. "Ah Zhi, what are you searching for?" Chu Yanqing looked at her with affectionate indulgence, reveling in her bustling activity and feeling a swell of happiness within. With a sly smile, Bai Zhi chose not to respond. After a short while, She unearthed a jar of wine from a hidden corner. Fried chicken must be paired with beer. Since we have no beer, this shall suffice. I specifically pilfered this from your wine cellar, she exclaimed, shaking the jar excitedly at Chu Yanqing before casually taking a seat on the steps. Chu Yanqing found himself both amused and exasperated. Nevertheless, he approached her and sat down beside her on the ground. Bai Zhi, you mustn't drink alcohol. Oh, come now. Let us share a jar is hardly excessive. That is still unacceptable. Please, just a little bit for Brother Zijin, just a taste. The two engaged in playful banter, their flirtatious glances nearly weaving an invisible thread between them. At this point, Morong Feng could no longer bear to watch, observing the pair before him. He felt a profound discomfort wash over him, a sudden wave of inexplicable discontent surging within, the bitter taste rising to his mind. He could distinctly sense his emotions beginning to spiral out of control. With a cold snort, he turned and walked away, leaving Bo Yin alone in the gentle breeze, bewildered. Would tonight's task still proceed? Bo Yin, in utter confusion, had intended to stay, but recalling the task at hand, he realized he could not fulfill it. He could only hastily retreat, following his sovereign out of the Yeoman Marquis's residence. The royal banquet for the king of Jiang arrived. Early in the morning, Bai Zhi and Nan Yin were arranged to enter the palace in advance to wait. Along the way, the two occasionally engaged in light-hearted conversation. Through a series of gossip, Bai Zhi learned that Imo Xuanhuan had indeed joyfully taken a concubine a few days prior. Although Princess Shan Hua had superficially consented on the actual day, she left in a fit of anger back to the palace. Upon learning of this, Lin Wanjun also entered the palace to accompany Princess Shanhua. Bai Zhi couldn't help but reflect, pondering the nature of love, which often leads to profound disappointment. Oh well, there is no need to dwell on such matters. Each person has their own fate. Similarly, each individual is bound to face their own retribution. Bai Zhi harbored no illusions that her future fate would be any more favorable. Although Princess Shanhua was disfavored by her husband, she remained a princess of a nation, her noble status ensuring that she would never descend to the fate of sleeping on the streets. Yet, when she reflected upon her own circumstances, apart from Chu Yanqing, she found herself devoid of any support to rely upon. Thus, what right did she have to mock Princess Shan Hua's misfortunes? Nan Yin discerned Bai Zhi's discontent and, taking her hand, skillfully shifted the conversation. I have heard that this birthday celebration has gathered heirs from various nations, including Lord Morong. Bai Zhi apathetically nodded. The presence of certain individuals was of no concern to her. However, there was still something to look forward to today. After all, the performance had been meticulously prepared by herself, Nan Yin, and several other beauties over the course of months, an endeavor born of collective effort. Though inspired by Zhao Fian, should they shine brilliantly at this celebration, it would indeed be a splendid affair. At the very least, it would affirm that she was not entirely without merit. The afternoon banquet soon commenced in earnest, with the performances from each family taking center stage. Nan Yan's act was scheduled second, though positioned centrally. The palace matron was so enamored with the dance that she was left in awe during rehearsals. Consequently, she made the decisive choice to elevate the performance to the second slot, aiming to captivate the audience right from the start. Bai Zhi was secretly peeking from backstage at the first act. The initial performance was a piece prepared by Li Fei, performed solo by her niece, who played the instrument and sang. As the saying goes, the intentions of the inebriated are not solely focused on wine. It was a grand stage for such a young girl to bear. Was it not merely an opportunity to grant her fame? With a stroke of luck, should she catch the eye of a certain heir, she could seamlessly marry into his family, even if as a concubine, thus providing some advantage to Chu Qinxian. Chapter 82. Dance Atop the Fian Drum. Bai Zhi could not quite discern the title of the piece announced by Eunuch Shun, yet she felt the melodious strains cascading from the girl's fingers. Accompanied by the music, it was as if one could instantly step into a lush forest. At that moment, the exquisite addition of a lovely voice allowed the listener to vividly envision babbling brooks and gentle bird songs. The ambience was so enchanting that it ensnared all in attendance, leaving them reluctant to depart. As Bai Zhi became utterly entranced by the performance, she suddenly noticed Nan Yin and the palace matron rushing in, visibly distressed. Bai Zhi, something terrible has happened. Linger has fallen ill and is unable to perform. Truly, the heavens can be capricious, and misfortunes can strike at any moment. The juxtaposition of the melodious song and Nan Yan's frantic cries left Bai Zhi momentarily dazed. What was to be done? In her bewilderment, she could not conceive of a remedy. Linger was the lead dancer. Without her, the performance would undoubtedly falter. No, it is not just Linger. All the dancers are in distress. Nan Yan began to weep uncontrollably. Bai Zhi's expression darkened. Once again, she had been ensnared in a scheme, caught unawares. Even at this juncture, who was so shameless as to continue playing their intrigues? In such circumstances, is it merely the disgrace of the second prince that is at stake? It is the honor of the entire kingdom of Linjiang that is on the line. A surge of indignation welled up within. Bai Zhi, suddenly, Nan Yan realized something. Grasping Bai Zhi's hand, her eyes glimmering with hope. Linger's dance was taught by you. You are her mentor. Surely, you can perform it even better. Bai Zhi felt somewhat bewildered. I did teach her those movements, but I haven't performed them in years. I am afraid we need not aim for brilliance. Merely completing it will suffice. Nan Yan implored. Bai Zhi could not bear to refuse her. It seemed there was no better solution at hand. All right, madam. Please arrange for young Master Liu to perform his sword dance first. Our act will be third. Bai Zhi had no choice but to acquiesce. At this moment, there was no room for her to hesitate. The matron heard this rather acceptable solution and nodded, hastily departing. Little dear, help me with my hair. Yinner, assist me in changing. Bai Zhi commanded with a steady demeanor, slowly closing her eyes. Striving to recall the state of mind she had during her dance practice years ago, hoping to avoid any mistakes today. Soon, the first performance concluded, receiving thunderous applause. The second act commenced, featuring Liu Yunzhan's sword dance. For the first time, Bai Zhi felt that Liu Yunzhan had some merit. Yet, among the many skilled individuals present, most were proficient in sword dancing. Therefore, although his performance was commendable, it garnered only a lukewarm response. This left the king of Linjiang somewhat displeased. Though little dear had a gentle disposition, her skills in makeup and attire were remarkable. And soon she had adorned Bai Zhi with a perfect celestial hairstyle. Nan Yan gazed at the person before her. Clad in a vibrant red gauze dress embellished with dazzling gold threads, exuding beauty and elegance, a vision of alluring grace. She felt quite satisfied. At this moment, the matron hurried over, and upon seeing Bai Zhi, she momentarily lost her train of thought. Matron, we are ready, Nan Yan called out. The matron quickly regained her composure. Pulling Bai Zhi along, Nan Yan hastened to follow but sensed something amiss. Her gaze swept casually around, and she grasped the veil that had been left in a corner. Rushing to catch up with Bai Zhi, she hurriedly draped it over her. Now, it finally felt right. She hoped they could successfully navigate through this performance. Nan Yan thought eagerly. Bai Zhi touched the veil, secretly admiring Nan Yan's foresight. At this moment, 9 palace servants had arrived at the center of the stage. Carrying drums, the audience, having never witnessed such a display before, began to murmur in hushed tones. Even the king of Linjiang could not contain his curiosity and inquired of the nearby eunuch Shun. Nan Yan had taken her seat, preparing to perform with the musicians. However, little dear, anxiously beside Bai Zhi, exclaimed, Miss, you forgot your dance shoes. It is all my fault, woe is me. It was too late to rush back for the shoes now. No matter, let us proceed. Bai Zhi steadied her mind, disregarding little dear's distress. She simply tore away the silk wrappings from her jade-like feet. Then, she signaled to Nan Yan to commence. Due to the distance, Nan Yan did not hear what little dear had said, but she understood Bai Zhi's gesture immediately. The melody softly emerged, and the great hall fell into a profound silence. Bai Zhi gracefully made her way to the center of the stage, her bare feet gliding effortlessly. Upon witnessing her ethereal presence, Nan Yan inhaled sharply, immediately comprehending the urgency that had earlier enveloped her. What if someone recognized her? Fortunately, with her veil in place, it seemed unlikely anyone would identify her. As the crowd beheld the approach of a mesmerizing and exquisite dancer, they were momentarily entranced, eagerly anticipating her forthcoming performance. Mu Rongfeng maintained his typically aloof demeanor, exuding an air of indifference, while Chu Yanqing gazed at the figure before him. Though his expression remained cold, an inexplicable sensation stirred within him. Why did the silhouette seem so familiar? Yelv Hao, the newly appointed heir of the northern desert, exhibited a more focused demeanor than his predecessors, intently observing the stage with evident interest. As the music reached its first crescendo, a servant knelt, and with a nimble leap, Bai Zhi ascended onto the drum. After a brief pause, she raised her hand in a graceful gesture to signify the commencement of her dance. In an instant, she spun, her movements light and fluid, reminiscent of a dancing dragon. As she twirled, the delicate bells adorning her ankles jingled harmoniously with the rhythm, producing a melodious sound that captivated the audience below. Some spectators widened their eyes in astonishment, others craned their necks, and a few unconsciously dropped their jaws, utterly entranced by Bai Zhi's remarkable performance, as they had never witnessed such an enchanting display of song and dance. Even Mu Rongfeng, usually so composed, could not suppress a flicker of admiration in his gaze. Nan Yin, who had been playing the zither, occasionally allowed her attention to drift toward the stage. Thankfully, the actual effect surpassed her expectations. However, fate has a penchant for mischief, does it not? Perhaps due to the exuberance of her movements, halfway through the performance, her veil loosened and gracefully drifted to the ground. Startled, Bai Zhi gasped internally, "Oh no!" Yet, she immediately reminded herself to maintain her composure. With a captivating gaze and radiant expression, she continued her performance as if the incident had been part of a meticulously orchestrated plan. In an instant, her delicate feet tapped lightly, and with a sweeping gesture, she flashed a charming smile before soaring into a dance once more. This novel approach, combined with her unparalleled beauty, undoubtedly captivated the audience's attention. Applause and admiration erupted from the crowd. However, Chu Yanqing's expression darkened with suppressed fury. What was Bai Zhi thinking? How could she take the stage when she was supposed to be managing the dance? Meanwhile, in that fleeting moment when the veil slipped away, Mu Rongfeng's heart inexplicably raced at the sight of a familiar visage. But as he beheld her enchanting form, especially the delicate, bare feet, an unnamed fury ignited within him. How dare Chu Yanqing allow her to perform? That scoundrel, who only knew how to exploit women for his own gain. At this moment, a single thought consumed him. He must take her away. Regardless of whether she was indeed Shangguan Liuyun, she had to be taken away. As the music reached its conclusion, she came to a graceful stop. The young maiden gracefully leaped to the ground, leading the crowd as she bowed to the king of Linjiang and the others before slowly retreating from the grand ceremony. The king of Linjiang boisterously praised Master Muro. How do the dancers of Linjiang compare to those of Jinling City? His hearty laughter resonated through the air. It was well known that the dancers of Jinling City were unparalleled in the world, but whether they could maintain this reputation beyond today remained uncertain. Naturally, Linjiang Kingdom had the upper hand, as Mu Rongfeng smiled and replied. His words were indeed heartfelt. Bai Zhi's performance today was truly exquisite. Ha ha ha, splendid. Gulme, I raise a toast to Master Muro. The king of Linjiang appeared quite pleased with this response, lifting his cup and draining it in one gulp. Bai Zhi sat in solitude backstage, deep in thought. With things having come to this, she resolved to take it one step at a time. After all, even if she were recognized, what difference would it make? The pressing matter was who was sabotaging the young Marquis. After much contemplation, she could only suspect that wretched man. Zhu Qinshuan. After tidying up the props, Nanyan hurried backstage to find Bai Zhi. Seeing her curled up in a corner brought forth a pang of sympathy, and she rushed forward to embrace her. I'm so sorry, Aji. It's all my fault. I'm so useless, causing you to suffer. If she were more capable, Bai Zhi would not have had to lower herself to be forcefully taken to the stage. The prince would not easily let her off, nor would she forgive herself. It's nothing. Bai Zhi gently patted Nanyan's back. The focus should be on who orchestrated all this. It's too stifling here. It hinders my thoughts. Let's take a walk outside. Nanyan nodded in agreement, as she, like Chu Yanqing, often acquiesced to Bai Zhi. After changing their attire, the two strolled into the imperial garden. With most people engrossed in the grand ceremony, the garden was nearly deserted, save for a few palace maids passing by. Returning to this place, Bai Zhi's memories felt hazy, as if a long time had passed, though in reality, only a few months had gone by. Despite the winter chill, the midday sun shone brightly, rendering the cold almost negligible. The long-awaited winter sweet blossoms were in full bloom, yet with so many worries lately, she had not taken the time to truly appreciate them. Nan Yin feigned a cheerful demeanor, plucking a few vibrant blossoms and adorning Bai Zhi's hair. Gently tapping her nose, Bai Zhi broke into a smile, her face gradually radiating warmth like blossoms in full bloom, exuding a delightful fragrance. Look at you now. You surpass the flowers in beauty. No wonder you always leave others entranced, Nan Yin remarked playfully, her tone soft. Do not worry, this trial has been passed, and I shall bear all consequences alone. Bai Zhi understood her intentions to cheer her up and playfully retorted, to navigate this ordeal smoothly is a blessing from the heavens. In truth, neither of us bears any fault. The most crucial task at hand is to uncover the mastermind behind this. Nan Yin nodded in agreement. For some reason, I feel as though many are lurking in the shadows, trying to trip me up, yet I cannot fathom who it is. The most motivated individuals seem perpetually unable to uncover conclusive evidence. Here I am, aware of the light, while my adversaries dwell in the shadows, and I find myself at a loss. Bai Zhi expressed her helplessness, a sentiment that Nan Yin readily understood, yet lacking the means to remedy the situation. She gently patted Bai Zhi's back in a gesture of comfort, saying, regardless of others, I shall always stand by your side. Bai Zhi nodded in agreement. Suddenly, a familiar voice called out, Nan Yin. Startled, Nan Yin turned her head. Your Highness? Bai Zhi, too, hastily turned around, only to be met by the sight of Chu Yanqing, whose face bore an expression of agitation. The depths of his dark eyes concealed an unquenchable flame of ire. Had he come so quickly to seek retribution? Bai Zhi couldn't help but pout slightly. It wasn't her intention, after all. There were reasons behind her actions. Just as she contemplated stepping forward to offer an explanation, she noticed that the figure behind Chu Yanqing was not Ming Chun. She scrutinized his appearance. Draped in a dark blue embroidered robe with intricate designs, his ink-black brows resembled swords, and his features were sharply defined. Holding a silver fan, he exuded an air of nobility, yet the chill in his gaze made Bai Zhi feel utterly uncomfortable. Instinctively, she wanted to flee from this man. Your Highness, who is this? Nan Yin inquired first. Chu Yanqing felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Just moments ago, the Lord of Murong City had approached him privately, succinctly and directly revealing Bai Zhi's true identity. He had long known that Bai Zhi was no ordinary woman, but he had never anticipated that her real identity was that of the lady of Jinling City. After laying out the facts, they demanded to meet her. Reluctantly, he had been compelled to bring Murong Feng along, especially after Bo Yan had brazenly threatened him with a sword to his throat, accusing him of allowing their lady to perform such scandalous dances that brought disgrace to Jinling City. The situation had unfolded too abruptly, leaving him feeling as if all the strength had been drained from his body, rendering him helpless. It was akin to being pierced by an icicle, the pain so intense he could hardly breathe. Thus, he found himself accompanying Murong Feng in search of her. This is the Lord of Murong City. Chu Yanqing paused. Turning to Bai Zhi, do you recognize him? Bai Zhi's gaze shifted between Chu Yanqing and Murong Feng, her confusion evident. I have indeed heard of the Lord of Murong's name, but I am not acquainted with him. Could it be that the Lord knows me? Summoning her courage, she took a few steps forward, crossing past Chu Yanqing. If the other party recognized the original owner of her identity, it might not be a bad thing. At the very least, it could provide her with more information. Perhaps her parents were still alive, and she could seek them out. However, Murong Feng remained silent, merely gazing at her intently. After a long pause, he finally spoke, his words deliberate and clear. I am your husband. At this declaration, Nan Yan's eyes widened in astonishment, glancing at Chu Yanqing, who was visibly struggling to contain his anguish. Then, she looked at Murong Feng, who appeared composed yet harbored a glimmer of anticipation. In contrast, Bai Zhi did not react with the expected shock. Instead, she covered her mouth and began to laugh. Chapter 84. You are impotent. Who would have thought that the illustrious lord of Murong City possessed such a sense of humor? Murong Feng's expression gradually darkened as he heard the words. He understood that she would not easily accept the truth, especially considering her amnesia. Yet, when faced with the stark reality, he found himself unable to bear the weight of it all. How could the city lord possibly be my husband? Although I cannot recall my past, I am certain that I was never married. How can you be so sure? Murong Feng retorted. Bai Zhi was about to explain, but hesitated, fearing that her revelations would be too shocking for someone from ancient times to comprehend. However, Murong Feng was relentless, especially upon observing her demeanor. He exclaimed angrily, I declare you my wife, and you shall be my wife. I have brought your portrait and our marriage certificate to prove it. Take a good look before you speak again. I have searched for you day and night, while you shamelessly flirt in this town. Out of consideration for our past, I have brought you back, and yet you are unwilling? The suddenness of his accusations left Bai Zhi momentarily stunned, making her realize that the rumored city lord was somewhat unhinged. Instantly, she was both amused and infuriated. She had always been one to rise to a challenge. With her temper flaring at his unreasonable behavior, she stepped forward and retorted fiercely, You should be silent. I am still a woman of virtue. How could I possibly be your pitiful wife? You have been married for over a year, have you not? Unless you admit to being impotent, a worthless man. Her words left the three witnesses around them utterly astonished, particularly the growing darkness on Murong Feng's face. In contrast, Chu Yanqing seemed somewhat relieved despite the shocking nature of her declaration. Ultimately, I may only resemble your wife in appearance, but that does not make me one. The world is vast, and there are countless who bear resemblance to one another. Should they all be deemed your wives? A dignified city lord, without discernment, publicly insults a woman and attempts to forcibly claim her. Does he not fear the ridicule of the world? Nan Yin was completely stunned, unable to utter a word. Nearby, Bo Yin, hidden among the trees, broke into a cold sweat, worried for his master. You are outrageous. Murong Feng, exasperated, could not help but reveal a murderous intent in his eyes. Bo Yin was taken aback, contemplating whether to rush out to intervene. The consequences of violence within the palace of Linjiang would be dire. Just as Murong Feng attempted to raise his hand to teach this woman a lesson, Bai Zhi, quick-witted, swiftly stepped back and exclaimed more passionately, I have indeed been outrageous. What can you do about it? You unjustly accuse me, and you expect my respect? What? Do you desire to strike a woman? To silence me? Are you out of your mind? Even if I were truly your wife, treating me so, I would certainly seek a divorce. Miss, Bo Yin could no longer bear to listen, hastily employing his agility to reach their side, imploring, Do not provoke the master further. Having witnessed his master's wrath, he wished never to experience it again, fearing that in a moment of impulse, his master might indeed take drastic action. However, this time, Murong Feng refrained from any outrageous actions. He was rendered utterly speechless, enveloped in silence. Bai Zhi, amidst her fervent scolding, was abruptly interrupted by a figure. Without a second glance, she recognized him as an associate of Murong Feng, and thus blurted out, Where did you come from, you ruffian? Upon closer inspection, she realized it was Ying Yi, the one who had saved his life. Suddenly, her composure faltered. Gazing incredulously at the youth with bloodshot eyes, she asked, Are you one of his people? Boyan nodded and respectfully replied, Miss, I am Boyan. Boyan? 1,000 expletives raced through Bai Zhi's mind. In light of today's events, many things suddenly fell into place. She offered an awkward smile, then fiercely pointed at Boyan, unleashing a torrent of curses. You liar. Just like your master. Neither of you are worth anything. Boyan attempted to clarify, but was silenced by Murong Feng's intervention. Let us go. I don't want to see you again. After venting her frustrations, Bai Zhi took the initiative to conclude the altercation, leading Chu Yanqing and Nan Yin away from the battlefield. They had more pressing matters to attend to. Once they had distanced themselves, Boyan remarked, Master, this Miss Bai Zhi is truly impudent. His expression was a mix of displeasure and grievance, looking rather constrained. Murong Feng's body stiffened momentarily as he lowered his head and let out a bitter laugh. What she said is true. I was the one who spoke those vile words and provoked her. Does the master still intend to take Miss Bai Zhi back to Jinling? Boyan asked, a blend of embarrassment and indignation in his voice. His address had shifted from Madame to Miss Bai Zhi. He could see that in her eyes, only His Highness occupied her thoughts, leaving no room for his master. Instinctively, he felt that Murong Feng might relinquish his pursuit of her. Yet, Murong Feng's gaze remained fixed on the receding figure of Bai Zhi as he resolutely declared, "We shall pursue her." For reasons unknown, he could not bear to witness the affection shared between Bai Zhi and Chu Yanqing. He understood that if he let Bai Zhi go this time, he would surely regret it upon his return to Jinling. He could not accept that the woman who had once devoted her heart solely to him had turned her affections toward another. She was his wife, and it was only natural for him to take her away, was it not? As the midday banquet at the palace drew to a close, Chu Yanqing, having arranged everything in advance, took Nan Yin and Bai Zhi back to the residence. As for Lin Wanjun, he had no time to concern himself with her. The three traveled together in a carriage, seemingly attuned to one another, not mentioning the earlier incident in the Imperial Garden. Yet, Chu Yanqing couldn't help but reflect on how, during their earlier quarrel, Bai Zhi had shown remarkable restraint. Sensing the silence, Bai Zhi deliberately coughed. Today, Nan Yin quickly interjected. Ling is no longer in danger. She has been sent home to recuperate. Bai Zhi acknowledged with a simple After that, silence reigned once more, with each of the three lost in their own thoughts. Rest assured, I shall uncover the truth and provide you with an explanation. Chu Yanqing suddenly proclaimed coldly to Nan Yin as the carriage neared the Marquis's residence. Nan Yin immediately nodded. Thank you, Your Highness. Bai Zhi, come with me to a place. The carriage arrived at the Marquis's residence, with Nan Yin being the first to disembark. As Bai Zhi prepared to follow suit, she was halted by Chu Yanqing. Reluctantly, she nodded and remained seated in the carriage. Chapter 85. Apologizing at the door. Were you frightened earlier? Bai Zhi understood he was referring to the incident in the Imperial Garden and shook her head with a smile. How could I be afraid after having scolded him so thoroughly? Chu Yanqing fell silent, naturally enveloping Bai Zhi in his embrace, his warm lips gently kissing her forehead, imbued with a hint of tender caution. The carriage swiftly exited the city, arriving at the entrance of a village. Chu Yanqing lifted Bai Zhi down and instructed the driver to wait. He took her hand and led her inward. Although it was labeled a village, most of the houses were uninhabited, some even in a state of disrepair. Where had the residents gone? Either to serve in the military or relocated to Ruyin City. Chu Yanqing continued to guide Bai Zhi along. As they walked, the scenery suddenly opened up before them. In the distance, clusters of plum trees stood tall amidst the grass. The red blossoms resembled paint-streaked petals, vibrant and striking, resembling flickering flames. Wow! The plum blossoms here are even more beautiful than those in the Imperial Garden. They continued forward, the delicate flower buds exuding a refreshing fragrance that uplifted the spirit. It is known that it is not snow, for there is a subtle fragrance that comes. This scent is unparalleled by any other flower. The scent of jasmine is overly potent, bordering on commonplace. As for peonies and peonies, they seem excessively luxurious. Only the faint fragrance of plum blossoms invigorates the mind. They chose a patch of grass to sit upon. Though the grass had turned yellow, it remained quite charming. In his youth, he had stumbled upon this place and discovered its hidden allure. Every winter, during leisure moments, he would visit, finding it particularly enchanting. Bai Zhi sat on his lap, playing with the plum blossom he had folded for her, her eyes sparkling with joy. Indeed, it possesses a unique charm. Gazing at the person nestled in his arms, Chu Yanqing instinctively tightened his embrace. The young woman in his arms perceptibly sensed this motion and playfully nestled closer, softly murmuring, I'm sorry, Brother Zijin, for causing you trouble again. Chu Yanqing gently brushed her bangs aside, looking into her clear eyes, succinctly explaining why he had brought Murong Feng to see her that day. What? They actually dared to threaten you with a sword? This is utterly outrageous. Upon hearing this, Bai Zhi grew angry again, throwing the plum branch from her hand onto the ground. Yet, Chu Yanqing maintained his gentle demeanor. retrieving the flower and offering it back to her. Lord Murong is a man of unfathomable depth, unafraid of the various lords. Moreover, this time there were reasons behind it. You must be cautious in the days to come and refrain from leaving the residence. Bai Zhi nodded eagerly in agreement, observing her obedient demeanor. Chu Yanqing felt an inexplicable pang of discomfort. After a moment, he softly spoke. Do you remember when I saved you in Hechuan? You were still wearing a dragon-patterned jade pendant? Upon hearing this, Bai Zhi's heart skipped a beat. She recalled the significance. However, such jade pendants are typically regarded as vital tokens for confirming one's identity. Are they not? I remember, but is there an issue? Gazing into her sincere eyes, Chu Yanqing's expression turned icy, and he struggled to suppress his emotions as he spoke. On the way back to the estate, I suddenly thought of this jade pendant. Do you know what it is? Bai Zhi shook her head, puzzled. Is it not merely a piece of jade? This is the Longquan Tiger Talisman, a symbol left in Jinling by a former emperor of Daiyuan, representing the 100,000 Longquan troops. It is coveted by various lords. Hence, it has always been personally safeguarded by the city lord for security. At that time, I was baffled as to why this coveted talisman would end up in the possession of a mere young girl like you. Bai Zhi was taken aback, offering a bitter smile. So, this adds yet another piece of evidence? The person before her did not appear as astonished as she had anticipated. No matter. I have never revealed that jade pendant, so they will remain unaware. Yes, Brother Zijin, please keep it safe. Following this, the two fell into silence, with Bai Zhi relishing the comfort of resting in Chu Yanqing's embrace. After a while, a soft voice broke the tranquility. If I truly am his wife, what should your highness do? As long as a Zhi wishes to remain by my side, I shall not easily let go. Bai Zhi couldn't help but chuckle lightly, lifting her gaze to Chu Yanqing once more, her smile radiant and enchanting. The following day, in Linglong Courtyard, Bai Zhi found herself quietly transcribing Buddhist scriptures at her desk. Rather than cultivating her character, it seemed more akin to practicing her calligraphy. Beside her, high-quality sandalwood incense burned, filling the air with a gentle fragrance that enveloped her in a soothing embrace. After painstakingly completing a chapter, the steward unexpectedly arrived. Miss, Lord Murong has come. His Highness requests your presence in the front hall. Upon hearing that name, she felt a twinge of annoyance. What does he want? The steward lowered his gaze. It is said he has come to apologize to you. The weather had turned cooler, and today she donned a heavy cloak. The snow-white fur trim framed her petite face, complementing her delicate, rosy cheeks. As she entered the front hall, Murong Feng's gaze fixated upon her, unable to look away. He was perplexed as to why the once ignored Shangguan Liuyun had now become the object of his longing. Despite their heated exchange yesterday, he found himself not angered, but rather reflecting on her words and reassessing himself. Truly, he had fallen under a spell. Bai Zhi paid no heed to Murong Feng's gaze and did not offer him a greeting. Instead, she chose a seat for herself and remained silent, seemingly waiting for him to speak first. After a moment, it was still Chu Yanqing who broke the silence. Bai Zhi, today Lord Murong has come specifically to apologize to you. This is a token of his contrition. Following Chu Yanqing's gaze, Bai Zhi saw a delicate wooden box. Boyan, ever perceptive, stepped forward to gently open the box, revealing its exquisite contents. Inside lay a hairpin and a bracelet, both of vibrant green, clearly of exceptional quality. In particular, the hairpin was adorned with several gemstones, enhancing its elegance. The hairpin was intricately carved with a peony design, exquisite and lifelike. The gemstones complemented the intricate patterns, enhancing the beauty of the entire piece, which undoubtedly bore considerable value. Bai Zhi, who was fond of saving money, felt a rush of desire upon merely glancing at it. She had never been one to shun financial matters. Thus, she suppressed her impatience and spoke. I acknowledge my faults in yesterday's affair. I implore you, esteemed lord of the city, to overlook the transgressions of a humble woman and not to hold them against me. Murong Feng and Bo Yan were taken aback by Bai Zhi's sudden willingness to converse amicably, as they had anticipated a prolonged dispute. Indeed, Bai Zhi continued, I shall accept the Lord's gift. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave. After speaking, She unceremoniously snatched the wooden box from Bo Yan's hands and turned to depart, silently bidding farewell to the man before her, wishing never to see him again. "Miss, wait. Miss, please." Bo Yan shouted in urgency. Bai Zhi did not turn back. He continued to call after her and even chased after her. What is it now? Is there something more? Ultimately, she could not withstand his persistence and turned, regarding Bo Yan with a wary expression. Seeing that Bai Zhi had halted, Bo Yan eagerly approached, lowering his voice to say, "The Lord wishes to speak with you privately." Bai Zhi scoffed, casting him a sidelong glance. What could I possibly have to discuss with him? Just then, she encountered Bo Yan's pleading gaze, his bright eyes shimmering with an irresistible appeal. Nonetheless, Bai Zhi remained resolute. "You should urge your lord to return to Jinling post-haste." The youth appeared poised to utter more, but was interrupted by a cold, commanding voice. "Bai Zhi, you should meet with the lord." Both Bai Zhi and Bo Yan turned in surprise. It was Chu Yin Qing, striding toward them with an upright posture. "It is best to clarify matters face to face, is it not?" Bai Zhi handed the wooden box to Xiao Lu and took a deep breath. Once more, she stepped into the front hall. This time, she deliberately chose a seat farther from him, ignoring the fervent gaze directed at her. Morong Feng, observing her demeanor, felt no anger, instead playfully tightening his grip on the teacup while softening his voice. "I did not expect such a significant change in you after a year apart. What makes you so certain that I am your husband?" Bai Zhi was utterly perplexed. She had boldly asserted her lack of connection to him just the day prior. Morong Feng hesitated, his voice slightly hoarse. "I am at fault. I have not consummated our marriage in this year." "What?" Bai Zhi's excitement and alarm were palpable. Yet, her concern lay in the fact that this statement served as yet another piece of evidence, one she had unwittingly provided. Clearly, Morong Feng had misinterpreted her shock and eagerness. "This time, when I take you back, I shall make amends," he promised. Bai Zhi found herself at a loss for words. "But that does not prove I am Shangguan Liuyun," she murmured in a state of distress. "Who is Morong Feng?" His hearing is remarkably acute, allowing him to perceive every detail with clarity. If you remain unconvinced, there exists another method of verification. Yinner bears a cinnabar mole on her right shoulder. "You could," before she could finish her thought, Bai Zhi abruptly dashed outside, exclaiming, "Are there any maidservants in the front hall?" Unaware of whether she possessed a cinnabar mole on her own right shoulder, having always bathed alone, even the little deer was oblivious, leaving her to ascertain the truth on the spot. Her heart raced, each piece of evidence pointing towards an identity she vehemently refused to acknowledge. This cinnabar mole was her last flicker of hope. She could only wish it was absent or had faded away. The steward, ever decisive in his actions, promptly led a maidservant toward her. "Miss, the maidservant has arrived." The maid, summoned on short notice, appeared somewhat flustered, yet Bai Zhi paid no heed to her discomposure, grasping her hand and leading her to a secluded chamber. "It's nothing of great consequence, but please, help me check if I have a cinnabar mole on my right shoulder." Bai Zhi sought to soothe the maid's nerves, oblivious to the tremor in her own voice. Swiftly, she tore off her gown, revealing her flawless, snow-white back. A beautiful cinnabar mole adorned her shoulder, adding an exquisite touch to her elegance. Upon receiving the maid's affirmative response, her legs weakened, and she collapsed to the ground. After a moment, she mustered her feeble strength, tidied her gown, and returned to the front hall, her countenance ashen. Yet this time, she no longer disregarded the man before her. Instead, her gaze was unwaveringly fixed upon him. It is widely acknowledged that Lord Morong is both sagacious and martial. Though he seldom smiles, he generally treats others with courtesy. However, she could not shake the feeling that the reality diverged from this perception. His initial words to her had been marked by arrogance and insolence, and his profound gaze was filled with a concealed malice, despite his efforts to mask it. She was resolute in her conviction. The outcome? Morong Feng's lips curled into a slight smirk, and the shadow that had lingered on his handsome face dissipated somewhat. From Bai Zhi's reaction, he had already discerned the truth. But Bai Zhi was not one to yield easily. Regaining her composure, she seated herself, discreetly pouring herself a cup of tea to steady her nerves, and calmly said, "Let's converse." Feng raised an eyebrow, nodding in agreement, signaling his willingness to listen attentively. Bai Zhi sipped her tea, organizing her thoughts before speaking slowly. At this point, all evidence points to my being Shangguan Liuyun. Continuing to argue is futile. However, it is also true that I cannot recall past events. Feng nodded in understanding. It matters not if you cannot remember. There is no need to force yourself. Upon our return to Jinling, I shall guide you to rediscover your past. The insistence on returning left Bai Zhi somewhat pained. Reluctantly, she continued, "We have been wed for a year now, yet you have yet to consummate our marriage. Surely, you find me lacking? Or is it that there exists no affection between us?" Reflecting on past grievances, Feng felt a pang of regret. In the past, I misjudged you, which led to my neglect. This time, upon our return, I shall ensure you are not left alone in an empty chamber. No. Being alone in an empty chamber is quite agreeable. Bai Zhi naturally took over the conversation, then tapped her own head, indicating that at this point, whether I return or not is no longer significant. The city lord actually has better options. What do you mean by that? The man's deep voice seemed to carry an undercurrent of displeasure. Bai Zhi maintained her serious demeanor and stated, "Why not take advantage of my disappearance to announce the lady's passing and remarry? With a figure as illustrious and remarkable as yours, such individuals are rare in this world. As long as you extend your hand, countless women would eagerly vie for the chance to wed you." "Ah, what are you doing?" In the next moment, her wrist was seized by the man. He pulled her towards him with considerable force. She tilted her head back, her view dominated by his rigid profile. His lips were pressed tight, revealing a hint of anger. "The lady is truly eloquent, speaking at length. Isn't it simply that you do not wish to accompany me?" "Yes. Indeed, I do not wish to go with you. I am merely considering your interests by offering my counsel. It is you who fails to appreciate it. Yet you blame me. Let go of me." Chapter 87. An unexpected turn of events. "I am merely considering your interests by offering my counsel. It is you who fails to appreciate it. Yet you blame me. Let go of me." She struggled fiercely. Yet Feng did not press the issue further and released her. "If I am indeed as you say, why do you refuse to return with me?" "Because I am well aware that I cannot assist the city lord in any meaningful way. Naturally, I do not wish to hinder you." Feng paused, then recalled the rumors surrounding her and Chu Yanqing, as well as witnessing the two of them flirting. His expression turned cold, and his tone became more irritable. "Nonsense. You are doing this for Chu Yanqing, aren't you? Hey. Enough. What I choose to do in the future is none of your concern, city lord. You may rest assured and marry a princess. For instance, Princess Yaohua has always held affections for you. I'm sure you have heard of it. A madwoman and a scheming man, truly a perfect match. If they would be together, it would indeed be amusing." Zhu Zanqing Fidao. He could not bring himself to believe that Bai Zhi had no feelings for him any longer. Yet, to let her leave just like that felt too unsatisfying. However, he could not be overly forceful at this moment. The person before him was no longer the timid girl who once hid behind him. For now, he would acquiesce. At worst, he would bind her before he left. Once they returned to Jinling, he would devise a plan. Thus, he gradually tempered his demeanor, lowered his gaze, and glanced at Bai Zhi. "Since you truly do not wish to accompany me, I shall not make things difficult for you. Let it be as you wish." He then produced a delicate pendant from his pocket, gently taking Bai Zhi's hand and placing it within her palm. "I shall return to Jinling in 3 days. If, within these 3 days, you change your mind, you may come to the palace to seek me. Whether you return willingly or are bound to do so in 3 days depends solely on your choice." After a silence that felt almost suffocating, Bai Zhi finally spoke. She respectfully bowed to Feng and said, "Thank you, city lord, for your understanding." She clutched the pendant tightly in her hand, unable to let it go. After bidding farewell to Feng, she searched for Chu Yanqing within the estate. Upon inquiring with the steward, she learned that her prince had already been summoned to the palace. The birthday celebration of King Linjiang was to span 3 consecutive days, necessitating Chu Yanqing and Nan Yin's daily presence in the royal court. Meanwhile, Lady Lin Wanjun had taken up residence in the palace alongside Chu Shanhua. Bai Zhi, feeling utterly bored, returned to Linglong Garden, resting her chin on her hands as she gazed vacantly out of the window. Although the current reality was that Murong Feng had released her, an inexplicable feeling of unease lingered within her. The turn of events had been extraordinarily smooth, a stark contrast to his usual demeanor. Where there is a cause, there must be a hidden motive, yet she could not decipher the true intentions of this man. Fear arises from the unknown, and this thought stirred a wave of despair and helplessness within her. Never mind, never mind. She resolved to think no more. As long as the next 3 days passed without incident, there should be no significant issues. Yet, the world knows, when one expects the unexpected, surprises are bound to occur. And indeed, at the royal banquet, King Linjiang was attacked. The eldest son, Chu Suya, shielded his father with his own body, taking a fatal dart meant for the king and collapsing on the spot. After quelling the rebellion, the court physicians discovered that the dart was coated with a rare and lethal poison, Zuelong. Once poisoned, the victim would remain in a coma, unable to awaken even with conscious awareness, ultimately succumbing in their slumber. This poison was exceedingly rare and difficult to counteract, leaving the physicians perplexed about how to concoct an antidote. Without timely treatment, in 3 days, it would be too late. King Linjiang was furiously enraged, his wrath casting a shadow over the entire palace. Bai Zhi received this news the following day. Neither Chu Yanqing nor Nan Yan had returned from the palace. She understood the significance of this elder brother to her. They were born of the same mother and had relied on each other since childhood. He had always shielded and supported her, and now all hope rested upon him. Although they did not often meet, Bai Zhi knew that Chu Suya was the most important person in Chu Yanqing's life, without exception. Faced with this sudden calamity, how much pain and despair must he be feeling? She longed to visit the palace to see him, but as she stepped outside, a gentle breeze halted her, informing her that orders had been issued prohibiting anyone from leaving the estate. Reluctantly, she returned indoors to pray for him. Within the palace, Chu Yanqing remained by Chu Suya's side, sleepless throughout the night. He gazed at his elder brother, whose eyes were tightly shut, breaths barely perceptible, and whose pallid face bore no hint of color. His lips were cracked, and his gums were a sickly hue. The wounds, meticulously attended to by the physicians, still exhibited deep purple hues and considerable swelling. A pang of sorrow struck him, causing his eyes to sting. Why must his beloved elder brother, with whom he had shared a life of reliance, endure such a calamity? Was it truly worth sacrificing his life to save their father? When the physicians declared that there was no remedy left, he could only discern a fleeting trace of sorrow upon his father's face, gone in an instant. All that remains is anger. Anger at the assassination attempt or anger at the hopelessness of his son. It is difficult to discern. The king has many sons, yet it is the least capable among them who is on the verge of death. However, the eldest brother is the most significant person in the world to Chu Yanqing. If his elder brother were truly to perish, how would he find his own way to endure? His expression was one of deep sorrow, his arms taut with tension. A profound sense of despair arose within him, akin to plunging into the pitch-black depths of the ocean, hopeless and powerless. Beside him, Lady Zhao Lanlan, the eldest son's wife, wept incessantly, further enveloping him in a suffocating sensation. In that moment, he was at a loss as to what to do. He could not help but think of Bai Zhi. If the person seated across from him were Bai Zhi instead of the Zhao family, would it ease his heart's despair, even slightly? As he pondered, Nanyan slowly pushed the door open and stepped in, cautiously approaching Chu Yanqing's side, mindful not to disturb the others in the hall. She whispered softly in his ear, "Your Highness, Lord Boyan has arrived and is waiting for you in the side hall, saying there is urgent business to discuss regarding the eldest son." After speaking, she couldn't help but glance at the person on the bed before quickly averting her gaze. Upon hearing this, Chu Yanqing froze momentarily, yet, as the matter concerned his elder brother, he did not dwell further. Soon, he rose and made his way to the side hall. Lord Boyan stood with his hands clasped behind his back, awaiting him. As the door creaked open, he turned slowly to face Chu Yanqing, offering no bow. At that moment, Chu Yanqing had no inclination to regard such formalities. "What business brings you here?" His voice was laden with fatigue and hoarseness. Lord Boyan spoke in a calm and steady tone. Does your highness wish to save the life of the eldest son? Having gathered information through his shadow guards, he was well aware of the deep bond between Chu Suya and Chu Yanqing. However, to introduce his own topic, he needed to preface with that statement. Chapter 88. The decision Chu Yanqing was evidently provoked by his words, gritting his teeth and responding emphatically. Naturally, I wish to save him. I would pay any price. Chu Yanqing declared, whatever I can do, do not hesitate to ask. Lord Boyan nodded in acknowledgement, unfazed as he retrieved a small vial from his robe. This is the Bai Zhi gathering spirit pill. By consuming two, the poison afflicting the eldest son can be alleviated. The Bai Zhi gathering spirit pill, crafted from the essence of 100 spiritual herbs, requires a practitioner with over 60 levels of spiritual power to refine for an entire year, yielding only a chance of production. It is capable of dispelling rare poisons and is exceedingly precious. Typically, such pills originate from the Medicine Valley, which has long remained isolated from the mortal realm, leaving the world unaware of its whereabouts. The quantity of Bai Zhi gathering spirit pills available in the market is extremely limited, rendering them a treasure that is more often sought than found. Thus, the imperial physicians had initially harbored little hope, for even they had never encountered such a pill. While they could handle common poisons with ease, they were utterly helpless in the face of these extraordinary toxins. Yet, at this very moment, the illustrious Bai Zhi gathering spirit pill lay before him. And in fact, there were two. Chu Yanqing felt a surge of excitement, his breath unsteady as his voice trembled slightly. Are you saying my elder brother can be saved? Lord Boyan nodded in affirmation. However, it comes with conditions. Has your highness considered them carefully? What conditions? Only if this hall can accomplish it. Boyan's smile grew more pronounced. For your highness, it is not a challenge. However, the smile that almost escaped his lips was instinctively suppressed. If your highness can persuade Miss Bai Zhi to willingly accompany our lord back to Jinling, these 200 herbs gathering spirit pills shall be yours. What did you say? Chu Yanqing's pupils contracted sharply, his body tense as though something had struck his heart. His breath momentarily faltered. He understood that the cost of exchanging these two pills would be considerable. He initially thought it would require him to divulge certain secrets about Linjiang Kingdom. Theoretically, he could not engage in such acts of treason. Yet, his father's treatment of his elder brother left him disheartened. If it were truly the case, he might consider it. Even if the other party boldly demanded a few cities from Linjiang for the sake of his brother, he would find a way to collaborate and cede them. After all, or a few cities. If he were to become the king of Linjiang in the future, he would surely reclaim them. If he could not, then perhaps it would be better to part with those few cities. As for Bai Zhi, he had contemplated her situation. However, just yesterday, Ming Chen informed him that Bai Zhi's stance was resolute, leading Lord Murong to reluctantly concede. Thus, he believed the matter could be considered settled. Yet, he never anticipated the reality would unfold in such a manner. With this thought, he couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. Merely a woman. Would Lord Murong truly be willing to trade 200 herbs gathering spirit pills for her? Implicitly, it suggested they might exchange for something of greater value. Bo Yin furrowed his brow, observing Chu Yanqing. Your Highness, you err. Miss Bai Zhi is the lady of Jinling, of noble status, and also the one our Lord cherishes. Not only would he be willing to exchange these two pills, but even for something far more precious. She is Lord Murong's beloved, yet she is also mine. Murong Feng is forcing me to choose between the woman I adore and my esteemed brother. It is truly infuriating. This hall does not oppose your taking Bai Zhi, but only on the condition that she consents. If she does not wish it, this hall cannot assist you. Upon hearing this, Bo Yan's gaze deepened. It seems your highness has no desire for this elixir. He shook the vial in his hand regretfully, gently placing it within his robes, turning to leave. Wait, Chu Yanqing called out to Bo Yan. Aside from Bai Zhi, I can acquiesce to your other demands. However, Bo Yan did not hesitate or respond, striding towards the door. Watching Bo Yan's resolute figure, he suddenly recalled the precarious situation of Chu Suya and was momentarily taken aback. Please wait. Ultimately, just before Bo Yan could push open the grand door, Chu Yanqing painfully spoke to retain him. He sighed heavily and said, Bai Zhi is inherently strong-willed, and I truly do not know how to approach her. Bo Yin momentarily stood in place, but in the blink of an eye, a smile returned to his lips. Crossing his arms, he turned decisively and stated, Your Highness need not worry. Given the nature of the lady, if she sees you entangled with other women daily, feeling forsaken, she will undoubtedly leave you. Chu Yanqing listened to Boyan's suggestion in disbelief, caught off guard by the unexpected turn of events. Suddenly, at Boyan's gesture, a captivating dancer gracefully stepped through the doorway. Her eyes sparkled with mischief, and her petite lips curved into a subtle smile. With slightly parted crimson lips, she seemed to beckon with an alluring charm. I pay my respects to His Highness and to Lord Boyan, she greeted. Boyan nodded slightly and introduced her to Chu Yanqing. This is Miss Qijin, who will lend you her assistance. As Chu Yanqing returned to the Marquis's residence with Qijin in a carriage, his expression remained dark and silent throughout the journey. Observing his demeanor, Qijin naturally moved closer to him, her beauty enhanced by her enchanting presence. Few men could resist her allure. Yet, the moment she approached him, Chu Yanqing subtly pushed her away without a word. Unfazed, Qijin smiled and moved aside. Your Highness, how can you be so distant with me? It would hardly deceive Miss Bai Zhi. Chu Yanqing cast her a cold glance and gritted his teeth. How many spies has your master embedded in Rian City? Qijin, somewhat amused yet earnest, replied, Your Highness, forgive me, but I am unaware. Such secrets are beyond my reach, and I would not dare to divulge even a hint. With a disdainful scoff, he dismissed her. He even suspected that the assassination attempt had been orchestrated by Murong Feng himself. Otherwise, how could such a fortunate coincidence occur? The antidote had conveniently fallen into his hands. However, if he truly was behind it, many questions arose. Why would he take such a considerable risk to assassinate the king of Linjiang? Was it merely to retrieve Bai Zhi? Though she held significance in his heart, it seemed unlikely that he would undertake such a thankless task for her sake. Should the king of Linjiang meet an untimely end, the greatest beneficiary would undoubtedly be the kingdom of Yingyue rather than the small city of Jinling. Thus, he would never act so recklessly. Even kidnapping Bai Zhi would be simpler than this assassination. His mind raced through the tangled web of clues, and before he knew it, the carriage had arrived at the Marquis's gate. Bai Zhi had been pacing anxiously outside the Marquis's residence for quite some time. Unable to find peace within Linglong courtyard and barred from venturing out, she had brought her little deer to wait at the entrance. So, when she spotted Chu Yanqing's carriage approaching, she disregarded everything and hurriedly ran towards it, lifting her skirt as she went. Your Highness has returned. Upon hearing her melodious voice and seeing her face brimming with anticipation, Chu Yanqing felt as if he had awakened from a dream. Just as he intended to respond, he was obstructed by a graceful figure beside him. Your Highness, Zhen'er is tired. Will you accompany me to rest first? Qijin, with a face full of feigned innocence, cast a disdainful glance at Bai Zhi while tugging at Chu Yanqing's sleeve, playfully insisting. Chu Yanqing longed to shake off this bothersome woman, but the allure in her eyes harbored a hint of threat and malice. He understood that this woman possessed a kind of spiritual power, although he could not discern its level. It was evident that her abilities surpassed his own. Meanwhile, he recalled the tragic plight of his elder brother and the reluctant pact he had forged with Boyan. A wave of anguish washed over him, as if his heart were being rent asunder. Bai Zhi noticed his despondent expression and forcefully brushed aside her strange inner feelings, pressing further. Your Highness, what troubles you? Just as Chu Yanqing was about to respond, he was interrupted by Qi Zhen's impatient retort. Can't you see that His Highness is weary? Step aside. Bai Zhi gazed incredulously at the strikingly beautiful woman before her confusion shifting back to Chu Yanqing, hoping to glean some explanation from him. Yet, Chu Yanqing granted her no opportunity. He swiftly composed himself, suppressing Bai Zhi's inquiries, and gently took Qi Zhen's hand, saying, Zhen'er, you have worked hard. Allow me to escort you to rest. With that, he led the woman into the estate without a backward glance, leaving Bai Zhi standing at the entrance, bewildered by the cold wind. Qi Zhen, sensitive to the slight tremor in Chu Yanqing's hand as he grasped hers, couldn't help but find it amusing. She quietly followed his brisk pace, struggling to keep up, yet she turned to glance back at Bai Zhi, her eyes filled with provocation and mockery. Bai Zhi felt a surge of anger and was about to pursue them when she was restrained by Nan Yan. Zhi, don't. Bai Zhi turned to see Nan Yan's weary face, forcing herself to suppress her fury as she inquired, "What on earth is happening?" Nan Yan replied, "I am unsure. His Highness has been preoccupied with matters concerning the eldest prince these past few days." Suddenly, a Qi Zhan appeared, purportedly a beauty presented to the king from a foreign land, and was bestowed upon His Highness. Upon hearing this, Bai Zhi's emotions became labyrinthine. How could the man who had promised her affection just days prior now be entwined with another woman? Seeing Bai Zhi's distressed countenance, Nan Yan felt a pang of sorrow herself, hesitating as she struggled to find the right words. She had long maintained that men often indulged in multiple romances. Such circumstances were commonplace. It was only natural for Bai Zhi to find it difficult to accept. The laughter of the new lover drowned out the weeping of the former. Was this not the fate of a woman? Yet she could not. Bai Zhi's thoughts became disjointed. With Nan Yan's intervention, she felt stripped of the courage to confront them. Her heart ached intensely, almost rendering her breathless. Had she not always doubted that Chu Yanqing would cherish her for a lifetime? This had been the reason for her hesitance in accepting him, always on guard. Yet today, her greatest fears had materialized. Wasn't this the anticipated outcome? Why did she still feel such profound sorrow? All of this unfolded too swiftly. Just days ago, she was enveloped in his passionate embrace, and now she found herself cast into despair. The most regrettable aspect of her life was that the one who had once elevated her to paradise was now the very one who had thrust her into the depths of hell. It was foolish of her to have worried about him while he secretly courted another woman behind her back. How naive she had been, foolishly hoping for an enduring love, for endless days and nights together. Zhi, do not be too mournful. His Highness has been tirelessly attending to the eldest prince these past few days, both mentally and physically exhausted. When the young lady realized that the poison afflicting the prince had no remedy, she was often consumed by profound sorrow and anguish. After this period had passed, he would surely provide an explanation. There must be some misunderstanding at play. Nan Yan ultimately took hold of Bai Zhi, fearing that her distress might lead to despair, and offered her some words of comfort. Observing the concern etched on Nan Yan's face, Bai Zhi fought back the tears that threatened to spill over. Gradually, she nodded and made her way toward the entrance. "Yenner, you should rest. I wish to be alone for a while." Nan Yan did not impede her, signaling to Qing Feng to follow at a distance, ensuring Bai Zhi's safety. She was unaware of when Qi Zhan had appeared by Chu Yanqing's side, nor did she comprehend why her prince had chosen to act in such a manner. However, she had witnessed the genuine affection Chu Yanqing held for Bai Zhi. She could not believe that he would so easily transfer his affections. There must be some misunderstanding. Bai Zhi wandered aimlessly down the bustling street, her spirits waning. As she observed the throngs of people and the myriad shops, a sense of dizziness washed over her. The image of Chu Yanqing holding Qi Zhan's hand as they passed by her lingered relentlessly in her mind, refusing to fade. Could a man's promise truly be so easily dismissed? If he had indeed shifted his affections, what did that render their relationship? Was it possible that his brother's dire condition had driven him to such madness, leading him to bring home an inexplicable woman? Bai Zhi had not realized that she was already crafting excuses for Chu Yanqing. It was evident that her disappointment had not yet reached its zenith. Just as her thoughts spiraled further into turmoil, a gentle voice broke through her reverie. "Miss Bai Zhi, why are you here all alone?" Turning towards the voice, she found Song Zhu, clad in a pristine white robe, exuding an air of elegance that made him appear more like a noble gentleman than a shrewd merchant. Bai Zhi remained silent, uncertain of how to articulate her feelings. Her mind was consumed by thoughts of Chu Yanqing, leaving her little capacity to conjure a plausible explanation. Song Zhu did not press further. Observing her pale countenance, he felt a twinge of concern. "If you do not mind, I could escort you back to the Marquis's residence." Back to the residence? Bai Zhi's heart quivered at the thought. Could she truly return? A bitter smile crossed her lips. "There is no need. Thank you for your kindness, Master Song, but I do not wish to go back." Song Zhu's expression darkened with melancholy. His perceptive nature allowed him to quickly discern Bai Zhi's despondency. After the incident involving Shangguan Liuyun's leap from the cliff, he could not risk leaving her alone on the street. What if misfortune were to befall her? Lord Murong would surely unleash his wrath, and countless others would suffer the consequences. How could Chu Yanqing permit her to venture out alone? As he pondered this, Song Zhu began to piece together the situation. Could it be that she had quarreled with Chu Yanqing? Yet, with his brother's life hanging in the balance, how could he possibly have the energy to engage in conflict with a woman, since the young lady does not wish to return? Might she be inclined to accompany me to the Song residence as a guest? Chuckled Song Zhu, attempting to lighten the silence between them. To his surprise, Bai Zhi readily agreed. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, Bai Zhi had already stepped onto the carriage. A wave of emotion washed over him. The intricacies of a woman's heart are indeed difficult to decipher. Nevertheless, he swiftly followed her onto the carriage. The opulence of Song Zhu's carriage rivaled that of many noble households. Golden decorations dazzled in the sunlight, while the windows, adorned with jewels, were draped with azure silk curtains. The interior was spacious, allowing the two to sit comfortably. As the carriage glided smoothly towards the Song residence, devoid of any jostling, Song Zhu observed Bai Zhi's distracted demeanor and inquired, "Has Mu Shui offended you, my lady?" Upon hearing this, Bai Zhi recalled the incident from a few days prior, when Mu Shui had been dismissed, her face etched with grievance. A pang of guilt washed over her. No, she is well. However, one should not receive rewards without merit. Young Master Song, it would be best for you to keep her. Such a martial maid is rare indeed. Song Zhu smiled faintly. Since Mu Shui has not committed any grave error, I shall return her to you in a few days. I, Song Junlan, may lack in many skills, but I possess wealth aplenty. A maid like Mu Shui is not something I lack. I simply prefer not to have women protect themselves. Listening to Song Zhu's incessant chatter, Bai Zhi felt a wave of drowsiness wash over her and yawned. Suddenly, a thought struck her. Song Zhu is the son of the wealthiest man in the Great Yuan. Surely, he must be well-informed and resourceful. She abruptly snapped back to attention, tugging at his sleeve to halt his endless prattle. Young Master Song, given your vast knowledge, do you possess an antidote for the intoxication? Upon hearing her question, Song Zhu looked into Bai Zhi's fervent eyes, feeling a twinge of helplessness. He gently extricated his sleeve from her delicate grasp and replied, I do not. Bai Zhi's heart sank at his response, and her gaze fell. It seemed her brother was truly beyond help. Would he not then suffer endlessly? Yet at this moment, she felt unworthy of offering him solace. Sensing her disappointment, Song Zhu sighed deeply. My lack does not imply that others are similarly devoid. Who might possess it? Bai Zhi perked up, her eyes sparkling with anticipation as she gazed at Song Zhu, eager for his answer. Surely, it must be the Lord of Murong. Everyone knows that Jinling City is the wealthiest and most enigmatic place in the realm. However, given the suddenness of the incident, he may not have the antidote readily available. Therefore, I cannot be certain. I believe he likely does not possess it. If he did, the king would have already spared no effort to procure it. Bai Zhi, however, had not absorbed the latter part of Song Zhu's words. She only caught the first part. The Lord of Murong may have it. With a glimmer of hope, she resolved to pursue this possibility. Young Master Song, please take me to the palace. Naturally, Song Zhu could not refuse such a request. He welcomed the prospect of Bai Zhi visiting the palace daily. He promptly instructed the coachman to change direction towards the palace. Upon reaching the palace gates, Bai Zhi hurriedly bid farewell to Song Zhu before making her way inside. She was fortunate to encounter Ying Yi, who was just about to step out for errands. After expressing her intentions, Ying Yi, although perplexed as to why the lady would seek out the master, dutifully escorted her into the palace. The palace, known as the guest hall, was constructed beside the royal palace of Linjiang Kingdom, specifically to accommodate foreign envoys and provide them with lodging. Within the heart of Unity Hall, Murong Feng pointed at a vase of flowers arranged in the corner of his chamber and inquired, When did this appear in my palace? Bo Yen, slightly embarrassed, replied, Master, it was sent by Princess Yaohua, who insisted it be displayed here. I feared causing trouble, so after ensuring there were no issues, I did not intervene. If the master dislikes it, I shall remove it at once. Before Bo Yin could finish, he was interrupted by a cold, indifferent voice. Resigned, he took the meticulously crafted vase and headed outside. Upon exiting, he encountered Yi, who was approaching with a troubled expression alongside Bai Zhi. He rubbed his eyes, fearing he had misidentified her. It was indeed the lady. Had she arrived so soon? The efficiency of Chu Yanqing was impressive. He chuckled softly, feeling quite pleased as he carried the flower pot towards the garden. Murong Feng had not anticipated Bai Zhi's swift arrival. He had thought she had changed her mind and wished to accompany him. However, upon hearing her true request, his heart sank, observing Murong Feng's silence. Bai Zhi understood the gravity of the situation and continued, I implore the city lord to be magnanimous and save the young master's life. Whatever you desire, please state it. Gazing into Bai Zhi's earnest eyes, Murong Feng felt increasingly troubled. He replied irritably, What I desire, you are well aware. The city lord could demand the cession of several cities from Linjiang. Bai Zhi did not respond directly, but instead offered him a more favorable option. This was far more advantageous than claiming a woman who had lost her memory and possessed nothing, was it not? Seeing the young woman before him, so earnestly serious, Murong Feng felt a surge of annoyance. He scoffed, You are quite considerate of my needs. Bai Zhi smiled bashfully, It is only natural. Life is propelled by a series of choices. Selecting the best is human nature. Lost in her thoughts, she failed to notice that the man had approached her. It was only when he gently caressed her cheek that she became aware. Her heart raced wildly, and she instinctively stepped back, fearfully regarding him. Her unintentional retreat only incited Murong Feng's displeasure further. However, upon meeting her terrified gaze, his heart softened, and the anger he had built up dissipated significantly. She still feared him. He was accustomed to her fearful expressions. What had once been mere annoyance now transformed into guilt. He had considered how to compensate her upon bringing her back. Yet this woman seemed resolute in opposing him. How could he not be angered, realizing her unconscious actions? Bai Zhi felt embarrassed, recognizing that this was hardly the demeanor of someone making a request. With a quiet determination, she stepped forward a few paces and cautiously spoke again. Lord of the city, please consider this carefully. Saving a life is worth more than constructing a towering pagoda. The second prince will be eternally grateful to you. Moreover, this time he owes you a favor. Rest assured he will repay you wholeheartedly in the future. In this world, having one more friend is far better than having another enemy. Chapter 91. Moving to the distant courtyard, Bai Zhi began to weave her tale, her beautiful eyes glimmering with a tender affection as she gazed at the man before her. Observing the sudden shift in the demeanor of this petite woman, Murong Feng arched an eyebrow, regarding her with curiosity. Yet, deep within, a subtle joy began to blossom. He found himself quite enamored with the expression in her eyes at that moment. Although her words were irksome, he did not require Chu Yanqing's indebtedness. The chaos within Linjiang was severe. Who could predict who would emerge victorious in the end? Only this foolish girl remained in this perilous place, where the likes of Chu Yanqing, a wretch, could hardly safeguard her. If she did not leave, what good was her beauty? She might find herself unaware of her own demise. Thus, the thought of abducting her grew stronger. He could hardly wait for Chu Yanqing to dismiss her. He longed to seize her now and whisk her away. What will be done about this? Noticing her silence, Bai Zhi, feeling helpless, pressed on. Lord of the city, please give it some thought. No need for contemplation. I possess no antidote. This time, before she could finish, Murong Feng interrupted her. What? Bai Zhi gazed at him in disbelief. Why not? When have I ever claimed to possess an antidote? Then why did you not inform me from the outset? What is your standing? Why should I disclose anything to you? Merely allowing you to see me is a tremendous favor. What more do you desire? You. Bai Zhi, exasperated, stomped her foot in anger and turned to flee without a backward glance. You wretched woman, you will do anything for Chu Yanqing. Murong Feng shouted in fury, a wave of jealousy and bitterness rising within him once more. Heart heavy as ash, Bai Zhi returned to the Marquis's residence, making her way to the Linglong courtyard. Not far ahead, she noticed that the once peaceful Linglong courtyard was now bustling with activity. Servants scurried back and forth, seemingly moving various belongings. Curiosity piqued. She approached and encountered a tearful Xiao Lu. "Miss, you have finally returned." Xiao Lu's eyes brimmed with glistening tears, perhaps too heartbroken to contain herself, and she threw herself into Bai Zhi's embrace. Seeing this, Bai Zhi took out a handkerchief to dry her tears, softly inquiring what had transpired. "Wu, the prince has ordered that you move to the distant courtyard." The distant courtyard, within the Marquis's estate, was akin to the cold palace in the royal palace. Bai Zhi had heard of it in passing, but had never visited. In truth, Chu Yanqing was generally quite gentle. Since the establishment of the Yong'an Marquisate, no female had ever resided there. Yet now, she had become the first. To make matters worse, she was utterly oblivious as to when or how she had incited Chu Yanqing's wrath. How deeply must he loathe her to act with such callousness? The steward, who was directing others in their tasks, paused upon seeing Bai Zhi's return and approached her, offering a courteous bow. However, the deference he once exhibited had vanished. "Please, miss, tidy yourself and proceed to the Li courtyard," he instructed. "Did His Highness truly say that?" she inquired. "Indeed, I would not dare to deceive you," he replied. "Where is His Highness? I must see him. I implore you, miss, do not make it difficult for me. Please move to the Li courtyard first." Bai Zhi felt crushed by the steward's indifferent demeanor, stumbling backward a few steps. Fortunately, Xiao Lu was there to support her. She gazed in astonishment at the unfolding scene, struggling to regain her composure. Nearby, passing maids and young servants exchanged knowing glances, some laced with mockery and disdain, while others expressed a measure of sympathy. The fabled beloved of the second prince had now fallen from grace, though they were unaware of the events that transpired. People often relish the spectacle of a deity tumbling from its pedestal, do they not? Despite the steward's relentless admonitions urging everyone to be more efficient, some audacious servants couldn't resist stealing glances at Bai Zhi. Unable to endure the humiliation any longer, Bai Zhi resolved to leave without a backward glance. "Miss, where are you going?" Xiao Lu called out anxiously, hurriedly following her. The steward refrained from sending anyone to stop Bai Zhi, for although His Highness had instructed her relocation to the Li courtyard, he had also mandated that she should not be troubled in the least. Bai Zhi stormed into the study, only to find it empty. Chu Yanqing was nowhere to be found. With a resigned sigh, she made her way to the conference hall. "Miss, do you truly intend to seek His Highness? What if he holds you accountable?" Xiao Lu observed the grave expression on Bai Zhi's face, sensing that a significant event was unfolding. She attempted to reason with Bai Zhi, but her efforts proved futile. At that moment, Bai Zhi was too overwhelmed to listen. Her thoughts were in disarray, and tears streamed down her cheeks uncontrollably. Soon, she spotted Ming Chen stationed at the entrance of the conference hall. She knew she had arrived at the right place. Inside the hall, after hearing Qin Feng report that Bai Zhi had gone to the palace to find Mu Rongfeng, Chu Yanqing felt an inner turmoil intensifying, consuming him entirely. Several wine bottles lay scattered on the table, yet he continued to drink in solitude, showing no signs of stopping. The reality was clear. She was destined to leave this place. Therefore, when Qi Zhen suggested that Bai Zhi be moved from Linglong Courtyard to Li Courtyard, he did not object. He understood that she no longer had the luxury of time to remain in the Marquis's residence. By tomorrow at the latest, she would be gone. Even if she resisted, Mu Rongfeng would find a way to take her away. In the conflict between her and his elder brother, he had already made his choice. Ultimately, it was his own inadequacy that prevented him from protecting her. His promises to her were now in jeopardy, and thus she must depart from him. It seemed so just, yet why did his heart ache so profoundly? Reflecting on this, he let out a self-deprecating laugh and grabbed the last bottle of wine on the table, drinking deeply. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed through the air. The grand door was forcefully thrust open, accompanied by Ming Chen's loud cries of protest. "Miss Bai Zhi, please wait." He swallowed the potent liquor and focused his gaze. Before him stood the very person he had yearned for day and night. At that moment, he felt somewhat disoriented, yet soon noticed the traces of tears upon her delicate visage, leaving him momentarily stunned and at a loss. Ultimately, he felt unworthy of her. Not only had he failed to protect her, but he had also caused her such sorrow. Indeed, he felt utterly useless. Bai Zhi gazed at the slightly inebriated Chu Yanqing, momentarily taken aback. In her memories, he had never indulged in solitary drinking. The current scene was clearly one of drowning sorrows and alcohol. What sorrows could he possibly be lamenting? It must pertain to his elder brother. Yet, his brother's poisoning was not her doing. Why then should she bear the brunt of his anguish? Chapter 92. What am I to you, after all? She resolutely suppressed the grievances within her heart and directly inquired. Your Highness, why must I move to the Linglong courtyard? Chu Yanqing offered a bitter smile. Why? This was hardly his intention. He could not possibly admit that it was due to his own ineptitude that he allowed himself to be manipulated into such a predicament. Just as he struggled to formulate a retort, a clear, melodious voice chimed in. Naturally, it is because I intend to reside in Linglong courtyard. The speaker was none other than Qizhan. At that moment, she was adorned in a splendid purple embroidered silk gown, her slender neck exposed, with ruby lips and pearly teeth that captivated the heart with every smile. She entered with a beguiling grace, disregarding Bai Zhi, and gracefully settled beside Chu Yanqing. Bai Zhi observed Qizhan, who radiated triumph, and then glanced at herself, clad in plain attire and devoid of makeup, appearing rather desolate. In comparison, she seemed like a stark contrast from the clouds to the mud. Your Highness, is what she said true? Bai Zhi still clung to the hope of confirmation. Chu Yanqing truly wished to deny it all. As he staggered to rise and offer an explanation, he was firmly restrained by Qizhan, unable to move. What is your status, to dare question the prince's decision? Qizhan, looking at Bai Zhi's reluctant expression, decided to take a harsher approach. It was her mission to ensure the lady returned to her lord's side swiftly. Completing her task sooner would allow her to depart this wretched place. She had no desire to be in the presence of Chu Yanqing day after day. Moreover, what merits did this Chu Yanqing possess? Was it merely his handsome exterior? In every other aspect, he could not compare to her own lord. What was it about him that this woman found appealing? Bai Zhi waited in vain for Chu Yanqing's words, only to find Qizhan regarding her with evident hostility. With a cold laugh, she ceased to acknowledge the man before her and, addressing the radiant Qizhan, retorted, And what is your status? Qizhan, exasperated, thought that Bai Zhi must have had her wits knocked out of her. Even after Chu Yanqing had treated her this way, she still shamelessly came to interrogate him. Was it amusing? Did she require a man to explicitly declare he no longer wanted her before she could let go? Your Highness has promised me that in a few days I shall be made a concubine. As far as I know, you are but a mere aide. In simpler terms, you are merely a servant of the Marquis's household. What qualifications do you have to make such a ruckus here? Depart at once. To make her a concubine? Bai Zhi was rendered speechless. Was this not the promise Chu Yanqing had once made to her? How could it have devolved into this inexplicable woman? She struggled to accept this glaring reality, feeling as though she had been run over by a carriage, her entire being engulfed in pain. Yet, she still refused to believe it. Slowly, she shifted her frigid gaze to Chu Yanqing's face, hoping to glean some understanding from his expression. She longed for him to assure her that all of this was a fabrication, a mere illusion. But she received no response. Silence, silence, and more silence. Depart at once. Qizhan observed the two who remained silent and felt a surge of irritation. She raised her voice to usher them away. But Bai Zhi paid her no heed, her once alluring visage now marred by tears. Gradually, disappointment had begun to accumulate, morphing into irrevocable despair. She numbly sank to the cold floor, her beautiful eyes filled with crimson veins, her expression void of life. Chu Yanqing was no better off. Though seated at the table, his fists were clenched tightly, veins protruding, a tempest raging within his chest. His eyes, like Bai Zhi's, were bloodshot. Yet, he maintained his silence. Bai Zhi was tormented by this silence, her anguish becoming unbearable, her gaze turning wild. Suddenly, she sprang to her feet, rushing towards Chu Yanqing, her voice a furious roar. Why have you suddenly treated me this way? What do I mean to you? What do I mean? During this time, she had harbored anticipation and affection for him. Yet why had he chosen to shatter the already fragile bond they shared? Observing Bai Zhi's torment, Chu Yanqing's heart had long since grown numb to pain. In a sudden burst, he stood up. Regret washed over him. He did not want her to leave. He needed to explain everything to her. However, the astute Qi Zhen had already seen through it all. She understood that this man before her could not resist Bai Zhi. Before he could speak, she swiftly brandished 3 silver needles, preparing to strike at Bai Zhi. These needles were harmless. As long as they avoided vital points, they would only render Bai Zhi unconscious, posing no mortal danger. But in his current irrational state, Chu Yanqing could hardly process this. He instinctively sensed Qi Zhen's intent to harm Bai Zhi and impulsively grasped her arm. Upon seeing this, Qi Zhen smirked, and without hesitation, she fell into Chu Yanqing's embrace. This only added to the confusion. Chu Yanqing's gaze fell upon the 3 shimmering silver needles. Though he despised Qi Zhen, his thoughts began to calm. With a resolute heart, as if having made a decision, he slowly addressed Bai Zhi. You should leave. Leave? Where to? Anywhere. Anywhere? Does that mean she can go wherever she pleases? At this moment, Bai Zhi's hair was somewhat disheveled, and she looked utterly exhausted. Her deeply sunken eyes were devoid of spirit, reflecting a profound sense of numbness and despair. Her lips trembled, emitting a sound akin to a moan. Yet her words were indistinct, barely discernible. She reevaluated Chu Yanqing, a man of remarkable elegance, holding the enchanting Qi Zhen in his arms. The two stood before her, resembling a perfect couple, harmonious and poised. In that instant, she seemed to grasp something profound, her gaze softening slightly. After taking a few steps back, she abruptly turned to leave. Upon reaching the entrance, she suddenly halted and spun around. Gazing at the two within, she pondered for a brief moment before. Unable to restrain herself, she removed the exquisite 9-curves Suan bracelet from her wrist and hurled it violently at Chu Yanqing. Without a care for his reaction, she hastily fled. She could no longer remain there. Continuing to linger would surely lead to her demise. After Bai Zhi's departure, Chu Yanqing said little. He merely instructed Ming Chen to discreetly follow Bai Zhi should any unforeseen incidents arise. Observing Bai Zhi leave, Qi Zhen, possessing keen insight, took her leave as well. She harbored a strong dislike for Chu Yanqing, who treated her with cold indifference, devoid of any charm. Bai Zhi wandered aimlessly through the streets, engulfed in profound sorrow and injustice. She had already nestled her heart with Chu Yanqing, yet he inexplicably cast her aside as if she were worthless, not even affording her the chance for an explanation. He simply dismissed her with the words "you may leave," rendering their connection even less substantial than plastic. How could he treat her so? Was everything that had transpired between them merely an illusion? Chapter 93. Cast aside by that scoundrel Chu Yanqing, why can men be so heartless and cruel? Their feelings can shift in an instant, entirely disregarding her emotions. Truly, he is a scoundrel, a cad. She internally chastised Chu Yanqing 100 times, yet still felt unsatisfied. Not far away, she spotted a carriage awaiting passengers. Without a second thought, she climbed aboard, carelessly paid the driver, and instructed him to proceed at his discretion. The driver, having accepted her fare, beamed as he guided the carriage onward. As Bai Zhi sat within the carriage, her mind whirled with thoughts of her future. She realized there was but one path before her: to take her savings to a remote place and engage in business to her living. She was confident that with her capabilities, supporting herself would pose no issue, and she could even lead a comfortable life. The carriage continued to roll forward, and before long, it exited the city. At a distance of 10 miles outside the city, the driver brought the carriage to a halt. "Miss, the fare you provided only covers this distance. Should you wish to return to the city, you will need to pay the same price." "No need." Bai Zhi had no intention of returning to the city. Lightly, she disembarked from the carriage, eager to explore her surroundings, only to discover that this place felt inexplicably familiar. After walking a few more steps and passing by a village, she suddenly realized it was the plum garden that Chu Yanqing had brought her to just days prior. With this thought, her feet moved uncontrollably toward the direction of the plum garden. The plum trees still stood tall by the grassy knoll, vibrant and breathtakingly beautiful. Gazing upon the scene before her, she involuntarily recalled the promises made beneath the plum trees with Chu Yanqing. Her heart ached, darkness clouded her vision, and her knees buckled. With a thud, she collapsed onto the ground, no longer caring whether the earth beneath her was dirty or muddy. Once again, emotions, which she had only just begun to manage, surged forth uncontrollably. A profound sorrow welled up from the depths of her heart, and in the solitude of the moment, she could no longer contain herself, collapsing onto the ground in a fit of tears. The weeping seemed endless. Yunner, at an unknown moment, Murong Feng appeared at the scene. Upon witnessing this heart-wrenching sight, he swiftly rushed forward and enveloped Bai Zhi in his embrace. Perhaps exhausted from her prolonged tears, she did not resist the man before her this time. Murong Feng looked on in disbelief, extending his hand to gently caress her soft cheek, his thumb tenderly gliding beneath her eyelids in an attempt to wipe away her tears. Yet, the tears on her face continued to flow, cascading down her cheeks and along his long fingers, ultimately pooling in his palm, searing into his heart and leaving him in a state of disarray. He had seen her tear-streaked visage before, and indeed, it had been a frequent occurrence. In the past, she had often wept openly, but to him, it had seemed merely a ploy to capture his attention. Hence, he had felt a twinge of disdain. However, today, witnessing her in such a sorrowful state, he found himself overwhelmed by an unfamiliar sense of compassion. This strange feeling left him somewhat at a loss. Bai Zhi continued to sob, prompting a furrowed brow from him as a pang of sympathy arose within him. He pressed his lips together firmly, choosing silence. Instead, he picked up an exquisite silk handkerchief, diligently wiping away her tears. After what felt like an eternity of weeping, Bai Zhi finally ceased her cries, though her nose remained red, still reflecting her profound sense of grievance. Striving to regain her composure, she inquired, "Why is the city lord here?" Seeing that she had finally stopped crying, Murong Feng did not conceal the truth. "My shadow guard informed me that you ventured out of the city alone. I was worried and came to check on you." It seemed she had been under surveillance all along. Bai Zhi responded with a casual "oh" and fell silent. Murong Feng said nothing more, simply holding her close, unwilling to release her. After a moment, he could not suppress his curiosity any longer. "What has caused you such sorrow?" Bai Zhi shot him an exasperated glance, letting out another sob. Yet she remained indifferent, replying, "It's nothing serious, just that the scoundrel Chu Yanqing has abandoned me." Murong Feng retorted, "Since you are aware he is a scoundrel, why weep so sorrowfully?" Though he maintained a composed exterior, a wave of bitterness surged within him. Bai Zhi, unfazed by his demeanor, continued to mock herself. "It truly doesn't matter. I won't let it affect me." "Then why are you here, lamenting alone?" Murong Feng could not help but tease, his internal anguish reaching a crescendo. Bai Zhi felt a twinge of sadness at his words, but replied defiantly, "What of it? When you cast me aside, I even leapt from a cliff." Murong Feng interjected, "Now, I am merely shedding tears in solitude. Is that not progress?" He wore an awkward expression as he protested. "That was all a misunderstanding." "Misunderstanding?" Bai Zhi let out a bitter laugh. "Then tell me, could it not also be a misunderstanding between myself and Chu Yanqing?" Murong Feng, perhaps witnessing the renowned Lord of Murong repeatedly suffer setbacks before her eyes, has slightly lifted Bai Zhi's spirits. Once her mood improved, her intellect seemed to return as well. "Lord, I have a question that perplexes me. Might you enlighten me?" "Speak." Murong Feng eagerly wished to divert the conversation back to the previous topic. "Can you truly save Chu Suya?" Upon hearing this, Murong Feng's displeasure was palpable. "I have already stated there is no antidote." Yet Bai Zhi chuckled softly, her eyes reddened, and her nose flushed, making her smile appear more akin to weeping. "I wish to return to Jinling with you. That is why I inquired." Murong Feng found himself struggling to comprehend Bai Zhi's train of thought, unable to discern the connection between the two statements. "I have pondered it, and the reason I cannot let go of Chu Yanqing may stem from the fact that he once saved my life. Therefore, I cannot forget him. If I can aid in rescuing his brother, it would be a means of repaying his kindness, would it not?" Murong Feng nodded slightly in agreement. Yet the mention of her lingering feelings for Chu Yanqing truly irked him. Consequently, what was meant to be a retort transformed into a derisive snort. "If it were not for that Dragon Spring Tiger Talisman, would he have saved you?" Evidently, He was aware of this detail. Bai Zhi felt utterly exposed before Murong Feng. Nevertheless, she continued earnestly. Thus, if you can save Chu Suya, it would also fulfill a wish of mine. Then, I could follow you back to Jinling with a light heart. Bai Zhi analyzed the situation with utmost seriousness. Her focused gaze deeply affecting Murong Feng. Unable to resist, he drew her closer and whispered gently in her ear, "Rest assured, Chu Suya will not perish." Upon hearing this, Bai Zhi felt enlightened. It seemed her intuition was correct. Murong Feng indeed possessed the means to save him. Chapter 94. A Parting of Ways, each finds joy thus. This could also be considered as repaying Chu Yanqing's kindness. From this moment onward, she would sever ties with him, never to entangle with him again. A parting of ways. Each finds joy. As for following Murong Feng back to Jinling, she was serious about it. However, it was not to continue her entanglement with him. Her destination was Hechuan, to seek a way to return to her own time. A man like Murong Feng, so capricious, would undoubtedly be more difficult and heartless than Chu Yanqing. She would not be foolish enough to entangle herself further with a man of this era. This time, she would simply take advantage of him. But what choice did she have? After all, he owed her this. What are your plans regarding the Dragon's Spring Tiger Talisman? She was quite curious about how such a significant artifact, taken by Chu Yanqing, would be dealt with. Murong Feng scoffed. What you carried was a counterfeit made by my subordinates. The genuine Dragon Spring Tiger Talisman remains in Jinling. Bai Zhi. Naturally, Bai Zhi did not return to the Yong'an Marquis' residence. It was not that she did not wish to go back, but rather that she did not know how to face Chu Yanqing. Although his cruelty seemed inexplicable, with many doubts lingering, he had chosen distrust and abandonment. Therefore, regardless of the reason, it was not worth her while to turn back. Thus, she chose to accompany Murong Feng to the palace for a night's stay. The following day, she would rise and return to Jinling. Unbeknownst to her, the news of her overnight stay at the palace had seemingly taken flight, spreading throughout the entire Linjiang royal residence. Of course, Bai Zhi remained entirely oblivious to this. The following morning, she awoke, her eyes still heavy with sleep. Tousled hair in disarray, stretching lazily and yawning, only to realize that dawn had already broken. With a sudden jolt, she rolled off her bed, the exhaustion from yesterday's tears having left her in a deep slumber. Oh no, she was supposed to depart today. But why had no one come to rouse her from her slumber? Could it be that Murong Feng had changed his mind and decided not to take her after all? She still had to go to Hechuan and return home. A woman inherently filled with insecurity often harbors inexplicable